Introduction. He is the banished second son of House Tarly, timid, corpulent, and unskilled in swordplay, yet he possesses a profound love for literature and truth. Once a scholar of the Night's Watch, he curled beneath the wall, quietly chronicling the impending long night. The world knows him as Sama, coward unable to wield a sword, a commonplace individual destined to leave no mark in history. However, as the chill of the White Walkers sweeps across Westeros, as kingdoms collapse, nobles flee, and heroes fall, a sacred flame ignites from the ashes, illuminating his eyes. The divine fire entwines around his arms, and ancient incantations spill forth from his lips. No longer is he merely a scholar who turns pages, he is now the chosen son of the flame, selected by the Lord of Light, the disdained eldest son. In the Bay of Rivers at the end of February, the sun blazes fiercely, warping the very air with its heat. This prolonged summer has persisted for 7 years, long enough for all memories and cautions regarding the coming winter to gradually fade from the hearts of the people. Traveling south along the picturesque Rose Road until its intersection with the Coast Road, one can behold the most exquisite city of Westeros atop a hill by the banks of the Highgarden. Within the castle constructed of white marble, exquisite sculptures, elegant fountains, and blooming flowers abound. And of course, the golden roses, symbols of House Tyrell. The castle's lords are ever present. Dong, dong, dong. Accompanied by the melodious chimes, 3 figures traverse the winding corridor, entering the Knight's Hall. The sigil emblazoned upon their chests is not the golden rose, but a hunter poised to draw his bow. This is the emblem of House Tarly. The foremost figure appears to be in his 40s, with a solemn expression and a serious demeanor, sporting a short, stiff beard and clad in a deep green silk gown adorned with white fur trim, a heavy 2-handed sword fastened at his waist. This man is Lord of Hornhill, Sir Randyll Tarly. Following closely behind are his 2 sons. The eldest, Samwell Tarly, and the younger, Dickon Tarly. Both sons have inherited their father's dark hair, gray eyes, and tall stature. Though Samwell is rather corpulent, the Tarly family's strong and rugged features bear no semblance of authority on his round face. Due to the sweltering heat, the noble garb constricts Samwell to the point of near suffocation. Yet, he dares not unfasten his collar, enduring the discomfort in silence. The 3 stand in the center of the Knight's Hall, awaiting in quiet anticipation. As time ticks by, Dickon seems to grow impatient, glancing at his lost-in-thought brother, unable to restrain himself from whispering, "What are you looking at?" Samwell casually replies, "The stone pillar." "What's so captivating about a stone pillar?" "This is no ordinary stone pillar." Dickon follows his brother's gaze, but sees nothing remarkable, inquiring, "What makes it extraordinary?" Samwell had intended to extol the intricate carvings upon the pillar, but, caught in a playful mood, jested, "This is the stone pillar from a poem by Wang Wei." "Wang Wei? Which tavern in Highgarden is that bard from?" "Oh, brother, did you sneak out for a drink last night?" Silence. Lord Randyll Tarly turns to glare at his 2 sons. Dickon promptly closes his mouth. Samwell lowers his gaze, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing his eyes. Having been in this world for 3 months, his sense of isolation only deepens. Yet upon realizing he resides in Westeros and has become the eldest son of House Tarly, he finds little solace in self-pity. For Samwell Tarly, despite being the Count's firstborn, is reviled by his own father. As one of the most esteemed generals in Westeros, Lord Randyll Tarly boasts countless glorious victories, among which the most renowned is his triumph at Summerhall during the War of the Usurper, where he defeated the founder of House Baratheon, King Robert I, subjecting the valiant king to the only defeat of his martial career. Such a proud and martial lord cannot abide the notion that his heir is a timid, corpulent coward. While Samwell is not devoid of read, is, in fact, intelligent, well-read, and compassionate, Lord Randyll believes that the heir to the family must be a valiant warrior, not a wise scholar. Samwell is acutely aware that, according to the original narrative, he will soon be compelled by Lord Randyll to journey to the Wall, becoming a member of the Night's Watch. A fate of celibacy, childlessness, and landlessness, thereby relinquishing his claim to the family legacy to his more favored younger brother. He certainly does not wish to be sent to that cursed place. Upon his arrival in this world, he initially sought to alter his fate. He began to regulate his diet, diligently exercised, and earnestly studied swordsmanship and horsemanship, hoping to redeem his image in his father's eyes. Yet, just as he could not shed his excess weight in a mere moment, transforming Lord Randyll's deeply ingrained perceptions would not be accomplished overnight. Before Samwell could make any progress, However, his efforts were abruptly interrupted by a riding accident. Fortunately, he was not traveling at great speed, and his ample girth cushioned the impact, sparing his life but confining him to bed for over a month. The family's riding instructor deemed it an unfortunate mishap. However, Samwell suspected foul play, believing that someone had tampered with the saddle. Clearly, there were those who did not wish to see the Tarly family's ineffectual eldest son rise again. Samwell had no knowledge of who had orchestrated this against him, though he had his suspicions. Dickon, merely 13, could not possibly possess the cunning, ruthlessness, and skillful performance required to execute such a scheme. He would have a better chance of competing for the Iron Throne than fading into obscurity, as the story suggests. Though it seemed unlikely that Dickon was behind it, it was surely someone in his circle. Samwell had been a failure for far too long. Not only had Lord Landor abandoned him, but many within the family had already come to view Dickon as the future lord. Thus, unlike the neglected and isolated Samwell, Dickon was entangled in a web of interests, surrounded by loyal supporters. If Samwell continued to be a failure, he could survive until the day his father forced him to join the Night's Watch. But if he sought to reclaim his strength and contest for Hornhill's inheritance, he would face relentless assaults and even assassination attempts. After this incident, Samwell finally realized that he had utterly lost the initiative in this struggle for succession. It was too late to alter the situation, and the risks were tremendous. Under such circumstances, surrendering became the wisest choice. Moreover, with his familiarity with the narrative, he had already secured the greatest advantage in the impending game of Thronesway. Would he confine himself to the already disadvantaged battlefield of Hornhill, engaging in a battle devoid of hope? Thus, upon his recovery, Samwell approached his father, requesting that he petition the governor of the Bay, Duke Mace, for a charter to establish new lands. When Lord Landor first heard his eldest son's request, he believed he must have misheard. He never imagined that his timid, corpulent son would exhibit such audacity and courage. After a moment of contemplation, however, Lord Landor acquiesced. For if Samwell were to venture forth to claim new territory, it would signify his voluntary renunciation of the Hornhill inheritance, a development Lord Landor had always yearned for. Of course, he did not believe his inept son possessed the capability to successfully establish new lands. Yet this was of no consequence. Even if this son perished in the endeavor, he would not feel sorrow. Rather, he would take comfort in knowing this was the fate befitting a man of House Tarly. Thus, the three of them set forth on this journey to Highgarden. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp sound of footsteps echoed. Samwell turned around and beheld a fiery figure gracefully stepping into the knight's hall. It was a lovely maiden with enchanting brown eyes reminiscent of a fawn in the woods. Clad in a red silk corseted gown, her slender and statuesque form was accentuated exquisitely. Her soft, cascading brown curls framed her smooth shoulders, enhancing her already porcelain skin, which appeared even more luminous. With delicate and alluring features, she possessed a unique charm that was unforgettable. She was none other than Margaery Tyrell, the daughter of the Duke of Mace, famously known as the Rose of Highgarden. "Forgive me for keeping you waiting, Lord Tarly, Sam, Dickon," Margaret said, lifting her skirt slightly and offering a gentle curtsy. The radiant smile, illuminating her face, seemed to brighten the entire Knight's Hall. Samwell stole a glance, but quickly lowered his gaze once more. This exquisite beauty was beyond his reach, at least for now. His younger brother Dickon, however, stared at the resplendent rose before him, utterly oblivious to how impolite his behavior was. Lord Blunt cleared his throat, rousing his dazed son, and then turned to Margaret, inquiring, "Might I ask when the Duke will arrive?" Margaret's expression turned apologetic. "My father is unwell today and cannot attend. I sincerely apologize." Lord Blunt frowned slightly. "In that case, we should reschedule." Yet, Margaret shook her head, producing a scroll from behind her, and smiled. "There is no need to reschedule. My father has already signed the charter and entrusted me with its delivery. But what of the investiture? I shall also perform the investiture on behalf of my father." At this declaration, the Knight's Hall fell into an abrupt silence. This development was not entirely unexpected. After years of development and management, the Riverlands boasted little unclaimed land. Any prospect of expansion would necessitate venturing into the barren outskirts, such as the Crimson Mountains. However, that region was fraught with perilous terrain and rampant banditry. The challenges of establishing a territory there were daunting, and few would dare to attempt it. Moreover, the reputation of Tarly's inept scion was no secret among the nobility of the Riverlands, and no one believed Samwell possessed the qualifications or capabilities to cultivate new lands. Clearly, The Duke of Mace had no intention of bestowing a charter upon such a wastrel. Had it not been for Lord Blunt, one of the Duke's most important vassals, personally petitioning for this concession, the Duke would have remained resolute. However, granting a charter also implied that Samwell would become a vassal of the Duke of Mace, which traditionally warranted the Duke himself conducting the investiture of Samwell Tarly as a Knight of the Realm. Yet, it was evident that the Duke did not wish to elevate this infamous wastrel to the rank of knight under his banner. Thus, he feigned illness, opting to send his daughter to perform the investiture and confer the charter instead. Lord Blunt could comprehend the Duke's predicament. Had the Duke sent his eldest son and heir, Velis Tyrell, to perform this task, Lord Blunt would have reluctantly accepted the situation. But Margaret, what right did she possess to invest a knight? Such an affront, even if Lord Blunt harbored disdain for his own son, was difficult to swallow. He glared at Margaret, his anger undisguised. Yet, Margaret maintained her delicate and innocent smile, seemingly oblivious to the source of Lord Blunt's ire. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Samwell suddenly. After the conclusion of the conferral ceremony, Margaery gracefully departed, leaving Dickon to be dismissed by his father. In the vast Knight's Hall, only Count Landor and Sam Wilkes Caesar remained. The father and son stood in silence, the atmosphere thick with tension. Eager to return to his studies regarding his attribute panel, Sam Wilk broke the silence. "Father, you summoned me, but is there anything else you wish to convey?" "You despise me," Count Landor suddenly remarked, fixing his gaze on his eldest son. Before Sam could respond, the Count continued, "There is no need for your defense, as I am indifferent to it." Sam felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and chose to remain silent. The Count observed the son who now seemed somewhat foreign to him. Feelings of inexplicable emotion stirring within him, yet his tone remained as icy as ever. The Tarly family, situated on the frontier, requires a lord capable of wielding the Heartbreaker to vanquish foes, and you lack even the right to touch it. Thus, regardless of your feelings of animosity towards me, I shall never entrust the family's fate to your hands." Sam listened in silence, finding little resentment within himself. The previous owner of his body indeed did not meet Count Landor's expectations for a successor. Although he had attempted to change after his arrival, it was too late. However, all of that was now in the past. Following the conferral ceremony, he had adopted the surname Caesar, severing all ties to the Tarly family. At that moment, Count Landor unexpectedly tossed something to his son. Sam hastily caught it, and, upon looking down, discovered it was a large bag filled to the brim with golden dragon coins. "Since you have voluntarily relinquished your claim to the inheritance, this shall be your rightful share," Count Landor explained with a calm demeanor. "Thank you, father." Sam Wilkes certainly would not refuse, as he was in dire need of funds for his ventures. "Moreover, prior to this expedition, I personally dealt with your equestrian instructor, James." Sam was taken aback, but soon realized that this James must have been the orchestrator behind his recent horse-riding accident. His father had discovered the truth and eliminated him. "No matter how inept you may be, you are still the firstborn of the Tarly family. If a judgment is to be rendered upon you, it is I who must execute it," Count Landor declared with commanding authority. Sam's heart was a tumult of emotions as he bowed his head in silence. Regardless of the circumstances, his father had avenged him. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Count Landor spoke again. "Sam, do you still remember our family motto?" Sam Wilk nodded. "I am the vanguard." As the words left his lips, he realized why Count Landor was so resolute in changing the air. The previous owner was clearly unfit to uphold the Tarly family's motto. Count Landor's expression softened slightly. "Although you no longer bear the Tarly name, I still hope you will remember this phrase. Conspiracy and deceit may secure political victories, but when it comes to achieving supremacy on the battlefield, our Tarly family possesses far greater authority. Since you have shown the courage to accept the call for expansion, it signifies that our Tarly blood still flows within you. Remember this adage. In the arduous quest for territory, it is far more valuable than gold." Samwell Tarly nodded gravely, a warmth blossoming within him. Yet, the subsequent words of Count Lannister doused that warmth like icy water. "Should you fail in your endeavors, do not dare return to Hornhill. If you do, I shall personally sever your head from your shoulders." With that, the Count turned and departed, leaving Samwell speechless as he gazed at his father's imposing figure receding into the distance. In a garden abundant with blossoms, Samwell wielded a silver longsword, diligently practicing thrusts against a target carved from ironwood. Regrettably, his corpulent form rendered his efforts less than graceful, significantly impeding his speed of movement. Soon, his footwork became a chaotic spectacle. Nevertheless, Samwell persisted, clumsily striving onward. Exhausted, he finally ascended the steps to sit down, gulping from a cup of water. Once he regained his breath, he focused on his attribute panel. The data displayed minimal changes. Only his agility had increased from 0.52 to 0.53. It seemed his suspicion was validated. Training could indeed alter attribute values. Yet, the change felt exceedingly trivial. After an entire afternoon of practicing thrusts, only a mere 0.01 increase in agility was noted, while strength and spirit remained unchanged. Perhaps there had been alterations in those attributes too, but they were too minuscule to be reflected in the two-decimal accuracy of the panel. The significant increase in agility likely stemmed from its initially low value, making it more susceptible to enhancement. Samwell surmised that an average adult's 3 primary attributes should hover around 1. His considerable girth had resulted in a significant disparity in agility compared to others. The only attribute he possessed that exceeded the norm was spirit, standing at 1.12. Samwell speculated that this might relate to the original owner's natural intelligence and love for literature. The 3 values on the attribute panel, strength, agility, and spirit, were relatively straightforward. Yet he found himself uncertain about the latter. He harbored doubts that the spirit attribute might be connected to the long-lost magic of legend. After all, this was a fantastical realm inhabited by dragons, wights, children of the forest, wizards, and both ancient and modern deities. Although such magical creatures had either perished or faded into myth, and miracles had long been absent from Westeros. The impending end of summer and the onset of winter heralded the resurgence of the Game of Thrones, promising the gradual reawakening of these arcane phenomena. Perhaps, once his spirit value reached a certain threshold, he might unlock the door to the mysterious realms and explore their depths. Yet therein lay the conundrum. Samwell had yet to discover a method to allocate points. While the nightly training regimen could indeed bolster his strength and agility, the progress was painfully slow. Moreover, as these values increased, his speed would further diminish, complicating the endeavor. As for enhancing his spirit, would it necessitate perusing tomes? Despite this, Samwell did not succumb to despair. Even if the attribute panel did not allow for direct point allocation, merely quantifying his 3 attributes had proven immensely beneficial. As he endeavors to explore various methods, he observes the fluctuations in his attribute values, thereby developing a personal path to enhancement that suits him best. For instance, the swordsmanship he currently practices, inherited from the Tarly family, allows Samwell to refine and even perfect his technique through the feedback of his attribute values. Although direct allocation of points is currently unattainable, he speculates that in the future it may become possible. Samwell conjectures that once he establishes his own territory and bestows titles upon vassals, the attribute panel may undergo significant changes, potentially allowing for point allocation at that time. Just as he was lost in ambitious reverie, footsteps suddenly echoed behind him. Turning around, Samwell saw a maid approaching, who respectfully announced, "Sir Caesar, the steward has sent me to remind you that the banquet will commence promptly at 6 o'clock in the great hall of the main castle." "Understood," Samwell replied. Rising to command, "Please prepare hot water. I wish to bathe." Of course, as Samwell entered the banquet hall, the waning glow of the sunset had dimmed considerably. Thousands of aromatic candles illuminated the hall as if it were daylight, while the floor was covered with a thick wool carpet that felt soft and comfortable beneath his feet, reminiscent of walking on clouds. In the spacious center of the hall lay long wooden tables, uniformly adorned with dark blue cloths and embellished with an array of fresh roses. A gentle fragrance wafted through the air, imparting a sense of serenity. Elegantly attired attendants guided Samwell to his seat and poured him a glass of golden wine from Qingting Island. Though there was still some time before the banquet began, numerous guests had already arrived, engaged in hushed conversations. Earl Blando and his brother Dickon were also present, yet their seating arrangements did not place them beside Samwell. The Earl seemed oblivious to his eldest son's arrival, absorbed in his drink, while Dickon waved at his brother, seemingly eager to converse. However, upon glancing at their stern father, he refrained from rising. Before long, the lord of the castle made his entrance. The Duke of High Court appeared to be in his 50s, his curly brown hair, characteristic of the Tarly family, showing hints of gray. He was robust and portly, earning him the private moniker of inflatable fish among many. Nevertheless, the Duke's complexion was healthy, his voice resonant, and his stride confident, exhibiting no signs of physical discomfort. Does he not even bother to mask his true self? Samwell mused internally. Yet he rose to join the others in paying their respects to the Duke. With Duke Mace taking his seat at the head of the table, the banquet officially commenced. Young, beautiful maidens flitted between the long tables like butterflies, presenting an array of delectable dishes: salmon salad, roasted venison leg, pan-seared lamprey, creamy chestnut soup, honey pine nut cake. freshly picked strawberries, and even golden shrimp, a rarity on noble tables, all of which made Samwell's appetite stir with anticipation. The banquet was ostensibly held to commemorate Samwell's ascension as a frontier knight. However, Duke Mace could hardly conceal his disdain for this eldest scion of the Tully family. After hastily introducing Sam, he promptly diverted the conversation elsewhere. It was common knowledge among the attendees that Samwell's elevation to knight was merely a ploy by Count Landau to procure an alternative heir, and no one truly believed that this notorious wastrel from Riverrun could carve out new territories. In light of such idle chatter, Samwell chose to remain resolutely indifferent, focusing instead on his meal. Yet, as he cracked open a golden-tailed shrimp and savored the succulent meat, he was suddenly struck with astonishment. To his surprise, he discovered that his strength attribute had increased by 0.01. Could consuming food actually enhance his attributes? Such a fortuitous occurrence. In his excitement, Samwell swiftly devoured the remainder of the feast. However, his attributes did not continue to rise. After sipping some wine and pondering for a moment, an epiphany dawned upon him. He summoned the maid behind him and requested, "Could you kindly bring me another serving of golden-tailed shrimp?" The maid, suppressing a laugh at the sight of the rotund knight, nodded and replied, "Certainly, please hold on for a moment." When the second serving of golden-tailed shrimp was presented before him, Samwell eagerly consumed it. Indeed, his strength once again surged by 0.01. It appeared that this golden-tailed shrimp truly possessed the ability to augment his strength. In a state of sheer elation, he called for the maid once more, disregarding the derisive glances from the surrounding guests, and ordered yet another portion. He was acutely aware that such exquisite delicacies were exceedingly rare. Once he left the Duke's estate, procuring them would necessitate a hefty expenditure, if they could be found at all. Thus, he felt no qualms about disregarding the decorum of the banquet or the dignity of nobility, especially since he had long lost any semblance of face among the aristocracy of Riverrun. "Sam, is the golden-tailed shrimp truly that delectable?" He wiped his mouth with a napkin and rose to bow, responding, "Indeed, Your Grace, this is the most exquisite dish I have ever had the pleasure of tasting. I beg your pardon for my momentary lapse in decorum." Faced with Samwell's brazen demeanor and effusive praise, Duke Mace found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Lest he appear excessively stingy, "Then by all means, indulge yourself, but do not overindulge. I fear you may struggle to mount your steed tomorrow," he chuckled, seemingly pleased with his jibe, resembling a pumpkin at a harvest festival. Laughter erupted among the guests, filling the banquet hall with a buoyant atmosphere. Samwell, seemingly oblivious to the mockery, expressed his gratitude for the Duke's generosity and then turned to the maid, saying, "Another serving of golden-tailed shrimp, please." "Thank you." After all, having already been the subject of their laughter, he thought, why should he deprive himself of such a delight? However, at that moment, the butler approached. His expression troubled as he spoke. "I sincerely apologize, my lord, but we have exhausted our supply of golden-tailed shrimp." Samwell suspected that the butler was simply reluctant to serve him, yet he could only shrug in resignation and acquiesce. Duke Mace suddenly broke into laughter. "Sam, there should still be plenty of venison in the kitchen. Would you care for some? Who desires venison?" Samwell was prepared to politely decline when he heard Duke Mace's mother, the Thorn Queen, Olenna Redwine, interject. "I have never been fond of shellfish, Sam. If you do not mind, you may have my portion." Samwell gazed in astonishment at the elderly lady with silver hair and a diminutive stature, pondering why this notoriously acerbic Thorn Queen would display such kindness towards him today. He questioned whether he was truly a dashing young man or possessed anything worthy of her scheming. Nevertheless, outwardly, Samwell feigned honor, smiling as he bowed. "How could I ever disdain the gracious offering of Lady Olenna? Good, good. A fine knight must first possess a hearty appetite." "Take it," Olenna replied, beaming. As a maid prepared to step forward, Olenna discreetly signaled her granddaughter, Margaery. Margaery immediately understood and, to Samwell's surprise, personally lifted the golden shrimp from before Olenna. Approaching him, though she too was puzzled by her grandmother's unusual favor towards Samwell, the astute young lady suppressed her curiosity, deftly cooperating with her grandmother in this endeavor to win him over. Samwell, taken aback by the unexpected attention, quickly rose to express his gratitude. The Duchess's daughter was adorned in a flowing gown of pure white satin, her figure impeccably proportioned, the fitted dress accentuating every curve and weaving an entrancing silhouette. Elaborate gilded headpieces, a sapphire necklace resting upon her chest, and layers of silk chiffon creating a cascading skirt all exuded an aura of unparalleled opulence. Just a glance was enough to evoke a sense of distant social stratification, making one feel unworthy. Yet now, The most beautiful rose of the court personally brought a meal to a mere jester like Samwell. This scene left the guests in the hall speechless, particularly the young male attendees, whose gazes radiated an invisible fire, almost scorching Samwell. However, confronted with the proximity of such a beautiful maiden, Samwell felt an overwhelming sense of caution. Of course, he outwardly displayed the nervousness and anxiety expected of a timid youth in the presence of a duke's daughter, desperately concealing his surprise. Olenna observed Samwell's flustered demeanor under her granddaughter's charm, her lips curling into a slight smile. Sam, where do you intend to venture forth? Do you have a goal in mind? Esteemed Lady Olenna, I have yet to decide. Since you have not settled on a goal, I have a suggestion. Samwell's alertness heightened at her words. It is often said that the gifts of fate are secretly priced, and it was evident that the Thorn Queen's offering would not come without cost. However, having already accepted the golden shrimp and being on her territory, Samwell dared not refuse. Replying, "Please, do share." Olenna shook her head, teasingly withholding her proposition. "We shall not discuss serious matters at the feast. How about this? Tomorrow, come to find me, and we shall converse in detail." "Very well, my lady." The funding was settled, and thus it was delivered. Early the next morning, at the gates of Highgarden, Count Lannister intercepted his eldest son. Samuel halted in his tracks, smiling as he said, "Father, brother, take care on your journey." Dickon stepped forward and enveloped Samuel in a bear hug, exclaiming, "Brother, do remember to visit me often at Hornhill." Recalling his father's warning against returning, Samuel's lips twitched, and he could only offer a perfunctory nod to his brother. Count Lannister instructed Dickon and the guards to depart first, choosing to remain behind. Samuel recognized this as a cue that his father had more to say. Sure enough, after a brief silence, Count Lannister spoke, "Beware of the women of House Tyrell." Samuel was taken aback by the remark. Before he could respond, Count Lannister continued, "They are astute, yet often fail to recognize their own positions." With that, Count Lannister provided no further elaboration and turned to leave. Samuel watched his father's retreating figure, lost in thought. In truth, he had not paid much attention to Count Lannister while watching the series, merely recalling his prowess in battle. However, after this interaction, Samuel began to realize that the Lord of Hornhill concealed many layers. This man shunned the machinations of intrigue and refrained from contesting the Iron Throne, seemingly content as a loyal and formidable enforcer of House Tyrell. Yet, upon reflection, Samuel recalled that this unassuming Count Lannister later ascended quietly into the cabinet, becoming the kingdom's Minister of Justice. A man of such caliber could not merely be a master of warfare. His earlier caution was undoubtedly inspired by the words of Queen Olenna, the Queen of Thorns, at last night's banquet. Although Count Lannister had relinquished his claim on his eldest son, he still wished to protect him from being manipulated by the women of House Tyrell. In truth, Samuel would have been vigilant even without his father's warning. He was acutely aware that the men of House Tyrell were politically mediocre, while the women, particularly Queen Olenna and the Rose of Highgarden, Margaery, were high-stakes players in this game of power. Their approach toward him undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. Nonetheless, Samuel felt little anxiety. After all, he was well-versed in the unfolding narrative and thoroughly understood the temperament and ambitions of the women of House Tyrell. Conversely, they believed Samuel to be a weakling, rejected by his own father. This disparity in perception presented him with an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Samuel composed himself and returned to the castle. Guided by a maid, he arrived at a courtyard where Queen Olenna awaited him. Upon entering, he noticed Margaery was also present. The Rose of Highgarden stood amidst a cluster of blooming roses, her fair, slender hand cradling a freshly cut golden rose, which she was placing into a nearly completed basket. At this moment, Margaery's expression was one of intense focus. Her elegantly straight nose and slightly pursed red lips conveyed an air of serene beauty. Even though she stood in a corner of the courtyard, she seemed to be its very heart. Upon hearing Samwell's footsteps, Margaery turned and smiled radiantly, then lifted a basket of flowers to greet him. "Sam, what do you think of this flower basket?" "It's for you, my knight." Samwell promptly accepted it, bowing his head in gratitude, seemingly too shy to meet the girl's gaze. Following Margaery, Samwell entered the pavilion in the courtyard. Olenna was sipping honeyflower tea within, her face alight with a smile as she looked at Samwell and extended her hand. "Please, sit down, young knight." Samwell approached and bowed before taking a seat across from Olenna. "Esteemed Lady Olenna, may I inquire what brings you to seek my counsel?" "Indeed, it pertains to the direction of your expansion. If you have yet to ascertain a goal, you might consider my suggestions. Please, do share." Olenna unfurled a pre-prepared map, laying it upon the table before drawing a circle on it. "I propose you explore this area." Samwell leaned in, his gaze fixed on the location Olenna indicated. which lay in the southern part of the river bend, at the western foothills of the Crimson Mountains, near the mouth of the Torrent River. Madam, may I ask why you suggest I venture here? Olenna took a delicate sip of her tea and replied with a smile. The uncharted territories within Riverbend primarily reside in the Crimson Mountains. The area I have marked is close to the mouth of the Torrent River, which would facilitate your future maritime trade endeavors. Samwell nodded, yet a hint of hesitation lingered. However, madam, the Crimson Mountains are predominantly high and rugged. It may be impractical to establish a castle there. Olenna smiled gently. Have you forgotten the locations of Castle Kalich and Eagle's Nest? While constructing a stronghold in the mountains is challenging, once established, it offers strategic advantages for defense. Furthermore, the Crimson Mountains are inhabited by numerous free folk who harbor animosity towards the nobility of Riverbend and refuse to become our subjects. If you were to gain their support, you would not need to worry about the population of your domain. Samwell understood that the free folk Olenna referred to were, in fact, the wild inhabitants of the Crimson Mountains, descendants of the Undulls and the First Men, characterized by their dark skin and diminutive stature. They shun the yoke of lordship, taking refuge in the vast expanses of the mountains, forming primitive tribes that survive through foraging and hunting, often descending to raid the nearby villages and towns. The lords of Riverbend had made numerous attempts to eradicate these wild folk, but all had ended in failure. The mountains were simply too vast. Once the lords' armies withdrew, the wild folk would emerge to plunder once more, becoming a persistent nuisance. These adversaries were among the greatest obstacles Samwell faced in his expansion efforts. Yet, according to Lady Olenna, if Samwell could conquer these wild folk, they would emerge as the most significant source of population for his new territory. Samwell awkwardly scratched the back of his head, adopting a timid demeanor. But my lady, I fear that upon arrival, I shall be torn to shreds by the savage tribes of the Red Mountains before I even find my footing. The Tarly family has always produced exceptional warriors. I trust you will not let me down. Without allowing Samwell to interject, Olenna immediately continued. Rest assured, the Tyrell family has long harbored intentions to address those wild men. Therefore, should you accept my proposal, I shall select 100 soldiers from the family's guard to accompany you on your expedition. Samwell's eyes brightened instantly, swallowing back his initial refusal. In truth, upon seeing the location Olenna had indicated, he had begun to form a preliminary understanding of the Thorned Queen's intentions. She sought to utilize him, to control him, yet Samwell too harbored hopes of harnessing the Tyrell family's strength to expand his territory. Those 100 soldiers were of utmost significance to him. Indeed, a few more would be even better. Thus, Samwell continued to hunch his shoulders, hesitantly stammering, my lady. Might 100 soldiers be a tad insufficient? Insufficient? Olenna replied somewhat impatiently. In the distant age of heroes, when the Greenhand Garce ventured to the arbor, he had far fewer than 100. Margaery, observing the exchange, chimed in with a smile. Sam, I have every faith in your abilities to carve out a domain here. How about this? I shall contribute some of my savings to support you. With that, Margaery produced a deep green purse and stuffed it into Samwell's embrace. Feeling the weight of the purse, Samwell's countenance transformed into one of overwhelming encouragement as he patted his chest, vowing to not disappoint Lady Olenna and Miss Margaery. Satisfied, Olenna smiled broadly and, in her delight, instructed the steward to prepare 5 golden shrimp for Samwell to take with him. Naturally, Samwell accepted without hesitation, promptly accepting the offering. Once Samwell departed, Margaery settled beside her grandmother, affectionately wrapping her arm around hers, and inquired, Grandmother, why do you wish for Sam to venture there to expand? Since you are unaware of my intentions, why would you invest your own savings? Margaery playfully shook her grandmother's arm, saying, Isn't it my duty to assist you in realizing your plans? The reason behind the scheme is of little consequence. In any case, following your lead is surely the right course. Little rascal, Olenna chuckled, playfully tapping her granddaughter's nose. Now, why don't you take a guess at my intentions? Margaery's gaze swept over the map. It must be for Dorne? Clever, Olenna acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. But why not send a valiant knight to undertake the expansion rather than someone like Samwell? Though it is indeed a significant position, it is also a barren land with little yield, beset by wild men, and in proximity to Dorne. Conventional methods of expansion would struggle to establish a domain there. Therefore, I require the name of this Tarly disowned son to employ some less than honorable tactics, Olenna explained somewhat vaguely. Marguerite furrowed her delicate brow. But grandmother, is it truly appropriate to manipulate the Tully family in such a manner? Olenna gazed out at the lush courtyard beyond the pavilion, and after a moment's contemplation, she sighed. The more exquisite the rose, the sharper its thorns must be. If I do not take action, Should I rely on your foolish father to do so? Recruitment, esteemed Lord Caesar, Ser Torter, on behalf of Lady Olenna, offers his services to you. Samwell observed the knight bowing before him. Accompanied by 100 soldiers of House Tully, his astonishment evident. He had initially assumed that the 100 soldiers Olenna spoke of would merely be conscripts, farmers who had just set down their plows to grasp swords. Yet, the synchronized movements and the fierce, bloodthirsty demeanor of these men clearly indicated they were regular troops of House Tully. Moreover, they were fully equipped with leather armor, longswords, shields, polearms, and bows. Such a formidable contingent of infantry could easily sweep through a small lordship in barren lands, and Olenna had entrusted this to him? Samwell suddenly realized he may have underestimated the resolve and ambition of the Thorn Queen. She was no mere puppet to be easily controlled. As he observed the elite soldiers of House Tully, Samwell's eager anticipation was palpable. He intended to demonstrate to the women of House Tully the true meaning of being outmaneuvered. Regaining his composure, Samwell scrutinized the leader of the soldiers, Ser Torter. The man appeared to be in his 30s, tall and weathered, with the most striking feature being a horrific scar that stretched from his left ear to the corner of his mouth. However, what captured Samwell's attention was the surname. Torter. In the 7 kingdoms of Westeros, each region had its own customary surnames for bastards. For instance, in the north, they bore the name Snow, in the Riverlands, Rivers, and in Dorne, Sand. In the Reach, however, bastards of noble blood typically bore the surname Flowers. In Westeros, bastards were not eternally relegated to a lower status. With a royal decree, they could be legitimized and gain inheritance rights, only slightly inferior to those of legitimate offspring. Numerous bastards had even influenced the continent's fate, such as the former Lord of Blood Ravens, Brynden Rivers, and Jon Snow, who was destined to become a key player in the unfolding narrative. Thus, Samwell was intrigued to discern which noble of the Reach this Ser Torter might be descended from. Noting Samwell's silence, Torter raised his head and inquired, "Lord Caesar, we are prepared. Shall we depart immediately?" Samwell chuckled, "Patience, I require additional manpower." Torter frowned, "You wish to recruit more?" "Indeed," Samwell replied, feigning trepidation. "The region around the Red Mountains is rife with beasts and unruly savages. Naturally, I must bring more men." Torter inwardly cursed the useless heir of House Tully, but could only follow along resignedly as they made their way into the city. After walking for a while, Todd sensed something amiss and inquired, "My lord, are we not heading to the mercenary camp?" "No," Samwell replied curtly, offering no further explanation as he continued on his path. Before long, the group arrived at the docks by the Mand River. It was midday, and the heat was oppressive, causing most of the dockworkers to seek refuge in the shade. Samwell instructed Todd beside him, "Send some men to inform these workers that I, Samwell Caesar, am on a mission from Duke Mace to venture into the Crimson Mountains. Those willing to join me may come forward to enlist. I shall provide them with food and drink, including a daily portion of meat, and a monthly pay of 3 silver deer. In the unfortunate event of death in battle, their families will receive a compensation of 1 golden dragon." Todd hesitated momentarily, but reminded him, "My lord, do you think you are being a bit too generous with these people?" Samwell waved his hand dismissively, exuding an air of affluence. "A generous lord can summon valiant soldiers. Proceed as I have instructed." "Yes, my lord." Soon, the news of Samwell's recruitment for the expedition to the Crimson Mountains spread throughout the docks. A daily portion of meat, 3 silver deer a month, and a golden dragon for the families of the fallen? Is this truly the case? You are certain you heard correctly? Indeed, the word has spread across the entire dock. Could it be a scam? Gavin furrowed his brow. Which family does Caesar belong to? I've never heard of them. Do you know all the lords of Riverbend? A companion scoffed. And how could it possibly be a scam? There are hundreds of formidable soldiers standing right there. If you don't believe it, go see for yourself. Gavin, no longer hesitating, immediately joined the crowd rushing over. Clearly, such advantageous terms were enough to drive these common folk into a frenzy. They would dare to face even the most perilous of challenges, let alone the Crimson Mountains. Samwell stood atop a rise, surveying the throng before him, and bellowed, "I am Samwell Caesar, the newly appointed Knight of Exploration by Duke Mace. Today, I seek to recruit a band of soldiers to accompany me to the Crimson Mountains to claim new territories. However, not everyone will be selected. I have several requirements. First, those over the age of 35 or under 18 need not apply." Upon hearing this, many faces fell in disappointment, prompting them to leave. Though the crowd thinned somewhat, there were still thousands remaining. Samwell pointed towards a distant lighthouse and declared, "Now, race to that lighthouse as swiftly as you can and return." Many stood frozen at his command, But the more astute individuals quickly recognized this as a means of selection and took off running. Samwell observed quietly, and when the first group of the fastest returned, he instructed Todd to inform the remaining individuals that they had been eliminated. Afterward, Samwell roughly counted the number of individuals before him and realized there were still too many. He could not afford to sustain a large contingent of soldiers, especially since these individuals were subjects of House Tiller. In principle, he should first seek Duke Mace's permission before recruiting. However, he was reluctant to meet the obviously disapproving nobleman, fearing rejection. Thus, he resolved to conscript around 100 able-bodied men, a number small enough that even if Duke Mace learned of it, he would likely not bother to contest. Consequently, Samwell ascended a prominent rise and raised his sword before him, commanding the remaining laborers to line up and pass beneath the blade. As they bowed their heads and traversed, he would inform them, "You have been conscripted." For those who stood upright and could not reach the sword, he simply shook his head, stating, "I'm sorry, you have been eliminated." Gavin observed from the sidelines and quickly discerned that the nobleman intended to use height as a criterion for selecting soldiers, stirring unease within him. Once the last of the previous candidates had passed, he steeled himself and prepared to step forward. As he approached the looming sword, despair began to envelop him. He realized he was indeed too short. Yet, at the moment he reached the sword, Gavin suddenly rose onto his tiptoes, closing his eyes. Even aware that his small act might be ruthlessly exposed, he disregarded it, unwilling to concede defeat. Hailing from the slums, he had always yearned to serve as a squire to a knight, yet how could a nobleman possibly notice a lowly peasant without a surname? Hearing of a knight seeking to explore new territories reignited his hope. He understood that while the endeavor would be arduous, success would herald the rise of new nobility. Though he dared not dream of becoming a nobleman himself, he merely aspired to be noticed by a newly minted knight and become his squire. Yet now, that dream seemed on the brink of shattering once more. Gavin held his breath, awaiting the judgment of fate. Strangely, however, the nobleman's voice did not sound. He dared not turn to look, yet unwilling to abandon his hopes, he remained on tiptoes. Time passed slowly. His legs began to tremble, his face flushed, beads of sweat cascading down, yet he stubbornly persisted. Samwell, of course, perceived the boy's attempt to cheat, yet he refrained from disqualifying him, seemingly curious to see how long he could maintain his stance. The afternoon sun was particularly harsh, and the sweat that dripped down evaporated before it could even saturate the ground. Samwell, merely standing, began to feel the ache in his legs. Yet the young man before him continued to endure. He trembled, on the verge of collapse, yet he remained steadfast. Just as Gavin began to lose consciousness, a voice like a celestial melody finally resonated. "Very well, you have been conscripted." With a thud, Gavin fell to his knees, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. Then he beheld the nobleman crouching before him, a gentle smile adorning his round face. "Boy, what is your name?" I, my lord, I am called Gavin." "Well, Gavin, from this day forth, you shall tend to my horse." Tears streamed down Gavin's face in an instant. "Yes, my lord." "Dear Miss Margaery Tyrell, I apologize for intruding upon your time with these trivial matters, yet considering your role as the benefactor of this expedition, I feel compelled to update you on our recent developments. After our parting, I encountered Ser Todd Fleur and 100 valiant soldiers of House Tyrell, who are indeed exceptional warriors. Please convey my heartfelt gratitude to Lady Olenna on my behalf. Additionally, I have mustered 108 dock workers, who I believe will significantly contribute to our undertaking." After a day's halt at Highgarden to prepare provisions and gear, we set forth. Following the Rose Road southward, we journeyed for approximately a month, arriving near Honeycomb City, where we intend to rest before continuing our descent from the Rose Road. However, we have encountered some difficulties. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but this indeed stems from my oversight. I had not anticipated that marching with over 200 individuals would deplete our resources so rapidly, especially with the newly recruited soldiers, to whom I promised a daily meat ration. I find myself on the brink of financial ruin before even reaching the Crimson Mountains. After considerable deliberation, I have resolved to be candid with you and humbly seek your assistance. I am aware that this request may be excessive, and should you decline, I shall harbor no resentment. My only concern is that our expedition may come to an untimely end. Yours faithfully, Ser Samwell Tarly, in a garden adorned with blooming roses. Margaery sat upon a swing chair, her chestnut curls dancing in the breeze. Her delicate features bore a slight frown, evoking a sense of endearment as she perused the letter. "What is it? Which knight's correspondence has our little princess so troubled?" inquired a young man seated in a wheelchair, his beard framing a lean face, exuding a composed demeanor. This was Vallarii Tyrell, the eldest son of House Tyrell and heir to Highgarden. It is not as you imagine, brother, Margaery replied as she leapt from the swing, handing the letter to Velarii while pouting her rosy lips. It's that Samwell Tarly from House Tarly. He dares to write to me asking for money. And to think it has taken him this long to reach Honeycomb City. Has he been sightseeing all the way, Samwell? Ah, I remember that lad, Velarii said, an unmistakable smile gracing his features as he glanced at the letter. The knight with a penchant for golden shrimp. You actually chose to fund him? Only to comply with grandmother's wishes, Margaery shrugged. In truth, I am not entirely aware of her specific plans, only that it likely pertains to Dorne. Dorne. Velarii unconsciously lowered his gaze to his own injured leg. Dorne lies at the southernmost edge of Westeros, separated from the Reach by the Crimson Mountains. Historically, neighbors have often been embroiled in strife, and the conflict between Dorne and the Reach has persisted for over a millennium. It is said that the Crimson Mountains were once verdant, stained red by the blood of fallen warriors over countless battles. Velarai's leg, too, bore the scars of this animosity, having been shattered by Prince Oberyn Martell of Dorne during a tournament, further intensifying the enmity between House Tyrell and House Martell. Marguerite, noticing her brother's despondency, hurriedly took his hand and comforted him, saying, "Do not worry, brother. We shall ensure that the Martell family pays for their transgressions." Velis, however, smiled with a sense of relief and shook his head, responding, "In truth, I do not harbor any resentment towards him. Really, he legitimately bested me in the tournament. I have no grievances. You may find it hard to believe, but we have continued to correspond. Just the other day, that rascal Oberon shared with me a splendid recipe for cooking horse meat. I must inform the kitchen at once. We shall experiment with this new dish tonight." Haha. Velis returned the letter to his sister and added, "As for the request from this pioneering knight, you may decide whether to continue the sponsorship. If funds are insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me." Marguerite was uncertain whether her brother's ease was genuine or a fade, yet she chose not to pursue the topic further. After accepting the letter, she sighed in resignation. Alas, we must indeed continue the sponsorship. We cannot allow him to return in such a dejected manner. Very well, how much is needed? 500? No, 300 gold dragons. Humph. This time I shall write to that rotund fellow and advise him to be frugal. Frugal? Do you think I lack funds? In the face of the extravagant Samwell, Gavin wore a troubled expression, stating, "But, my lord, the procurement funds you previously allocated are nearly depleted." "So soon?" Samwell responded with surprise, though his demeanor remained unperturbed. Gavin, noticing this, felt somewhat reassured, yet he earnestly advised, "My lord, you truly need not be so generous with us. While you promised a daily meat ration, we would suffice with mere broth. Providing us with 20 pounds of meat daily is excessively lavish. How can we train effectively without sufficient sustenance?" Samwell retorted with conviction. "As for the finances, you need not concern yourself. I am not lacking in coin." Despite his helplessness, Gavin felt a warmth in his heart. "My lord, you are the most magnanimous knight I have ever encountered." Samwell, unburdened by any sense of guilt, graciously accepted Gavin's praise and bestowed upon him additional gold dragons, laughing. "Very well, go procure supplies in the market. Be sure to seek out any ingredients we have yet to purchase, regardless of cost. Bring back a portion of each." "Yes, my lord." In truth, Samwell's generosity was not feigned. Although his exploration funds were indeed dwindling, he was confident that the Tillier family would not allow him to return empty-handed. After all, they had dispatched 100 elite soldiers. Surely they would not hesitate to invest a little more. Samwell was well aware of Lady Alina's ulterior motives towards him. Yet he understood that manipulation is a reciprocal endeavor. Until the other party achieved their goals, he was, in fact, the one holding the advantage. After sending Gavin on his way, Samwell approached the front of the camp and commanded, "Very well, let us commence today's military training." He then sounded the assembly horn. In an instant, over 100 newly recruited soldiers burst forth from the tents, forming orderly ranks in the open space. To be candid, Samwell felt utterly uncertain about how to train the troops. The sole relevant experience surprisingly stems from the military training during the protagonist's past university days. The original owner was indeed compelled by his father to undergo considerable military education, yet these memories are not intrinsically his own. Although they have been inherited following his transmigration, they fail to amalgamate seamlessly, akin to scattered shells upon a shore that require meticulous effort to gather and organize. Thus, since the decision to venture forth was made, Samuel has diligently begun to compile the military knowledge embedded in the original owner's memories, amalgamating it with fragmented modern military theories gleaned from various films and novels. alongside his own experiences managing dozens of employees in his previous life. Through continual practice and refinement, he gradually developed a training methodology uniquely his own. As for its efficacy, Samwell remains uncertain, given the absence of practical combat validation. Unbeknownst to him, however, the training methods he has so painstakingly devised will leave Todd, who has been observing from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Initially, upon witnessing Samwell's call for new recruits, Todd was prepared to revel in the other's misfortune. He presumed that having someone as infamous as Samwell from the Bay Area conduct training would likely result in the complete desertion of the over 100 recruits before they even reached the frontier. Yet, the reality proved entirely contrary to his expectations. Not only did not a single recruit flee, but they also exhibited increasing orderliness, and within a mere month, they had begun to resemble a proper military unit, so much so that few would doubt their status as regular troops. Todd's initial indifference gradually transformed into earnest attention. He found himself covertly observing every training session. The peculiar training methods both astonished and instilled a measure of fear within him. Could this truly be the wastrel firstborn of the Tarly family? If the Earl of Landor holds such a son in disdain, how formidable must the heir he truly values be? Todd discerned that Samwell had initially been somewhat awkward, but as time progressed, he grew increasingly adept and confident. And the transformation in the demeanor and appearance of the recruits became undeniably profound. Of course, Todd understood that this group of recruits was still merely a fade. Their combat capabilities were nowhere near that of a regular army. Nevertheless, the framework Samwell had erected in a mere month was something Todd doubted he could achieve himself. It's merely due to their daily meat rations that they exhibit such vitality, Todd remarked, turning to see his attendant Carter, who was observing with a hint of envy. Given ample meat in a month's time, could you train 100 dockworkers to this extent? Faced with Todd's inquiry, Carter hesitated, unable to provide a definitive answer. Having trained hastily assembled recruits himself, he was acutely aware of the challenges involved. Yet, after a moment, he defiantly retorted, "So what? They remain utterly fragile. Give me 6 or 7 brothers, and with a single charge, I could scatter this motley crew." To such remarks, Todd found himself disinclined to engage in rebuttal. He vividly recalls the moment when Samwell first summoned this group of recruits, and Carter, with a look of disdain, proclaimed that clad in armor and wielding a sword, he alone could scatter 100 men. Yet, merely a month later, he found himself in need of 6 or 7 comrades to assist him. It remains uncertain how many regular troops Carter will require to confidently vanquish this cadre of recruits when they reach the Crimson Mountains. To be frank, Todd yearned to seek Samwell's guidance on training methods, but fearing that this might be a closely guarded secret of the Tarly family, he could only observe discreetly from the sidelines. While covertly learning, Todd also noticed another peculiar detail. Samwell's physical condition appeared to be improving at an extraordinary pace. When they departed from the Eyrie, Samwell was a hefty man who struggled even to mount a horse. Yet, after a month, although he still bore considerable weight, he was no longer as unwieldy as before. Initially, during military training, Samwell primarily directed the recruits and occasionally participated, but he quickly became fatigued. However, astonishingly, he was now able to endure the entirety of the training alongside these new soldiers, a remarkable advancement indeed. This only strengthened Todd's conviction that Samwell's reputation as a wastrel was feigned, and that the bulk he carried was deliberately cultivated. He was merely undergoing a rehabilitation regimen, which accounted for such rapid improvement. Contemplating this, Todd's expression grew increasingly somber. The training for the recruits did not conclude until noon. This had become a customary practice established by Samwell during their journey. Half a day of training in the morning, followed by a 2-hour meal and rest period at noon, before leisurely setting off, camping after dusk, and continuing night exercises after a hearty meal and brief respite. Consequently, a month had elapsed, and they had barely covered half the total distance. Todd had proposed accelerating their pace several times, but Samwell had consistently rebuffed him. This timid pioneer knight insisted on transforming these recruits into competent warriors. Otherwise, they would not venture into the Crimson Mountains. "I believe he is simply afraid to forge ahead, which is why we are dawdling along," Carter lamented to Todd, adding that when he ran out of funds, he would have a valid excuse to abandon this endeavor. Indeed, a quintessential example of the Tarly family's cowardice. Todd remained silent. "What else can I do?" he retorted tersely. "Should I threaten him with my sword to make him move?" Carter lowered his voice. "That is not entirely out of the question." Todd turned back, narrowing his eyes at his attendant. Carter cleared his throat and clarified. "What I mean is, we could intimidate the rotund fellow into compliance." Todd averted his gaze, lowering his head in contemplation. He neither affirmed nor dismissed his attendant's suggestion. Wisps of smoke began to rise from the camp, accompanied by the rich aroma of meat wafting through the air. The newly trained recruits, seated on the ground, though fatigued, wore expressions of joy. After all, who wouldn't be happy with a meal to enjoy? In truth, the experiences of the past month had rendered this expedition feel somewhat surreal. What was expected to be an arduous journey of exploration had transformed into one of the happiest episodes of their lives. Certainly, the daily training is arduous, yet these individuals, being dockworkers, have long since acclimatized to the rigors of labor. Moreover, the prospect of feasting on meat each day renders their toil worthwhile. They increasingly perceive that accompanying the venerable Caesar on this venture is perhaps the most sagacious decision of their lives. Unbeknownst to them, however, Caesar is currently beset by concerns. His worries are not rooted in financial matters, although his funds for the expedition are indeed dwindling. He is confident that the Tillier family would not idly stand by as his endeavor falters. Having dispatched 100 elite soldiers, they surely would not hesitate to part with a modest sum of gold. What truly troubles Samwell, however, is the state of his attributes. Over the course of the past month, his attributes have undergone significant alterations. Samwell Caesar title, Pioneer Knight Domain, none vassals, none strength, 102 agility, 073 spirit, 112. Both strength and agility have seen considerable enhancement, particularly strength, which has surged rapidly with the aid of golden shrimp. Of course, this has come at a considerable cost. His financial troubles stem partly from the daily provision of meat for the new recruits, but equally due to his own insatiable appetite. As for the golden shrimp, he spares no expense in acquiring them whenever they are available, regardless of the price. Furthermore, upon arriving in each town, Samwell instructs Gavin to scour for various foods, hoping to discover items akin to golden shrimp that can augment his attributes. Alas, his efforts have yielded naught. Samwell has sampled an array of peculiar delicacies along his journey, enduring even the most unpalatable dishes such as snails, lizards, and silkworm pupae, yet none have proven effective. To compound his frustration, he has realized that once his strength attribute surpassed 100, the effectiveness of the golden shrimp was halved. Indeed, he recalls with clarity that upon consuming his first golden shrimp after reaching a strength of 100, he felt no effect whatsoever until he ingested a second, which elevated him to 101. The additional 0.01 in strength was merely the fruit of 3 arduous days of military training. This revelation has left Samwell disheartened, and it is predictable that as his strength continues to grow, the benefits derived from golden shrimp will likely diminish further. In contrast, his agility, though lacking in enhancement from any contraband food, has increased quite swiftly. This is likely due to a low starting point, which facilitates growth, and perhaps also a side effect of his strength augmentation. After all, it stands to reason that increased strength would naturally enhance speed to some degree. Additionally, his successful weight loss program has undoubtedly contributed to his newfound agility. However, as his agility approaches the 100 mark, it is inevitable that its progression will become as arduous as that of strength. Regarding his spirit attribute, there has been no change whatsoever over the past month. Nevertheless, Samwell is in no rush to enhance his spirit, for Daniela's 3 dragons have yet to hatch, and the mysteries of this world remain dormant. Thus, any enhancement to his spirit at this juncture would likely yield little benefit. Currently, the enhancement of strength and agility attributes significantly contributes to his prowess. With this thought in mind, Samwell muttered to himself, "I am a relentless consuming machine," as he numbly stuffed various bizarre foods procured by Gavin into his mouth. As an array of peculiar flavors surged within him, Samwell's expression morphed into one of utter disillusionment. However, not long after, his eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. "Gavin, my lord, do you require my presence? What is the name of this herb?" Samwell inquired eagerly, holding a silvery white wild grass in his hand. He had just realized that upon consuming this herb, his mental attribute had inexplicably increased by 0.01. Although it was not the strength and agility he yearned for, discovering food that could enhance his mental prowess was an opportunity Samwell could not overlook. "My lord, this is called phantom grass." "Master, are we not setting off yet?" "Wait. I sent Gavin to the town for supplies. Did he not just go this morning?" "He did not bring enough money this morning, hence the need for another trip," Samwell casually replied, then continued to gaze in the direction Gavin had departed, filled with anticipation. Todd sighed in resignation and turned to leave, with his back to Samwell. A glimmer of coldness flickered in the illegitimate son's eyes. As dusk approached, Gavin finally returned. "My lord, I scoured the entire market and could only acquire the last 2 stalks of phantom grass. That damned vendor extorted a hefty sum from me, costing 20 silver bucks. As long as you procured them, that is what matters." Samwell quickly accepted the phantom grass, not concerning himself with the expense, but rather inquired, "Did you ask where this herb originates?" "I did." The vendor claimed that phantom grass can only be found in the Crimson Mountains, and it is quite rare and difficult to locate. He purchased it from an adventurer. I even sought out the adventurer, who stated that he obtained these stalks after slaying a savage from the Crow tribe. Crimson Mountains, Crow tribe. Samwell repeated these two names, suppressing the surging desire within him. He then mounted his horse and commanded, "Let us depart." As the night deepened, the camp of the expedition team lay shrouded in silence. Samwell, deep in slumber, felt a sudden chill on his face, jolting him awake. Upon opening his eyes, he was startled to find a figure standing within his tent. "Hush, Lord Caesar. If you wish to avoid having your throat accidentally slit by this sword, refrain from shouting." Samwell took several deep breaths, striving to calm himself. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he finally discerned the face before him. It was none other than Todd's squire, Carter. "Carter, what do you intend to do?" Carter chuckled and replied, "Lord Caesar, I merely wish to discuss something with you." "Speak. Our pace of travel is far too slow. At this rate, when shall we reach the Crimson Mountains? Thus, beginning tomorrow, I implore you to cease the futile training of those inexperienced recruits and swiftly advance towards the Crimson Mountains. Once there, you need not fret over the presence of savages or beasts. Our band of over 100 brothers will undoubtedly ensure your safety." Samwell, with a sullen expression, queried, "Was it Todd Vorha who sent you?" Carter did not respond, but instead tapped the flat of his sword against Samwell's face, stating, "My Lord Caesar, do you concur with my proposal or not?" Samwell retorted coldly, "Do you not comprehend the gravity of threatening a noble with a sword as a commoner?" "Noble?" Carter scoffed. "I only know that you are a discarded wretch of your family, yet I still possess noble blood, being a knight granted the title of a pioneer by the Duke of Mace. Do you dare to slay me? Sir Knight, have you forgotten? We are no longer within the confines of a castle, but rather in the wilderness. If I were to kill you and proclaim that you fell victim to the wild men of the Crimson Mountains, would the Tarly family dispatch anyone to investigate?" Samwell fell silent. After a moment, he appeared to relent, muttering, "Very well, training will cease from tomorrow, and we shall proceed at full speed." "That is more like it," Carter replied with a smile as he sheathed his sword. "I have discerned over these days that you are not as foolish as the rumors suggest. Thus you should comprehend that we are your safeguard here. As for those recruits, should matters escalate, they would be no match for our charge. Therefore, it would be wise for you to comply, ensuring our future coexistence is harmonious." Samwell bowed his head in silence, his expression obscured by the darkness. Carter, indifferent to his state, bowed slightly and said, "Then, good night, esteemed knight." With that, he turned and exited the tent, leaving Samwell to sit in contemplation, unable to find rest. Though the recruits were perplexed, they dared not question his orders. The following day unfolded in a similar manner. For 3 consecutive days, the pace of the pioneering group surged, arriving at the upper reaches of the Honeywine River. On the 4th night, as all in the camp had succumbed to slumber, only Carter and 3 soldiers remained on watch. "My lord, at this rate, we shall soon reach our destination, shall we not?" "Indeed, we should arrive in approximately 2 to 3 weeks." Carter perched upon a large stone at the camp's periphery, chewing on a blade of grass. Had it not been for that timid fat knight wasting time, we would have already been fishing by the shores of the summer sea. Why has that rotund knight suddenly ceased training the recruits? Does he believe that over a month of training suffices? One of the soldiers queried, evidently perplexed by the recent shift within the ranks. Carter merely pursed his lips, refraining from disclosing the truth. He was not foolish enough to reveal his threat against a noble. "Why concern yourself with such matters? We simply wish to arrive sooner." Carter's words trailed off abruptly as his expression turned grave. "Did you hear that? It seems there is movement in the woods." "Yes, I heard it too. Let us investigate." Carter rose to his feet and, accompanied by his subordinates, ventured forth. The quartet entered the forest, following the direction from which the sounds emanated. Suddenly, Carter halted and instructed one of his men, "Jamie, you should return alone. If we do not return within 10 minutes, immediately awaken Lord Todd." "Understood." Thereafter, Carter continued onward with the other 2 men. "Do not pursue. I suspect our adversary is deliberately luring us." "My lord, should we awaken Lord Todd?" "No need. They are likely merely passing bandits who dare not approach, seeing the size of our camp. Let us return and stand guard, observing whether they will reappear." Before he could finish, the foliage nearby rustled, as though something was darting among the underbrush. Carter, quick of reflex, hurled his long sword into the thicket. Whoosh! A direct hit. With a confident pat of his hands, he relaxed, believing it to be merely a rabbit. He proceeded to retrieve his sword and the spoils. Yet, After taking only a few steps, he was suddenly seized by an overwhelming pull on his right foot. Swish! His two subordinates, taken aback, turned to witness their commander suspended upside down from a tree. They quickly regained their senses and drew their recently sheathed swords, only to see a dozen figures emerging from the shadows, encircling them. Carter struggled and shouted, "You two imbeciles, come help me cut this rope." Before they could act, a voice emerged from the darkness. "Drop your weapons, or you shall die." Samwell Caesar. Carter instantly recognized the familiar voice and exclaimed, "What do you intend?" Samwell approached, grinning, and replied, "I merely wish for you to answer my question." "What question?" "The question I posed 4 days ago." Samwell seized Carter by the hair and pressed his sword against his throat. What punishment should befall a commoner threatening a noble with a sword? Feeling the cold steel against his skin, Carter finally subdued his arrogance and prepared to concede. "My lord, I was merely jesting." "A jest? The laws of the kingdom are no jest." Observing the unabashed malice in Samwell's eyes, Carter's composure began to wane. Just then, a voice resonated from a distance. "Lord Caesar, please show mercy." "Lord Todd." Upon hearing that familiar voice, Carter's heart surged with hope. "Come save me, Todd Flora." Samwell chuckled as he turned to the shadowy figure rushing toward them, as if greeting an old friend. But simultaneously, his right hand pulled sharply downward. Swoosh! The merciless blade severed Carter's throat. The forest fell into a sudden silence. Carter's agonized gasps echoed eerily, as if someone were attempting to siphon the ocean dry with a slender straw. Soon, his futile struggles ceased in despair, leaving only the sound of blood dripping to the ground. In the next moment, Todd's furious voice rang out once more. "Lord Caesar, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Upon witnessing the scene, Gavin and the others hurried forward, intent on obstructing Todd. Observing Todd's fierce demeanor, Samwell understood that he must not exhibit any signs of fear at this critical moment. Thus, he advanced rather than retreating, exclaiming, "Todd, what are your intentions? Do you dare to draw your sword against me?" Todd, having only partially unsheathed his longsword, abruptly halted. Seizing the moment, Samwell took another step forward and asked, "Are you truly unaware of the reasons behind my desire to eliminate Carter? Do you have the audacity to swear to the Seven that you are completely ignorant of Carter's actions? Lady Olenna summoned you to serve me, and this is how you respond. Come now, draw your sword. Let us engage in a fight to the death tonight." In the face of Samwell's relentless advance, Todd found his initial bravado waning, his sword seemingly stuck within its sheath, never to be drawn. Observing this, Samwell secretly sighed with relief, realizing that the most perilous moment had passed. With Todd's sword remaining sheathed, it seemed unlikely that he would draw it again. As Samwell relaxed, he became acutely aware of his racing heart and the turmoil in his stomach. He concealed his trembling hands behind his back, striving to maintain composure. Though the stakes were high, Carter had to die. Otherwise, he would lose his dominion over the expedition and potentially his very life, an intolerable fate. Todd, too, regained his composure. Yet gazing at Carter's lifeless body, a surge of uncontrollable rage and an unsettling fear he was reluctant to acknowledge welled within him. Over the past month, Todd had come to realize that the so-called useless firstborn of House Tarly was anything but ineffectual. However, he had not anticipated this individual to be so ruthless and decisive. Taking a deep breath, Todd released the hilt of his sword and stated gravely, "My lord, even if Carter was in the wrong, you should not have killed him. Such an act will incite my soldiers' wrath, and in their anger, they may be reluctant to assist you sincerely in expanding your territory. Some irrational individuals might even seek to trouble you, especially considering we are in the wilderness, not within the safety of a castle." Samwell, however, responded with an air of casualness. "What is so difficult about it? Just claim that Carter fell victim to the bandits' trap and met an unfortunate end, and that will suffice." Todd let out a derisive snort and replied, "My lord, as a knight, you ought to understand that honesty is a virtue." "Is it?" Samwell retorted with a smirk. "Then, honest Sir Todd, do enlighten me. What exactly did Lady Olenna send you here for?" Todd fell silent, momentarily taken aback. Samwell continued with a cheerful demeanor, "In truth, even if you remain silent, I can surmise the answer." Todd shot a skeptical glance at Samwell, his eyes filled with disbelief. Samwell approached Todd and whispered a single word in his ear, "Pirate." Observing the sudden widening of Todd's eyes and the rapid acceleration of his breath, Samwell knew he had guessed correctly. "Would you like to know how I arrived at this conclusion?" Todd fixed his gaze upon Samwell, and though he remained silent, his expression betrayed his curiosity. "You must be the illegitimate son of the Redwyne family, am I right?" "Indeed," Todd finally spoke, "my father is Sir Desmond." This revelation was hardly a secret and not difficult to surmise. After all, Lady Olenna, the Thorn Queen, hailed from the Redwyne family of Greenhaven Island. So it was only logical for an illegitimate scion to accompany Samwell on this venture of colonization. With a smile, Samwell remarked, when Lady Olenna tasked me with this exploration, I was left with a significant question. What will sustain this new territory? At this, Todd seemed to grasp the implications. Samwell continued, the land surrounding the Crimson Mountains is barren. It cannot sustain agriculture or livestock, and unlike Castle Black, it lacks precious gold beneath its surface. So, what shall the inhabitants of this new land rely upon for their livelihood? Lady Olenna claimed that this area, being coastal, could engage in trade. What a Na'vi deception that was. What do I possess to trade? Stones. He then observed that the territory designated to him by Lady Olenna was conveniently situated near the mouth of the rushing river. The three territories upstream, Falling Star City, High Hidden City, and Blaemont City, were all under the dominion of the Dornish. Furthermore, it lay close to the southern end of the Redwyne Strait, through which the busiest maritime trade route to Dorne passed. Thus, in proximity to this frontier, one would inevitably encounter Dornish merchant vessels, making it apparent to me what Lady Olenna intended. Upon hearing this, Todd could hardly conceal his alarm. Samwell continued, engrossed in his thoughts. Moreover, I had long suspected your lineage from the Redwyne family of Greenhaven Island, a family renowned for its warships and sailors. I surmise this is a significant reason why Lady Olenna sent you to accompany me on this endeavor. Even more astutely, should this matter come to light, it would be I, the lord of this new territory, who would bear the consequences, thus preserving the reputations of both the Tyrell and Redwyne families. What a clever calculation. Todd bowed his head, seemingly unable to meet Samwell's penetrating gaze. Samwell sighed, patting Todd on the shoulder, and lowered his voice once more. But have you considered? If this truth were to be unveiled, as a knight accompanying me in this venture, even if you were not the principal offender, would you escape unscathed? Would you not be left with a tarnished reputation? Todd remained silent. Samwell spoke again, adopting a solemn tone. Todd finally lifted his head, offering a cold smile. Do we truly have a choice? If we do not take this risk, how shall I ever rise? Oh, do you truly believe you can achieve expansion without the assistance of the Tillier family? It is precisely for this reason that we must strive for earnest collaboration. Samwell attempted to clasp Todd's shoulder, only to be evaded. Todd replied with a dispassionate tone, we are currently cooperating. We are jointly venturing into new territories. You know I do not mean it in that sense. I am aware, yet we have no alternatives. A flicker of anguish crossed Todd's eyes. As you previously analyzed, in this barren land, aside from adhering to Lady Olenna's directives, do we truly have any other viable options? Of course, there is. Todd abruptly raised his gaze, fixated intently on Samwell. What options? A legitimate and lawful path, Samwell replied with an enigmatic smile. If you wish to know, you must first pledge your loyalty to me. Todd scoffed quietly and remained unmoved. Samwell shrugged, unfazed. If Todd were to submit without hesitation, he would indeed question the man's loyalty. After all, he was merely a knight without a domain, and expecting to secure the allegiance of the illegitimate son of Chinting Island with mere words was rather fanciful. His words, including the previous act of eliminating Carter, appeared to be aimed at intimidating or enticing Todd, yet they were truly intended for the elderly lady behind Todd. Thus, seeing Todd unmoved, Samwell felt no embarrassment and continued to smile. Consider it well. Will you stake your reputation and future on unlawful dealings? Or will you earnestly join me in legitimate ventures for profit? With that, Samwell and his men returned to the camp, leaving Todd standing in contemplation. Carter's death did not stir much turbulence. Todd, indeed, followed Samwell's counsel, declaring that Carter had fallen victim to passing bandits. Upon hearing this news, the soldiers of the Tillier family clamored for vengeance, prompting Todd to reluctantly lead a few men on a sweep of the surrounding area. In the fervor of the moment, these bandits unwittingly took the blame for Samwell, and all met their demise as sacrifices to honor Carter. Well, one could argue it was a service to the people. Samwell continued with the military training of the new recruits, and the expedition resumed its previous leisurely pace. One midday, as Samwell concluded the training and sat by the campfire roasting a leg of deer, he spotted a figure and a horse appearing on the distant road. Upon noticing the expedition, the rider surprisingly turned and approached. Gavin promptly led several men to greet him. After some inquiries, they learned that this individual was a messenger from the High Court, bearing a reply from Margaery and a substantial bag of gold dragons. Overjoyed, Samwell instructed Gavin to extend a warm welcome to the messenger before he opened Margaery's letter. The specially crafted ink on the parchment emitted a faint fragrance. However, the contents were rather blunt. Marguerite expressed her dissatisfaction with Samwell's extravagant behavior in no uncertain terms, demanding that he hasten the pace of their march. Samwell, however, chose to disregard her request entirely. Of course, upon receiving the bag of golden dragon coins, he sincerely thanked the Duchess's daughter from the High Court. Subsequently, he began to ponder what excuse he might employ to solicit funds from her in the future. Just then, a commotion arose on the main road near the camp. And this time it was notably loud, heralding the arrival of a procession of over 100 individuals and numerous wagons. Gavin, accompanied by a few others, went to investigate and soon returned with a report. "My lord, it is a merchant caravan from Old Town, en route to Highland City." Samwell nodded, having already discerned the caravan's banner, a white tower with a fiery beacon atop a gray-ash background. This was the crest of the Hightower family, the lords of Old Town. Initially, Samwell had no intention of engaging with the caravan, but a thought struck him, prompting a change of heart. He instructed Gavin, "Reveal my identity and request the caravan's steward to come forth." "Yes, my lord." Before long, a short middle-aged man hurried over, following Gavin closely. "Esteemed Sir Caesar, I am Jess, the steward of the Hightower family's caravan from Old Town. Please allow me to extend greetings on behalf of Count Leighton." "Mr. Jess, what cargo are you transporting?" "A shipment of weaponry destined for sale in Highland City." "Weaponry? May I take a look?" "Certainly." Jess led Samwell into the caravan, showcasing an array of weapons: longswords, steel knives, bows, spears, and armor. Upon spotting a cart filled with leather armor, Samwell's eyes lit up, and he couldn't resist picking up a piece for a closer inspection. Noticing this, Jess smiled and explained, "My lord, this leather armor is crafted from gray lizard skin. It is both sturdy and comfortable to wear. Would you care to try it on?" Samwell did not don it himself, but called for Gavin to model it instead. Observing Samwell's interest, Jess eagerly began his pitch. "My lord, if you find this satisfactory, I can immediately send someone back to Old Town to have the leatherworkers craft a batch of armor for you at a most reasonable price." Samwell stroked his chin, noncommittal, and inquired, "Do you have any other types of armor?" "Indeed, we have a few sets of chainmail. Would you like to see those?" "What about plate armor?" Jess responded with a rueful shake of his head. "I apologize, my lord, but the production of plate armor is time-consuming and costly. Our blacksmiths in Riverbend are among the finest, yet they can only manage to produce 3 or 4 suits of plate armor each year. And even those are pre-ordered by various noble families before completion." Samwell was not surprised by this revelation. Plate armor, being the pinnacle of protection in the age of cold weapons, entails significant complexity and expense. A finely crafted suit of plate armor could easily be treasured as a family heirloom by many lesser nobles for generations. Even if there were provisions within Jace's caravan, he doubted he could afford them. As the long-abandoned firstborn, Earl Landor would certainly not prepare armor for Samwell. When he departed from Highgarden, he had considered the substantial costs associated with conscription and his own weight loss, thus refraining from purchasing any armor. Having just acquired a considerable sum from the hands of the Highgarden Rose, Samwell could not resist the urge to enhance his own equipment, as well as that of the newly summoned recruits. It is well known that the absence of armor significantly impacts combat effectiveness. "Show me your chainmail," he requested. "Certainly. This way, please." Jace led Samwell to another wagon and retrieved a piece of chainmail, which appeared to be of a suitable size. "Would you care to try it on?" "Very well." With a cheerful demeanor, Jace assisted Samwell in donning the chainmail while elaborating, "My lord, this was crafted by the finest blacksmith in Old Town, taking 3 months and utilizing over 1,000 iron rings. It weighs approximately 35 pounds and effectively protects against the assaults of swords, daggers, and spears. Do you find it to your liking?" Samwell, having donned the chainmail and tested its mobility, found it satisfactory and inquired, "If I were to purchase this piece of chainmail along with 108 sets of the aforementioned leather armor, what would the total cost be?" Jace's eyes brightened, revealing his delight at encountering a significant client. "My lord, the total would amount to 735 gold dragons. Should you wish to proceed, I shall dispatch someone back to Old Town immediately." Samwell raised his hand, interrupting, "The price is acceptable, but I require the items in stock and need them at once." Jace appeared troubled. "But, my lord, these have been reserved for the Mullendall family." Samwell shrugged, acknowledging the predicament. "I understand your difficulties. Yet our company is bound for the Crimson Mountains to establish a foothold and urgently requires this equipment. Therefore, if it cannot be procured swiftly, I would prefer to seek alternatives." After a moment's hesitation, Jace recalled that the Mullendall family were vassals of his own lord and that delivery times could be negotiated. Resolutely, he declared, "Very well, my lord, I shall allocate this stock to you. As for the Mullendall family, I will send someone back to arrange for another batch. Now that is the spirit, Samwell exclaimed joyfully, producing the freshly received gold dragons, still warm to the touch, along with additional funds bestowed by his frugal father, to settle the amount with Jace. Subsequently, he instructed Gavin to retrieve the leather armor and distribute it among the recruits. Gavin, cradling the leather armor with excitement, could not suppress a pang of regret as he remarked, "My lord, you are exceedingly generous. However, I worry about such extravagant spending. There is no need for concern." Samwell waved dismissively. "Did I not tell you? I am not short of funds. Dear Miss Margaery, I sincerely apologize for intruding upon you once more. But I must confess that I find myself in a state of financial depletion again. This time, I assure you, it is not due to frivolous spending, but rather a matter of necessity. You are undoubtedly aware that I am not the favored son of my father, who has bequeathed to me naught but a long sword and a steed, leaving me with nothing else. Now, as the Crimson Mountains loom before me, I feel compelled to enhance my armament in preparation for the impending battle. Furthermore, as a knight, how could I possibly venture forth without even a suit of armor? Should word of this circulate, others might think the Tyrell family treats its vassals with undue harshness. Fortunately, we encountered a merchant caravan from House Hightower near the city of the Reach, and they possessed precisely what I required. Thus, I generously opened my purse. Of course, I remain ever mindful of your previous admonitions, opting for a modest chainmail over the extravagant plate armor. Additionally, I procured leather armor for each of the new recruits. I recognize that this action may provoke your ire. However, these brave and intrepid men of the Riverlands have journeyed countless miles to forge a path in the Crimson Mountains alongside me, and I cannot bear the thought of sending them into battle without proper protection. I am certain that the beautiful and kind Miss Margaery shares this sentiment." Humph. The beautiful and kind Miss Margaery crumpled the letter in exasperation, her teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, in the next moment, a laugh escaped her lips, as though a delightful thought had crossed her mind. "What is it?" inquired Lady Olenna, observing her granddaughter's mix of anger and amusement with curiosity. "It is that Samwell. He has written to demand money from me once more." "Then give it to him." Lady Olenna's nonchalant response left Margaery wide-eyed. "But, grandmother, this is the second time he has solicited funds. I suspect he is deliberately squandering it. If we give him more, he will soon deplete it again." "Do we lack for funds?" Lady Olenna interrupted with a smile. Margaery shook her head, yet remained indignant. "While we are not in want of money, we cannot allow him to extract it so freely. No, this is extortion. Then do not give him anything. Have Todd bring our soldiers back as well." Margaery, who had been fuming moments before, hesitated. "But, grandmother, if we do that, how will Samwell successfully carve out his path? Moreover, did you not intend to use him against Dorne? Shall we simply abandon that plan?" Lady Olenna chuckled. "Now you understand why he dares to extort you so brazenly." With a sigh, Margaery stepped forward to embrace her grandmother's arm, playfully asking, "Grandmother, please teach me what I should do in this situation." Lady Olenna affectionately patted her granddaughter's small hand, refraining from answering her query and instead posing a question of her own. "What do you think of Samwell Tarly? I believe he is quite different from the rumors suggest. Well, aside from being rather rotund. They say he is cowardly and weak. Yet I find him quite audacious for daring to extort House Tyrell. He possesses not only the audacity to extort, but has also slain Todd's squire, Caitlin." "What?" Margaery gasped in astonishment. "You heard me correctly," Lady Olenna explained. "I have also just received a letter from Todd for Flower, stating that Samwell, under the pretense of brandishing a sword to threaten the nobles, has taken the life of Carter. How dare he kill Carter? Did Todd not intervene? Moreover, does he not fear that the soldiers will harbor resentment as a result?" From her sleeve, Lady Olenna produced a letter and handed it to Margaery. "This is Todd's correspondence. You may read it yourself." Margaery took the letter, scanning it quickly before exclaiming, "This rotund fellow possesses quite a cunning mind, and his resolute actions suggest that the rumors are indeed unreliable." Lady Olenna, with a penetrating gaze, added, "What astonishes me most is Samwell's remarkable military training abilities. Remarkably, in just over a month, he has transformed a group of dockworkers into disciplined soldiers. It is truly astonishing. Lord Tarly must be an exceptional tutor." Lady Olenna sighed. Then her expression clouded with doubt. Bold, decisive, shrewd, and with exceptional military prowess, Samwell embodies all the qualities of a rightful heir. Yet with such an outstanding son, why does Lord Tarly remain so dissatisfied as to strip him of his inheritance? Perhaps he finds Samwell too corpulent. Isn't your father also a portly fellow? Yet that hasn't hindered his ascension to the title of the Highgarden Duke? That is different, Margaery replied, though accustomed to her grandmother's sharp tongue. She felt a twinge of embarrassment at the criticism of her father. The Tarly family motto is "We are the vanguard." Hence Lord Tarly's desire for an heir capable of leading the charge, right? Huh. Do you believe Lord Tarly to be a mindless brute? Certainly not. Lord Tarly is one of the most distinguished generals of the Reach. How could he lack intelligence? I merely believe that Lord Tarly prefers to charge into battle rather than scheme in the shadows. You still perceive him as a mindless brute. Lady Olenna mercilessly pierced through Margaery's embellishments, and without waiting for her to respond, continued, "Does Lord Tarly not engage in schemes? Huh. During the War of Usurpation, when Robert Baratheon rebelled against the Targaryen dynasty, he achieved 3 swift victories in the Hall of Summer, yet was ultimately met with defeat at the hands of Lord Tarly at the Weeping Ridge. The Reach's forces then advanced on Storm's End, besieging it. Do you recall how long that siege lasted? I believe it was over a year. Indeed, over a year. Yet ultimately, they could not breach its walls. Lady Olenna regarded her granddaughter's brown eyes, a slight smile gracing her lips. Do you remember the reason for the siege's failure? Margaery nodded. It was because Davos Seaworth successfully navigated his smuggling ship laden with onions into the port of Storm's End, alleviating the city's famine. For this deed, he was knighted by Stannis. Lady Olenna's face broke into a sardonic smile as she inquired, "Have you ever pondered how the over 200 warships of the Chintion Island fleet managed to besiege the port of Wind's Breath Fortress so thoroughly, allowing that onion knight to slip his smuggling vessel inside? Can he fly?" Margaery furrowed her brow, seemingly awakening to a realization. With a profound gaze, Lady Olenna declared, "Let me share a secret with you. During the siege, Randyll Tarly had written to me, stating that the food supplies within Wind's Breath had been exhausted." Margaery, taken aback by this revelation, began to question why her grandmother, who had not ventured to the battlefield, would receive such correspondence from Count Tarly, reporting on the situation from afar. Yet, contemplating the onion knight, clarity suddenly dawned upon her. Observing her granddaughter's reaction, Lady Olenna smiled with satisfaction and added, "Indeed. Upon receiving Rander's letter, I too penned a missive to Paxter." Margaery was well aware that Paxter referred to the Lord of Chintion Island, Count Paxter Redwine, who was at that time leading the fleet to blockade Wind's Breath Fortress from the sea. With newfound certainty, she exclaimed, "No wonder the Onion Knight Davos was able to navigate his smuggling ship into Wind's Breath Port. It was all orchestrated by Count Paxter." "Precisely," affirmed Lady Olenna. "During the protracted siege, Randyll had advised your father to leave a small contingent of troops to continue the blockade, while the main force of the Riverlands army moved north to rendezvous with the royal troops and jointly confront the rebels. However, the foolish lord of the inflated fish either harbored misplaced confidence in the royal forces or was reluctant to allow his troops to face the rebels directly, stubbornly fixating on that accursed fortress. Not long after, news arrived of Prince Rhaegar being slain by Robert at the Trident, drastically altering the course of the war. Even at that moment, your father remained oblivious, continuing the relentless assault on Wind's Breath. It was only out of desperation that Randyll sent me that seemingly nonsensical letter. Had it not been for that correspondence, both of Robert's brothers might have starved within the fortress." With a chuckle, Lady Olenna posed a rhetorical question. "Do you think, had Robert Baratheon successfully overthrown the Targaryen dynasty, he would have readily accepted the surrender of the river lords who were once loyalists?" Margaery, deep in thought, nodded in agreement. Thus, Randyll Tarly aimed not to sever all ties, leaving room for negotiation. "Indeed," Lady Olenna affirmed, "all riverlords ought to express gratitude to Randyll Tarly. He remained the sole voice of reason throughout that conflict. Moreover, you should grasp why Randyll chose not to approach Paxter directly, but instead wrote to me." Margaery nodded. Comprehending that Randyll acted out of caution, wishing to avoid any implication of collusion with the rebels, his seemingly perplexing letter was a testament to his belief that Lady Olenna would understand his intentions and perceive the unfolding situation with clarity. Moreover, Lady Olenna is both the aunt and mother-in-law of the Earl of Paxter, the commander of the fleet at Highgarden. With these connections, it is far more prudent and effective for her to persuade the Earl to show leniency towards the rebels. "Do you still consider Lannister to be a brainless brute?" Margaery playfully stuck out her adorable little tongue. "I had no idea that the siege of Windspire Castle held such secrets. It seems that Lannister indeed possesses considerable political acumen." Lady Olenna remarked with a touch of nostalgia. "You should count yourself fortunate that Dorne is not a particularly wealthy fief, and the Tyrell family lacks sufficient influence in the Reach. Thus, Lannister has not exhibited any overt ambition. Had he been born into House Hightower or House Florent, I would certainly advise your father to dispose of him swiftly." Margaery was momentarily startled by the cold glint in her grandmother's eyes. Yet, Lady Olenna soon reverted to her benevolent demeanor, as if her previous words were merely a jest. Regaining her composure, Margaery inquired, "Grandmother, if that is the case, why does the Earl fail to recognize the merits of Samwell? Why seek to strip him of his inheritance? This too puzzles me. Perhaps it is only after being cast aside by the family that Samwell has undergone such a profound transformation." It was the first time Margaery had witnessed her grandmother so perplexed, and she could not suppress a smirk. After her amusement subsided, she pointed to the letter in her hand and asked, "Grandmother, you have yet to advise me on how to deal with Samwell. Should we continue to fund him? Why not? The Tyrell family, aside from roses, is never lacking in wealth." Lady Olenna replied without hesitation, "Why should we not court such a promising son, when Lannister himself does not cherish him?" Margaery, recalling the death of Catelyn, hesitated. "But grandmother, are you not concerned that Samwell might slip beyond our grasp?" Lady Olenna chuckled at this. "A mere hedge knight without a domain, no matter how he flails, can he truly escape our control? Moreover, subduing vassals and ensuring their willingness to charge into battle for us is an art in itself. Since Samwell is a knight you have personally bestowed knighthood upon, then it is your prerogative to refine your skills in managing him. I lack the authority to knight anyone. I merely stand in for my father," Margaery murmured sheepishly, before shaking Lady Olenna's arm and pleading, "Grandmother, please teach me how to handle it if Samwell's extortion proves successful and he becomes more brazen. I cannot keep giving him money indefinitely. Therefore, you must establish the rules rather than allow him to lead you by the nose." "How do I set the rules?" "The simpler approach is to give him a fixed sum each month, regardless of his demands. The more complex method involves establishing a system of rewards and penalties. For instance, should the progress of territorial expansion reach certain milestones, he may receive monetary rewards, but if progress falters, then funds may be withheld. Ultimately, you must maintain the initiative in your hands, rather than acquiescing to his every request for money." "I understand now." Margaery nodded repeatedly. "Grandmother, what were your initial plans for Samwell? I once presumed him to be a timid individual who could be easily manipulated through force. However, it appears that such an approach is no longer viable. Nevertheless, there is no need for concern. Just as Flora naturally gravitates towards the sun, humans invariably lean towards their interests. By mastering the delicate thread of incentives, one can influence anyone, particularly an ambitious and astute individual like Samwell." A spark of eager anticipation glimmered in Margaery's eyes, yet alongside her excitement was a flicker of trepidation. "Grandmother, why did you send Samwell there to explore?" "I surmised it was to contend with Dorne, but I cannot fathom the specific methodology behind it. Thus, I harbor concerns that it might jeopardize your plans. Have you not contemplated how to confront Dorne?" Margaery shook her head. Lady Olenna gently coaxed, "Consider how the Iron Throne has subjugated Dorne. It was through marriage alliances. Marriage is merely the outcome, not the cause. If marrying a woman could conquer a kingdom, what need would there be for armies? Without Daeron I capturing Sunspear and shattering the Dornish dream of independence, how could House Martell have ever consented to wed Princess Myrya to King S Landing? Reflect on this. When Aegon the Conqueror rode upon 3 mighty dragons, he could not subdue Dorne. Why, then, after the extinction of dragons, was Daeron I able to accomplish this formidable feat?" Margaery fell into contemplation, and after a moment, uncertainly ventured, "Rivers? Indeed, with the Crimson Mountains serving as an impenetrable barrier, conquering Dorne from the land is nearly impossible. The rivers, however, are the key to unlocking Dorne's gates." Margaery appeared somewhat perplexed. "No wonder you suggested that Samwell explore near the confluence of the Torrentine River. But grandmother, what precisely should be done?" "Patience, my dear. The most essential quality of an adept gardener is patience. Once seeds are sown in the right location, one need only nurture them with water and fertilizer, and time will inevitably yield answers. Furthermore, Todd informed me that Samwell audaciously claims he can conduct legitimate business in the barren lands of the Crimson Mountains. I eagerly await the surprise he may deliver." Highgarden crossing the tributaries of the Honeywine River, Samwell and his entourage beheld a towering castle of gray limestone. The weathered walls, adorned with moss and ivy, silently narrated the tales of the ancient fortress's trials. Atop the castle towers, soaring over 100 feet high, fluttered a white banner emblazoned with swarms of black and orange butterflies. This was the sigil of House Mullen of Highgarden. Beyond the city, a short distance to the southwest, lay the Crimson Mountains. It was evident that should Samwell succeed in establishing a dominion in the Crimson Mountains, the Mullen family would become his neighbors. Thus, to forge amicable relations with his future neighbors, Samwell opted not to circumvent the city, but rather dispatched Gawain to Highgarden with a formal letter of introduction. Samwell Tarly. In the castle, Lord Martin Mullenmore held the letter of introduction from Gavin, a playful smile gracing his face. Is this the so-called Knight of the Frontier, appointed by a woman? Gavin slightly bowed, his tone respectful yet firm. Esteemed Lord, Lord Caesar is indeed the Knight of the Frontier, conferred by Miss Margaery, daughter of Duke Mace, and is an official vassal under the Duke of Highcourt. Lord Martin curled his lip in disdain. So, he is indeed a knight appointed by a woman. Gavin lowered his gaze, refraining from further comment. With a dismissive huff, Lord Martin languidly stated, "Very well, let him in." Gavin bowed again and silently departed. Turning to the steward beside him, Lord Martin instructed, "Have the kitchen prepare dinner. It need not be extravagant, just respectable." "Understood, my lord." "Father, is this the worthless eldest son of the Tarly family?" spoke Martin's eldest son, Mark Mullenmore. He was a tall figure with a scruffy beard. A black and white monkey perched on his shoulder, eagerly cracking nuts. Indeed, Randyll Tarly is quite a character, yet he has produced such a feckless son. Now, he has finally resolved to disinherit Samwell will, though I never imagined it would be in such a manner. To venture into the Crimson Mountains, it would be better to send him to the Wall of Despair. Mark shrugged. If I had to choose, I would certainly prefer to pioneer rather than go to that cursed place, the Wall of Despair. Lord Martin glanced at his son and chuckled. Do you think pioneering is an easy task? I am well aware of the difficulties of pioneering, but is not the Wall of Despair evidently worse? It's freezing cold, and I have heard tales of the unkillable others. Others? Lord Martin scoffed. Merely a tale to frighten children. Has anyone seen the others in thousands of years? As for the cold, it is summer now. The Wall of Despair is not all that frigid. But winter will inevitably come, Mark countered. Who can say? This summer has lingered so long already. Perhaps it will extend even further. Only those wood-worshipping northern savages would hysterically declare that winter is coming. Suddenly, Mark seemed to recall something. Father, could this be the eternal summer promised by the 7 gods to humanity, where winter will no longer exist? The 7 gods said that eternal summer would arrive when the sins of mankind come to an end. Do you think humanity's sins have ended now? Mark shook his head, resting his chin in contemplation. The monkey on his shoulder mimicked his master's pensive demeanor, pondering the life of a monkey. Curiously, Mark approached the balcony and gazed outside, where he spotted a group of over 200 individuals crossing the drawbridge into the castle. Father, come quickly. Upon hearing his son's call, Lord Martin strolled out leisurely. What is it? Mark, astonished, pointed at the pioneering group below and asked, Are you certain this Samwell will is a discarded waste of the family? Lord Martin was taken aback as well. The sight of over 200 soldiers, meticulously arranged and well-equipped, truly astonished him. It must be said that Samwell's military training over the past 2 months has proven to be quite effective. The newly enlisted 100 or so soldiers, at least on the surface, bore little distinction from the seasoned veterans. Of course, when thrust into the heat of battle, these recruits would undoubtedly reveal their inadequacies, as they had yet to endure the crucible of blood and fire. However, due to Samwell's relentless investment in their equipment and sustenance, these recruits were sufficiently formidable to intimidate the vast majority. Thus, in the eyes of Lord Martin, this notorious wastrel from the Bay had somehow amassed a formidable force of over 200 elite troops. This constituted a military presence that could not be overlooked. It is worth noting that the standing army of Highland City comprises barely over 300 soldiers. Naturally, the Merlin family possesses a dozen vassal knights, and by conscripting another batch of peasants, Lord Martin could potentially muster an army of 3,000. He would certainly not fear this 200-strong pioneering contingent. Yet, he was a lord of Highland City, while across from him stood merely a knight without a domain. Where did he procure such a wealth of elite soldiers? Lord Martin ground his teeth in frustration. His initial disdain and contempt for Samwell swiftly morphed into an inexplicable blend of jealousy and loathing. Mark collected his thoughts and speculated. Could it be that Count Landau had provided them? How many regular troops does Angle Ridge possess? Would they allocate such a number to a disowned wastrel for pioneering? Mark scratched his head. Although he had never visited Angle Ridge, he was aware that while the Tarly family was stronger than the Merlin family, they could hardly afford to squander so many elite soldiers on a wastrel. If those soldiers were to perish in the Crimson Mountains, the Tarly family would undoubtedly suffer a significant reduction in strength. After pondering for a moment, Mark continued. Could it be that the Tyrell family had supplied him with an army? He believed only the affluent Duke of Highgarden would be willing to entrust such an elite force to a wastrel to squander. Lord Martin, however, rolled his eyes. Would Duke Mace even consider personally bestowing a title upon this fellow, let alone grant him such a force for pioneering? Upon hearing this, Mark found it reasonable and began to scratch his head once more. The monkey perched on his shoulder seemed to sense his master's distress and began to leap about restlessly. Lord Martin scrutinized the pioneering force for a long while before descending the stairs in silence. Mark hastily followed suit. The father and son arrived at the castle's entrance, where the steward, accompanied by attendants, delivered bread and salt. This was a sacred covenant of hospitality, a tradition that had persisted for a millennium in Westeros. When a guest arrives under the roof of their host and accepts the bread and salt provided, the rites of hospitality take immediate effect, and neither party may harm the other. Violators would be scorned by both the old and new gods. Samwell pinched a small piece of bread, dipped it in a touch of salt, and brought it to his mouth. He then placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly to Lord Martin, saying, "Esteemed Lord Mullendor, I am grateful for your warm hospitality." Lord Martin wore an exceedingly sincere smile, responding, "Your Excellency Caesar, welcome to Highland City." In stark contrast to the opulence of the High Court, the Mullendor family castle appeared rather meager. The heavy walls, small windows, and dim candlelight rendered the banquet hall particularly cramped, even evoking a sense of foreboding. The evening's fare was not particularly lavish, consisting of roasted meat, sweet potatoes, mashed potatoes, and a vegetable salad. Samwell, however, had no complaints as he relished his meal, engaging in conversation with Mark about his well-behaved monkey. They discussed the whereabouts of Summer Isles, the presence of merchant ships, the island's culture, its people, and its specialties. Mark, delighted to encounter a knight equally intrigued by the Summer Isles, animatedly shared all he knew. Lord Martin observed his son's rapid camaraderie with Samwell and could not help but frown slightly. He glanced at Todd, who was engrossed in his meal and silent, and inquired, "Sir Todd, are you a knight of the Tyrell family?" Todd set down his knife and fork, replying, "Yes, my lord." Lord Martin nodded thoughtfully, intending to ask further, but was interrupted by Samwell, who suddenly interjected, "Indeed, my lord, Sir Todd is a noble illegitimate son from Greenhaven Island. He has been entrusted by Lady Olenna to personally lead the expedition to the Crimson Mountains with me. So it truly is the Tyrell family's army," Lord Martin thought. Surprised, he was unaware that Samwell had deliberately obscured the distinction between Tyrell soldiers and recruits, believing that the more than 200 individuals in the expedition were all elite soldiers of the Tyrell family. Unexpectedly, "The Duke values you so highly that he has dispatched such an elite force to accompany you on this venture," Lord Martin remarked. Samwell chuckled and shook his head. "My lord, you are mistaken." "Oh, in what regard? What merit do I possess that would warrant the Duke's attention?" "The true reason for his dispatching troops is his unwavering ambition for the new territory in the Crimson Mountains." "I see." Lord Martin seemed convinced, for he himself did not believe that this incompetent individual was truly deserving of such military support from Duke Mace. However, a new question arose. If Duke Mace held the new territory in such high regard, why would he send such an inept person to lead the expedition? Did the Tyrell family lack knights? Naturally, such inquiries, even if Lord Martin held a deep-seated disdain for Samwell, were inappropriate to voice directly, as that would be far too disrespectful. To the surprise of many, it was not Lord Martin who inquired, but rather Samwell, who candidly expressed the doubts residing in the heart of the Highland City's lord. "My lord, are you not curious as to why the Duke has entrusted me with the task of exploration?" Lord Martin offered a subtle smile, maintaining his composure as he extolled, "The Tarly family has always produced exceptional generals. The Duke must surely recognize your talent in leading troops." This remark caused a blush to spread among the assembled guests, even provoking the black and white monkey to wave its arms in disapproval, seemingly unable to tolerate Lord Martin's brazen flattery. Samwell shook his head with a wry smile, responding, "My lord, I possess no such talent for leadership. Had I possessed it, I would not have been cast out by my father and stripped of my inheritance. The Duke has sent me forth for exploration precisely because I dare to undertake what others do not." "What might that be?" Lord Martin inquired eagerly. However, Samwell merely smiled, surveying the room before falling silent. Understanding his desire for discretion, Lord Martin hesitated briefly, but his curiosity proved insatiable. He set down his knife and fork, dabbed his mouth with a napkin, and invited Samwell. "I have a selection of wine from Green Pavilion Island. Sam, would you care to partake in a tasting?" "It would be my honor," Samwell replied, rising to follow Lord Martin out of the banquet hall and into a small adjoining room. Lord Martin retrieved a bottle of wine from the rack and poured 2 glasses, the crisp aroma swiftly enveloping the snug chamber. Samwell accepted his glass with gratitude and took a delicate sip, savoring the refreshing and exquisite vintage. Yet, their presence in this secluded space was not solely for the purpose of wine tasting. "My lord, you must be eager to learn why Duke Mace has dispatched me to the Crimson Mountains for exploration," Samwell began. Lord Martin gently swirled his silver goblet, remaining silent. his gaze fixed on Samwell, awaiting his elaboration. Given that the Highland city rested at the foot of the Crimson Mountains, Lord Martin was likely aware that venturing further southwest would lead to desolate lands rife with wild beasts and plagued by marauding tribes of fierce savages. Even if one were to forcibly seize a portion of land, the prospects for growth would be bleak. This was precisely why the River Bay Knights were reluctant to undertake such endeavors. However, I am different. I am a discarded remnant of my family, with no retreat left to me, and thus I am willing to gamble here. Moreover, I possess a remarkable strategy for rapid territorial development: plunder. Sam, you do not intend to raid those savages, do you? I must caution you. The most valuable possession they have may merely be their poorly crafted animal skin garments. Samwell shook his head, beginning to weave a tale. My lord, you misunderstand me. My new territory will be established on the northern shore of the Summer Sea, near the mouth of the Torrent River. Tell me, would I forsake the abundance of affluent trading vessels passing by to seek out the impoverished savages? Upon hearing these words, Viscount Martin immediately narrowed his eyes. After scrutinizing the young knight before him, he spoke again. Your Excellency Caesar, I trust one need not remind you of the penalties for pirates in the river bend? I am fully aware, Samwell replied, shrugging nonchalantly. My lord, have you forgotten that the Tyrell family has dispatched over 200 elite soldiers to accompany me in this venture? Moreover, the leader hails from the Isle of the Green Pavilion. Viscount Martin's expression turned serious, though disbelief lingered in his gaze. Samwell continued, Of course, Lady Olenna's intent is for me to plunder those Dornish merchant vessels, without indiscriminately attacking other ships. Nevertheless, should this matter come to light, your reputation will be irreparably tarnished, and you may even find yourself on the gallows. Samwell laughed heartily. What reputation do I have left? Besides, without such measures, how could I possibly carve out a new territory in a place as treacherous as the Crimson Mountains? Viscount Martin regarded Samwell thoughtfully. Sir Caesar, you are quite unlike the rumors that precede you. Samwell swirled the wine in his glass and replied with a grin, Rumors are seldom trustworthy, my lord. Viscount Martin chuckled. If that is the case, I wish you success in your endeavors. However, Samwell suddenly leaned in closer. My lord, would you care to share in some fortune? At this, Viscount Martin's demeanor shifted to one of caution. You don't presume I would risk my family's honor by joining you in piracy? Certainly not, Samwell replied, shaking his head with a disarming smile. Such risks are only taken by those with no other options. All you need to do is invest. Even if things go awry in the future, you shall remain unscathed. Invest? Viscount Martin inquired, intrigued yet guarded. Indeed, Samwell said, taking a sip of his wine. The Tyrell family has already invested in 200 elite soldiers, and the Redwyne family from the Isle of the Green Pavilion is poised to invest in a fleet of warships and sailors. They will reap substantial rewards in due time. So, esteemed Viscount, would you care to partake in this investment? Understand that the two most powerful families in River Bend have already placed their bets. Such opportunities are rare. Viscount Martin contemplated this, yet remained cautious. What is it that you seek from me? Artisans, Samwell replied succinctly. I already possess an army and warships. What I urgently require is a contingent of craftsmen to aid in constructing the territory and ports. Therefore, I hope you will send artisans from Highland City to assist me in this endeavor. I assure you, the returns will be tenfold or even 100-fold. After a moment of contemplation, Viscount Martin nodded. Very well, I shall send 10 craftsmen with you. Suppressing his ire, Viscount Martin inquired, How many do you require? All of them. All. Yes, I desire every artisan from Highland City. Samwell waved his hand with grandiosity, proclaiming that he had rented these craftsmen for a year, and after that period, he would pay you tenfold the rent. That is impossible, exclaimed Lord Martin, immediately refusing. What if your venture fails? Who shall I turn to for recompense then? I could potentially lose all the craftsmen as well. Do you think I am mad enough to accept such terms? Failure? Retorted Samwell with a hearty laugh. My lord, do you truly believe this expedition shall end in failure? Every endeavor carries the risk of failure, especially one that ventures into the Crimson Mountains. Indeed, Lord Martin replied. But surely you do not think the Tyrell family has gone to such lengths merely to plunder a few Dornish merchant ships? Ah, but you see, Samwell continued, the Tyrells have far greater ambitions. The age-old enmity between the Rivellins and Dorne, coupled with the recent injury to Duke Oberyn's eldest son, Velus Tyrell, has presented them with a prime opportunity to invade Dorne. Invasion of Dorne? Lord Martin questioned, skepticism etched upon his face. Dorne is not so easily conquered. You are correct. Dorne is indeed a fortress that is difficult to breach. Yet, did not Aegon I conquer Dorne without the aid of dragons? Though he claimed all the glory for himself, it was the astute Earl of Valyrian who led the fleet to seize the town of Barrels, thereby controlling the Greenblood River and severing the ties between Dorne's major territories. You must be aware that my chosen site for expansion has been personally selected by Lady Olenna, situated near the estuary of the turbulent river. A location strikingly similar to Barrels on the Greenblood. Once we control the estuary, the 3 significant territories of Western Dorne will fall into the Riverland's grasp. Tell me, under such crucial circumstances, would the Tyrell family allow this venture to falter so easily? Lord Martin fell into contemplative silence upon hearing this. Sensing the shift, Samwell pressed on. Once the Tyrell family has set their determination, I cannot fathom how this endeavor could possibly fail. Do you believe the savages of the Crimson Mountains could possibly stand against the elite soldiers of the Tyrells? Or do you think the Dornish would perceive the Riverland's ambitions and strike preemptively to thwart this expedition? A disorganized band of savages is hardly a threat. And as for the Dornish, should they choose to provoke war, I dare say even Duke Mace would awaken from his slumber with a smile. For in terms of population, resources, and military might, Dorne pales in comparison to the Riverlands. The prolonged conflict between the two has been primarily sustained by the formidable barrier of the Crimson Mountains and the unique climatic conditions of the desert. Should the Dornish be foolish enough to abandon their advantageous position and attack, they would undoubtedly find themselves routed by the might of the Riverlands' forces. Moreover, the greatest obstacle to establishing a new territory in the Crimson Mountains, financial resources, has been deftly addressed by this audacious knight willing to gamble his reputation and future. After much deliberation, Lord Martin concluded that the prospect of failure was indeed negligible. However, when it came to committing the entirety of his family's craftsmen to this venture, Lord Martin found himself somewhat hesitant. Observing this, Samwell ceased his persuasion, placing his goblet firmly on the table and stating, "My lord, I urge you to deliberate further. I shall remain in Highland City for a few days, procuring ample supplies in preparation for our foray into the mountains. Should you decide to invest, feel free to send someone to find me." With that, Samwell turned and exited the room. On the 3rd day of his stay in Highland City, Samwell had yet to receive a response from Lord Martin. It appeared that this lord was indeed exceedingly cautious, not easily swayed by his eloquent words. However, Samwell did receive a reply from Miss Margaery. In her letter, she once again reproached Samwell for his extravagant expenditures while simultaneously urging him to hasten his march. Moreover, this time the young lady had learned her lesson. She stipulated a new arrangement in her correspondence, declaring that from now on, she would allocate only 100 gold dragons monthly as funding for the venture. Should Samwell desire more, he must provide tangible results, such as progress in the development of new territories or an increase in population. It must be said that Margaery had indeed become astute, effectively curtailing Samwell's attempts at unrestrained extortion. Samwell was not overly surprised, for the Tillier family was not naive enough to willingly serve as his personal bank. Nevertheless, such adept management of subordinates was likely not a strategy conceived by the inexperienced young lady herself. It was probably influenced by the counsel of the Queen of Thorns. Samwell remained undeterred. After all, he had already profited handsomely from the Tillier family, using this to elevate his own stature and to entice other potential investors. The endeavor of exploration was, after all, akin to entrepreneurship and would naturally require the funds of investors. Yet, it appeared that this lord of Highland City was not easily deceived. Samwell resolved to wait one final day. If Lord Martin did not respond by tomorrow, he would set off in search of new victims. Investors. Meanwhile, the cautious Lord Martin discreetly approached a messenger from Highgarden, inquiring, "Who penned the letter you delivered to Samwell?" The messenger bowed respectfully, responding with measured composure, "I regret to inform you, my lord, that I cannot disclose that information." However, when Lord Martin slipped a gold dragon into the messenger's hand, a fawning smile immediately adorned the messenger's face. It was a letter from Miss Margaery, daughter of the Duke, and it also included 100 gold dragons. "Is that so?" Lord Martin mused thoughtfully. "And what else?" "I also observed you meeting with Sir Todd." That was a message from Lady Olenna to Sir Todd. The messenger hesitated again, but with another gold dragon presented by Lord Martin, the once steadfast messenger quickly added, "Lady Olenna instructed Sir Todd to comply with Lord Caesar's directives." Upon hearing this, Lord Martin's expression shifted, and he remained rooted in place for a moment. "My lord, have you finally made your decision?" As Samwell prepared to depart from Highland City, Lord Martin finally sent someone to summon him back to the castle. In the drawing room, Lord Martin did not immediately respond. Instead, he retrieved a bottle of red wine and remarked with a smile, "This is a vintage from Dorne. Care for a taste?" Samwell gladly accepted the wine glass and took a sip. It was robust and full-bodied, with a strong tannin and a rich spiciness. Lord Martin also savored a sip, exclaiming, This is crafted from the Shiraz grapes of God's Grace City, embodying the rough and untamed spirit of the Dornish people. If it's your first experience, do be cautious not to choke. Samwell chuckled and downed the contents of his glass, declaring, I have quite the hearty appetite, no matter how potent the drink. It goes down smoothly. Lord Martin laughed in return, saying, I am increasingly skeptical of how you earned such a reputation for incompetence. Youthful folly, I suppose, Samwell replied casually, then steered the conversation back. My lord, you have considered my previous proposal, I trust? Lord Martin's expression turned serious as he replied, Indeed. Samwell's face lit up with uncontainable delight as he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. My lord, you are truly a generous lord and a wise investor. I assure you, this investment will yield substantial returns. Not so fast, Lord Martin raised his right hand. Just in case, I will require a collateral. Collateral? Samwell inquired. Indeed. Pirating merchant ships is no small feat. Should you default on the payment in the future, I will seize the collateral as recompense. Samwell pondered for a moment before responding. In that case, let us use the most vital asset of my future territory, the dock, as collateral. The dock? Then the accompanying docking fees and taxes will naturally belong to you. Lord Martin mused, then nodded in agreement. That will suffice. In his view, whether Samwell's piratical ambitions or the Tyrell family's grand designs on the western reaches of Dorne would necessitate this crucial dock. Using it as collateral would not leave him at a disadvantage. After finalizing their partnership, the two discussed various details, reached a consensus, and drafted a contract to which they both affixed their signatures. To a fruitful collaboration. Thus, the Myrtondale family of Highland City officially became one of Samwell's investors. To await the gathering of craftsmen from Highland City, the expedition team lingered for an additional 3 days before setting forth once more. This time, the originally 200-strong pioneering party had nearly doubled, exuding a more formidable presence. As the leader of the group, Samwell could not help but feel a swell of pride. With such a foundation of support, the arduous early stages of pioneering would surely be smooth sailing. As for the debts incurred, he paid them little mind. Having been a businessman in his past life, Samwell understood well the principle that those who owe money hold the power. The greater his debts became, the less likely his creditors were to witness his failure in expanding his territories. He had even devised a plan to write to Lord Martin once the construction of the new land commenced, requesting additional laborers under the pretext of insufficient manpower. He trusted that the generous Lord of the Highlands would not refuse such a modest request from a partner. Otherwise, should the docks remain unfinished a year hence, it would be the Mullendal family that would bear the losses. However, an increase in manpower would inevitably lead to a surge in the demand for provisions. Presently, he could barely sustain himself through the relief provided by the Tyrell family, but he would likely need to seek new investors in the future. Nonetheless, this matter was not of immediate concern. The foremost priority was to reach the new land. They had been departing from Highgarden for nearly 3 months, and their sluggish pace of march was likely setting a record for the slowest in the history of Westeros. Furthermore, as they gradually ventured deeper into the Red Mountains, the ensuing path promised to be even more treacherous than before, with the potential threat of wildlings lurking about. Hence, upon entering the mountains, Samwell ceased the routine military training, allowing the soldiers to conserve their strength for any unforeseen encounters. Surprisingly, although the journey ahead was fraught with peril, they encountered no disturbances. It seemed the wildlings possessed a modicum of sense. Upon seeing the 200 fully armed soldiers in their midst, they recognized this was a formidable force and refrained from confrontation. Instead, it was some unwitting beast that attacked the expedition, and their fate was invariably that of becoming barbecue. After nearly a month had passed, the accelerated march of the pioneering party finally beheld the summer sea in the distance. The briny and humid sea breeze washed over them, dispersing the mists of the forest and granting everyone a sense of profound contentment. Samwell, too, was particularly elated, quickening his pace. As they journeyed southward, the terrain gradually softened, forming a rare valley that extended towards the sea, culminating in a protruding headland. Todford spoke up, "My Lord Caesar, this is Eagle's Beak, perfectly suited to be your new domain." Samwell surveyed the surroundings and could not help but nod in agreement. This location was indeed splendid, flanked by mountains on 2 sides, with the summer sea at its back, and only a narrow valley to the northwest for entry and exit. The central expanse of the valley stretched across thousands of acres. Although the barren rocky soil was unsuitable for crops, constructing a castle would pose no problem, and the protruding headland was ideal for building a dock. From Todford's familiarity with the area, it was evident that the Tyrell family had previously sent scouts here. However, situated deep within the Red Mountains, The region was inconveniently isolated from the outside world and lacked arable land, necessitating reliance on external resources to establish a domain. Clearly, the Tyrell family had hesitated to commit to expansion here until the arrival of Samwell. Lady Olenna originally intended to have Todford control this timid knight of the frontier, plundering passing merchant ships in his name to sustain the expenses of her domain. However, the current Samwell would undoubtedly reject such an arrangement. Once piracy is exposed, he would find it impossible to navigate the noble circles. He would likely end up fleeing across the narrow sea, much like Ura Mormont, who was condemned for slave trading, seeking refuge with Daenerys Targaryen. Why does this path suddenly seem appealing? Samwell promptly shook his head, dismissing that foolish notion. Having adopted the name Caesar, he certainly did not wish to remain subordinate to a woman. If he aspired to ascend amidst the impending chaos, he needed to swiftly acquire a domain of his own along with a legitimate military force. The present Eagle's Nest and the 400 pioneers represented the inception of this ambition. The threat of the wildlings, a castle, is the fundamental edifice through which humanity asserts dominion over land and serves as the prerequisite for lords to proclaim their sovereignty. In the realm of Westeros, the kingdom's exploration decrees adhere to this principle. Only by constructing a castle that meets certain criteria on the frontier can a lord be recognized for their legitimate ownership of that land. Therefore, upon arriving at the frontier, Samwell's foremost priority was to establish a castle of his own. Only then could he truly be deemed a lord in every sense of the word. Thus, shortly after finishing lunch, Samwell summoned the artisans of Highland Castle to discuss the construction of the fortress. My Lord Caesar, we have conducted a preliminary assessment of the local environment and have formulated a rough plan to present to you, spoke a craftsman named Vito, who, in his 50s, bore gray hair and beard. He held significant esteem among the artisans from Highland Castle, having been specifically entrusted by Lord Martin to Samwell with the admonition to safeguard this venerable man. Please, go ahead, Mr. Vito, Samwell replied, as he held great respect for competent individuals. Vito inclined slightly and spoke eloquently. The initially planned castle will cover approximately 5 acres, with a central keep comprising 6 stories, 38 rooms, and 2 basements. Additionally, there will be 3 outbuildings, a stable, a warehouse, 3 barracks, and 4 towers standing 90 feet tall, equipped to accommodate heavy crossbows and small trebuchets. The walls will rise about 80 feet, with a thickness of approximately 12 feet, constructed in 3 layers of rock, coated with mortar, and filled with gravel for fortification. A moat can be created outside the walls, utilizing seawater for added protection. Samwell listened intently, waiting for Vito to finish before inquiring. And how much will it cost to construct such a castle? Vito stroked his long beard in contemplation before responding. It will require approximately 70,000 golden dragons. Samwell's lips twitched at this figure, and he asked, how long will it take to complete? With the current manpower, it will take approximately 5 years. Samuel's lips quivered more intensely as he inquired, if I were to gather sufficient manpower, how long would it take? At least half a year, but now that I know. Samwell nodded, feeling slightly more at ease. He certainly could not wait 5 years. By then, the others would have arrived, and there would be no time for idle play. He needed to secure his entrance ticket before the power struggle commenced in earnest. Thus, the pressing question became how to amass such a colossal sum in a short period. It was undoubtedly impossible to continue seeking investments. Even with the abundance of fools in Westeros, it was implausible to deceive them into providing such a fortune. However, Samwell remained unperturbed, for his willingness to venture forth indicated he was well prepared. His previous assertion to Todd that he could generate income for the territory through legitimate business was not mere boastfulness. Yet, discussing this matter now was premature. First, they had to establish a solid foundation. Mr. Vito, since we cannot hasten the castle's construction, let us first establish a secure and sturdy encampment. What suggestions do you have for this? My lord, I recommend constructing a simple wooden fortress. Firstly, we can create a small hill using earth and stones near the valley's entrance, upon which we can build a wooden tower equipped with a signal fire platform. On either side, we could erect 3 or 4 shorter arrow towers, surrounded by a robust fence for protection. Additionally, we could excavate a moat outside the fence to enhance our defensive capabilities. Behind the tower, we could establish buildings such as homes, stables, and a blacksmith shop, all constructed from wood. This rudimentary wooden fortress is cost-effective, easy to source materials for, and can be erected swiftly to provide effective defense. Of course, its drawbacks are evident. It lacks sturdiness, is vulnerable to fire, and cannot be recognized as the core of the territory by the kingdom. Nonetheless, it will suffice as a temporary encampment. Samwell smiled and nodded, saying, very well, Mr. Vito, I entrust this task entirely to you. Yes, my lord. Vito bowed and then inquired, my lord. I also have a preliminary plan for the construction of the dock. The dock can wait, Samwell interjected, shaking his head. Let us first concentrate our efforts on erecting the wooden fortress. Remember to construct additional wooden cabins, for I fear it will not be long before new companions arrive. Understood, my lord. Once the craftsmen were arranged, Samwell turned his attention to Todd, who stood nearby. Sir Todd, what suggestions do you have regarding the camp's security? Although the two had experienced some tension due to Caitlyn's death, they had not severed ties. Throughout their journey, Todd had remained steadfast and dedicated, especially after delving into the Crimson Mountains. Without this seasoned knight's presence, the expedition would likely not have reached the northern shores of Summersea so smoothly, even in the absence of wildling attacks. Thus, Samwell held Todd's opinions on security in high regard. Todd did not hesitate and immediately responded, my lord. I suggest we clear all the trees near the entrance of the valley to prevent the enemy or wild beasts from using them for concealment. Furthermore, although the savages have not attacked us during our journey, they have continuously followed us, so we must remain vigilant. We should assign guards to watch the valley daily and gather information about the surroundings. Agreed, Samwell nodded in acknowledgement. After a moment of contemplation, he added, however, as long as the nearby savages do not exhibit hostility first, we should refrain from attacking them. If possible, I would like to ascertain the distribution of the local tribes and ideally meet with their leaders. My lord, the savages in the Crimson Mountains will not harbor any goodwill towards us. Their previous inaction was merely due to our sufficient number of soldiers. Do not let your guard down. Rest assured, I am fully aware of their peril. However, as a lord of this territory, if we can integrate a portion of the savages as subjects, the development of our land will surely proceed more smoothly. Todd did not press further and promptly began to act according to Samwell's directives. The once tranquil valley soon became bustling with activity. Samwell led his new recruits to the seaside to catch fish and shrimp. Given that Eagle Beak Isle is located deep within the Crimson Mountains with inconvenient transportation. Although they had brought some livestock and prepared a modest amount of cured meat, they had to ration their supplies carefully. Fortunately, the new recruits were primarily dock workers, most having grown up along the banks of the Mand River, well versed in the art of foraging for food from the water. By the afternoon, the recruits had a bountiful harvest, amassing a mountain of seafood nearly half their height. My lord, trouble has arisen. The soldiers who went outside to fell trees have been attacked by savages. 3 have been injured, and of the 3 groups of sentinels dispatched, only 2 have returned. As the sun dipped low on the horizon, casting golden rays upon the calm sea, a few seagulls swiftly glided by, shattering the golden reflections on the water's surface. Yet, Samwell was not in the mood to admire the picturesque scene. Upon seeing Todd return, he asked, have the sentinels from that group been found yet? Not yet, Todd replied, his expression equally grim. What about the savages that attacked us? Have you found any trace of them? None. They do not engage us openly after their ambush. They retreat into the forest. We are unfamiliar with the terrain and cannot pursue them effectively. Todd gritted his teeth and declared, I am prepared to take 10 more men and search further out. Samwell fell silent at this suggestion. Todd, interpreting his silence as reluctance, felt a surge of anger and insisted, my lord, those sentinels were dispatched by me. I must bring them back. I am not trying to prevent you from searching for them, Samwell explained, but I merely want you to take more men with you. Todd's expression softened slightly as he shook his head. 10 men will suffice. Any more might jeopardize the safety of the camp. Samwell smiled faintly. I want the savages to think the same. What do you mean? Todd asked, momentarily taken aback. You were correct in your earlier assessment. I have indeed underestimated the malice of those savages. It appears they are unlikely to engage in amicable dialogue with us. Given this situation, we must assert our authority. At this juncture, a palpable ferocity gleamed in Samwell's eyes as he declared, you shall lead all the soldiers of the Tillier family outside, allowing the savages to believe the camp is deserted, prompting them to attack. I will hold them at bay with my men, and at the opportune moment, you will bring your forces back to encircle them in the valley. Todd gazed incredulously at the young knight before him, hesitating before he spoke, my lord. Might this be too perilous? We do not even know how many savages have come. Unfazed, Samwell replied, what is there to fear from a band of furtive savages? If they truly possess the strength to confront us openly, why would they resort to ambushes? Todd remained uncertain, suggesting, perhaps we should wait until we ascertain the number of savages before responding. How shall we gather such intelligence? Samwell interjected brusquely. This is the Crimson Mountains, the domain of the savages. Our men cannot even catch a glimpse of them here. Noticing Todd's silence, Samwell continued coldly, do not waver. This is our best opportunity. Once we erect the towers and fortify the fences, even if we employ stratagems to lure them, they may not dare to advance. By then, they will exploit their familiarity with the terrain, striking with stealth and ceaseless harassment, and we may find ourselves confined to the valley for safety. Prolonged inaction will severely impede our territorial development and leave the entire expedition in a state of unrest. We could even find ourselves trapped in this valley. Thus, we must seize the moment, feign vulnerability while we remain unsteady, entice the savages to attack, and deliver a decisive blow against them. After a moment of contemplation, Todd gritted his teeth and nodded. Very well. Since you possess such courage and trust in me, I shall not disappoint you. With that, Todd struck his right hand against his chest with conviction, performing a knightly salute before turning to depart. Samwell then sought out his attendant, Gavin, preparing to issue instructions. Yet noticed Gavin appeared hesitant, prompting him to inquire, "What troubles you?" Gavin lowered his voice, "My lord, are you not concerned that Todd might abandon us in our time of need?" Samwell regarded his young squire thoughtfully and replied with a smile, "Rest assured. Todd is an astute individual. He would not commit such folly as to forsake us. Moreover, all our supplies are here. If he allows us to be vanquished by the savages, how could he hope to escape the Crimson Mountains with 100 men lacking provisions? Even if he manages to flee, would the Tillier family spare him?" Gavin hesitated before offering further counsel. "My lord, I remain apprehensive. Though Todd may not abandon us, could he not intentionally delay our response, leading us to suffer grievous losses against the savages? Perhaps we should consider a reversal, allowing Todd and his men to defend the valley while you personally lead the troops outside, returning to the fray once the battle commences." Samwell shook his head, remarking, "You are all mere novices who have never set foot on a true battlefield. You are better suited to remain in the valley, relying on defensive structures to wage a war of attrition. The intricate maneuver of feigning an advance and then striking back is best left to Todd and his seasoned veterans." Noticing that Gavin seemed poised to speak again, Samwell interjected, "Gavin, do you know what is most taboo on the battlefield?" "My lord, what is it?" Gavin inquired. Lowering his gaze in understanding, Samwell softened his tone. "Go inform the brothers that a wildling attack may occur tonight. Advise them to eat early and rest well, but not to remove their armor. Weapons should remain close at hand, and they must be attentive to the sound of the horn. Additionally, summon Vito." "Yes, my lord." In truth, Samwell's trust in Todd was bolstered by an important factor. Margaery had cautioned him in her letter not to indulge in wanton killing any longer, assuring him that Todd would heed his commands henceforth. This revelation keenly alerted Samwell to the likelihood that Lady Olenna's perception of him had shifted. If she had previously regarded him as a puppet to be manipulated, her strategy must have altered after he established his reputation through bloodshed, now willing to grant him an opportunity. Thus, for the time being, Todd remained a figure of trust. Of course, should Samwell's performance in the forthcoming territorial expansion fail to satisfy her, Todd would likely emerge to contest the leadership of the pioneering force. Samwell was firmly convinced of this, for the Queen of Thorns was not known for her leniency. Therefore, this battle would be crucial for him, as it would also be for the inexperienced soldiers under his command. For over 4 months, Samwell had spared no expense in equipping them, providing them with meat daily, and personally overseeing their training. Now, the moment of truth had arrived to assess their mettle. If they emerged victorious in this battle, these newcomers would undergo a transformation, and Samwell would possess his first elite cadre of loyal troops. Amidst these reflections, Gavin had already returned with Vito. Samwell composed himself and relayed his plans to Vito before beginning to strategize on defensive arrangements. There was no time to construct a tower, nor even to erect a fence. Thankfully, the craftsmen had managed to build a small earthen mound at the valley's entrance based on the existing terrain. With some reinforcement and strategic placement, it would serve as an adequate defensive position. The valley was not wide, allowing only 6 or 7 men to march side by side. Thus, when Samwell positioned his troops atop the mound, they would hold the advantage of elevation. Once the strategy was finalized, Samwell instructed Vito to prepare stones and logs to be stacked upon the mound. The craftsmen busied themselves with fortifying the defensive position, while Samwell and his soldiers retired early to replenish their strength. Gazing up at the vast, shimmering expanse of stars, Samwell found himself unable to sleep. Listening to the sound of waves crashing against the rocky shore, scenes from before my traversal flickered in my mind. Although the time since then is not distant, it feels as if it belongs to another era. The night is profound, as if something is brewing and accumulating. The dull sound of a horn pierced through the tranquil darkness, startling Samwell, who had been unable to sleep. He sprang to his feet, shouting, "Form up! Form up!" After a brief moment of chaos, The new recruits quickly assembled around him. Discipline and order had been the core of Samwell's training for the new soldiers over the past 4 months. Through relentless emphasis and repetition, these principles had finally embedded themselves within the recruits, becoming instinctual. Under the hazy moonlight, Samwell discerned shadows emerging in the passage leading into the valley. The savages had indeed taken the bait. Upon hearing the horn, the wild men realized they had been discovered and ceased their attempts at concealment, unleashing eerie howls that echoed throughout the valley, rousing countless sleeping beasts and birds. The sight sent a wave of panic through the camp. There were too many savages. With such a disparity in numbers, could they possibly hold their ground? Standing atop a small hill at the valley's mouth, Samwell gazed at the throng of dark figures rushing towards him, yet remained astonishingly calm. This tranquility surprised even himself. In critical moments, maintaining composure is essential, a psychological state he had longed for in his previous life. Yet, unexpectedly, after his transition, he found himself possessing it. Before his resolve to kill Carter, he had hesitated, even feeling trepidation and nausea after taking a life. However, when faced with Carter, dangling before him, he remained utterly composed, capable of killing without a moment's hesitation, even as Todd charged at him in fury. This time was no different. In the lead-up to battle, he had experienced sleepless nights, plagued by doubts, fearing Todd's potential betrayal, miscalculating the number of savages, and worrying that his 4 months of military training might amount to nothing, that he might perish on an insignificant hill before ever participating in this power struggle. Yet, when confronted by the advancing horde of savages, Samwell suddenly found himself singularly focused. All doubts, worries, and fears dissipated, leaving only one thought: to fight to the death. Release. At Samwell's command, the soldiers pushed down the boulders and logs they had prepared. With a thunderous roar, gravity and inertia propelled the stones and timber down the slope, crashing into the newly arrived savage ranks. In an instant, chaos erupted, with blood and flesh flying and screams ringing out. This initial assault dealt a significant blow to the savages' arrogance and provided a momentary respite for the anxious new recruits. Form shields. The voice of Samwell echoed once more. The soldiers in the front row instinctively raised their massive wooden shields, their anxious gazes fixed upon the charging savages. Under the moonlight, the grotesque visages of the wild men became starkly visible. Though fear gnawed at their hearts, they remained steadfast, for their comrades stood behind them, and their lord was also at their back. Over the past 4 months, Samwell had imparted no complex combat techniques to them. Instead, he had them repetitively practice the simplest and most fundamental maneuvers. His sole requirements were that they maintain uniformity, precision, and obedience to commands. Countless monotonous repetitions had forged in these soldiers a muscle memory that would compel them to instinctively execute tactical movements, even amidst tension and trepidation. In solitary combat, these green recruits displayed fatal flaws, stiff movements, a lack of agility, and a rigid monotony. Yet, when arrayed in formation, they transformed into a formidable engine of slaughter. Perhaps even Samwell himself could not fathom the significance of such a disciplined and orderly force in the context of warfare in the age of cold steel. This nascent army would soon reveal its bloody fangs deep within the Crimson Mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, the wooden shields held firm. This was hardly surprising. While the shields offered modest protection, the weaponry wielded by the opposing savages was even more rudimentary. Residing in the Crimson Mountains, they had yet to master advanced metallurgical techniques, and iron weapons were scarce. Most of their arsenal consisted of primitive implements such as stone hammers, wooden spears, and animal teeth. Additionally, their upward assault diminished their lethality. With a cold gaze, Samwell observed the unfolding scene and issued a second command: thrust. Swish, swish, swish. The pikemen, sheltered behind the shield bearers, swiftly thrust their long spears through the gaps in the wooden shields. The sound of spear tips piercing flesh echoed in succession. After a series of thrusts, the ranks of wild men surging into the valley thinned considerably. Draw blades. With Samwell's third command, the soldiers in the last row unsheathed their long knives, cutting through the ranks of pikemen and shield bearers to strike at the still screaming savages. Following a round of dispatching blows, before the next wave of wild men could advance, the knife wielders promptly retreated back into formation, while the shield bearers re-established their defensive line to brace for the impending onslaught. This cyclical pattern continued. After several rounds, observing the weariness of his soldiers, Samwell commanded, "First group, fall back. Second group, advance." Given the narrow terrain at the valley's mouth, Samwell had previously organized his troops into 3 groups to rotate in and out, shielding, thrusting, and cutting, monotonous, repetitive, and utterly devoid of excitement. Yet, it proved to be extraordinarily effective. Not long into the battle, the slope at the valley's entrance was already carpeted with the corpses of the wild men. Even the newly initiated soldiers marveled at the carnage they had wrought. Certainly, as it is their inaugural battle, it is only natural for them to feel a sense of trepidation and to falter. Nonetheless, even so, the savages find it difficult to inflict significant harm upon them, for they are protected by a layer of leather armor. Superior equipment, advantageous terrain, harmonious cooperation, and judicious tactical arrangements, coupled with Samwell's calm command on site, enable the recruits to grow increasingly adept and self-assured through each rotation and every clash. The blood that stains their bodies also washes away their youthful naivety. The transition from novice to veteran is, in essence, quite simple. Endure a battle, slay an enemy, and survive. The over 100 recruits summoned by Samwell from the Man River docks are undergoing such a transformation. As time progresses, their movements become more synchronized, more succinct, and efficient. Regardless of how fiercely the savages charge, they are unable to breach what appears to be a fragile defense, leaving behind only a multitude of corpses at the valley's entrance. A potent scent of blood saturates the entire gorge, and under Samwell's leadership, the soldiers on the hill seem to coalesce into a machine born solely for the purpose of slaughter. Life serves as its fuel, blood as its lubricant, and the terror of the enemy is its highest honor. Why have the warriors not yet breached the defenses? Outside the valley, a young savage inquired impatiently. He bore a horse-like visage, with dark skin and a robust physique, adorned with a necklace crafted from the teeth of animals. A seasoned hunter would discern that these were all tiger fangs. This practice is a hallmark of the famed tiger-tooth tribe within the Crimson Mountains. The warriors of this tribe regard the hunting of tigers as the pinnacle of honor. Upon slaying a tiger, they remove its longest and sharpest fang, stringing it into a necklace to showcase their valor. The young savage who spoke wore a necklace densely adorned with fangs, the longest of which exceeded 5 inches. One can imagine the vast size of the tigers he had slain. Beside him stood 2 other young savages, strikingly similar in appearance, their own necklaces equally laden with fangs. Drawing attention, these 3 are the sons of the formidable chief of the tiger-tooth tribe, renowned as the fearless 3 brothers. The eldest, Chika, the middle, Chimu, and the youngest, Chi-Man. Upon discovering the trail of the pioneering party, the brothers began to summon warriors from nearby tribes, preparing to drive the accursed Riverbend people from their territory. Although the various tribes within the Crimson Mountains often engage in strife among themselves, they naturally unite against the Riverbend folk. However, upon noting that the exploring party comprised over 200 well-equipped, trained soldiers, the brothers refrained from acting rashly, choosing instead to stealthily follow and await the gathering of warriors from the tribes. As the expedition team arrived at their destination and commenced the construction of their camp, Kika began to feel a sense of urgency. He discerned that the cunning Riverbend people had chosen a valley that was remarkably advantageous for defense. Should they succeed in establishing a fortified camp, or even a castle, the wild men would irrevocably lose their grip on this territory. At this juncture, under the esteemed reputation of the Tiger-Tooth tribe, over 2,000 wild warriors had gathered around the 3 brothers. Yet, Kika remained hesitant to launch an immediate attack. After all, when confronting the regular forces of Riverbend, the wild men were at a distinct disadvantage in terms of equipment and physical prowess. Unless they possessed a numerical superiority of tenfold, they would never dare to engage openly, although they currently boasted a force that could be deemed tenfold. The Riverbend's advantageous positioning in the valley prompted Kika to await further reinforcements from his fellow wild men. However, as time progressed, the Riverbend forces would inevitably erect more defensive structures. Thus, Kika found himself in a precarious predicament, unable to attack or retreat. In desperation, he dispatched individuals to conduct ambushes and harass the enemy, hoping to delay the construction of the camp while also gauging the combat capabilities of the Riverbend warriors. He even captured 2 sentinels to glean information. Unexpectedly, the reaction from the Riverbend forces was extraordinarily vigorous, akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. By evening, over 100 fully armed soldiers emerged from the valley, searching for their comrades. This development elicited a sense of delight in Kika, for he had just learned from the 2 captured sentinels that the expedition team comprised over 200 soldiers, half of whom were elite troops from the Tyler family, while the other half were newly recruited soldiers summoned by the expedition night just before departure. Now, the most elite contingent of the Tyler forces had vacated the camp entirely. This presented a splendid opportunity. As an adept hunter, Kika never hesitated when his prey revealed a weakness. In his estimation, Over 100 new recruits and a knight reputed to be a worthless noble from Riverbend, even with the advantage of terrain, could hardly withstand the assault of over 2,000 warriors. However, as the battle commenced, the unfolding events began to take an unexpected turn. The resistance within the camp was surprisingly fierce. The narrow and deep valley entrance seemed to transform into an unfathomable abyss, relentlessly claiming the lives of the wild warriors. "We should have breached the camp by now," the third brother, Chimon, expressed his own impatience but attempted to reassure the others, stating, "There are only a little over 100 new recruits in the camp. They must have suffered significant casualties by now. What of our warriors? How many have fallen in this prolonged battle?" A tribal leader who had come to lend assistance could not restrain his inquiry. This question cast a pall of silence over the group. In the enveloping darkness, no one could ascertain the toll of the conflict. Only the sounds of brutal combat echoed, and the scent of blood hung heavily in the air. Suddenly, the eldest brother, Kika, sprang to his feet, drawing his sword as he proclaimed, "I shall personally lead the charge." Upon hearing these words, the crowd's faces brightened with joy, as if the mere presence of the foremost warrior from the Tiger-Tooth tribe would cause the enemy to crumble instantly. However, after taking a few steps, Kika felt someone grasping his arm. "What is it, Chimon?" Chimon leaned closer to his elder brother and lowered his voice. "Brother, the more I think about it, the more I sense something amiss. This could very well be a trap set by the River Bend people." Kika paused, momentarily taken aback. "What sort of trap, brother? Think carefully. If this encampment remains under siege, and at that moment, the previously departed Tillier family forces were to return unexpectedly, what might ensue?" Kika's eyes widened in realization, then narrowed in contemplation. He patted his brother's shoulder and said, "You raise a valid point, but retreat is no longer an option for us. You and Chimu must keep a vigilant watch behind us. If the Tillier forces truly return, stand your ground. As long as I break through into the valley, victory will be ours. Those Riverbend people will meet their end." With that, Kika turned resolutely and strode away without hesitation. Chimon let out a quiet sigh. He understood that his brother was correct. It was indeed too late for epiphanies. Most of the wild warriors were now huddled in the valley, and retreat was no longer feasible. Moreover, if they were to flee without a fight, the reputation of the Tiger-Tooth tribe would be irrevocably tarnished. Thus, at this juncture, the three brothers could only advance, with no possibility of retreat. Just as Kika clenched his teeth in silent determination, a wild man rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming, "Not good. The Riverbend forces that previously departed have returned." Chimon's heart sank, realizing they had indeed fallen into a trap. Yet, in that moment, he knew he must remain composed. Otherwise, this hastily assembled coalition of wild warriors would likely disintegrate. Therefore, facing the stunned crowd, Chimon smiled reassuringly and spoke boldly. Inspired by Chimon's courage, the warriors regained their composure and began to praise the valor of the Tiger-Tooth brothers. Aware that time was of the essence, Chimon promptly sought out his second brother, Chimu, and summoned over 300 wild warriors, quickly arranging them in formation outside the valley to confront the approaching Tillier forces. Gazing at the formidable army before him, Chimon suppressed his inner anxieties and forced himself to remain calm. Even if this were a trap, so what? As one of the most distinguished warriors of the Tiger-Tooth tribe, Chimon had danced on the precipice of life and death countless times. Yet, never had he turned his back on the enemy. "Warriors of the mountains, follow me, charge." The shouts of Samwell from the hilltop at the valley's mouth grew hoarse. Yet his expression became increasingly relaxed. The battle has endured, and not only have the fresh recruits undergone a transformation through the baptism of blood, but Samwell has also solidified his confidence in the military theories he has developed. On this battlefield dominated by cold steel, orderly formations, strict discipline, and meticulous organization stand as the most formidable weapons. The hillside, nearly strewn with the corpses of savages, serves as the finest testament to this theory. Samwell can sense the enemy's momentum rapidly waning. Their offensive has markedly diminished, and he believes that it will not be long before the savages dare not launch another assault on the hill. Even without Todd's flanking maneuver, Samwell is confident in his ability to hold this valley pass with his new recruits. Gazing at the throng of dark figures crammed into the gorge, Samwell finds himself contemplating how advantageous it would be to have a few archers at his disposal. A volley of arrows aimed at the mass could undoubtedly shatter the morale of the savages. Of course, such thoughts remain mere musings. Cultivating a competent archer is no simple task, and 4 months is hardly sufficient. Moreover, archers are an expensive investment. Such considerations must wait until their territory has expanded. Then there are the cavalry, which demand even greater resources. Kill. A roar, akin to thunder splitting the air, jolted Samwell back to reality. He witnessed one of his shield bearers being hurled into the air like a kite severed from its string, tumbling helplessly before crashing down, his chest caved in, blood gushing uncontrollably from his mouth. What has transpired? To Samwell's horror, he discovered that a robust savage had breached the shield bearer's defenses and charged forward. Brandishing a long blade with an unstoppable force, the tiger-tooth necklace around his neck glinting ominously with a blood-red hue. Stop him. With a resounding crash, Chica swung his blade, shattering the wooden shield before him. The splintered fragments scattered around as his blood-red eyes zeroed in on the figure on the hillside, issuing commands. Die, Chica bellowed, akin to a fierce tiger descending from the mountain, as he lunged towards Samwell. In an instant, Samwell found himself unable to evade the onslaught, and was left with no choice but to brace himself and attempt to parry with his sword. Clang! With a violent clash of metal, Samwell's sword flew from his grasp, and he was sent reeling backwards as if struck by a freight truck. The searing pain in his chest rendered him nearly breathless. Fortunately, he had the protection of his chain mail, for otherwise, this fearsome savage would have surely ripped him open. Before Samwell could catch his breath, Chica, with a maniacal laugh, swung down once more. The foul wind rushing towards him felt like the breath of death, striking terror into his very core. In that critical moment, he summoned all his strength, scrambling sideways like a great lizard, desperately trying to evade the impending doom. Thud! The steel blade crashed into the ground, sending a spray of earth and stones that drew blood across Samwell's face. He narrowly escaped, just inches away from losing his head. Samwell struggled to rise, but at that moment, his limbs felt as if they were encased in lead, rendering him utterly immobile. Yet Chica lunged at him once more. Protect Lord Caesar. The soldiers finally reacted, managing to intercept Chica. Samwell gasped for breath, only to discover a metallic sweetness filling his mouth. What a terrifying savage. Such immense strength. After enduring days of arduous training, and with the aid of the golden shrimp, his strength attribute had now surpassed that of an ordinary person, reaching 132. Yet before this formidable wild man, he was still utterly defenseless. Samwell surmised that this savage's strength attribute must have reached 300, if not higher. Second group, advance. Steady the line. Third group, encircle that wild man. Once he caught his breath, Samwell promptly issued commands. This was the advantage of having a reserve force. The previously breached line quickly stabilized again. As for Chica, no matter how fierce he was, surrounded by dozens of soldiers wielding guns and shields, how much more havoc could he wreak? The impact of individual valor in warfare is exceedingly limited. Nevertheless, Samwell had to admit that the preceding encounter had been perilously thrilling. The wild man's personal combat prowess and timing were truly formidable. Had he succeeded in his assault on Samwell, he might have turned the tide of the battle, reversing their fortunes. Alas, he fell just short. At this moment, Chica, trapped amid a circle of spears, flailed desperately, soon sustaining several wounds. Like a cornered beast, he let out a furious roar, a flicker of cold light flashing in his blood-red eyes, before he hurled his steel knife towards Samwell. Die! Fortunately, Samwell had been vigilant, and upon witnessing this, he swiftly seized a wooden shield from a nearby soldier, raising it before him. Thud! With tremendous force, the long knife pierced through the shield. Yet it was ultimately halted by Samwell's armor. The overwhelming might caused Samwell to stagger back 3 steps, landing heavily on the ground. Swallowing the blood that surged to his throat, Samwell once again struggled to rise, bellowing, "Kill him! Kill!" Seeing the wild man disarmed, the soldiers surged forward. Roar! Chica howled, seemingly driven mad, charging once more towards Samwell. The soldiers quickly rallied, prepared to defend their lord at all costs. However, unexpectedly, Chica abruptly veered, dashing back towards the valley. This wild man, who had previously charged forth with untamed ferocity, now resorted to cunning, catching the soldiers off guard. In their moment of distraction, Chica indeed broke free from the encirclement. Do not pursue. Hold the position. Samwell urgently commanded the soldiers attempting to chase after him. Though he longed to rend the wild man into pieces, he understood the significance of maintaining the greater strategy. Moreover, the savage had already sustained grave injuries and posed little threat. Although the chaotic charge of the Sika momentarily disoriented the defenders, it ultimately proved to be a fleeting flicker of resistance. Subsequently, the wild men could no longer pose any danger to the line upon the small hill. Furthermore, Samwell had heard the resounding clash of battle echoing from beyond the valley. Clearly, Todd had finally returned with his troops. A wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the camp, elevating the soldiers' morale even further. In stark contrast, the opposing wild men grew increasingly despondent. despite organizing several more assaults. Their position atop the modest hill remained as formidable as a bastion forged of steel. With their path obstructed and their rear under siege, the wild men, trapped within the valley, began to succumb to anxiety and even panic. At that moment, the first rays of dawn pierced through the oppressive darkness, illuminating the valley of conflict and unveiling the hellish scene before all. From the mouth of the valley to the defensive line of the pioneers, the slope spanning over 100 feet was densely carpeted with the corpses of the wild men. Amongst this mound of bodies lay those who still clung to life, emitting heart-wrenching wails, pleading for release. The flowing blood stained the earth a deep crimson, and the acrid scent of blood permeated the air, rendering it almost suffocating. This apocalyptic tableau became the final straw that broke the camel's back. The wild horde finally collapsed. They could no longer muster a coherent offensive, retreating in frantic disarray. Some weeping uncontrollably, while others lay motionless on the ground, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Seizing the opportunity, Samwell boldly proclaimed to the wild men, "Lay down your arms, surrender, and you shall not be harmed." The soldiers on the slope began to advance their line, chanting as they moved, "Lay down your arms, surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Lay down your arms, surrender, and you shall not be harmed." As the first light of dawn gradually penetrated the clouds, casting a gentle golden hue upon the mountains, the blood-soaked earth greedily absorbed the remnants of the fallen, as if the unknown grasses sought to grow taller and more robust from the sacrifice. Several vultures circled above, eager to swoop down and partake in the grim feast. Despite a sleepless night, Samwell remained invigorated, directing his men to clear the battlefield and accommodate the captives. This battle had culminated in a resounding victory, a triumph that was both exhilarating and monumental. Samwell understood that this victory bore profound significance for him. Firstly, the batch of new recruits he had summoned, having undergone this baptism of fire, had transformed from mere placeholders into a formidable force he could rely upon. Secondly, he, too, had garnered considerable prestige from this victory. Once regarded as a notorious inept among the noble class of Rivermouth, he was now held in higher esteem, no longer dismissed by those around him. However, at this moment, the gazes of all around him were imbued with reverence and respect, as they had truly come to regard him as a lord expanding his dominion. Most significantly, following this battle, the new territory would no longer need to fear incursions from the savages, at least in this valley. No tribe possessed the audacity or capability to pose a threat to him any longer. Just then, Todd approached, bowing deeply to Samwell and saying, "My lord, the preliminary statistics of this battle have been compiled." Following this victory, the knight of the Tully family displayed a markedly more respectful demeanor in the presence of Samwell. "How does the situation stand? We suffered the unfortunate loss of 11 warriors, and 23 sustained severe injuries. However, we managed to slay over 350 savages and captured nearly 1,000. As he concluded, this seasoned bastard knight appeared almost incredulous. He had participated in numerous battles, but had never witnessed such exaggerated results, particularly given that the band of neophyte soldiers led by this pioneering knight was comprised solely of first-time combatants. Even if the adversary was merely a disorganized and poorly equipped tribe of savages, such a resounding victory would undoubtedly elevate this young knight into the ranks of the esteemed commanders of Riverbend. The Tully family truly was a prolific source of generals. In that moment, Todd could no longer associate Samwell with the name of a worthless scoundrel. In his eyes, this was either a misunderstanding or entangled in some sordid conspiracy within the Tully family. Ensure the wounded are properly cared for and provide compensation to the fallen warriors' families according to the standards I previously promised. You may procure the funds from Gavin. Yes, my lord. Have we captured the savage leader? Indeed, we have. This assault was initiated by a nearby tribe known as Tufong, orchestrated by the 3 sons of the tribal chief, all of whom have been taken prisoner. Good, bring them forth to me. When the 3 brothers of Tufong were presented, Samwell recognized one among them as the formidable savage who had posed a dire threat to him on the battlefield the previous night. "We meet again," Samwell greeted with a smile. "What is your name?" "Chica," the savage spat through clenched teeth, his blood-red eyes fixed intently on Samwell, as if ready to leap forth and sever his throat at any moment. Samwell, however, felt no fear of a vanquished foe, especially one whose hands and feet were bound. "Chica, we bear no animosity, do we? I have never harmed anyone from Tufong. Why then did you choose to attack us?" Chica scoffed, seething. "Every time you Riverbend folk arrive, you seize land to build cities, fell forests, and hunt beasts. Yet all of this is a blessing bestowed upon us by the divine. Now it has been destroyed by you, and you dare inquire why we attacked you? These resources for survival bear no labels. By what right do you claim they are solely your divine inheritance? Why can we not develop them together? Huh. Since you have emerged victorious, this forest is naturally yours. Why utter such meaningless words? If you wish to kill us, then do so. The warriors of the Tiger-Tooth tribe fear not death. Is that so? Samwell gazed at the three brothers, who stood undaunted, and suddenly conceived a plan, stating, "However, I never declared my intent to slay you." "You do not intend to kill us?" Chica furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you preparing to make us your slaves?" Samwell shook his head once more. Enslaving others is an affront to the seven gods, and the laws of the kingdom explicitly prohibit the practice of slavery. If we are not to be slaves, then will you set us free? The second brother, Chimu, could not help but interject. To his surprise, Samwell nodded affirmatively. "Humph. You would show such kindness?" Chica expressed his skepticism. "I had no intention of making enemies of the wild," Samwell replied with sincerity. "But you have not afforded me the opportunity to demonstrate goodwill. As I mentioned earlier, the gifts of nature are not yours to monopolize. If you are willing, we can entirely become partners, friends, or even kin. You nobles from Riverbend always speak so sweetly," Chica retorted disdainfully, "yet you still wish for us to submit to you." Samwell smiled and countered, "Is it not only natural to submit to the strong? Is that not the way of your tribe?" Chica found himself momentarily speechless. Indeed, the wild were revered for their strength. But he quickly muttered, "Only the chieftain of the Tiger-Tooth tribe, our father, can decide whether we shall submit to you. Then I wish to meet your father." "Very well, but first you must release us and our kin." Samwell shook his head. "Your recent assault has inflicted great losses upon us. Thus compensation is necessary." "What compensation?" "The kin we have captured must remain to construct my castle. They may only leave upon its completion." "Isn't that tantamount to making them your slaves?" "You just claimed you would not harbor slaves. How hypocritical of you, noble sir." Chica scoffed. Samwell ignored him and continued, "Moreover, you must also pay a price as punishment for instigating this conflict." "What punishment?" "Over 100 lives have been lost due to your actions, and the punishment must be commensurate. Thus, it shall also be death." Samwell shook his head again. "No, I shall only kill one of you. The other two I will release as a gesture of my willingness to reconcile with the Tiger-Tooth tribe." The three brothers were momentarily taken aback, then almost simultaneously asked, "Whom do you intend to kill?" Samwell smiled enigmatically and said, "Let it be decided by you which one shall atone for the deceased." As Samwell finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room grew tense. The once resolute Tiger-Tooth brothers fell into silence. None wished to embrace death, especially when a chance to survive remained. If Samwell were to proclaim his intent to slay all three brothers, they would undoubtedly meet their fates with fervor and bravery. However, when Samwell declared that only one would perish while the other two would be spared, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The three valiant warriors became subdued, their heads bowed in silence. "Well, brave souls, have you reached a decision?" Samwell urged. Yet, they remained mute. With a disdainful smirk, Samwell continued, "Very well. Who was the first among you to suggest attacking the pioneering party? Let him take the blame." An awkward silence ensued. "What is this, brave warriors? Are you too afraid to acknowledge the truth?" Samwell threatened, "If none of you speak, I shall choose one at random to execute." It was Chimon who proposed it first. Finally spoke the second brother, Chimu, in a hushed tone. A slight smile crept upon Samwell's lips as he inquired, "And who is Chimon?" Without needing a response, he had already identified Chimon, for the young man was glaring fiercely at his elder brother, demanding, "Chimu, is it your desire to send me to my death?" Avoiding the piercing gaze of his brother, Chimu mumbled, "It was indeed your plan first. Was it not a consensus among the three of us? Why must I bear the burden alone? It is merely death. We could face it together. What is there to fear?" Samwell interjected languidly, "Ah, Chimon, that is where you err. How could all of you perish? There must be some lineage left to carry on your family's name. So, is the decision that Chimon shall die?" Samwell prodded. "Kika, as the eldest, speak your mind." With a sorrowful smile, Kika questioned, "Eldest brother, do you wish for my demise as well?" Kika remained silent. Silence, it seemed, was tantamount to acquiescence. Samwell unsheathed his long sword and approached Chimon, stating, "Since your brothers have chosen to condemn you, it shall be done." Chimon paid no heed to the sword advancing behind him, his gaze fixated on his brothers, as though striving to unveil their true intentions. Whoosh! The sword swung downwards. Yet, instead of the anticipated pain, Chimon felt his restraints loosen. Turning around, he was astonished to find that Samwell had severed the ropes binding him. In the midst of Chimon's bewilderment, Samwell chuckled, "Oh, I have changed my mind. Only one of you shall live." With that, He casually tossed the long sword before the three brothers. The situation had transformed entirely. As the sword clattered to the ground, Chimu was the first to lunge forward. Betrayal, akin to infidelity, exists in only two states, none or countless. Nevertheless, still bound hand and foot, Chimu could not compete with his now unshackled brother, Chimon. Brother, listen to me, Chimu implored, facing the blade aimed at his heart, forcing a congenial smile in a bid to awaken any fraternal affection within Chimon. I was merely stating facts. The one who truly seeks your demise is that accursed noble. All of this is his cunning trap. Can you not see it? He forced my hand. He compelled me. The long sword pierced through the heart, and in the end, Chimu met his demise at the hands of his own brother. Samwell clapped his hands, an expression that seemed both appreciative and mocking, and he gestured towards Kika, saying, "There is yet one more." Chimon drew his sword and approached his elder brother Kika, his voice rasping as if it emerged from the depths of hell. "Brother, look up at me." Yet Kika remained with his head bowed. "Look up at me." Chimon roared in anguish, like a wounded beast. At last, Kika lifted his gaze, but it fell upon Samwell standing nearby. Samwell met his stare unflinchingly. "You are a devil," Kika ground out through clenched teeth. Samwell smiled serenely, retorting, "The devil lies within your own heart. I merely coaxed it into the light. What of the three brave warriors of Tiger Tooth? What of brotherly affection? Huh? It appears they are nothing but fragile lies, easily pierced. You often accuse us nobles of hypocrisy, yet you remain blind to your own. Look at me." Chimon continued to shout relentlessly. Finally, Kika turned to face his brother, his eyes betraying a hint of guilt. "Just now, did you not wish for my death?" Chimon fixed his gaze on his brother's eyes, demanding an answer. Yet Kika remained silent, instead urging earnestly, "Brother, kill me, then flee as far as you can. Do not seek vengeance for us. He is a devil who toys with the hearts of men. You will never triumph over him." Chimon seethed with anger. "What right have you to instruct me?" Kika sighed, choosing silence, tilting his head back and closing his eyes, awaiting his fate. Chimon's expression shifted rapidly through hesitation, sorrow, and rage, but ultimately, he aimed his sword at his brother's heart and thrust it down. With a hiss, scalding blood gushed forth, splattering Chimon entirely. He staggered back a few steps, then stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue. Samwell's voice echoed once more. "Well done. I have kept my promise. You are now free. Go back and inform your father that I am not one who revels in slaughter. Rather than destruction, I would prefer your submission. Therefore, if he is willing to submit, let him come to me, and I shall accept all the wild men of the Tiger Tooth tribe as my subjects. If he refuses, then the Tiger Tooth tribe had best have enough warriors to withstand our blades." Chimon stood there, motionless, as if he had not heard Samwell's words at all. "What is this? Are you afraid to return to your tribe? Fear not. As long as you no longer oppose me, I shall not reveal your fratricide. Though your appearance remains unchanged, your demeanor seems entirely transformed. My lord, you may find it quite challenging to gain my father's submission," Chimon replied in a hoarse tone. "Oh," Samwell raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Why is that? Could it be that the Tiger Tooth tribe truly possesses enough warriors?" Chimon shook his head, stating no. "The warriors of the tribe are either already dead in battle or have become your captives. The remaining ones have likely been utterly terrified. Yet even so, my father shall not bow to you, for that is a path to death." "Death?" Samwell echoed. "Indeed, the nobles of the Riverbend would undoubtedly slay him." A suspicion dawned upon Samwell. "Could it be that your father had once harmed a noble of Riverbend?" "Yes, in his youth. My father engaged in raiding and had slain a member of the Hyder family." Understanding washed over Samwell. No wonder, with the Hyder family's influence in Riverbend. He feared that the chief of the Tiger Tooth tribe could not be safeguarded. "Why do you share this with me?" Samwell inquired, intrigued by the wild man before him. "Because I wish to convey that my father will not yield to you. However, I will." With that, Chimon suddenly knelt, prostrating himself at Samwell's feet, pressing his forehead firmly against the ground, and proclaimed loudly, "Noble and magnificent knight, Chimon hereby swears fealty to you. I desire to become the sword in your hand, clearing all obstacles from your path. May the gods witness my vow. Should I betray this oath, let my blood run dry." Samwell gazed down at the back of this wild man's head, his expression contemplative. After a moment, he replied, "I accept your allegiance." The encampment of the Tiger Tooth tribe lay to the northeast of Eagle Beak Isle, approximately 20 miles away, established on a clearing by the lakeside. The camp was surrounded by a double-layered iron oak fence standing 20 feet tall, within which rose over a dozen high watchtowers. Outside the fence flowed a man-made moat. transforming the entire encampment into a small island connected to the lake. While such fortifications could not rival the castles of the nobility, they were nonetheless formidable. Who goes there? A wild man atop a watchtower, bow drawn, questioned the figure before the camp gate with vigilance. Since the return of the fleeing soldiers from the battle at Eagle Beak Isle, the atmosphere within the encampment had grown exceedingly tense. This devastating defeat had nearly decimated the tribe's youthful strength, marking what could only be described as a calamity for them. "It is I, Chimon." Recognizing the familiar voice, the wild guard lowered his bow and hastily opened the camp gate. Chimon entered the encampment silently and directly asked, "Where is my father?" The chieftain fell ill upon receiving news of the defeat. Chimon nodded expressionlessly and said, "Take me to him." "Yes," guided by a servant. Chimon arrived at a small hut by the lake. Inside, a fire pit burned, and the shaman of the tiger-tooth tribe was tossing an assortment of peculiar plants into the flames, murmuring incantations. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chimon saw his father lying on the bed, surrounded by various beastly fangs. "You may leave now." The shaman hesitated but ultimately led the servants out of the hut. Upon hearing a disturbance, the old chieftain opened his eyes and gazed at his youngest son, who had approached the bedside. He parted his parched lips and weakly inquired, "Where are Kika and Chimo?" "They have both perished," Chimon replied, his expression devoid of emotion. The old chieftain painfully closed his eyes, his body trembling slightly as he struggled to regain his composure. "Father," Chimon interjected, "do you wish for the warriors of our tribe to continue shedding blood?" The old chieftain cast a furious glance at his son and retorted, "What? Has a single defeat stripped you of your courage?" Chimon unwaveringly met his father's gaze, stating, "This is not a matter of courage. Father, you have encountered the Riverbend people and fought against their army. Do you not comprehend the chasm that lies between us and them? Are our warriors lacking in bravery? No. What we lack is an abundance of provisions. Finely crafted steel weapons, knights forged for battle, and impregnable fortresses. Without these, even if we gather countless savages, we shall never triumph over the Riverbend people." The old chieftain erupted into a fit of violent coughing, evidently incensed by his son's words. "What do you propose? Shall we truly surrender to the Riverbend people and become their slaves? Not slaves, but subjects." "Subjects? Huh. Have you ever witnessed the subjects under the rule of the nobility? How do they differ from slaves?" Chimon retorted sharply, "And what of our own kin? They live in conditions far worse than what you would deem a slave." "What did you say?" The old chieftain sat upright in indignation, but was soon overtaken by another bout of coughing, one so fierce it seemed as though he might expel his very heart and lungs. Chimon coldly observed his father, harboring no intention of assisting, and further inflamed the situation by stating, "Father, you have grown old. Your obstinacy will only lead the tiger-tooth tribe into the depths of despair." Silence. The old chieftain gasped, cursing, "What? Do you intend to dictate the future of the tribe? Wait until I am dead." Before the words had left his lips, Chimon seized the tiger skin draped across the bed and covered his father's head with it. The old chieftain struggled violently, yet was firmly restrained by his robust son. The flames in the center of the small room flickered intensely, casting faint reflections of the father and son. Ultimately, the old chieftain lay still. Chimon gently replaced the tiger skin over his father and restored the scattered beast teeth to their original positions. Once he completed these tasks, he stared intently at his father's face for a protracted moment, then vigorously rubbed his own stiff features, adopting a frantic expression as he shouted, "Father, what is wrong? Father!" Saru. Upon hearing the call, the shaman Saru, who had been waiting outside, rushed in. "Quickly, look at my father. He just fainted." Saru checked the old chieftain's breath, and a shiver of alarm coursed through him. He turned around and met the cold gaze of Kaiman. Seemingly understanding something, Saru quickly lowered his head and said, "I apologize. Third young master, the clan leader has returned to the embrace of the gods." "What? Father?" Kaiman suddenly threw himself onto the bed, sobbing uncontrollably while clutching the corpse of the old clan leader. "My lord, you should not accept the fealty of someone like Kaiman." On a high slope outside the tiger-tooth tribe's encampment, Todd advised Samwell. Samwell, observing the commotion within the encampment from a distance, inquired, "What kind of person is Kaiman?" "A parasite," Todd replied sternly. "A person capable of killing their own kin is capable of anything." Samwell pointed towards the encampment in the distance and asked, "How many soldiers would it take to conquer this stronghold?" Todd paused for a moment, then thoughtfully responded, "Perhaps 500. And the casualties? Could be quite significant." With a sigh, Samwell remarked, "Yet Kaiman could allow us to seize this encampment without losing a single soldier." "My lord, why must you take this stronghold? After the previous battle, Neither the Tiger-Tooth tribe nor the other wild tribes of this forest dare to infringe upon us anymore. So we should focus on the stable development of our territory. Samwell quietly sighed once more. There were certain things he could not share with Todd. The pace of stable development was too slow, and the chaos arrived too swiftly. He did not possess the luxury of time. Thus, he must hasten the population growth of his territory, and integrating the wild tribes was the swiftest route. As the most powerful and prestigious wild tribe nearby, conquering the Tiger-Tooth tribe held immense significance for subduing the wild tribes. Just then, the gates of the encampment suddenly swung open, and 7 or 8 wild tribesmen emerged, heading towards the direction of Samwell and his company. As they drew near, the foremost figure was none other than Caiman. He slowly approached Samwell, kneeling on the ground and proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed Lord Caesar, as the new clan leader of the Tiger-Tooth tribe, I represent all my people in pledging my allegiance to you." Samwell stepped forward and declared with gravity, "I, Samwell Caesar, under the witness of the gods, accept all the members of the Tiger-Tooth tribe as my subjects. From this day forth, I will accept your tribute while also providing you protection." "How many people remain in the tribe?" Samwell inquired, seated at the head of the wooden house in the center of the encampment. Gathered below him were Caiman, the newly appointed clan leader, the shaman, and several tribal elders. "My lord, there are currently over 2,300 people in the tribe, although most are women, the elderly, and children." Samwell discerned the implication in Caiman's words and asked, "Are you lacking in food?" "We currently have enough provisions, but due to the lack of able-bodied men, the future harvest of game is likely to diminish significantly, and it won't be long before we face food shortages." Samwell gently caressed the back of his chair, fully aware that the majority of the able-bodied warriors from the Tiger-Tooth tribe had either perished at Eagle Beak Isle or had become captives. He was indeed reluctant to release these prisoners, as he relied on them for the development of his territory. However, he could not neglect the women, children, and the elderly of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Whether motivated by humanitarian principles or the pragmatic need to win hearts, Samwell felt compelled to provide for these individuals. Yet, the financial resources required to support such a large number posed a significant challenge. Nevertheless, Samwell harbored little concern, for having just triumphed in a significant battle. Was it unreasonable to seek additional investments from his backers? He considered himself a rarity among entrepreneurs, more sincere than those who audaciously demanded funds without merit. After a moment of contemplation, Samwell spoke. "Shimon, please tally the number of elderly individuals over 60 and children under 10 in the camp who lack caretakers, as well as those who are incapacitated or ill. I intend to establish a welfare institution on Eagle Beak Isle to care for these people. Of course, admission to the institution will be voluntary. Those with family to care for them need not attend. You are truly a benevolent lord." Shimon and the other tribal elders bowed deeply, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Samwell continued, "Thanks to Lord Caesar. Shimon, it is the greatest honor for the women of the Tiger-Tooth tribe to wed your formidable warriors. Now that you have become my subjects, refrain from referring to yourselves as the Tiger-Tooth tribe. From this day forth, this place shall be known as Tiger-Tooth Village. Shimon, I appoint you as the village chief, responsible for managing this settlement on my behalf." Shimon promptly approached Samwell and respectfully knelt to pay his respects. "It is my honor." Samwell assisted him to his feet and added, "Considering that Tiger-Tooth Village has just endured a great battle, I shall exempt you from taxes for 3 months. However, should war arise, Tiger-Tooth Village must respond to my call to arms." "Yes, my lord. It is our honor to fight for you." "Shimon, write to the nearby tribes of wild men and inform their leaders that I am equally willing to accept them as my subjects, with the same benefits as those of the former Tiger-Tooth tribe." "Yes, my lord." In truth, Samwell held little hope for the allegiance of the other wild tribes. The Tiger-Tooth tribe had only submitted due to Shimon's influence, and the leaders of the other tribes would likely be unwilling to accept another lord and pay additional taxes. Nonetheless, it was essential to make a show of goodwill first. In the future, he could gradually conquer these wild tribes, but for now, the priority was to assimilate the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Subsequently, Samwell adopted a more approachable demeanor and sought the opinions of the gathered tribal elders. These elders, being wise individuals, dared not propose excessive demands lest they anger their lord. Thus, their suggestions were trivial and inconsequential. To display his benevolence, Samwell acquiesced to their modest requests. Only the suggestion put forth by the tribal shaman, Saru, caused him to furrow his brow. Previously, the Tiger-Tooth tribe revered the so-called god of the mountain, but now, as subjects under Samwell, Saru inquired whether the tribesmen should convert to the faith of the 7. The wild tribes inhabiting the Crimson Mountains held diverse beliefs. Some worshipped the seven, others adhered to the old gods, and some even venerated a motley array of deities, including the god of the mountain of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Should they be forcibly unified under the faith of the seven, not only would the Tiger-Tooth village likely experience turmoil, but other wild tribes might also become increasingly resistant to Samwell. However, on the continent of Westeros, with the exception of the north, the faith of the seven was the official religion. If it were to come to light that Samwell's subjects worshipped a myriad of chaotic deities, it was likely that inquiries would ensue. After a moment of contemplation, Samwell declared, "My subjects possess the right to religious freedom. If they wish to convert, the seven shall surely welcome them. If not, they may retain their original beliefs." Weighing the pros and cons, Samwell ultimately resolved not to involve himself with the faith of the seven. After all, strengthening his own power was of paramount importance. He certainly did not wish to alienate the wild inhabitants of the mountains over matters of faith. As for any inquiries from the faith of the seven, to speak bluntly, how many clerics do they truly possess? Following the forcible dissolution of the religious order by Margaery, the faith of the seven had lost the military capacity to interfere in the Lord's affairs. If they merely sent clerics to question him, Samwell had ample means to address the situation. He could simply delay and, when he had amassed sufficient strength, engage in negotiations with the faith of the seven. Just as the nobles of the north stubbornly continued to worship the old gods, would the faith of the seven dare to send agents to burn their weirwood trees? "You are indeed a merciful lord," Saru remarked with respect. Just when Samwell believed their discourse was concluded, Saru unexpectedly continued. Samwell furrowed his brow once more, feeling somewhat displeased, thinking this old man was rather presumptuous in attempting to place someone in his service. Noticing Samwell's misunderstanding, Saru hastily clarified, "My lord, he is a descendant of the tribal chieftain. If you would accept him as a retainer, it would be a great honor for all of the Tiger-Tooth tribe." "The descendant of the old chieftain?" Samwell turned to Chimon. "Do you have any brothers?" Before Chimon could respond, Saru interjected, "No. I refer to the grandson of the old chieftain, K2. In an instant, Samwell grasped the implication, and his gaze toward Saru became particularly intriguing. "Is he the son of Kika or Chimu?" "He is the son of Kika, my lord." "Bring him to me. I wish to see him." Saru emerged from the wooden cabin and found a boy of 13 or 14, taking his hand and saying, "K2, you shall serve as the lord's attendant. You will lead his horse, wield his spear, polish his armor, and heed his every command. Do you understand?" However, K2 shook his head vigorously, murmuring, "But I do not wish to be his servant. He killed my father. He killed your father honorably on the battlefield. You should not harbor hatred towards him. Instead, you ought to learn from his valor. Moreover, if you remain here, you may meet a fate shrouded in mystery." "Why? Do you know how your grandfather perished? Didn't he die of illness?" "No, he was suffocated by Chimon." K2's mouth fell agape, clearly taken aback by this revelation. He then exclaimed, "Why didn't you tell everyone?" Saru placed a finger to his lips, signaling him to lower his voice, and said helplessly, "Even if I speak the truth, how many would believe me? This would only plunge the Tiger-Tooth tribe into greater turmoil." After that, Saru said no more, taking K2's hand to return to the cabin. "My lord, this is K2." Observing K2 standing dazed, Saru gently nudged his back. K2 furtively glanced at his uncle Chimon, quickly averting his gaze, and approached Samwell, kneeling before him. "Esteemed lord, please allow me to become your attendant." Samwell looked towards Chimon, who remained expressionless, fixated on the ground, seemingly indifferent to the unfolding scene. "Very well, lord, these are the signature dishes of our Tiger-Tooth tribe: grilled lamb hearts, roasted pigeons, stewed snake meat, accompanied by sour oranges and wild grapes." As Samwell surveyed the spread before him, he nodded in satisfaction, raising his goblet and proclaiming gratitude to the gods for this sustenance. The others promptly followed suit, raising their cups. The drink was plum wine, tart yet sweet, quite palatable. Although the tribal delicacies lacked visual appeal and were prepared rather coarsely, they were not devoid of flavor. Regrettably, Samwell still failed to discover any food that would enhance his attributes. Swallowing the final morsel of pigeon, Samwell took a napkin to wipe his mouth and inquired, "Have you heard of the crow roaming tribe?" Chimon quickly set down his utensils, responding, "My lord, the crow roaming tribe is another nearby wild tribe. Where is their encampment? Is it far from here?" "My lord, that is difficult to ascertain. The crow roaming tribe does not have a fixed encampment. They are a nomadic people, ever shifting. They revere crows as messengers of the divine, hence their name." Samwell furrowed his brow. "Do you have a means to locate them?" "Certainly. As long as the crow roaming tribe remains in these woods, they will leave traces behind. However, it will require some time to ascertain their whereabouts." "Very well, Send someone at once. Inform me as soon as you have news. Understood. Chimon nodded in agreement and subsequently inquired, My lord, may I ask why you are seeking them? Have you heard of the soul herb? Chimon shook his head. Just as Samwell was beginning to feel disheartened, the wizard Saru spoke up. My lord, I have heard of it. Oh, then do you know where one might find such an herb? I apologize, my lord, but this herb is quite rare and is said to possess a spirit of its own, evading human gaze. Only the Raven tribe possesses the means to locate it. Samwell nodded, somewhat disappointed. He had only discovered 2 types of food capable of enhancing attributes: the golden-tailed shrimp, which could be procured albeit at a high price, and the soul herb, which seemingly could only be sought from the Raven tribe. After finishing his meal, Samwell did not linger and set off to return to Eagle's Beak Island. Chimon, accompanied by his kin, escorted Samwell and his companions to the village gate. Observing K2 trailing behind him like a shadow, Samwell suddenly turned and beckoned the wizard Saru aside. Saru, would you care to accompany me to Eagle's Beak Island? Samwell had initially thought Saru's offering of K2, the son of Kika, was a calculated political maneuver. However, it now appeared that this was not the case. If you remain here, you may very well meet an untimely demise, Samwell could not help but urge once more. By offering K2 to Samwell, Saru had effectively placed a chain around Chimon's neck, which would undoubtedly lead to Chimon harboring resentment. Chimon was not known for his mercy. A man capable of slaying his own kin would certainly not hesitate to eliminate another wizard. Saru smiled faintly, replying calmly, My lord, no one can escape death, myself included. Samwell sighed, realizing that this old wizard had seemingly resigned himself to his fate, perhaps burdened by guilt over the death of the old chieftain, seeking atonement through sacrifice. Samwell felt it a pity for the old wizard to perish in such a manner. After a moment's contemplation, he spoke, Very well. Although I have exempted Tiger Tooth Village from taxes for 3 months, I shall still require a tax officer. Saru, would you be willing to fulfill this role? Saru paused, fully aware that this was Samwell's way of providing him with a safeguard. Should Chimon dare to kill him, it would be a profound challenge to the Lord's authority. Yet, Saru did not immediately accept this offer, instead furrowing his brow. Observing his hesitation, Samwell encouraged, For the sake of this village, you ought to survive. I am not comfortable leaving it solely in Chimon's hands. Only then did Saru nod. Very well, my lord. If that is the case, I shall serve you. That's the spirit. Samwell laughed heartily. Do not speak of death so lightly. The world outside is vast and wondrous. I had hoped to lead you all to witness it. The outside world does not belong to us, someone had claimed. Who said that? Samwell interjected, questioning whether they, as descendants of the first men and the Undulls, were inherently inferior to the inhabitants of the Riverlands. He asserted that they were not lacking in wisdom or courage, but rather in the absence of a unifying figure capable of rallying all the wildlings. As Salu lifted his gaze, he discerned the unmasked ambition gleaming in the young knight's eyes. The thought of uniting all the wildlings suddenly sparked a memory within him. His ancient, weary heart seemed to rejuvenate, pulsating with vigor. You speak the truth, Salu proclaimed, his eyes alight with fervor as he regarded Samwell. The hundreds of thousands of wildlings in the Red Mountains yearn for a hero. They have awaited this moment for millennia. Samwell, momentarily startled by the old wizard's fervent gaze, had merely uttered a whimsical phrase, yet it ignited the old mystic's zeal. However, in the next instant, he noticed an uncanny resemblance between the divine revelations spoken of by the old sage and the prophecies regarding Azor Ahai's reincarnation as recounted by Melisandre, the priestess of the light, clad in red. Both narratives echoed themes of an impending long summer's end, darkness, fire, and light, all woven into the fabric of a heroic salvation tale. Was this mere coincidence, or were the gods imparting a singular prophecy to their adherents? In that moment, inspiration surged within Samwell. Why not harness this prophecy? In this world, the most straightforward path to wielding influence is through noble lineage. Unfortunately, that was precisely what Samwell lacked. The Tarly family was hardly an ancient noble bloodline, and he had since adopted the surname of Caesar. The people of Westeros had not heard of this name. Thus, if Samwell aspired to greater sway and a larger following in this game of power, he must pursue an alternative route: faith. The allure of belief is profoundly formidable. Although the militant orders had become relics of the past, they had once amassed a considerable number of followers under the banner of faith, nearly toppling the Targaryen dynasty. Reflecting on the ancient figures of the East who engaged in the pursuit of power, who among them had not conjured some fantastical tale? Whether it be slaying the white serpent, dreaming of the sun entering one's embrace, or the radiant room filled with crimson light, each had their own signs and wonders. Samwell believed he could conjure some auspicious omen as well. After all, tales of the burning red sword and the land of smoke and salt were within his storytelling reach. In his youth, such stories were of little consequence, garnering scant belief. Yet, once he amassed sufficient strength, this prophecy would serve as a magnifier of his renown, compelling more individuals to perceive him as the emissary of the gods, willingly submitting at his feet. Perhaps even the red-clad woman would mistake him for the prophesied prince. In any case, she had indeed made mistakes before. With this thought in mind, Samwell no longer shied away from the old wizard's fervent gaze and cheerfully inquired, "Saru, would you care to hear a tale from my childhood?" "Of course, it would be my honor." The lofty canopies loomed above like immense umbrellas, obscuring the sky, allowing only flecks of sunlight to filter through the interstices of the leaves and dance upon the forest floor. The dappled light, shifting with the sway of the branches, served to confound the vision of those traversing the woods. Fortunately, they were all natives, born and bred in this wilderness, accustomed to the ever-changing interplay of light and shadow, well-versed in maintaining their keen perception and vigilance within such an environment. Ucha, burdened with a sack of jerky, brought up the rear of the procession, frequently glancing back to ensure no foraging beasts were trailing behind. "Look, we are almost there." A shout from ahead startled Ucha, prompting him to peer forward through the layers of intertwining branches, where he caught a distant glimpse of a deep valley. Memories of a few days prior surged to the forefront of his mind, and he couldn't help but shudder. It had been the most harrowing night he had ever endured. Blood, screams, carnage, and the sight of lifeless bodies strewn across the ground often jolted him awake at night, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, his swiftness had spared him from death in the valley or from becoming a captive. Moreover, he was fortunate that the noble lord was a compassionate man, who not only refrained from holding the Tiger-Tooth tribe accountable for their transgressions, but also welcomed them as subjects. Ucha was unclear about the distinctions between subjects and savages, yet he felt little resistance to his change in status. At the very least, he would no longer have to engage in battle with the fearsome riverbend people, and he could indulge in the exquisite taste of fine white bread. Ucha still vividly recalled the delightful sensation of that melt-in-the-mouth delicacy. This journey to Eagle Beak with jerky was also an opportunity to exchange for more bread. Of course, that was merely a secondary objective. The primary mission was to assist his sister in finding a suitable husband. Many young women from the village had already married into Eagle Beak Isle. For after the previous conflict, the gender ratio in Tiger-Tooth Village had become severely imbalanced. If the village girls wished to avoid a life of solitude, they had no choice but to seek husbands beyond their borders. Additionally, it was a long-standing tradition among the savages to admire strength. The Riverbend people had already proven their might, and naturally, the girls of Tiger-Tooth Village harbored no aversion to marrying out. Furthermore, the Lord had promised rewards for those girls who wed in Eagle Beak Isle. Indeed, the women residing in the mountains had always been quite proactive. Ucha's sister, Una, prided herself on her beauty and was somewhat reserved, yet she could no longer afford to hesitate. Otherwise, the Riverbend warriors would soon be all taken. Soon, only the craftsmen would remain. After some time, the group drew near to the mouth of the valley. The atmosphere grew increasingly lively, as hundreds of savages busied themselves with felling trees. The once dense forest had become significantly sparse, particularly around the valley's entrance, which had opened up into a vast clearing. Ucha was aware that the lumberjacks were once his fellow tribesmen, captured and left on Eagle Beak Island to construct a castle for their lord. Initially, he had assumed that these individuals would endure a wretched existence, suffering from hunger and poor sleep while toiling under arduous conditions, possibly even subjected to various forms of abuse. However, as he observed them on this journey, he discovered that the reality was quite the opposite. These lumberjacks appeared vibrant and full of vigor, entirely unlike captives. Aunt. Ucha heard his sister's call and quickly turned to see his uncle swinging an axe before a stout oak tree. "Hey, Una, Ucha, what brings you both here?" His uncle paused in his labor, seemingly recalling something, and chuckled. You must be here to help Una find a suitable husband, right?" Una nodded confidently, showing little shyness, though a hint of worry creased her brow. "Uncle, those River Bay people won't bully us wildlings, will they?" "Not at all. The Lord has issued a decree ensuring equality between the River Bay people and the wildlings. Any acts of oppression will be met with punishment." "That's reassuring," Una nodded, appearing to finally relax. "Uncle, are you doing well?" Ucha asked with a tinge of guilt. He had always felt that fleeing alone that night was an act of cowardice that had resulted in his uncle becoming a captive. "I'm doing quite well. I have food, sleep, and a wage." "Wage?" Ucha was taken aback. "Yes," his uncle replied, picking up the axe again. "I'll explain more later. I must finish today's task, or I'll lose work points. With that, he resumed his vigorous chopping, leaving Ucha and Una in a state of confusion. With a series of resounding thuds, the leading man signaled his subordinates to pull the thick rope already secured to the tree's crown. The towering tree, swaying precariously, finally crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar, sending up a cloud of dust. After clearing away the excess branches, the group hoisted the logs onto their shoulders and made their way down into the valley, with Ucha and his sister following closely. Uncle, you mentioned their essay wage? Yes. The Lord has decreed that we are captives, not slaves, and thus we should be compensated for our labor. However, as we are atoning for past errors, the compensation is modest and cannot be collected immediately. When will we receive it? Once the castle is completed, the Lord will settle accounts with us. For now, we're just keeping track of work points. Work points? That is indeed favorable. Seeing that his uncle was faring well, Ucha quietly sighed in relief. What a benevolent lord, Una remarked, her heart swelling with anticipation of marrying into Eaglebeak Island. Indeed, the only downside is that for every 6 days of work, we must take a day off. The Lord claims this is our rest day. Alas, we cannot earn work points on that day. His uncle sighed deeply. I hardly know what to do with that day. What is there to rest from? You could visit Tigertooth Village. Oh right. Uncle, can you leave Eaglebeak Island? Yes. The Lord has not curtailed our freedom. However, what purpose does my return serve? That woman has remarried, and my mother and son are now residing in the welfare institution at Eaglebeak Isle. There is no longer a home for me in Tigertooth Village. My aunt believed you had tragically perished in battle, so, enough of your excuses, I have severed ties with her. Once the castle is constructed for the Lord and I receive my wages, finding another woman will not prove difficult, considering the abundance of widows in the village. Ucha scratched the back of his head, choosing to remain silent. After walking for a while, they encountered a small gathering of people, seemingly engaged in a dispute. Ucha recognized from their features that they were tribesmen from the Longbeard clan, who had initially participated in the Valley War at the behest of the Kika brothers. The path through the valley was narrow, and as Ucha and his companions passed by, they inevitably overheard snippets of their conversation. Inform the chieftain, we shall not return. Why not? Since the Riverbend people have not restricted your freedom, why not flee? Why flee? Here, we have ample food, comfortable rest, and wages to earn. I refuse to go back. But here, you must work continuously. Isn't hunting required when we return? Chopping wood seems far less perilous in comparison. But the tribe needs you. Perhaps the chieftain should submit to Lord Caesar, just as the Tiger-Tooth tribe has done. Indeed, indeed. This way, we can all become subjects of Lord Caesar. Nonsense. Have you forgotten the glory of the Longbeard clan? What glory remains after we were so thoroughly defeated? Silence. You ungrateful lot. You were swayed by but a few copper coins. It is more than just a few copper coins. The castle's completion is still far off, and that entails a significant amount of copper. If we flee now, our previous labor will count for nothing. I shall not leave. Yes, I shall not leave either. Nor will I. Only a fool would run. Hearing the Longbeard clansmen's quarrel, Ucha's uncle remarked that not only was no one fleeing, but the number of captives in their camp had actually increased over the past few days. Increased? Ucha was taken aback. Is it possible that some are voluntarily choosing to become captives? Indeed, you heard it yourself. The conditions for captives here are quite favorable. Why not come? His uncle glanced at Ucha and suddenly suggested, Ucha, why not remain as a captive? After all, your sister will be marrying here, and you would have someone to look after you. What? Ucha was taken aback. But upon reflection, it didn't seem like such a bad idea. Yet, who would willingly become a captive? What would become of the honor of a wild warrior? In that moment, Ucha found himself engulfed in inner turmoil. Before Ucha could resolve his conflict, they reached the end of the narrow path. Even after more than 10 days, the lingering scent of blood had yet to dissipate completely. Standing upon the dark red earth, Ucha couldn't help but recall that unforgettable night, causing him to bow his head and soften his breath. The once familiar valley has undergone a profound transformation, now adorned with towering iron oak fences and a newly erected watchtower upon the hillock. With such formidable fortifications, the island of Eagle's Beak has become even more impervious to assaults. After confirming their identities, the guards allowed Ucha and his companions to enter the valley. Upon their arrival, the adults set off to transport logs, leaving the Ucha siblings standing awkwardly, somewhat at a loss. Their attention was soon captured by a series of resounding battle cries. Ucha, compelled to follow, beheld a regiment of approximately 100 soldiers running along the beach. 1-1-1-2-1. Though they were merely running, the synchronized cadence, spirited chants, and disciplined military posture exuded an air of formidable authority. Particularly, as he recalled the countless savage warriors mercilessly slaughtered by this relatively small band of base soldiers. Ucha felt a deep-seated dread wash over him. Yet simultaneously, a curious thought began to take root within him. How wonderful it would be to be one of them. On the fringes of the beach, a number of wild maidens had gathered, some proudly showcasing their newly acquired husbands to the envy of others, while those still searching were keenly probing for their own opportunities. Una, too, ventured closer, intent on gathering intelligence. Before long, she had her sights set on a young man at the front of the line, commanding with authority despite his modest stature. From her companions, she learned that this young man, named Gavin, though unremarkable in appearance, served as the steward to the Lord. Such a figure naturally had discerning tastes, and many wild maidens who had sought his favor had returned disheartened. Confident in her beauty, Una resolved to take her chances. As the training concluded, she dashed forward, making a beeline for Gavin. Ucha scratched his head in place, reluctant to interrupt his sister, and could only silently wish her luck. In the northwest corner of the valley, Ucha discovered a small market, where he exchanged the jerky he had brought for oats, bread, and a modest amount of sweet biscuits. Yet, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. He contemplated returning to Tiger Tooth Village, but hesitated to leave his sister behind. However, the thought of joining the captives was equally unappealing. As he wandered aimlessly, a voice suddenly pierced the air. It is said that this long summer is drawing to a close, and soon will come the cold winter and endless long nights. As a demon that has slumbered for millennia awakens in the darkness, bringing destruction to this world. What shall we do then? Ucha exclaimed. Fear not, for the divine has long since arranged for a heroic savior, who will be born in the land of smoke and salt, wielding a burning sword, to lead the people in vanquishing evil and ushering in an eternal summer. Hearing this, Ucha could not restrain himself from interjecting, What you say is incorrect. The speaker turned to glare at Ucha but maintained composure, asking, What is incorrect? I heard from the shaman Saru that the hero is born amidst ice and fire. Ice and fire? Tell me, how does one emerge amidst ice and fire? The youth inquired. Surely it is through great snow and great flames, replied Ucha, a look of reverence gracing his features. The wizard Saru proclaimed that our lord, Caesar, was born on a winter's day when snow fell heavily, and the castle itself was ablaze. Hence, he is the hero foretold, born of ice and fire. Upon hearing this, the man's demeanor softened, and he remarked, Perhaps the ice and fire your wizard speaks of is akin to my smoke and salt. Of the same essence? Ucha questioned. Indeed. Consider, a great fire must produce smoke, while snow is, in essence, the salt of the heavens. Habitually scratching the back of his head, Ucha continued, So, you too believe that Lord Caesar is the hero of the prophecy? Without a doubt, he affirmed, and immediately, the atmosphere lightened. Ucha eagerly leaned closer, engaging in a discourse on the prophecy. The surrounding wildlings listened with varied expressions, some filled with awe, others scoffing discreetly. Yet, none dared to directly contradict them, for they were all subjects of Lord Caesar. Moreover, the recent triumph had indelibly etched Caesar's renown into the hearts of these wildlings. Even if they did not wholly believe him to be the prophesied hero, a seed of belief had been sown within them. In time, as Lord Caesar's legend unfolded, this seed would flourish, potentially becoming a deeply rooted faith. Ucha's conviction in the wizard's prophecy deepened, until his sister approached, reluctantly drawing him from the conversation. How are things? She inquired. Quite well, Ula replied, her cheeks flushed with excitement as she accepted the tiger-striped gloves I had crafted. That is splendid. It won't be long before I can attend your wedding. Ula smiled brightly at her brother's congratulations, then recalled something, asking, By the way, have you made a decision? Will you stay on Eagle's Beak Island? Ucha hesitated. I'm still contemplating. I need to think it over. Ula chuckled. I suspected you wouldn't relish joining the prisoner camp, but what if it were the Lord's Guard? Would you be willing to join? What? Is Lord Caesar's Guard recruiting? Ucha exclaimed. Indeed. Gavin just informed me that they are seeking 100 new soldiers. The recruitment notice will be posted tomorrow. You must remember to apply. Absolutely. Ucha nodded vigorously, but soon a shadow of worry crossed his face. Yet, if they are only selecting 100, I may not be chosen. Ucha was certain that once the recruitment notice was made public, wild warriors would flock to enlist. I have faith in your abilities. Ula insisted, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. If it comes to it, I can ask Gavin for assistance. Yes, yes. At that moment, Ucha wished fervently for his sister to marry Gavin at once. After a moment of contemplation, Ucha suddenly whispered, Sister, why not seek out Lord Gavin tonight? Una shot her brother a glare, but soon tilted her head, seemingly weighing the feasibility of such a move. Meanwhile, Gavin remained oblivious to the fact that he had caught the attention of a wild girl. He had just approached Samwell, frowning deeply, and remarked, "My lord, you ought to address those wildlings. This morning, I conducted a head count and discovered that the number of prisoners in the camp has swelled by nearly 200. This is utterly excessive." Samwell chuckled lightly. "Isn't a larger number beneficial? It accelerates the pace of our territory's development. But the consumption is substantial. Our food reserves can only last another fortnight at most." Samwell's expression grew serious upon hearing this. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "I understand, and I will resolve this matter." In his view, although the Lord spent money freely, the speed at which he generated wealth was astonishing. He pondered how the Lord managed to amass such riches. "Lord Caesar, Mr. Vito." Samwell approached Vito, who was overseeing the craftsmen and wild laborers laying the foundation of the castle. "How is the situation progressing?" "Faster than I had anticipated," Vito exclaimed. "I never imagined those wildlings would work with such dedication. They are practically competing to labor. In comparison, our laborers in Highland City are nothing but slackers." Samwell laughed heartily. "Do you know why that is?" "Why?" Vito inquired eagerly. "In Highland City, if someone slacks off, what would Viscount Martin do? Of course, he would whip them." Samwell shrugged and replied, "Punishment is one method, but I believe that rewards can better stimulate the enthusiasm of the subjects." Upon hearing this, Vito immediately recalled the peculiar work point system that Samwell had instituted. He had previously mocked the young lord for being overly merciful, proposing to pay a group of prisoners. However, it now seemed that this initiative held deeper significance. But it was, indeed, quite extravagant. Suddenly, Vito realized that Samwell had not actually given the wild prisoner any money. He merely provided them with food. The reward would only materialize after the castle's completion. It was merely a visible yet unattainable bait, compelling thousands of wildlings to labor willingly for him. What a clever strategy. Reflecting on his own lord's contract with this one, Vito seemed to grasp something, yet hesitated to fully believe it. Just then, Samwell remarked, "Oh, by the way, the construction of the dock should also be prioritized." Vito paused momentarily before nodding, "Understood, my lord." Samwell added, "However, your previous construction proposal was overly complex. Let us first build a simple wharf that will allow ships to dock and unload cargo. Our primary focus must remain on the castle's construction for now." "Yes, my lord." Victor had an inkling that this might indeed be the limit of the pioneering lord's endeavors. One could only wonder what expression would grace his lord's face a year hence, upon discovering a dock with naught but a bare plank bridge. The two engaged in further idle chatter, and after gleaning insights into the progress of territorial construction, Samwell bid farewell to Victor and ventured deeper into the valley. Nestled near the towering cliffs, several brand new wooden cabins stood proudly. Surrounding these cabins were over a dozen fully armed soldiers, who bowed in respect upon seeing Samwell. This locale represented the most fortified area within the valley, housing a plethora of supplies for the pioneering team, as well as Samwell's lordly abode. Curiously, one of the structures housed a blacksmith shop. It was here that Samwell made his entrance. Upon his arrival, the blacksmiths paused their tasks and rose to greet him. Samwell waved his hand, urging them to continue their work, and proceeded toward the innermost chamber, the workshop belonging to the blacksmith Busso. Remarkably, 2 guards stood vigil at the door, underscoring Samwell's commitment to security in this locale. As the finest blacksmith in Highland City, Busso had garnered Samwell's unabashed favor shortly after joining the pioneering team, often engaging in fervent discussions with him. Many assumed that the Lord desired Busso to craft a suit of armor tailored to his specifications. However, Busso had not laid a hand on steel in recent days, instead engrossed in dealings with various copper tubes. "My lord, the item you requested is complete," Busso respectfully announced, gesturing to a peculiar contraption before him. Though it had been created under the Lord's guidance, Busso remained oblivious to its intended purpose. This strange apparatus comprised 3 copper vessels of differing sizes and shapes. The first and second vessels were connected by a swan neck-shaped copper pipe, while a copper tube emerging from the second vessel coiled into a serpentine circle upon entering the third vessel. Samwell gazed at the contraption before him, his eyes alight with eagerness, tinged with a hint of nostalgia, as if he were reminiscing about something significant. After meticulously inspecting the device and confirming its accuracy, he turned to Busso and smiled. "Excellent. This is precisely what I sought. It is my honor to serve you," Busso replied, his admiration evident. Samwell then regarded the skilled blacksmith and suddenly inquired, "Busso, if I recall correctly, you have a son?" "Indeed, my lord. Although he is my apprentice, his heart lies elsewhere, and I find myself at a loss with him," Busso lamented. "I have heard he is more inclined toward swordplay and weaponry." Samwell probed. "Yes. He dreams of becoming a knight, lost in his fantasies." Busso sighed. "How about this? My guard is recruiting. You may have him apply, and should he excel, I could take him on as my squire. Perhaps one day, I might even bestow upon him the honor of knighthood, Samwell suggested. Busso was taken aback by the lord's words, and after a moment of hesitation, he stammered, "My lord, your generosity truly overwhelms me. However, we are the subjects of Highland City, after all. Who can predict the events of a year hence?" Samwell chuckled, adding, "And throughout this year, you shall serve me. Forging iron is service, and waging war for me is equally so." Busso found himself in a quandary. "Yes, my lord." After Busso departed, Samwell could not resist caressing the peculiar copper apparatus before him, savoring the familiar yet foreign sensation. A glimmer of crystalline moisture appeared in his eyes. This was, in fact, a Sharentai-style distiller. In his previous life, he was born into a family of wine merchants, and from his grandfather's time, they specialized in producing grape distillates, specifically brandy, beneath the Tiamu Mountains. Thus, since his earliest memories, he had witnessed the amber liquid gushing forth from this ancient and wondrous device. Now, even across the chasm of time and space, standing before this empty copper vessel, he felt as if he could still perceive the unique aroma of the wine post-distillation. It was a scent interwoven with the fabric of his childhood memories, and it would also become his source of wealth in this foreign realm. Indeed, Samwell had the audacity to venture into the desolate Crimson Mountains and reject the piratical path proposed by Lady Alina, for his true confidence lay within this very knowledge. Nobility in this world was universally fond of wine, and the winemaking industry thrived, yet it lacked advanced distillation techniques, resulting in generally lower alcohol content. This, indeed, was his opportunity. Though the Crimson Mountains offered barren land unsuitable for grain cultivation, they were well suited for the cultivation of mountain grapes, which demanded little from the soil, were drought-resistant yet susceptible to flooding, and required ample sunlight. In fact, Samwell had previously witnessed wild mountain grapes being harvested by the indigenous people in Tiger Tooth Village. These grapes were not particularly sweet, leaning towards acidity. However, this lower sugar content and higher acidity made them ideal for brandy production. As he stroked the smooth, cold surface of the distiller, Samwell envisioned a radiant golden pathway unfolding before him. In a room with tightly shut doors and windows, the rich aroma of alcohol permeated the air, accompanied by the bubbling sounds of the boiling liquid. "It's coming out, it's coming out," Gavin exclaimed as he watched the amber liquid flow from the copper pot. Samwell remained remarkably composed, having witnessed such scenes countless times in his past life. Yet his gaze was fixed intently on the spout of the copper vessel. As the liquid continued to flow, Gavin could no longer contain himself. "My lord, may I have a taste?" "Certainly." Upon receiving permission, Gavin swiftly fetched a small cup, filled it with the distilled liquid, and without waiting for it to cool, gently blew on it before eagerly bringing it to his lips. In the next moment, the young steward tightly closed his eyes, his features contorted, and his body trembled slightly before he could no longer suppress a fit of coughing. "Cough, cough, cough. My lord, what a potent spirit." Upon witnessing this, Samwell took a small cup and filled it with the liquid, bringing it to his nose for a delicate sniff before allowing it to cascade into his mouth. The potent flavor erupted within his palate, akin to a roaring flame, igniting every taste bud with its fervor. In truth, the freshly distilled wine was rather harsh, its flavor excessively spicy and lacking in aroma. Yet, Samwell erupted into hearty laughter, for this was precisely the taste he had ardently sought. After undergoing the processes of blending and aging, allowing the spirit to absorb ample oak essence and harmonize with the substances produced by its own tannin oxidation, it would ultimately yield the distinctive and enchanting fragrance characteristic of brandy. He was confident that this flavor would undoubtedly captivate the nobility of Westeros, securing brandy as a staple of their banquets and a prized possession in their cellars. With the experiment deemed a success, Samwell finally felt a sense of relief. He turned to Gavin and inquired, "Has Bosso's son joined the guard?" "Yes, my lord. I took care of it personally." "Excellent." Gavin stole a glance at Samwell, hesitatingly adding, "And my lord, I also managed to sneak another person into the guard." "Who?" Samwell's expression remained inscrutable. "A wildling named Ucha." Gavin grew increasingly anxious. "From Tiger Tooth Village?" "Yes." "Explain your reasoning behind this." In truth, Samwell was not angered. Gavin, initially his squire and now the steward of the estate, was entitled to a certain degree of privilege, especially since he had chosen to be forthright with him. "He has a sister named Una, who has been quite kind to me and even gifted me a pair of tiger skin gloves." Samwell instantly grasped the situation, chuckling. "Have you taken a liking to this young lady?" Seeing Samwell's lack of anger, Gavin felt a wave of relief wash over him and nodded. "This is a good thing. Choose a date, and I shall personally officiate your wedding." "Thank you, my lord." After your marriage, let Una handle the operation of this distiller. Of course, my lord. Gavin quickly understood and assured, I will remind her to maintain discretion. At present, Samwell found himself lacking trustworthy individuals under his command. Thus he had no choice but to entrust this matter to the new bride of Gavin. Indeed, the primary ingredient for brewing is mountain grapes. You may instruct the villagers to begin foraging for wild ones in the mountains, but it is also time to start planning for mass cultivation. You likely lack knowledge in this area, do you not? Gavin shook his head. Then consult the wildlings. Surely, some of them must possess the knowledge. Samwell pondered for a moment before shaking his head again. Never mind, they may not understand either. I shall teach them personally. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Samwell waved his hand dismissively and continued. Gather the wild women who have come over these past few days. I will personally instruct them on how to cultivate mountain grapes, as well as the subsequent processes of harvesting, juicing, and fermentation. As for the distillation, that will require Una to handle it. Once we expand the scale, we can find her some assistance. As for the subsequent storage, I shall first enlist the carpenters to craft a selection of oak barrels, and at that time, you may arrange for personnel to fill them with wine. After conveying these instructions, Samwell pondered for a moment and added, furthermore, each process must be executed by different individuals, and it is preferable to assign those with blood relations to the same procedure. Understood, my lord, Gavin replied, though he did not fully grasp the intention behind Samwell's directive. This was to minimize the possibility of anyone discerning the entire winemaking process, as Samwell succinctly explained. Of course, he was not genuinely concerned that anyone could swiftly replicate the brandy, for although the process appeared straightforward, it was rife with intricate details, lessons learned from years of experience. Even a minor deviation could lead to significant alterations in flavor. An inexperienced individual would inevitably traverse countless missteps, consuming an inordinate amount of time in imitation. Moreover, he possessed the methodology for constructing the distiller, and that blacksmith named Buso would certainly not be allowed to leave Eagle's Beak Island. Gavin sensed Samwell's emphasis on this winemaking technique and cautioned, my lord, the blacksmith who fabricates this distiller is a subject of Highland City. Should he return to the Mullendal family after a year? Rest assured, he shall not return, Samwell interjected with a smile. Not only him, but all who come to Eagle's Beak shall be my subjects. Yet, the Viscount Martin of Highland City may not concur. He will agree, for I shall present him with an offer he cannot refuse. Gavin scratched his head, seemingly grasping the implication, yet hesitated to inquire further. Samwell chose not to elaborate, instead stating, in 3 days, I shall journey to Qingting Island. During my absence, the daily affairs of Eagle's Beak shall be your responsibility. Very well, my lord. Gavin responded with a hint of trepidation. Do not fret, Samwell reassured him with a smile. Simply maintain the status quo. Should you encounter any indecision, wait for my return. Yes, my lord. After a moment's contemplation, Gavin expressed his concern. My lord, if the wildlings were to attack again in your absence, I worry. Thus, you must swiftly disseminate news of my impending departure, Samwell replied. Gavin was momentarily taken aback by the seemingly unrelated response, but after a brief pause, he realized. My lord, are you feigning departure to lure those restless wildlings to assault Eagle's Beak once more? Indeed, if they are wise, they will refrain from coming. However, should they dare to return, I shall seize the opportunity to eradicate this threat once and for all. Gavin visibly exhaled in relief, smiling. Very well. I shall hasten to spread the news. Samwell then reminded him. However, I truly must visit Qingting Island, as the food supplies and essential materials in the territory are dwindling. Furthermore, with the increasing number of subjects, we must establish a stable supply line. Jiawen nodded, coming to an understanding. My lord, are you suggesting transporting supplies from Qingting Island via sea routes? Indeed, my territory lies within the Crimson Mountains, and utilizing overland routes would incur excessive costs. Thus, the maritime route is the most suitable option. In truth, Samwell's expedition this time aims not only to establish a maritime transport corridor, but also to engage in meaningful discourse with the Earl of Pakester, the Lord of Qingting Island. Previously, Madame Olenna had arranged the pirate route, undoubtedly involving the Earl's participation, as it necessitated the deployment of ships and sailors from Qingting Island. However, Samwell no longer requires such assistance. Instead, discussions regarding investments could be fruitful. Furthermore, as Qingting Island is renowned throughout Westeros as a premier wine-producing region, it serves as an ideal venue for the inaugural presentation of brandy. The sky was shrouded in ominous clouds, devoid of sunlight, signaling an impending downpour. Not a breath of wind stirred within the forest, and the sweltering heat felt nearly suffocating. Was the Lord of the Frontier truly departing? Was the news reliable? Within the somewhat cramped wooden cabin, dozens of grave-faced wildlings had gathered. The amalgamation of sweat and spices fermented in the humid, stifling atmosphere, resulting in a peculiar aroma. "It is indeed reliable," asserted the wildling seated at the forefront in a deep, resonant voice. He was a robust man in his 40s, towering in stature, his limbs sinewy and strong, with a fierce glint in his eyes. Most striking was his deep blue skin, a hallmark of the blue-skinned tribe. As the second-largest wildling tribe in the mountainous region, only surpassed by the Toothfang tribe, the blue-skinned tribe had also suffered greatly in the Battle of Eagle's Mouth. Yet, unlike the Toothfang tribe, they were unwilling to submit. "What say you? Do you dare seize this opportunity for another confrontation?" urged Linnea, the chief of the blue-skinned tribe. Once more, he had summoned the leaders of 13 nearby tribes, driven by a desire to vindicate their previous disgrace. Yet, more crucially, he needed to reclaim those tribesmen captured by the River Bay people. Without these able-bodied youths, the blue-skinned tribe would inevitably decline. However, Linnea's rallying cry did not elicit the fervent response he had anticipated. Clearly, the last devastating defeat had left an indelible psychological scar on these tribal leaders. And even in the face of such a promising opportunity, they lacked the courage to engage in battle once more. "Speak up." Linnea could not suppress his raised voice. "Have you all been so frightened by the River Bay people?" At last, one ventured to reply. "We are not afraid of the River Bay people. Rather, Eagle's Mouth is simply too formidable to assault. To attempt it again would only result in the needless sacrifice of more of our kin. But have you considered this? If we let this opportunity slip by and the River Bay people succeed in constructing their fortress, we will forever lose control over this woodland. We will either have to submit or face slaughter and exile. I am fully aware that Eagle's Mouth is easily defensible but offers no alternatives. To safeguard this forest, for the glory of the deities and for the honor of the wild warriors, we must take action, even if it demands a sanguine price." The members of the blue-skinned tribe possess an inherent madness. While they may not be the most formidable on the battlefield, they are undoubtedly the most terrifying. Their eerie azure skin, drenched in blood, resembles demons clawing their way out of hell. At this moment, the fierce and nearly frantic gaze of Linnea swept across the gathering, instilling a palpable silence among all, who feared that the chieftain of the blue-skinned tribe might lose control and unleash a massacre. Yet, amidst this tense atmosphere, a melodious female voice rang out. "The Crow tribe shall not partake in this matter." The speaker was a woman seated in the corner, veiled in mystery, her features obscured. But her enchanting violet eyes were enough to captivate every man present. With her fair complexion, elongated figure, and graceful demeanor, she appeared less like a wildling and more like a noble woman emerging from a castle. At that moment, she resembled a proud swan amidst a flock of common fowl, which gazed at her with a mix of avarice and, in one case, a particularly fierce glint from a blue-skinned warrior, as if he wished to flay her alive. The Crow tribe? When did it become permissible for a woman to speak on their behalf? Where was Chieftain Rune? Facing Linnea's predatory gaze, Nala smiled lightly and replied, "My husband returned to the embrace of the gods 3 months ago. Thus, the warriors of the Crow tribe now heed my command. Your husband is dead. Have all the other men of the Crow tribe perished as well, to submit to the will of a woman?" Upon hearing such disrespectful words, 2 warriors beside Nala rose in indignation, ready to draw their swords to defend their chieftain's honor. However, Nala raised her hand to halt them, her demeanor remaining calm and unhurried. "Linnea, we of the Crow tribe shall not participate in your endeavors, nor shall we submit to the River Bay folk. We serve only the ancient gods and heed their every decree." With that, she turned to leave the wooden hut. Halt! Linnea would not allow her to depart, for the alliance would crumble before it even began. Observing the throng of blue-skinned warriors blocking the door, Nala furrowed her brow and questioned, "Linnea, we have partaken of the bread and salt of the blue-skinned tribe. Do you intend to violate our rights as guests? Do you not fear the wrath of the gods?" Linnea scoffed, "Woman, do not feign innocence. I have heard that members of the Tiger-Tooth tribe were previously scouting for your whereabouts, claiming that a noble from River Bay sought to meet you. If I let you go, who knows if you will not turn and inform the River Bay people." Sighing, Nala clarified, "Indeed, that noble from River Bay is searching for us, but I have already declined his invitation. If you still harbor doubts, I can solemnly swear to the ancient gods that I will never divulge your plans." "I do not trust the oaths of women," Linnea retorted coldly. "Therefore, I kindly ask you to remain my guests for a few more days. Once the war concludes, I shall naturally grant you your freedom." Nala, feeling helpless, had no choice but to return to her seat. Linnea took a deep breath, preparing to rally the remaining tribal leaders, when suddenly a figure entered from outside. "Apologies for my tardiness. I hope I am not too late." The crowd turned towards the voice, their expressions shifting to astonishment. For the newcomer was none other than Chimon, the chieftain of the Tiger-Toothed tribe. Linya rushed to the entrance, warmly embracing Chimon's arm, laughing heartily. "My dear nephew, you have indeed come. I always knew you could not sincerely submit to the Riverbend people." The elder chieftain of the Tiger-Toothed tribe had married Linya's sister. Yet as she had passed away early, the ties between the two families had gradually cooled. Nevertheless, that blood connection had always persisted. "Indeed, uncle, my submission to the Riverbend people was born of necessity, but I have never forgotten the hatred of my father and brothers. Now is the opportune moment for our vengeance." "Precisely," Linya exclaimed, holding Chimon's hand as they stood at the center of the assembly, her gaze sweeping across the faces of the gathered leaders. "What do you fear, esteemed chiefs? With the warriors of the Tiger-Toothed tribe as our allies, Eagle Beak, Allah is no longer impenetrable. Do you not have the courage to erase past humiliations?" Upon seeing Chimon, the expressions of the tribal leaders began to shift. Hearing Linya's words, their hesitations dissipated, and they eagerly responded, "Yes. Our Longbeard tribe will send 200 warriors, determined to conquer Eagle Beak Isle and redeem our honor. We shall dispatch 150 warriors." The atmosphere in the assembly grew fervent as the tribal leaders transformed, each revealing their last reserves, ready to engage in a fierce battle against the Riverbend people. Linya and Chimon stood at the heart of the crowd, basking in the accolades and cheers, exuding an air of confidence, as if victory was already within their grasp. In the summer by the seaside, Gavin and Una stood facing one another, solemnly pledging their vows. Samwell raised a crystal high, allowing the refracted rainbow light to illuminate the faces of the newlyweds, proclaiming, "In the presence of the 7 gods and all mortals, I solemnly declare that Gavin and Una are united in marriage. From this day forth, they shall be one body, one spirit, one soul, for eternity. Any who dare to interfere with their union shall face a merciless curse." A blush of happiness adorned Una's face as she gently rose on her toes, closing the distance between them, reciting the vow she had memorized. "Through this kiss, I offer my love. May you become my husband and my refuge. Through this kiss, I offer my love, wishing you to become my wife and my counterpart." Gavin's body trembled slightly, yet he leaned forward, allowing their lips to meet. Applause and cheers erupted instantaneously, startling a flock of seagulls resting on the surface of the sea, which only intensified the celebratory atmosphere. With the ceremony concluded, the banquet commenced. The wine, however, proved excessively potent, causing many to cough incessantly. Yet, an even greater number, after tasting it, had their eyes gleaming with curiosity, inquiring incessantly about the origin of this remarkable beverage. Upon discovering that the wine was personally brewed by the Lord himself, expressions of astonishment spread across their faces. Chimon hastily finished his meal, downed another glass of wine, and then fell into contemplation as he observed Samuel's figure. After a moment, noticing Samwell walking towards the Lord's cabin, he rose and followed. Halt! In front of the cabin, Chimon looked at his nephew K2, who was blocking his path, and displayed an enigmatic smile. "Young man, I wish to see Lord Caesar. Why do you obstruct me?" K2, maintaining a stern expression, replied rigidly, "You cannot simply enter. You must announce your presence first." "You truly are a competent attendant," Chimon remarked with a hint of admiration. "Well then, might I request you to notify him on my behalf?" "Wait here," K2 coldly retorted before turning and entering the cabin. Shortly after, he emerged and stated, "Lord Caesar permits you to enter." Chimon smiled faintly and stepped towards the Lord's cabin, but as he passed by K2, he suddenly halted. "What is it?" K2 tensed, feeling an inexplicable sense of dread from his uncle's gaze, which resembled that of a venomous serpent. "Are you frightened of me?" Chimon fixed his eyes intently on his nephew. "I am not afraid of you," K2 declared defiantly. Chimon grinned and lowered his voice. "What has Sara told you?" K2's pupils constricted slightly, instinctively avoiding Chimon's gaze. Yet, in the next moment, as if realizing his weakness, he forced himself to meet Chimon's eyes, gritting his teeth. "He told me that you killed grandfather." Upon uttering these words, K2 immediately regretted his impulsiveness, realizing he should not have revealed such a secret. However, unwilling to appear weak before Chimon, the young wildling endeavored to stand tall. Chimon, upon hearing this, displayed no signs of alarm or anger, as though his nephew had merely remarked on the pleasantness of the weather. This reaction both surprised K2 and fueled his rage further. After a prolonged silence, Chimon finally spoke softly. "Indeed, it was I who killed grandfather." Before K2 could unleash his outrage at his uncle's shamelessness, Chi-Man continued. Moreover, not only him, but also your father, Chica, and your second uncle, Chimu, were likewise slain by my hand. K2 was taken aback, and in the next second, a rush of blood surged to his head, nearly overwhelming his reason. Clang! Ketuba drew his sword, yet halted midway. His entire body trembled, his lips bleeding as if he were fervently suppressing an impulse. Chimon quietly observed his nephew and suddenly chuckled. Why do you hesitate? Afraid to strike me? I am not so foolish. Ketuba articulated each word deliberately. If I were to draw my sword now and strike you, you would have a plausible excuse to kill me. Indeed, it seems you are not entirely unwise, Chimon remarked, eyeing his nephew, who was only half his height, yet still lacking in cleverness. Approaching, he casually adjusted Ketuba's attire. Those observing from a distance might have mistaken this for a tender display of uncle-nephew affection. Do you know why I say you are still not clever enough? Ketuba, now composed, sheathed his sword, pressing his lips tightly together, glaring fiercely at his uncle, yet choosing not to respond. Chimon, unfazed, continued. Because a truly wise individual conceals his animosity, especially when his strength is inadequate. With that, he disregarded his nephew and made his way towards the Lord's cabin. Lord Caesar, you summoned me for a purpose? My lord, I have crucial intelligence to report. Speak. Linya, the chieftain of the Blue-Skin tribe, has allied with the leaders of 13 nearby tribes. They plan to launch a surprise attack on your territory once you depart from Eagle Beak Isle. Oh. Samuel sat up straight, intrigued. How did you come by this information? Because Linya is my uncle, and this time, he has secretly contacted me, hoping I would act as their inside man, inciting the Tiger-Tooth tribe to rise against you. Samuel scrutinized the young savage before him and suddenly inquired, why did you not assist your uncle, but instead come to inform me? Without hesitation, Chimon replied, because my loyalty lies solely with you. Samuel stroked his chin, appraising the young man intently. Truth be told, he had deliberately spread rumors of his impending departure, primarily to entice Chimon into revealing himself, thereby addressing this potential threat. However, the young man's reaction was far beyond his expectations. Naturally, Samuel had no inclination to believe that Chimon was genuinely loyal. The absence of betrayal did not equate to loyalty. It merely indicated that the price was not high enough or the timing was not right. Nevertheless, this realization rendered it more challenging for him to take action against Chimon. Although Chimon hailed from humble beginnings, it must be acknowledged that he possessed considerable intellect. Simultaneously, a thought emerged in Samuel's mind. What if he were to involve Chimon in this power struggle? Would it astonish the entirety of Westeros? Having resolved to pursue the Iron Throne, Samuel understood that he could not afford to be morally scrupulous. His subordinates needed to be knights who valued honor as their very existence, while also learning to master the likes of Chimon, a wild card in the game. Certainly, Samwell was well aware of the peril posed by the rabid dog, necessitating a firm grip on the chain fastened around its neck. Only in this manner could he redirect its ferocity towards others rather than himself. Contemplating this, Samwell revealed a smile and said, Excellent. Chimon, I truly admire your loyalty. Now, it is your turn to eliminate these conspirators. Chimon immediately clasped his hands to his chest and declared loudly, At your service. The night was tranquil, with only a gentle breeze whispering through the air. In stark contrast, the encampment of the Blue-Skin tribe was ablaze with light. With nearly 3,000 warriors from 13 nearby tribes gathered, the place had become utterly congested. Within the wooden house at the center of the camp, the raucous sounds of revelry echoed as the tribal leaders indulged in copious drinking. Nala stood as the sole tribal leader absent from this fray. Instead, she sensed an unusual odor in the air, a premonition of impending misfortune. She was convinced that the gods were issuing her a warning. Mother, I dislike this place, spoke a tall maiden, her face veiled, revealing only her strikingly similar violet eyes to Nala's. Nala turned to draw her daughter into the tent, instructing, Go and observe the surroundings of the camp. Natalie furrowed her brows in reluctance, replying, But mother, it is so dark now, I can hardly see anything. Nala, however, insisted, Do it, I have a foreboding feeling. With no choice left, Natalie lay back on a woolen blanket, holding her breath and concentrating. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly rolled back, and the once amethyst gleam disappeared, replaced by an eerie, pure white. Outside the encampment, a crow took flight, cawing frantically before diving into the pitch-black forest. Nala sat motionless beside her daughter, grasping her hand, anxiety evident in her demeanor. Yet, before Natalie could convey any news, chaos erupted within the camp. Nala's tension escalated. Unwilling to leave her daughter at such a moment, She raised her voice, calling out, "What is happening? Chief, it seems there is a fire in the village." "A fire?" "Yes, but it appears to be minor, likely just an accident. You need not worry too much." However, Nala felt no sense of relief. Rather, her conviction and her foreboding intensified. As she hesitated to send some tribesmen to investigate the source of the fire, her daughter, Natalie, suddenly cried out and sat up abruptly. Her eyes returned to their normal violet hue, yet her expression was one of sheer panic. Mother, it's bad. I see many people. Many are approaching the camp. They are all armed." Faced with the validation of her foreboding, Nala was momentarily stunned. She steadied her daughter and asked in a low voice, "Do not panic, Natalie. Tell me, from which direction are they coming?" "From all directions. We are surrounded." "What shall we do, mother? Are the Riverbend people attacking us?" "It must be so." Nara endeavored to maintain her composure and inquired. "But there must be one direction where their numbers are fewest, right?" Natalie took a deep breath, recalling, "I sense that the northern front is the least populated." "Very well. I understand." With that, Nara rose and made her way outside. Natalie was taken aback and hurriedly followed, clutching her mother's arm tightly, unwilling to let go. Nara, with no choice, brought her along as they exited the tent. At that moment, the chaos within the village did not subside. Instead, it escalated further. Flames erupted from multiple locations, and the wild men, occupied with extinguishing the fires, only contributed to the tumult. "The Tiger-Tooth tribe has betrayed us. The Blue-Skin tribe has betrayed us. They have colluded with the Riverbend people to annihilate all wild men. It is the Longbeard tribe that has betrayed us." Various disordered voices echoed throughout the camp, leaving the wild warriors in a state of confusion, unable to discern friend from foe. Trust gradually crumbled, along with the fragile alliance. The warriors from various tribes, who had been drinking and chatting, preparing to join the battlefield the next day, suddenly harbored profound doubts about those beside them. If only the leaders of the tribes could have stepped forward promptly to stabilize the hearts of the people, they could have curtailed the spread of chaos. Yet curiously, since the turmoil began, not a single tribal leader had been seen. The chieftain's wooden lodge at the center of the camp lay in an eerie calm at this critical juncture. Many wild men knocked on the door, but received no response. Nara observed all of this, her heart sinking. However, she knew there was no room for hesitation at this moment, so she hastily summoned several clansmen and instructed, "Gather all the tribe's people immediately, and tell everyone to charge north. If you encounter the enemy, do not linger, but seek to distance yourselves from this place swiftly. Remember, this is not our war." Yes, just as she finished issuing her orders, Nara heard a deep and prolonged horn sound from outside the camp. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The battle cries followed suit. In the darkness, it seemed as though countless figures surged forth from all sides, encircling the Blue-Skin tribe's camp. This became the last straw that broke the camel's back, and chaos erupted within the camp. The wild warriors scattered like headless flies, and even those who wished to raise their swords against the enemy could not organize a proper resistance. Seeing this, Nara gripped her daughter's hand tightly and shouted, "Everyone of the Raven clan, do not scatter. Follow me, charge north. Go." "Why? Chimon, why did you betray us?" Inside the lodge, the chieftain of the Blue-Skin tribe, Linnea, shouted hoarsely. His limbs were bound by thick ropes, and due to his relentless struggles, a strange blue blood seeped from his body. "Chimon, what benefits have the River Bay people truly bestowed upon you?" The chief of the Longbeard tribe inquired, his voice laced with fury. "Chimon, have you forgotten your true identity? You are a savage, forever a savage. The River Bay people will never trust you. Indeed, only we are your brethren. Release us, and together we shall drive the River Bay from the Crimson Mountains. Yes, free us, and we shall not hold you accountable for your actions tonight." Faced with the leaders of various tribes, who questioned, threatened, or attempted to coerce him, Chimon remained unmoved, standing expressionlessly by the window, gazing into the night. The flickering flames cast a grotesque shadow upon his handsome visage. In a moment of reverie, Chimon recalled the words Samwell had imparted to him before this endeavor. "I offered those tribal leaders an opportunity to submit, yet they chose rebellion. Such individuals shall not receive a second chance from me. I can accept the surrender of all other savages, but not them. Therefore, when I step into the Blue-Skin tribe's encampment, I expect no tribal leader to remain alive. Do you understand what must be done?" Chimon remembered his shock and indignation at the time, yet ultimately, he bowed his head and replied, "I understand." Time passed, and the tumult outside gradually subsided. The cries of agony and sounds of slaughter diminished, yielding to the increasingly dominant pleas for mercy and surrender. The tribal leaders trapped within the confines of the room fell into despair, collapsing to the ground, ceasing their attempts to sway the traitor. As the battle neared its conclusion, Chimon realized it was time for him to fulfill his mission. He had believed himself to be resolute as iron, yet in that moment, a flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes. However, this moment of uncertainty did not linger long. Turning around, Chimon donned a cold expression, his eyes alight with a frenzied and bloodthirsty gleam. "Chimon, what are you doing?" Some of the tribal leaders sensed the impending doom and shouted in terror. With a swift motion, the longsword pierced the chest of one tribal leader, blood gushing forth, splattering Chimon in crimson. "Chimon, you dare to kill us?" Chimon responded with action, swiftly dispatching another tribal leader. The wooden cabin erupted into chaos, the remaining leaders cursing vehemently and struggling with all their might. Yet Chimon remained undeterred as he approached the next tribal leader. "Wait, Chimon, I am willing to surrender. I am willing to submit." With another swing of his sword, Chimon struck, as if slaughtering a wild boar. "You madman! You traitor! We have already surrendered. Why must you kill us? The warriors of the Longbeard tribe will avenge me." The stench of blood permeated the enclosed wooden cabin, mingling with the acrid odor of fear and excrement, creating an overwhelmingly pungent aroma that was nearly suffocating, akin to that of a slaughterhouse. The butcher Chimon is cloaked in a thick layer of bloodstains, resembling a vivid crimson armor that instills fear in all who behold him. As the tribal leaders fall one by one, the cabin gradually falls into a hushed silence. Only the last chief of the blue-skinned tribe, Chimon's maternal uncle, Linnea, remains. At this moment, Linnea refrains from speaking, his countenance devoid of anger or fear. He gazes at his nephew standing before him and, in a detached tone, inquires, "Tell me, why?" After a prolonged silence, Chimon finally speaks, his voice hoarse like rusty blades, "For the future of the savages." Chimon slowly shakes his head. "No. You are the very obstacle to the savages' progress." Linnea, taken aback by such absurdity, momentarily stands speechless. Chimon continues at a measured pace. "We savages are also descendants of the ancients and the Undulls, not fundamentally different from the River Bay people. Yet, thousands of years have passed, and the River Bay has erected hundreds of castles, sustaining millions of souls, and forming numerous formidable armies. But what of us savages? We dwell with beasts, consort with ignorance, fracturing into hundreds of tribes, squabbling over trivial territories and prey. After all this strife, what have we achieved? Merely cowering within the Crimson Mountains? When we occasionally descend to pillage, do we not flee in terror at the sight of the River Bay's regular troops? Tell me, uncle, even if we manage to drive the River Bay people from the Crimson Mountains together this time, what then? We shall revert to our previous state, mired in barbarism, ignorance, and backwardness." Linnea scoffs. "Do you think becoming a dog for the River Bay people will change the future of the savages?" Chimon, undeterred by his uncle's scornful words, responds with an unperturbed tone, "At the very least, this is the best opportunity to shatter the barriers between the tribes and unite all the savages of the Crimson Mountains. Even so, the future king of the savages will be that noble from the River Bay, and you will merely be a mad dog in his service. As long as the savages can extricate themselves from the mire of barbarism and ignorance, what does it matter if I am a mad dog?" Linnea fell silent. In the twilight of his life, he seems to finally grasp his nephew's perspective. Yet, understanding does not equate to forgiveness. Linnea cannot absolve Chimon for his actions, but he realizes that he can no longer thwart his nephew's path. He remains uncertain whether Chimon's choices will lead the savages to a glorious future or into a deeper abyss of despair. However, Linnea suddenly feels that perhaps it is indeed time to bestow upon the savage kin a leader unlike any other. He resolves not to become a mad dog. Suppressing his hatred and anger, Linnea speaks earnestly. "It is the River Bay people who compel you to murder our kin, is it not? By slaying us, you shall earn the enmity of 13 tribal brethren. In the future, as you take more lives, the blood upon you will only accumulate, until you become an enemy to all. Thus, Chimon, reign in your murderous desires. Otherwise, before the wildlings can welcome a luminous future, you may find yourself plunged into the abyss." Chimon tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression peculiar. "I am already in the abyss, uncle. It is not too late." Linnea advised, "The Crimson Mountains are vast. You can still cease your actions. The future of the wildling clan depends on you." Yet Chimon shook his head. "It is too late. I am a parasite, and I have no future left." Linnea was momentarily taken aback, then recalled the death of his brother-in-law, his countenance changing dramatically. "You killed your own father? And your brothers too?" Chimon stepped forward, his blood-red longsword piercing Linnea's chest. Now he had another uncle. Linnea let out a furious roar, blood gushing from his mouth, yet his eyes bore little hatred. Rather an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Why would you commit such an act despised by the gods? Chimon gazed expressionlessly at his suffering uncle, responding coolly, I once prayed devoutly to the gods, but received no reply. Thus, I chose to offer my soul to the devil. Linya seemed to struggle to say something more, but his shattered heart could no longer support his body. He expelled the last of his blue blood and finally slumped, lifeless. Chimon stood before his uncle's corpse for a while, lost in thought. It was not until the sounds of battle outside had completely faded that he turned and walked to the door, unlocking the barred wooden entrance. A cool night breeze greeted him, yet it failed to stir the hardened blood clots that matted his hair. Chimon, where's Lord Linya? And our chieftain from the Longbeard tribe? Now that the battle is over and we have surrendered, you can release them, can't you? Faced with the inquiries of the captured wildlings, Chimon remained silent. It was only when they saw the bloodstains covering Chimon's form that their expressions changed, erupting in curses, some even attempting to rush at Chimon in a fit of rage. The soldiers quickly intervened, even resorting to killing a few of the most unruly, quelling the insurrection among the captives before it could escalate. At that moment, Samwell entered the camp, surrounded by soldiers. The wildling captives gradually fell silent, their gazes fixed upon the noble from the riverbend, who was about to determine their fate. Samwell first glanced at Chimon from a distance. Then a warm smile spread across his face, and in the expectant yet fearful eyes of the wildling captives, he proclaimed, to all who are willing to submit, I shall grant you clemency from death. The captives paused briefly, then erupted into cheers. Thank you, merciful Lord. We are willing to submit. We are willing to serve. Chimon looked at Samwell, who was embraced by the cheers of the crowd, his expression complex, bathed in the orange glow of firelight. The young noble from Riverbend seemed to radiate a sacred brilliance, yet he could only stand forlornly in the cold corner, emanating an aura that repelled both men and spirits. Chi-Man chuckled softly, shaking his head, then suddenly clasped his right hand to his chest, proclaiming loudly, loyalty, offered to the greatest Caesar. The greatest Caesar. 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 The resounding cheers surged like a tempest through the forest. In the woods, the low-hanging crescent moon cast its final glimmer, striving to fend off the encroaching darkness. Yet, this endeavor proved futile, as the world was soon to descend into the darkest hour before dawn. Madam, I have counted, and we are short by more than 30 brothers. Is it truly so? Nala furrowed her brow, struggling to accept this figure. However, when we charged out, we did not encounter fierce combat. How could we have lost so many? It is likely that many of our kin fell behind and became trapped within the encampment of the blue-skinned tribe. Nala nodded resolutely, rising with determination. I shall return at once to bring them out. Madam, you absolutely cannot go back. Indeed, mother, if you go, you may not return. Natalie clung tightly to her mother's arm, fearful that she might truly venture forth and never come back. No, I must return, Nala insisted. It was I who led them into danger, and it is my duty to bring them back. Then we shall accompany you. No, you must remain here. If I do not return promptly, you must take Natalie and leave. I will not go. Natalie whimpered, on the verge of tears. Nala gently patted her daughter's small hand, smiling in reassurance. Do not worry. The situation may not be as dire as it seems. From what I understand, that noble from the river bend is not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, our Crow tribe has not engaged in the conspiracy of Linya. He should not pose a threat to us. Then you should take more people, just in case. No need. If he truly intends to harm me, bringing the entirety of the Crow tribe would not suffice to deter him. The others fell silent upon hearing this. The Crow tribe was merely a small faction, totaling less than 500, and most were the elderly, weak, women, and children, making it impossible to contend with the formidable Riverbend people. Well then, you need not worry. I have not received any divine omens of warning, indicating that this venture shall not be perilous. Having reassured her kin, Nala fixed her gaze towards the darkness and stepped forth into the night. So, my subjects will increase by over 9,300? Indeed, my lord, Gavin replied, bearing faint dark circles under his eyes. This is the preliminary count of the populations from 13 tribes. The final tally may differ slightly, but not significantly. Sam Wilmo stroked his chin, yet wore a furrowed brow. The increase in the territory's population was undoubtedly a positive development. Yet the rapidity of this growth was a cause for concern. With these 9,000, combined with the over 2,000 from the Tiger-Tooth tribe, the total exceeded 10,000. In the span of less than a month, a remarkable transformation has taken place. For a territory that has only recently begun to expand, this is no longer a mere surge in population, but rather an explosion. The supplies of the territory are already on the brink of depletion. and the sudden influx of inhabitants is akin to adding fuel to a blazing fire. Originally numbering over 2,000, Samwell could still entice some investments from Qingting Island to weather this period. However, with the population now exceeding 10,000, how could he possibly continue to deceive? Does he truly believe that Earl Pakester is an unsuspecting fool? Meanwhile, the Brandy enterprise, a potential source of revenue, is still in its nascent stage and cannot provide immediate financial relief to the territory. With a sigh, Samwell resolved to temporarily allow the newly arrived citizens to fend for themselves. "We cannot provide for so many at present," he declared, thus. "The over 2,000 captives taken last night shall be released to hunt and gather as they did before." "Yes, my lord," Gavin nodded in acquiescence, though he felt a twinge of regret. While he understood the lord's predicament, he was aware that releasing these captives would complicate any future efforts to regroup them. Regrettably, the territory's food supply could not sustain such numbers. Otherwise, sending them to construct the castle would have been advantageous. Additionally, the winery was in dire need of labor. Yet, these captives must remain untouched, for they are the primary hunters of the 13 tribes. Sending them to build the castle would lead the remaining tribesmen into a food crisis. Unless Eagle Beak Owl can support all of the over 9,000 tribesmen, these captives must be returned. Gavin then inquired, "My lord, will the welfare institution also refuse to accept the elderly and children from these 13 tribes?" After some contemplation, Samwell resolutely replied, "Yes, we shall accept them. Otherwise, the spirits of these tribes will be shattered." With a heavy sigh, Samwell recognized the urgency of heading to Qingting Island. Otherwise, his subjects would be left to face starvation. Furthermore, the newly integrated 13 tribes should be designated as villages. "Please expedite the preparation of a list of candidates for village chiefs, ensuring that all are familiar wildlings." The familiar wildlings referred to those who have intermarried with the River Bay people or their relatives, such as Gavin's new wife, Una, and his brother-in-law, Ucha. Samwell's determination to eliminate the tribe leaders stemmed from his desire to install trusted individuals, thereby facilitating better control over these wildling villages. He did not wish for unrest to arise upon his departure. "Understood," Gavin promptly noted, then asked, "What about the taxes? Should we follow the example of Tiger Tooth Village and exempt them for 3 months? After a moment's hesitation, Samwell ultimately nodded, yes. Despite the territory's financial hardships, he aimed for equitable treatment, as winning the hearts of the people was paramount. Moreover, the wildlings were impoverished. Even if taxes were collected, how much could truly be gathered? Hunting and gathering are exceedingly inefficient modes of production, barely sustaining the wild folk. The mere thought of imposing taxes upon them stirs a sense of guilt within Samwell. Nevertheless, in 3 months, the collection must proceed, as it is the obligation of the vassals, even if the levied taxes are subsequently returned as welfare. To continue the exemption from taxes would likely result in a swift forgetfulness of their lord's existence. Subsequently, the two engaged in a discussion regarding the specifics of resettling the wild folk. As Samwell prepared to indulge in a brief slumber, his attendant K2 hurried in with news. "My lord, a chieftain claiming to be from the Crow tribe wishes to meet you." "The Crow tribe? Please have her come in." "Yes, my lord." Upon learning that most of the Crow tribe had fled amidst the chaos the previous night, Samwell felt a twinge of disappointment. For this tribe possessed the ethereal grass capable of enhancing his mental attributes. Previously, when the members of the Tiger Fang tribe sought to extend an invitation to the Crow tribe on his behalf, they were met with refusal. He had been pondering how to establish contact, yet now, the Crow tribe had approached him unbidden. Samwell was acutely aware that their visit was likely motivated by the desire to reclaim their captured kin. As he contemplated this, a tall woman entered the wooden dwelling. A dark veil concealed much of her face, revealing only her striking violet eyes, her long, chestnut hair cascading over her shoulders, and her attire of crude deer hide. Though simple, could not obscure her air of mystery and nobility. With graceful strides, she approached Samwell, bowing respectfully. "Esteemed Lord Caesar, I am Nala, the chieftain of the Crow tribe, here to extend the most sincere greetings on behalf of all my people." Samwell regarded the woman before him, an odd sensation growing within him. She did not resemble a wild person. The elegance and pride emanating from her being were innate qualities that could not be feigned or imitated, nurtured only by a life of comfort and excellent upbringing. Such a woman would typically grace the halls of nobility, not the savage and ignorant expanse of the Crimson Mountains. "Madam Nala, may I inquire, are you a native of the wild folk?" Nala smiled slightly, seemingly unperturbed by the question. "I fear not. Fear not. Indeed, my lord, many have posed similar inquiries, yet I cannot provide them with a definitive answer, for I, too, have no recollection." A peculiar expression crossed Samwell's face. Have you experienced amnesia? Yes, my lord. The former chieftain of the Crow tribe, my husband, rescued me 18 years ago from the summer sea. However, I cannot recall how I came to be in the water, nor can I remember any of my past. Nara brushed her hair aside, her tone tinged with melancholy. Perhaps I was once a noble maiden in some grand castle. Yet, that is of little consequence now. I am merely the chieftain of the Crow tribe. Therefore, my lord, I come here on behalf of my people. We have not participated in Linya's conspiracy, nor do we harbor any intention of opposing you. I kindly ask that you release the innocent members of my tribe, allowing them to return to the mountains and forests. Samwell did not hasten to respond to Nara's plea. Instead, he gazed into her violet eyes, lost in contemplation. He had begun to form a conjecture regarding Nara's true lineage. The families on the continent of Westeros with violet eyes were indeed few, the most renowned being the former royal Targaryen family. However, the Targaryens were known for their silver hair and violet eyes, while the woman before him possessed deep brown locks. There was one woman whose circumstances closely resembled Nara's, Ashera Dayne, the sister of the legendary Sword Dawn's wielder, Arthur Dayne, and the beloved of Eddard Stark. A cherished memory for the Kingsguard's unwavering Barristan Selmy. Firstly, the Dayne family's territory, Starfall, lies on the eastern bank of the Torrentine River's mouth, not far from here. Moreover, it was precisely 18 years ago that Eddard Stark brought the ancestral greatsword Dawn to Starfall, returning it and delivering the news of Arthur Dayne's demise at the Tower of Joy. It is said that Ashera Dayne, unable to bear the grief of her brother's passing, leapt into the sea from the top of the white stone sword tower. However, her body was never recovered. Now, it appears that Ashera, who once leaped into the sea, may not have perished but was instead rescued by the former chieftain of the Crow tribe, losing her memory in the process. Contemplating this, Samwell's gaze towards Nara shifted dramatically. Starfall, as the most significant city in western Dorne, is situated along the shores of the Summer Sea, facing Samwell's own lands across the water. If he aspired to extend his influence over Dorne, Starfall would be the ideal launchpad, and the woman before him, Nara, could serve as the key to unlocking the gates of Starfall. Lady Nara, I recognize that you have not been involved in Linya's machinations, and thus I shall not trouble the warriors of the Crow tribe. You are free to take them at any time. Thank you for your kindness and fairness. Nara breathed a sigh of relief and expressed her gratitude. Just as she prepared to take her leave, Samwell continued, I represent Duke Mace in this endeavor, wishing to offer protection to all wildlings. Would your Crow tribe be willing to become my subjects? Apologies, Nara replied. But our Crow tribe serves only the old gods and cannot pledge allegiance to a knight who worships the Seven. If this land has indeed become your territory, we shall depart. The Crow tribe does not occupy land without cause. This response did not particularly surprise Samwell. After all, no one would willingly submit to another without reason. Had it been another tribe, Samwell would have either subdued them by force or expelled them outright. However, the Crow tribe, with their secrets concerning Nala's true lineage and the ethereal spirit grass, rendered Samwell unable to resort to violence easily. He needed to employ persuasion. Samwell smiled gently and said, In that case, I shall not impose upon you. However, there is no need for you to leave. As long as you do not attack my subjects and refrain from entering their settlements without invitation, I would be pleased to allow you to remain in these woods. Furthermore, you may engage in free trade with my people. Nala was somewhat taken aback. She had not anticipated such generosity from this young lord. You are truly a benevolent lord. On behalf of all my tribesmen, I express our gratitude. I am delighted to foster the friendship of the Crow tribe, Samwell replied with a smile. By the way, Lady Nala, I have heard of a type of ethereal spirit grass in the Crimson Mountains. Have you encountered it? Nala paused momentarily, then nodded. I am indeed familiar with it. It is a rather rare wild herb imbued with mysterious spirituality, only discoverable by those favored by the old gods. Samwell's heart leaped with joy, and he inquired, Could you assist me in gathering the ethereal spirit grass? I can offer payment of 1 silver stag for each plant. Of course, if you prefer to exchange for an equivalent value in food or other goods, that would be acceptable as well. After pondering for a moment, Nala replied, As long as you agree to one more condition, the Crow tribe will collect the ethereal spirit grass for you. What condition? You and your subjects must not harm any of the fishbeam trees in the Crimson Mountains. Samwell was momentarily taken aback. Were there still fishbeam trees in the Crimson Mountains? The fishbeam tree was a sacred tree for the worshippers of the old gods. Yet, he recalled that aside from the north, the fishbeam trees in the south had been entirely destroyed by the Undulls. However, given the vastness of the Crimson Mountains, it was plausible that some had escaped destruction. Agreed. I accept your condition. In fact, if you were to inquire further, You would discover that I do not forcibly convert my subjects to the faith of the Seven. They may retain their original beliefs voluntarily. I also respect your faith and shall not harm the fishbeam trees. You possess a heart of tolerance, and both the old and new gods shall protect you. Nala beamed. This negotiation had unfolded far more smoothly than she had anticipated. The young lord of the Riverbend was far more amiable than she had expected. With this assurance, she felt relieved that the remaining fishbeam trees would be spared from destruction. In that moment, she even sincerely hoped that Samwell's territory would continue to expand, thus safeguarding more fishbeam trees. Moreover, the prospect of exchanging ethereal spirit grass for a silver stag would greatly enhance the livelihood of her tribe. Truly, he was a magnanimous lord. As for the reasoning behind this, it primarily stemmed from the fact that the younger generation in the original narrative was quite young. Daenerys wed Khal Drogo at merely 13, while Robb Stark took up arms for his father's revenge at just 15, and the likes of Bran and Arya were even younger. Therefore, to prevent the protagonists from bullying a group of children, their ages were intentionally adjusted to be somewhat older. The Silverleaf herb has successfully secured a supply agreement for the ghost herb, bringing great joy to Samwell, who warmly invited Nara to stay for lunch. Hoping to deepen their bond, Nara did not decline. After all, securing a powerful ally for the Crow tribe was an opportunity she could not refuse. When the attendant K2 presented the food on the table, Nara removed her veil, revealing her exquisite visage. Though youth had faded, her charm remained undiminished. It was no wonder she had once captivated the finest young men of the Seven Kingdoms in Harrenburg. Noticing Samwell's gaze, Nara offered a gentle smile and explained, "I wear a veil to avoid unnecessary troubles." Samwell nodded in understanding. In this jungle law-infested Red Mountains, an overly beautiful woman was bound to attract considerable trouble. However, Nara's decision to unveil was also an expression of trust towards Samwell. Pointing to the plate before them, Samwell remarked, "This is the special lunch set of the chieftain of the Blueskin tribe. Let us see how it tastes." Although labeled as a chieftain's meal, it was hardly lavish. Consisting merely of roasted meat, wild vegetables, mushrooms, goat's milk, and a plate of wild herbs Samwell did not recognize. Samwell, determined to sample every food in Westeros, immediately took a wild herb and tasted it. The flavor was somewhat bitter and left a burning sensation in his throat. Just as he was about to blacklist this herb, he suddenly paused, for his attribute panel had reacted. Strength increased by 0.01. Overjoyed, he quickly devoured the other 2 wild herbs on his plate, prompting Nara to wonder why this lord was so fond of eating herbs. Surely, he wouldn't be purchasing the ghost herb for consumption? Seeing his strength attribute rise again, Samwell hastily inquired of K2, "What is this herb?" "My lord, this is silverleaf herb." "Is there more?" "Bring me some more." "Yes, my lord." At that moment, Nara interjected, "Lord Caesar, it would be prudent not to consume too much of this silverleaf herb." "Oh, why is that?" "Because I suspect it may be toxic." "Toxic?" Samwell was slightly taken aback, but soon questioned, "Yet the chieftain of the Blueskin tribe consumes it daily?" "Its toxicity is likely minimal. A small quantity should pose no issue. But excessive consumption could lead to problems. If you were to inquire further, you would discover that this silverleaf herb is a sacred item of the Blueskin tribe, reserved solely for the chieftain's use, occasionally granted to tribesmen who achieve great deeds. However, those chieftains who frequently consume this herb often do not live beyond 40 years, and their mental state tends to be somewhat erratic, even leading to bouts of madness. Yet they still favor this herb? Because it can cure certain ailments and turns their skin blue, leading them to believe it is a divine gift. Samwell furrowed his brow. His skin had turned blue, and he exhibited unusual vigor, yet he possessed the ability to heal certain ailments. This reminded him of a particular substance. In the next moment, he abruptly rose to his feet and strode towards the exit. "My apologies, Lady Nala, but I suddenly have urgent matters to attend to. Please, enjoy your lunch." As he reached the doorway, he encountered K2, who was bringing in food. Samwell swiftly seized the silverleaf that K2 was carrying, stuffing it into his mouth as he inquired, "Where does this silverleaf grow?" K2 hesitated momentarily before responding. "It can be found deep within the encampment, in a small cave." "Summon 10 soldiers from Riverbend to meet me at the cave, and bring shovels," commanded Samwell. "Yes, my lord." Upon arriving at the cave K2 had mentioned, Samwell indeed discovered the silverleaf within. In the dimly lit cavern, the leaves shimmered with a silvery glow. Recalling Lady Nala's earlier narration, Samwell quickly deduced that the chieftains of the Blueskin tribe were likely suffering from chronic silver poisoning. Silver possesses antibacterial properties and can treat certain infections. Yet excessive consumption results in heavy metal poisoning, causing one's skin and even blood to turn blue. However, the question arose, How could these silverleaf plants contain metallic silver? Samwell speculated that beneath the silverleaf, there might be a silver mine, allowing silver to accumulate within these plants, leading to the chronic silver poisoning observed among the tribe's members. But if this were the case, what was truly augmenting his power attribute? Was it the silverleaf itself or the silver it harbored? At that moment, K2 arrived with the soldiers. Here, in this spot, first uproot the silverleaf, then dig deeper. Yes, the soldiers replied in unison, promptly entering the cave to commence their excavation. Outside, Samwell continued to consume the silverleaf that the soldiers were uprooting, patiently awaiting their progress. The commotion attracted the attention of the wildlings, particularly those from the former Blueskin tribe. This cave, housing the silverleaf they regarded as a divine blessing, was often considered sacred. Now, however, the Riverbend people were intruding in their hallowed ground, leaving the wildlings both anxious and perplexed. Naturally, none dared to voice their protests, as the treasures of the cave had long been the exclusive domain of the Blueskinned tribe's chieftains. With Samwell's conquest over them, the cave now rightfully belonged to him. As time passed, Samwell numbly continued to consume the silverleaf, transitioning from the initial bitterness to a point where he could no longer discern its flavor. Furthermore, akin to golden-tail shrimp, the effects of the silverleaf diminished with excessive consumption. Nonetheless, even so, after consuming over 100 plants, Samwell's power attribute surged rapidly, ultimately reaching an impressive 213. At this juncture, his body had developed a remarkable tolerance to silverleaf grass, ultimately requiring the consumption of 5 plants to enhance the strength of 001. Samuel let out a hearty belch, the bitter taste of the herbaceous foliage lingering in his mouth. He could scarcely eat any more, and furthermore, the supply of silverleaf grass was dwindling. It was prudent to reserve some for seed. Otherwise, if the Bluehide tribe discovered the extinction of their sacred relic, unrest would surely ensue. Very well, Mrs. Nara, I wish you a safe journey. Additionally, I hope you find the spectre grass soon. Observing Samuel's teeth stained a silver green by the plant's juice, Nara hesitated to offer any counsel, ultimately opting for a polite farewell instead. Shortly after the departure of the members of the Crow tribe, a soldier rushed forth to Samuel, exclaiming, "My lord, we have unearthed some ore below." Samuel promptly entered the cave and indeed found a large pit containing lead-gray crystalline ore, glistening with a metallic sheen. Is this silver? Samuel pondered, uncertain, as the hue seemed slightly off. However, considering it might not be pure silver, the color and appearance could be explained. Turning to the soldier, Samuel commanded, "Go to Eagle's Beak Island and summon Vito and Busso. Additionally, dispatch someone to seal this cave. No one is to approach without my orders." "Yes, my lord." "Indeed, my lord, this is indeed silver, or, more accurately, it should be argentiferous galena." Samuel's face lit up with joy, and he eagerly inquired, "Do you know how to refine this argentiferous galena?" Vito stroked his beard, shaking his head in difficulty. "I apologize, my lord. We are at a loss. There are no silver mines in Highgarden, and we lack knowledge of the refining process. Where, then, can I find someone capable of refining silver ore? The scholars in the academy should be able to assist." Samuel suddenly felt a pang of nostalgia. Had it not been for his transmigration, the original owner would have ultimately become a scholar. It appeared he must pay a visit to the old town after all. "Very well, I understand. You may leave for now." "Yes, my lord." Samuel did not instruct the two to keep the discovery of the silver mine a secret, as the extraction, refining, and casting of silver involved too many individuals, making confidentiality exceedingly difficult. Moreover, in Westeros, unauthorized mining of silver is a grave offense. If Samuel were willing to assume such risks, why did he not simply acquiesce to Lady Olenna's proposal and become a pirate? After all, the consequences of being caught would be the same. Of course, the silver mine had been discovered on his territory, making it impossible for anyone to usurp it. However, to commence extraction, royal consent would be imperative. Typically, once mined, silver was predominantly utilized for minting silver stag coins, with only a small quantity reserved for crafting luxury items such as silver jewelry and tableware. The right to coinage, assuredly, remained firmly in the hands of the monarchy. To obtain the royal authorization necessary for minting silver coins, he must present his findings of the silver mine to the king. The monarch will dispatch representatives to oversee the coinage process and will levy a portion as a fee for the authorization. Nonetheless, the majority of the mine's profits will still belong to Samwell. Why is the Lannister family the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms? It is primarily due to the gold mines beneath Casterly Rock. While this silver mine may not rival the value of gold, and its reserves remain uncertain, it has nonetheless filled Samwell with exhilaration. Previously, Everyone believed the Red Mountains to be barren and devoid of resources. Samwell had initially intended to generate income solely through brandy production. With the discovery of this silver mine, the development of his territory is poised to ascend to new heights. Just moments ago, he was troubled by the sudden increase in his population, but now he feels entirely unburdened. The existence of this silver mine provides him with newfound confidence when seeking investments. Moreover, this mine signifies more than just wealth for Samwell. According to his earlier conjectures, the true effective substance that enhances one's strength attributes is likely the silver found within silverleaf grass. Why not consume silver directly? Samwell bared his teeth, hesitating momentarily. However, having already ingested a considerable amount of silverleaf grass, he felt no adverse effects. Rather, he distinctly sensed a surge in strength, as if he were brimming with untapped energy. It seemed he could indeed assimilate silver. Contemplating this, Samwell picked up a small piece of ore from before him, seemingly ready to ingest it. Yet after a moment's hesitation, he set it back down. The impurities in this silver ore were too abundant. Consuming it outright might lead to complications. Instead, he retrieved a silver stag coin from his pocket and tossed it into his mouth. The hard coin scraped against his throat, causing discomfort. Yet, in the next moment, he paid it no mind, for his strength attribute had indeed increased by 0.01. Silver was truly having an effect. It appeared that the silver content in 5 silverleaf grasses was roughly equivalent to that in 1 silver stag coin. What about golden tail shrimp? Samwell had previously inquired about this delicacy, which is a specialty of Brightwater Keep, found only in a lake connected to the Honeywine River. Thus, he speculated that beneath that lake, there might be a gold mine. The shrimp, thriving in the lake, likely accumulated gold elements in their bodies after long-term consumption of the sediment mixed with gold found at the lake's bottom. Of course, even if he suspected a gold mine lay beneath the lake, Samwell had no means to mine it, as it fell within the territory of House Florent. Although Samwell's mother hailed from the Florent family, the resources there held no claim for him. Nevertheless, he could attempt to see if consuming gold directly would also enhance his strength attributes. With this thought, Samwell took out a gold dragon coin and tossed it into his mouth. Moments later, his strength attribute indeed increased, this time by 0.02. Indeed, this time he has truly become a player of significant investment. Suddenly, Samwell realized that if gold and silver were permissible, what about other ores? After waiting for a while, he received no response. It seemed that copper was not an option. As for other metals, Samwell decided to postpone further experimentation, fearing the repercussions it might have on him. However, the prospects appeared dim. After all, a golden touch tends to be discerning. Upon discovering that gold and silver were the true substances to enhance his power attributes, Samwell found himself in a delightful quandary. These two materials, while not particularly rare, were indeed costly. Yet, the exorbitance was not the fault of gold and silver, but rather his own. He needed to earn money swiftly. Contemplating the substantial boost to his power attributes through the direct consumption of gold and silver, Samwell felt a surge of enthusiasm. If one were to consider that a single gold dragon could enhance his strength by 0.02, disregarding the diminishing returns, possessing 100 gold dragons would yield a full 2 points of strength. Of course, such calculations were overly simplistic. Based on previous experiences, the same substance would eventually lead to tolerance. The more one consumed, the lesser the effect on attribute enhancement. Fortunately, despite their rarity, gold and silver were still plentiful overall. As long as he continued to consume them, there would come a day when his strength attributes could reach terrifying heights. At that point, even when faced with a dragon, he might stand a chance. Thus, he resolved to commence with the silver mine before him. Naturally, he could not consume it directly. It needed to be refined first. Initially, Samwell had merely planned a visit to Qingtian Island. But now it seemed necessary to make another stop at Old Town to see if he could persuade a scholar from the academy to accompany him. Over the next 2 days, Samwell personally visited the 13 newly subjugated tribal camps, reassuring the populace while appointing village chiefs, administrative officers, tax collectors, and peacekeepers, all the while addressing urgent matters. Once these tasks were completed, he set off with Todfoa and Chimon, accompanied by 20 guards, leaving the territory behind. The rationale for bringing Chimon along was simple. Samwell did not trust this rabid dog and felt compelled to keep him close at hand for reassurance. As for Todfoa, while he was not completely trusted, Samwell at least was not concerned about him causing trouble. The primary reason for his inclusion was that he was a bastard of Qingtian Island. The group traveled along the northern coast of the Summer Sea towards the west, swiftly exiting the Crimson Mountains and arriving at the territory of the Kuei family, Yangwu City. Initially, Samwell intended to head straight for Qingtian Island without visiting the Kuei family. However, given the recent surge in population within his territory leading to a severe food shortage, he realized that reaching Qingtian Island to purchase grain and transport it back might not be timely. Therefore, he decided to linger in Yangwu City for a while to procure some food supplies to alleviate the immediate crisis. Since he chose to enter the city, out of courtesy, Samwell dispatched a soldier in advance to deliver a letter of visit to the Kuei family. Lord Branton of the Kuei family governs the territory of Yangwu City. It is said that they are descendants of the Undals, having been granted this land by the Gardner family over 4,000 years ago. The Kuei family crest features 6 golden roses on a blue background, bearing a resemblance to the emblem of House Tyrell. However, they are in fact vassals of the ancient House Hightower. The current lord is Lord Branton Kuei, a tall middle-aged man, impeccably dressed, with slightly graying black hair meticulously styled, sitting sternly in the main seat of the parlor. "Sir Caesar, you differ from my imagination," remarked Samwell with a slight sip of wine. "What did you envision of me, my lord?" Lord Branton chuckled, his stern demeanor softening. "I had heard you were rather portly." Samwell offered a wry smile and shrugged. The rigors of pioneering serve as the finest remedy for weight. Having traversed this world for over half a year, his transformation had indeed been remarkable. The previous bulk had vanished entirely, leaving him with a well-proportioned, robust physique, radiating an aura of spirited vigor. Beneath his arched brows lay deep-set eyes, calm as the sea before a storm. Despite his vast experience in discerning character, Lord Branton found himself unable to penetrate the depths of this young knight. Scarcely 20 years old. Particularly intriguing was the fact that this young man was notorious within the noble circles of the Riverlands for his lack of merit. Many speculated on how long it would take for him to flee the Red Mountains in disgrace, reduced to a wandering knight. Yet, as Lord Branton observed Samwell before him, he perceived a latent sharpness akin to a sword sheathed in its scabbard, profoundly reserved, yet brimming with potential. This steadiness, sharpness, and confidence were qualities Lord Branton had only witnessed in a select few seasoned warriors, including Count Randyll Tarly. Having participated in the War of Usurpers, he could not forget Count Lando's indomitable presence, outshining even the formidable Robert Baratheon. Now, in Samwell, Lord Branton glimpsed the shadow of Lando's lineage. How could such a son be cast out by his father? Raising his glass for a sip to regain his composure, Lord Branton inquired, "How fares the expansion? Those savages in the Red Mountains must be formidable adversaries." "Indeed, those savages are quite troublesome," Samwell replied, feigning distress. "I have captured far too many. I am currently vexed over how to accommodate them." Coughing slightly at Samwell's ostentatious proclamation, Lord Branton finally regained his breath and asked, "How many prisoners have you taken?" "Over 10,000, I believe." "How many?" Lord Branton thought he misheard. "It should be more than 12,000. Last month, I engaged in 2 battles against the wild men, and thanks to the favor of the 7 gods, I emerged victorious in both. Consequently, the 14 tribes near Eagle Beak all have surrendered to me, and my kinsmen have become my subjects." However, Viscount Branton furrowed his brow, suspecting that the other party was boasting, and his opinion of him diminished significantly. Nevertheless, he inquired further, "How many soldiers did you bring for this expedition?" "The Tyrell family dispatched 100 elite soldiers, and I personally recruited over 100 new troops," I replied. "Oh, and this is Sir Todd Flower, who is also a significant contributor to this endeavor." Todd, standing behind Samuel, slightly bowed and saluted Viscount Branton. Initially, upon hearing that Samuel had brought such a small contingent, half of whom were novices, Branton was even more convinced of the other's exaggeration. However, upon meeting Todd Flower, he hesitated to affirm his doubts. He had heard of Todd, knowing him to be the illegitimate son from Green Pavilion Island and a knight loyal to the Tyrell family. Such a man would not likely conspire with Samuel to fabricate lies. Yet, the scale of their achievements left Branton incredulous. He had thought he had sufficiently overestimated this pioneering knight, only to find that the reality surpassed his expectations. Could it be that another Randalter was about to emerge in the river bay? Samuel seemed to perceive the skepticism in Branton's eyes and signaled to Chimon behind him. Understanding the cue, Chimon promptly lifted a wooden box from the ground and placed it on the long table before Viscount Branton. "What is this?" Branton queried as he opened the box, his gaze sharpening immediately, for within lay a severed human head. Samuel explained, "This is the head of the chieftain of the Tiger-Tooth tribe. Yangwu City lies just south of the Crimson Mountains." And Branton was certainly aware that this was the most formidable tribe in the surrounding mountains. Observing the necklace of fangs beside the head, Branton found himself believing Samuel's earlier claims a little more. Realizing that the Viscount had not grasped his true intent, Samuel smiled and added, "My lord, have you forgotten? This chieftain of the Tiger-Tooth tribe killed a Hightar many years ago. Oh, Viscount Branton paused, then seemed to recall this long-forgotten tale, his smile growing warmer. I remember now. Indeed, I once led 200 family soldiers alongside Count Leighton to the Crimson Mountains, attempting to capture this savage stained with the blood of Hightar. Alas, those rascals scurried away like mice, and we could not find their trail. Who would have thought you would be the one to slay him? Samwell smiled gently and said, As I must hurry to Green Pavilion Island, I would like to request your assistance in delivering this head to Old Town to be handed over to the Hightar family. Although Samwell himself would soon make a trip to Old Town, he chose to have Viscount Branton undertake the delivery on his behalf. As Lord Branton is a vassal of the esteemed Hightower family, having participated in past affairs alongside them, his delivery of the matter at hand serves as a gift, thus earning him the goodwill of two families, the Hightowers and the Cooeys. Naturally, there is no issue at all. Lord Branton's gaze towards Samwell became increasingly benevolent. What a perceptive young man. He is not only valiant and skilled in combat, but also remarkably considerate. Lord Branton could hardly fathom why the nobles of Riverbend regarded Samwell as a mere wastrel. Are they all blind? The more Lord Branton observed Samwell, the more he found favor in him, suddenly recalling that he had an unmarried daughter, which sparked an intriguing thought in his mind. Sir Caesar, after your long journey, you must be weary. Perhaps it would be prudent to rest for a while. I have arranged a dinner for us to share later. Samwell, witnessing the beaming smile of Lord Branton, inwardly affirmed that his gift had indeed been well received, and the subsequent investment solicitation seemed almost assured. Thus, he rose with a cheerful demeanor and replied, It is my utmost honor. Upon finishing his bath, Samwell heard footsteps approaching from outside the door. Deducing it was a servant sent by Lord Branton to escort him to the banquet, he hastily donned his attire, just as a knock echoed through the air. Sir Caesar, Lord Branton has commanded me to bring you to the dinner. Samwell opened the door, fastening the last few buttons of his shirt, and smiled at the maid outside. Please, lead the way. Following the maid through the dimly lit corridor, they arrived before a grand oak door bordered with silver. Sir, the dinner will not commence for a while yet. You may rest in the reception room. Very well. Samwell pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, but was immediately taken aback. Before him lay a room adorned with pink curtains, a pristine cashmere carpet, an opulent ivory bed, and an exquisite vanity. This was certainly not a reception room. It was unmistakably the bedroom of some young lady or matron. A surge of anxiety gripped Samwell, and he promptly turned to leave, only to discover that the door had been locked from the outside. At that moment, a melodious voice chimed within the room. Ah, Sir Caesar, how rude of you to wander into my bedroom. Samwell then noticed a young woman emerging from the inner chamber, her gaze fixed upon him with a mixture of amusement and curiosity. Alice Cooey, the youngest daughter of Lord Branton, clad in a rather audacious gown, her figure being excessively ample, causing the fabric to contort in an unflattering manner, lacking any semblance of elegance and instead appearing quite ludicrous. Her round, plump face was heavily made up, yet the makeup did little to conceal her freckles and blemishes. Samwell quickly lowered his gaze, refraining from further scrutiny, for to examine the unattractive more closely would be an act of cruelty. My apologies, Miss Alice. A maid just informed me that this was the reception room. She must have been mistaken. I shall take my leave. Do not be in such haste. Sir Caesar, I have heard from my father that you are a valiant knight who has subdued countless savages. Pray, regale me with your tale. Damn that Lord Brandon Shui. Just because your daughter is unsold does not justify coercive measures. In a moment of desperation, Samwell exerted all his strength and forcefully yanked the wooden door behind him. And with a crack, he managed to break the latch, thanks to the significant enhancement of his strength attribute, which had reached 273. Once he had forcibly opened the door, Samwell dashed out of the room, narrowly evading the fierce pounce of the young lady behind him. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he encountered the astonished visage of Lord Brandon at the corner. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Samwell was the first to regain his composure and spoke before Lord Brandon could. My lord, I inadvertently damaged the door. I sincerely apologize. Lord Brandon, who had intended to catch them in the act, looked at the well-dressed Samwell with a hint of helplessness, eventually casting a reproachful glance at his daughter Alice, as if to say, how could you let him escape so easily? Alice huffed in indignation and turned back into the room. Ahem, no worries about the wooden door. Sir Caesar, the banquet is about to commence. Shall we proceed? Very well. The two walked side by side, tacitly pretending as if nothing had transpired, soon resuming their light-hearted banter. Sir Caesar, what brings you to Qingting Island this time? My lord, you are well aware that the Crimson Mountains are far too barren. If my territory is to flourish, it must procure food and other necessities from external sources. My journey to Chinting Island is to seek a supply contract with the Redwyne family. Lord Brandon cast a sidelong glance at Samwell, seemingly mocking his naivety. Young man, I must remind you that should you rely on transporting supplies from the outside, it will require a substantial sum of money. Samwell replied with a nonchalant tone, I am aware. Fortunately, I have recently discovered a silver mine in my territory, hence. A silver mine? The mockery on Lord Brandon's face swiftly transformed into envy. You are indeed a fortunate fellow. It is all a blessing from the 7 gods. Samwell reverently traced a 7-pointed star over his heart and then fell silent. Indeed, it was not long before Lord Brandon could not contain himself. In truth, you need not go to Chinting Island. Our Yangwu city can supply food and resources as well, and it is closer. This could save you a considerable amount in transportation costs. Samwell chuckled inwardly, yet feigned hesitation on the surface. That sounds promising. Lord Brandon waved his hand confidently. The lands surrounding Yangwu city are replete with fertile soil. If you doubt it, you may see for yourself. Wheat, vegetables, and fruit trees are abundant everywhere. I could supply not just 10,000, but even 30,000. So your limit is 30,000. Samwell stroked his chin, pondering. If that is the case, then the price must be absolutely fair. At this moment, Lord Brandon resembled an eager merchant. I can have a price list prepared for you, and should you find it unsatisfactory, you may negotiate directly with me. Very well. As long as you can assure fair pricing, I shall procure food supplies from Yangwu city, Samwell replied. You have made a wise decision. However, there is a condition I must convey in advance, Lord Brandon interjected, his exuberance halted by Samwell's intervention. What condition? You are aware that mining silver requires the king's authorization. Although I have dispatched someone to King's Landing for permission, this will take time. Furthermore, organizing the mining, refining, and minting will also require time. Samwell shrugged. I may not be able to pay for these supplies immediately. If you are willing to accept a deferred payment, then we can discuss further. Deferred? Lord Brandon furrowed his brow. For how long? Perhaps 6 months. 6 months. Lord Brandon nearly leapt to his feet. That is impossible. Yet, in the next moment, a glint of cunning crossed his eyes as he added, however, if you would consent to marry my daughter, then we could make arrangements. Samwell's lips twitched. He thought to himself that even if she were offered to him with 6 months' worth of supplies, he would decline. I understand your apprehensions, Samwell remarked nonchalantly, which is why I refrained from mentioning this earlier, intending to head straight to Chinting Island. The Redwyne family possesses substantial wealth. A 6-month deferment would pose no issue for them. This statement caused Lord Brandon to grind his teeth in frustration. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally spoke again. I can extend the payment term for no more than 3 months. Surely, your silver mine will yield results by then. 3 months? Samwell feigned deep thought before sighing. Very well, 3 months it shall be. However, I hope the first batch of supplies will be delivered to Eagle Beak Island within 3 days. Not a problem. Lord Brandon readily agreed. After the banquet, we shall draft a supply list. Excellent. Samwell's face broke into a smile as he extended his right hand. To a fruitful collaboration. To a fruitful collaboration. Lord Brandon vigorously shook Samwell's hand, seemingly realizing, you are a formidable negotiator. You too? Samwell replied with a hearty grin, bringing himself a little closer. Lord Brandon stubbornly added, if you would consider marrying my daughter, I would gladly offer you 3 months' worth of supplies. I beg your pardon, my lord. Samwell replied with a solemn expression. I once vowed that I would not marry until I had established my own territory. With a sigh, Lord Brandon accepted defeat. After 3 days in Yangwu city, witnessing the transport ships laden with food and supplies setting sail for Eagle Beak Island, Samwell finally felt a sense of relief as he bid farewell to Lord Brandon. Thus, amidst Lord Brandon's warm send-off and Miss Alice's wistful gaze, Samwell and his companions embarked on their maritime journey to Chinting Island, the sails unfurling in the wind. The journey was remarkably tranquil, with nary a ripple to disturb its course. Merely 6 days later, the vessel successfully traversed the Redwyne Strait and arrived at Chinting Island. This island is renowned for its exquisite wine, particularly the golden wine of Chinting, which is highly coveted by the nobility of the 7 kingdoms and commands an exorbitant price, earning it the moniker of liquid gold. However, it was not the wine that solidified the Redwyne family's status as one of the most influential noble houses in the River Bay. It was, quite evidently, the formidable fleet of Chinting Island. Under the warm afternoon sun, Samwell descended the gangplank with measured grace. The dock was abuzz with activity, bustling with laborers vociferously calling out as they hefted large sacks of goods onto merchant ships. Observing this familiar scene, Samwell's guards exhibited a wistful demeanor. Merely 6 months prior, they were akin to these workers, toiling daily to transport heavy cargo, barely managing to fill their bellies. Now, however, their fortunes had undergone a profound transformation. Contemplating this, the guards cast eager glances toward their lord. The arrival of Samwell and his entourage did not incite any notable stir. Although Toddfleur had written in advance to announce their visit, it was clear that, given Samwell's current stature, he could not expect a grand reception from the Redwyne family. In fact, not a single family member appeared to greet them. Only a solitary servant was dispatched for the occasion. This was somewhat excessive. Even as Samwell entered the castle and spent a considerable time sipping tea in the reception hall, he had yet to lay eyes on Count Pexter. At that moment, even Toddfleur's expression darkened considerably, yet Samwell maintained an air of serene composure. He had anticipated the Redwyne family's cool reception, for according to Lady Alina's original scheme, while the new territory of Eaglebeak Island was nominally his, the true power lay with the Redwyne family. Now that Samwell had declined to be maneuvered, Count Pexter was naturally disinclined to extend a warm welcome. Nevertheless, Samwell was in no rush. Following the material supply agreement with Viscount Brandon of Yangwu City, the food crisis in his domain had been temporarily alleviated, thus diminishing his urgency for the Redwyne family's support. As for the brandy, he was not entirely reliant on the Redwyne family for its sale. While they indeed represented the optimal partner, possessing established sales channels that could swiftly deliver brandy to the tables of the Westerosi nobility, and marketing it under the auspices of Chintion Island's winery would undoubtedly enhance its reputation. He was prepared to seek alternative partners should they fail to recognize his worth. With a placid mindset, Samwell found himself unconcerned, curious instead to see what antics Count Pexter might devise. The hours passed until dusk descended, and Samwell's party, their stomachs beginning to grumble with hunger, were finally met by an individual entering the reception hall. "Alas, it is rather dark in here. Someone, quickly bring some candles." "I apologize for the delay, Sam." Entering were the twin sons of the Earl of Paxton, Horace Redwyne and Hob Redwyne. The two bore a striking resemblance, with square faces, orange hair, and a profusion of freckles. However, the brothers were easily distinguishable. The elder, Horace, stood slightly taller and had a more aggressive gaze, as if he were perpetually ready to engage in a brawl, while the younger, Hob, spoke with a slurred tongue, his words muddled as if he were unable to swallow his saliva properly. "It's quite all right. The journey has been exhausting, and we too have just had a restful half-day," Samwell remarked with a cheerful demeanor. Horace scrutinized Samwell for a moment before stating, "Sam, it's been years. You've changed quite a bit." Hob nodded in agreement. "Indeed, you've lost a considerable amount of weight. Have you not been getting enough to eat lately?" Horace quickly interjected, "In that dreadful place, the Crimson Mountains, it is indeed difficult to find sufficient provisions," and the two brothers erupted into hearty laughter. Samwell, with a subtle smile, observed the pair as if they were jesters. Memories belonging to the original owner surged forth, revealing to him a connection with these brothers. In the past, when the Earl of Landau had not yet completely relinquished hope for his eldest son, he had brought Samwell to Green Pavilion Island, hoping to forge a betrothal with Lady Desmola Redwyne, the daughter of the Earl of Paxton. Regrettably, at that time, Samwell had been quite disappointing. Not only did he fail to earn the favor of the Earl, but he also wept in humiliation under the taunts of Horace and Hob. "It is indeed easy to starve," Samwell replied, unfazed by their mockery. "That is precisely why I have come to Green Pavilion Island, hoping to secure assistance from the Redwyne family in providing some food and supplies for Eaglebeak Island. Although I have already signed a supply contract with Sunhouse City, I would not mind having an additional supplier. Otherwise, if the Brandon family gains control over the food supply of Eaglebeak Island, what will happen if Lord Brandon turns against us one day? Or, if he resurrects old grievances and insists that I marry Miss Alice? Is the Earl not on the island?" "He is, but my father has gone to inspect the territory. When will he return?" "That is uncertain. It could be tomorrow, or perhaps next week. After all, Green Pavilion Island is quite expansive, and I am unaware of my father's current whereabouts." Upon hearing this, Samwell maintained his smile outwardly, though inwardly he was cursing. "In that case, I shall not impose any further. We have matters to attend to. So we shall take our leave." "You are departing tomorrow?" Horace seemed taken aback by Samwell's announcement. "Yes," Samwell replied with a slight smile. "I must make a trip to the old town." "Will you return to Green Pavilion Island on your way back?" Hob could not help but inquire. "Let us see how circumstances unfold," Samwell replied, deftly maintaining the upper hand. "Perhaps I shall dock here again, and I hope to see the Earl then." Horace tugged at the corner of his mouth, his expression shifting between light and shadow. After a prolonged pause, he managed a forced smile and said, In that case, I shall arrange accommodations for you. It is best to rest early. Very well, I appreciate your kindness, Samwell replied without hesitation, rising to depart. Horace and his brother exchanged incredulous glances, their astonishment barely contained. Yet, they quickly reached a silent understanding, hastening to flank Samwell as he made his exit. The door to the reception room was not particularly wide, insufficient for the three to walk side by side, yet the Horace brothers made no attempt to yield, instead seizing the opportunity to squeeze toward the center. With a thud, Samwell stepped out with poise, while the two brothers stumbled, nearly losing their balance. "Oh, my sincerest apologies. Are you both all right?" Samwell exclaimed in surprise, turning back. Horace suppressed the sharp pain in his shoulder and the shock swirling within him, replying, "We are fine. We simply tripped." "Ah, I see," Samwell remarked, seemingly enlightened. "I thought you two were simply underfed." With that, he paid no heed to the brothers' flushed faces and strode away. The night was deepening, yet the castle study was brightly illuminated by candlelight. The Earl of Paxton, who should have been surveying his domain, was seated, attentively listening to Todd's account of the settlement of Eaglebeak Island. Upon hearing Todd mention that Samwell had kept 2,000 savages at bay with merely 100 new recruits, Horace could not contain himself, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could 100 new soldiers fend off 2,000 savages? Todd, what nonsense are you spouting?" Without waiting for Todd to respond, the Earl shot a stern glance at his eldest son, commanding, "Silence." Horace immediately fell silent. The Earl, though slight of stature and appearing even more diminutive in his oversized chair, commanded respect in that room, and none dared to overlook the Lord of Green Pavilion Island. Not only them, but even the Duke of Mays, the governor of River Bay, was keen to cultivate the Earl's favor, having even married off his own sister, Minutiller. To him, "Todd, please continue," the Earl urged. "Yes, my lord," Todd promptly resumed, and thereafter, no one dared to interrupt his narrative. The conquest of the Tooth-Fong tribe. The ambush of the coalition of 13 tribes, the distillation of brandy, the discovery of silver mines. Horace and his brother Hobart's expressions grew increasingly grim, as if they were listening to some fantastical tale. Such tales could not possibly be this absurd. The brothers were unwilling to accept that the chubby boy they had once teased to tears had now transformed into a valiant knight capable of carving out territory in the Crimson Mountains. "This is all a fabrication. A lie," Horace silently screamed, rubbing his still aching shoulder. The others, too, remained mute. An eerie silence enveloped the study, broken only by the faint crackling of the burning candles. After a considerable time, the Earl of Paxton finally lifted his head, his expression inscrutable. He inquired of Todd, "Is his visit to Qingting Island solely for the procurement of grain supplies?" "My lord, in truth, Sir Caesar has already secured a supply contract with the Kuei family in Yangwu City, so he may not be in haste to acquire grain from Qingting Island. However, regarding brandy, it appears he wishes to collaborate with Qingting Island." The Earl of Paxton curled his lips slightly and casually remarked, "Did you bring any? I wish to taste it and see if it truly lives up to your claims." "I did." Todd produced a small oak jar and approached the table, pouring a glass for the Earl. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, instantly prompting the previously languid Earl to sit up straight. He narrowed his eyes, gazing at the amber liquid for a while before raising the glass to his nose for a sniff. "Good wine," the Earl declared, even before the drink touched his lips. This drew a look of astonishment from the assembled members of the Redwyne family. Nevertheless, the enticing fragrance indeed proved irresistible, causing everyone to swallow quietly. Amidst their eager and skeptical gazes, the Earl finally downed the contents of his glass in one swift motion. Gulp! Everyone held their breath. The Earl closed his eyes and tilted his head back, seemingly savoring the taste. After a long moment, he reopened his eyes and turned to his eldest son, Horace, saying, "Tomorrow morning, bring Samwell to see me." "Yes, father," Horace promptly replied, his gaze lingering on the jar in Todd's hand, clearly eager to sample the contents as well. However, before he could voice his desire, the Earl instructed Todd, "Yes, my lord." Under the watchful eyes of the onlookers, Todd carefully capped the jar again. The Earl glanced at him, urging, "Go now." Yes, Todd had no choice but to turn and leave the study. Upon exiting, the illegitimate son offered a bitter smile. Fully aware that he would forever remain an outsider, never truly allowed into the core of the Redwyne family. In the dim candlelight, the castle's corridors flickered between shadows and illumination. Everything before him felt strangely familiar, yet profoundly foreign. Taking a deep breath, Todd composed himself and made his way toward the winery. The following morning, after Samwell rose, washed up, and had breakfast, He could hardly be bothered to greet anyone from the Redwyne family, heading straight for the dock with his subordinates. He fortuitously encountered a merchant ship bound for the old town, paying a small fare to board. As the massive anchor was lifted from the water, the merchant vessel slowly departed the harbor. Standing at the bow, Todd, the illegitimate son, gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Why had he not seen Horace come to find Samwell? Had the Earl of Paxton changed his mind again? Alas, it seemed I am but an outsider, utterly oblivious to all that transpires. Observing Todd's despondent demeanor, Samwell inquired, "What is it? Do you find it hard to part from home?" "This is not my home," Todd sighed, casting his gaze upon the shimmering surface of the water. The gentle sea breeze caressed the air, yet it could not dispel Todd's melancholy. In the next moment, he heard Cheeman beside him say, "Sir, are those two on the dock the Redwyne brothers?" Samwell focused for a moment and exclaimed, "Oh, it indeed seems so. Are they here to bid farewell?" Todd quickly looked up and, sure enough, saw the twin brothers of the Redwyne family wildly waving their arms at him, their voices carrying something that was utterly inaudible from such a distance. "Goodbye, goodbye. No need to see us off." Samwell also waved back at the brothers, turning to Todd. He remarked, "I didn't expect these two to be so enthusiastic." Todd opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, yet ultimately remained silent. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Horace wouldn't he have forgotten to bring Samwell to meet Lord Paxtor? Would he? Todd shook his head, dismissing this absurd notion. How could the heir of the Redwyne family be so foolish? Wait. My father wishes to see you. My father wishes to see you." On the dock, the two brothers flailed their arms, shouting towards the sea. The surrounding laborers gazed at them as if they were fools, even as their voices grew hoarse. There was no sign of the merchant ship turning back. "Damn it, brother. You idiotic brother. You overslept." In despair, Hob pulled at his brother's sleeve, shouting in his ear, "What now? Father is still waiting for Samwell. What to do? What to do?" Horace stared blankly at the merchant ship gradually drifting away. The previous night, he had indulged in brandy, succumbing to his craving, and upon returning to his room, he had overindulged. Consequently, he could not rise in the morning. The thought of their soon-to-be enraged father sent a shiver down the spine of the eldest Redwyne son. Old Town basked in the warm sunlight, illuminating the smooth, mirror-like surface of the sea, which stretched out like a verdant woolen carpet, reaching towards the horizon. The waters of Whispering Bay were renowned for their tranquility, with waves exceeding 10 feet being a rarity. Even the most unruly sea winds would become tame here, whispering as softly as lovers. As the merchant ship sailed into the bay, Samwell could already see the iconic structure of Old Town, the Tower of the Great Heights, rising in the distance. This immense stone stair tower is one of the most magnificent and masterfully crafted edifices on the continent of Westeros. Standing over 800 feet tall, its apex blazed with an eternal flame that pierced the clouds. Even from 100 nautical miles away, it was distinctly visible. For countless centuries, this luminous lighthouse, standing at the mouth of the Mead River, had guided innumerable mariners on their journeys. As the merchant ship gradually approached the harbor, the grand silhouette of the Tower of the Great Heights became increasingly clear to all. Each person widened their eyes, gazing in awe at this miraculous structure, instinctively holding their breath. The uninitiated Cheeman trembled, overwhelmed as if in the presence of a deity, nearly prostrating himself in reverence. Even Samwell, accustomed to towering skyscrapers from his past life, could hardly conceal his astonishment. He found it difficult to fathom how such a lighthouse could be constructed in a world reminiscent of the medieval era of Westeros, unless by means of sorcery. A thought flickered in Samwell's mind, for he could conceive of no other way to erect such a grand edifice. Bathed in the twilight glow, the ancient city appeared serene and elegant, reminiscent of an elder who has weathered millennia, gazing upon the vicissitudes of the world with a calm and indifferent gaze. Beyond the towering spire, Old Town boasted two renowned structures, the Citadel and the Starry September. The Citadel served as a sanctuary for scholars, a place that had long been the object of the original owner's aspirations. Countless learned individuals embarked from here to offer counsel to the lords of Westeros, both great and small. As for the Starry September, it had been the epicenter of the faith of the Seven for millennia, home to the High Septon, until it was supplanted over a century ago by the Great September of Baelor in King's Landing. Yet, in the hearts of many faithful, it remained the closest place to the heavens. Of course, when discussing Old Town, one must mention its lord, the family residing within the towering spire, the Hightower family. As one of the oldest houses in Westeros, the Hightower lineage can be traced back to the first men, having once ruled as the kings of the High Tower in the distant Dawn Age. However, This ancient and influential family displayed little of the strength befitting their stature. In fact, many opined that the Hightowers were not only lacking in vigor, but could even be deemed weak. As former kings, they chose to submit and intermarry when the Undulls invaded. They acquiesced to the expanding Gardner family from the Reach. And when the conqueror Aegon Targaryen descended upon them on Dragonback, they still opted for submission, though this time without a marriage alliance. It was not that the Hightowers were unwilling. Rather, the Targaryens adhered to the tradition of sibling marriage, typically preventing the dispersal of their true dragon blood. Such actions undeniably hindered the Hightower family from establishing a formidable reputation, and they garnered little awe from others. Nevertheless, Samwell had never underestimated this family. In truth, any who dared to belittle the Hightowers would pay a steep price, often in ways they could not even perceive. Those scholars who journeyed from the Citadel to serve as advisors to various lords, though they professed to lack surnames, allegiances, or political leanings, who would dare assert that the Hightower family wielded no influence over them? What ulterior motives did those scholars, feigning piety in their quest for knowledge, harbor? What secrets lay concealed behind those ancient and heavy doors? In Samwell's view, the Hightower family possesses a profound understanding of the art of overcoming the formidable with subtlety and the weak vanquishing the strong. They never confront their adversaries directly. Instead, they subtly reshape the world around them. Countless ancient and powerful families have faded into oblivion over the passage of time, yet the Hightower family endures, an enduring legacy that surely cannot be mere coincidence. Upon disembarking from the merchant vessel, Samwell and his companions boarded a ferry bound for the Hightower family's towering castle, situated on the Isle of Conquest, necessitating a change of boats. The Isle of Conquest, a delta island at the mouth of the Mand River, is steeped in legend. In the distant dawn of the ages, a colossal dragon once lay in wait upon its shores until the first Hightower emerged to vanquish it and erect the magnificent tower. As Samwell stood before this architectural marvel, a creation that seemed beyond the realm of mere mortals, he could not help but feel a profound sense of his own insignificance. Esteemed Sir Caesar, welcome to the tower, greeted a handsome and distinguished middle-aged man, who beamed a radiant smile at Samwell. This man was none other than Sir Bellar Hightower, the eldest son of the Lord of Old Town, Count Leighton. However, it was the enchanting figure beside Sir Bellar that truly captivated Samwell's gaze, Miss Margaery Tiller. The daughter of the Duke, she wore a green pleated skirt that accentuated her exquisite figure, while her soft brown curls cascaded elegantly from her headband. Her gentle, watery eyes widened in surprise upon seeing Samwell. Sir Caesar, I almost did not recognize you. Samwell, equally taken aback, had not anticipated encountering this noble rose beneath the tower. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, bowing respectfully as he replied, Good day, Sir Bellar, Miss Marguerite. The path of exploration has not been an easy one, thus. I have lost a bit of weight. However, it was more than just a little weight. He had undergone a complete transformation. Marguerite assessed Samwell from head to toe, a playful smile gracing her lips. I have indeed heard that you have managed to tame over 10,000 wild men. Truly astonishing. And you have aided the Hightower family by eliminating a detestable fugitive, allowing my poor cousin to finally rest in peace. Sir Bellar added with a smile, clearly aware that Samwell had received the wild man's severed head, which had been delivered by Viscount Brandon. It is my honor to assist the Hightower family. Samwell replied with a smile directed at Bellar, before turning his gaze back to Marguerite. And it is my duty to expand the territories of the Tiller family. Marguerite's eyes sparkled like crescent moons, her cheeks adorning charming dimples. I am proud of you, my knight. The funding for this month will indeed be exceptionally generous. Hearing this, Samwell's smile grew even brighter. Thank you for your generosity. Your contributions will undoubtedly be rewarded. He then curiously inquired, Miss Marguerite, if I may be so bold, how is it that you find yourself here? I am accompanying my mother on a visit, and I never expected to encounter you here. What a delightful coincidence. It was only then that Samwell recalled that Margaery's mother, the Duchess of Highgarden, was indeed the daughter of the former Lord of Old Town, Earl Leighton. Enough of standing outside. Come in, Baylor invited with a smile. Samwell nodded, took the bread and salt from a servant nearby, consumed them, and then stepped through the grand castle doors. Upon entering the towering structure, Samwell could not help but survey his surroundings with curious eyes. The dark, massive stone walls exuded a sense of weightiness, bearing the marks of countless years, perhaps hiding within each tiny crack a tale long forgotten. Noticing Samwell's fascination, Baylor remarked, Every newcomer feels a sense of wonder. But after decades of residing here, one can only feel oppression and weariness. Alas, had I not only a younger brother and no elder, I might have long since roamed the world. Samwell caressed the smooth, dark wall and inquired, "Was this truly constructed over 10,000 years ago?" Baylor erupted into hearty laughter, replying, "Not nearly that far back. Although the Hightower family indeed settled here during the Dawn Age over 10,000 years ago, at that time our castle was merely a wooden tower, standing only 50 feet tall. Subsequent towers were erected, and it was not until the 5th that the present Hightower was built." "Was it constructed by the builder, Brandon Stark?" Samwell recalled the relevant accounts from the original text. "Indeed," Baylor nodded, suddenly filled with yearning. "It is said he also built the wall, a far grander edifice. I long to see it." Turning his head, Samwell spotted a handsome youth descending the staircase. Indeed, he was striking. For the first time, Samwell felt that describing a man as beautiful was entirely fitting. With flowing chestnut curls, enchanting golden eyes, and an exquisitely handsome visage, he could make any woman swoon, and even some men were no exception. Noticing the gazes upon him, the beautiful youth smiled gently and continued, "Lord Loras has informed me that Storm's End is also a creation of the builder Brandon. No storm can shake it in the slightest. Loras, come here," Margaery called to the youth on the stairs. "This is the pioneering knight I mentioned to you, Sir Samwell Tarly." Loras descended the steps, nodding in acknowledgement towards Samwell. "I am Loras Tyrell, the third son of the Duchess of Highgarden. A pleasure to meet you, Sir Tarly." "The honor is mine, Sir Loras." Samwell returned the gesture, his heart suddenly enlightened. So this was the renowned Knight of Flowers, indeed living up to his reputation. Yet, he wondered how Loras had come to be in Old Town. Hadn't he been serving as a squire for the Duke of Storm's End, Baelor Baratheon? Uncertain whether he had discerned Samwell's bewilderment, Loras offered an explanation. "Lord Renly has also arrived, and is presently engaged in conversation with the Count and my mother." The news of Renly's presence startled Samwell, and a greater intrigue began to swell within him. What could Renly possibly want here? The Hightower family and the Baratheon family were not kin. It soon dawned upon him that Margaery and her mother had come to the Great September, likely for reasons beyond mere familial visits. The coincidences were too numerous to be mere happenstance. As Samwell indulged in his musings, Loras continued, "You are entirely unlike what I had envisioned, Ser Clegane. I have heard that you have carved out a territory in the Red Mountains and have subdued thousands of wildlings. Indeed, I owe it all to the blessings of the Seven." "I appreciate your kind words," Samwell responded, flattering him in return. "I, too, have long heard of your prowess as a knight, particularly your skill with the lance. My techniques with the lance were honed under the tutelage of Lord Renly. He is a knight of greater merit and a sagacious lord. By the way, I have yet to encounter a wildling, Ser Clegane. Could you enlighten me about them? How do they fight? What weapons do they wield?" "Certainly, their weaponry is rather rudimentary." As Samwell recounted the details, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Loras was indeed straightforward, perhaps excessively so, revealing his thoughts with unguarded transparency, perpetually referencing Lord Renly. No wonder their camaraderie had become the talk of the noble circles. The group continued their lively discourse as they ascended the staircase, the atmosphere amicable. After traversing several floors, Ser Baelor halted, gesturing towards a chamber before Samwell. "Ser Clegane, this is the room arranged for you, and your attendants' quarters are adjacent. Please take a moment to rest. The banquet will commence at 6 o'clock, and a servant will come to inform you." "Very well, Ser Baelor. Thank you for your hospitality. Ser Loras, Lady Margaery, I shall see you shortly. Until we meet again." Upon entering the room, Samwell first took a bath and then retired to bed, only rising to dress when a maid knocked at his door. After emerging, he did not hasten to the banquet hall, but instead waited for Todd and Chimon to finish before proceeding together. One could never be too cautious. It was prudent for young men to guard their well-being while outside. The trio followed the maid to the banquet hall, where the floor was laid with purple wood that reflected their figures. This fine timber, dense and lustrous, constituted an excellent material for furniture. However, in this context, it served merely as flooring. 7 intricately carved pillars of white jade supported the vaulted ceiling, and a dozen formidable armored warriors stood sentinel around the hall. Their long lances held motionless. Graceful maidens glided forward, presenting platters of exquisite delicacies upon the elongated dining table. The banquet was arranged in a buffet style. Regrettably, few guests lingered by the long table laden with exquisite delicacies and fine wines, and even when they did partake, it was merely a taste, lest they appear impolite. The attendees were divided into 2 groups. On the left side of the grand hall sat the elegantly adorned socialites, their laughter ringing like silver bells, while on the right, a cluster of impeccably dressed gentlemen engaged in conversation. The camlet hall, adorned with opulent decorations, attended by courteous servers and graceful maids, and filled with an array of delectable dishes, painted a vivid tableau of a grand noble's evening feast. Although Todd was a bastard, he hailed from the esteemed Redwyne lineage and had served in the High Court for many years, thus he was not overly anxious in such a setting, merely adjusting his collar unconsciously. In contrast, the unsophisticated Chi-Man had never encountered such grandeur, his movements rendered stiff and awkward. Samwell, oblivious to the state of his two attendants, wore an impeccable smile as he stepped into the banquet hall, guided by a young maid's courteous bow. Upon entering, Samwell immediately spotted Miss Margaery Tyrell. The Highgarden rose was adorned in a pink halter satin gown that accentuated her graceful figure, the open back and fitted waist design showcasing her elegance. Her clear, deep brown eyes sparkled like exquisite jewels, and her translucent red lips harbored an enchanting smile. With her noble demeanor and breathtaking beauty, the Duke's daughter effortlessly commanded attention wherever she went. Yet, Samwell was far too prudent to approach her directly. This was the Tower of the Sun, and he must first extend his greetings and gratitude to the host. The Earl of Leighton was not difficult to locate. The gentleman on the right side of the hall subtly formed a circle around a central figure, comprising 4 individuals: Sir Baelor Hightower, who had welcomed Samwell into the castle that afternoon; the flamboyantly dressed Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, a tall, handsome young man adorned with a stag crest embroidered on his chest, presumably the king's younger brother, the Duke of Storm's End, Garland Tyrell; and the elderly gentleman engaged in amiable conversation with Duke Garland, undoubtedly the host of the evening, Earl Leighton. Noticing Samwell's approach, Sir Baelor leaned in and whispered to his father. Subsequently, the Earl's gaze shifted towards Samwell. Before Samwell could speak, the elder Earl jovially proclaimed, "Sir Caesar, I have received your gift, and I am most pleased." "It is my honor, my lord," Samwell replied, bowing respectfully. At that moment, Duke Garland, curious, inquired, "Forgive my impertinence, but is Caesar a family from the Riverlands? I confess I have never heard of it." Loras explained, "My Lord Garland, this is Samwell, the pioneering knight of House Tyrell, the eldest son of Earl Randyll Tarly, who has just established a new domain in the Crimson Mountains, and Caesar is the name of his new house." Hearing this, Duke Lannister's gaze flickered with a hint of confusion. He pondered why the eldest son of House Tarly would forsake Hornhill to venture into the arid expanse of the Red Mountains for expansion. Naturally, out of courtesy, he would not voice such a question but instead smiled and remarked, "Ah, so it is a knight from a family of hunters. No wonder you have managed to carve out a domain in the Red Mountains. Truly, heroes emerge from youth." "My lord, you flatter me," Samwell replied. "My castle is not yet completed, so I hesitate to claim I have established a domain." Loras, ever eager, followed suit with unbridled enthusiasm. Facing Lord Leighton and his son alone, Samwell was direct, stating, "My lord, I have come to Old Town seeking your assistance with 3 matters." "Speak," Lord Leighton replied, maintaining his ever-present smile. "The first matter concerns a silver mine discovered within my territory. I have dispatched a request for authorization to His Grace in King's Landing. However, I require a scholar well-versed in extraction, refining, and casting. Might you assist me in finding such an individual? The rules of the Citadel dictate that each lord is to be assigned a scholar as an advisor. However, until your castle is completed and recognized as a legitimate lordship by the governor of the Riverlands, it is unlikely that the Citadel will send a scholar your way. That is why I seek your help, to inquire if the Citadel might make an exception and send a scholar in advance. If that is not feasible, I would at least appreciate any guidance on the techniques for mining the silver. The Citadel's regulations are not subject to leniency, and I cannot influence that," Leighton replied. Upon hearing this, Samwell inwardly rolled his eyes. As the founders and protectors of the Citadel, the Hightower family should be able to facilitate even such a minor request. Before he could respond, Lord Leighton continued, "However, I can arrange for Maroya to teach you the techniques for extracting and refining silver." "Maroya Hightower? The madwoman?" Samwell swiftly retracted his earlier thoughts about Lord Leighton, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you for your assistance. May I inquire about the whereabouts of Miss Maroya? I wish to express my thanks in person." "She is not here," Baelor said with a wry smile. "My sister has always shunned the social gatherings of the nobility. I shall introduce you to her tomorrow morning. The reputation of the scholarly madwoman indeed precedes her." "Thank you for your kindness," Samwell replied, then seamlessly transitioned to the next topic. The second matter pertains to the supply of food and resources. "You are aware that the barren land of the Red Mountains cannot yield crops, thus I must procure food and other necessities from outside. I wonder if the Hightower family would be willing to serve as my suppliers." Though he already had the Cuyes family as suppliers, Samwell was unwilling to place the lifeblood of his territory in the hands of a single family. Diversifying suppliers to mitigate risks was the prudent strategy. Furthermore, The Kiwi's family could only supply for 30,000, a figure Samwell did not consider the limit of his territory's population. Seeking additional supply channels was an inevitability. That is not a problem. Lord Leighton's response was quite straightforward. When it comes to making money, the Hightower family thrives in such endeavors. You may discuss the particulars directly with Ser Baelor. Baelor, slightly inclining his body, smiled and said, "Indeed, Sir Caesar, I am currently managing the family's commercial affairs." "Very well," Samuel nodded at Baelor and continued, "As for the third matter, I have crafted a new wine from my territory and wish to discuss the possibility of collaboration in its distribution." "A new wine?" Lord Leighton instinctively sniffed. "May I have a taste?" Such an avid connoisseur of spirits. Samuel chuckled inwardly at the sight of the old noble's flushed, wine-colored nose. He procured a wooden cask from his companion Todd and said, "This is a new wine made from the mountain grapes of the Red Mountains. It possesses a delightful flavor. Do give it a try." With that, Samuel signaled a servant, who fetched a glass from a tray, filled it with brandy, and presented it to Lord Leighton. Just as Samuel intended to caution him about the potency of the drink, Lord Leighton tilted his head back and downed it in one gulp. "Excellent wine." The old Earl exhaled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, and his nose reddened further. Baelor, witnessing this, brightened and asked, "Could I have a glass as well?" Of course, Samuel readily agreed. At that moment, Loras and Garland, returning from their meal, also approached Samuel for a drink. The nobles of Westeros, for health and socializing purposes, could be considered a collective of imbibers. The sweet essence of the grapes combined with the aroma of oak created a remarkably rich and smooth flavor. "Sir Caesar, you are indeed a genius in winemaking." Lord Leighton swayed his head and praised with a tipsy tone. "Does this wine have a name?" "Brandy," Samuel replied with a smile. Then expressed a hint of regret. "Alas, the aging period was too brief. The oak's fragrance has not fully permeated the wine. Otherwise, the flavor would be even better." "My lord, do you think the Hightower family could assist in selling this wine?" "Absolutely." No one anticipated that the true star of this banquet was neither the beautiful Miss Margaery nor the esteemed Duke Loras, but rather a new wine, brandy. Nearly every guest who sampled the brandy sang its praises. Unfortunately, due to limited production, Samuel's supply was scant, and before everyone could savor a second round, it was depleted. This scarcity resonated with the essence of hunger marketing, intensifying the guests' desire for the brandy. Thus, a circle of nobles surrounded Samuel, directly negotiating the procurement of the brandy. Despite the fervor of the crowd, Samuel maintained his composure, claiming he had already established a sales agreement with the Hightower family. Anyone wishing to purchase the brandy should approach Ser Baelor directly. The Hightower family now assumed such a role, observing Lord Leighton and Ser Baelor encircled by admirers. Samuel stood aside, a radiant smile upon his face. However, soon after, he felt an overwhelming hunger and realized he had forgotten something. Samwell handed the empty wine glass to the server and requested a silver platter before making his way to the long table at the front of the hall. Although his gaze swept over the table laden with delicacies, it did not linger. Instead, it quickly scanned the offerings. To his delight, there were indeed golden-tail shrimp. Despite the diminished efficacy of the shrimp due to his increased strength attributes, he knew that small gains could accumulate, and being a buffet, the cost was covered by the Hightower family, making it a chance he could not afford to miss. Thus, Samwell stood beside the platter of golden-tail shrimp, taking and eating without a care for the peculiar glances directed at him from those around. Reputation is an exceedingly fickle construct. Once, he was the useless firstborn of House Tarly, but after establishing his foothold in the Red Mountains, he transformed into the promising Sir Caesar. Should he ever ascend to the Iron Throne, he would be Caesar the Great. At that moment, all his past humiliations and hardships would dissipate beneath the radiance of his legendary stature. Todd Florent, observing his lord's behavior, could not help but subtly retreat to a corner of the hall, while the rustic Chaman mimicked him, also holding a platter and indulging himself alongside the long table. This young savage had never feasted on such sumptuous delicacies and was not about to let the opportunity slip by. As this peculiar master and servant duo dined unabashedly, the melodious strains of a harp began to fill the air, heralding the commencement of the ball. Samwell remained motionless. He had no skill for dancing in his previous life. Although the original owner had received dance lessons in his youth, his excessive weight and timidity had rendered him inept, having long since lost the practice. As for Chaman, he was even less likely to know how to dance. Curiously, as he observed his lord fixated on the golden-tail shrimp, he edged closer to sample one, only to be deterred by Samwell's protective glare. At that moment, numerous gentlemen and ladies in the hall had found their partners and were gracefully making their way to the dance floor to begin their waltz. The most esteemed Duke of Lannister naturally approached the captivating Lady Margaery, seemingly intent on inviting the Rose of Highgarden to dance. However, unexpectedly, a young lady clad in a purple evening gown stepped forth, directly obstructing his path. With no other option, the Duke reluctantly took the young lady's hand and entered the dance floor. Samwell, intrigued by this audacious young lady who dared to compete with the Highgarden Rose, soon recognized the slightly embarrassed face of Sir Baelor. It appeared to be his daughter, which explained her confidence to vie for attention with Margaery, especially within the grandeur of the Great September. Unfortunately, with the Duke's attention diverted, it became increasingly challenging to find someone of suitable status to invite Margaery for the first dance. Originally, Loras could have come to his sister's aid, but he was already occupied with a partner. Thus, the most dazzling young lady in the hall found herself unexpectedly alone, on the verge of missing the first waltz. Samwell glanced at the eager yet hesitant young nobles, fearful of rejection, and disdainfully scoffed, "A bunch of cowards." With that, he set down his plate and strode purposefully towards Lady Marguerite. As a knight of House Tarly, Samwell felt a moral obligation to alleviate the beautiful Marguerite's awkwardness. Indeed, such was his spirit of selflessness. "Esteemed Lady Marguerite, may I have the honor of inviting you for the first dance?" Marguerite, upon seeing Samwell bow before her, breathed a sigh of relief. At last, someone had come forward. Had she remained unattended, it would have been utterly embarrassing. "Of course, my knight," she replied with a sweet smile, placing her porcelain-like hand into Samwell's large one, allowing him to lead her into the center of the dance floor. Once positioned, Samwell leaned in and whispered softly in her ear. "Huh?" Marguerite, taken aback for a moment, then responded with a hint of exasperation. "It's nothing, I'll teach you." She proceeded to instruct Samwell on how to step, how to keep time with the music, how to maintain posture, and most importantly, how to avoid stepping on his own feet. Initially, their movements were indeed clumsy, but as Samwell gradually recalled the memories of the original owner from his youth, their steps became much more fluid. Although they could not yet be deemed graceful, at least he no longer trampled upon Lady Marguerite's feet, which were already marred with several dark imprints from his earlier missteps. "How am I doing? Am I learning quickly?" Samwell twirled the lovely young lady around the dance floor, feeling quite pleased with himself. "Not bad," Marguerite puffed, her cheeks slightly swollen in a playful pout. "If only you could channel the enthusiasm you have for dealing with golden shrimp into learning to dance, you would surely improve faster." Samwell laughed heartily, offering no rebuttal, and instead executed a rather challenging step-lock spin, eliciting a soft gasp from Marguerite. Once she regained her composure, Marguerite shot him a playful glare. Though it lacked any real menace, their synergy grew increasingly harmonious, enabling Marguerite to fully showcase her allure. With her graceful and ethereal movements, her enchanting figure, and her stunning beauty, she effortlessly reclaimed the spotlight in the hall, much to the chagrin of the previously hesitant young nobles who now lamented their missed opportunities. After another spin, Marguerite suddenly remarked, "Samwell, actually, House Tarly could assist you in selling brandy as well." Samwell raised an eyebrow, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yet he responded, "What? I'm sorry, Lady Marguerite, I didn't catch that." Marguerite, exasperated, repeated herself. "I truly apologize, Lady Marguerite, but I have already signed a contract with House Hightower, and it is an exclusive selling agreement," Samwell replied, his expression one of evident discomfort. Although such a situation is utterly unfounded, and whether for the purpose of preventing monopolies or mitigating risks, he could never agree to an exclusive sales contract. However, in negotiations, one must always possess some leverage. Without it, one is merely fabricating reality. Upon hearing this, Marguerite slightly furrowed her delicate brows. Samwell then spoke again. "Of course, for the benefit of the Tarly family, I could approach Count Layton about renegotiating the contract." "But," Marguerite interjected, sensing a caveat, "but I fear that Count Layton may refuse to amend the agreement." "Indeed, that is a possibility," Marguerite acknowledged, believing that the Hightower family would not easily consent to sharing profits with others. "Shall I ask my mother to speak with Count Layton?" "That may not be wise," Samwell quickly advised. "If word gets out, others will claim that the Tarly family is encroaching upon the interests of their own vassals." "Very well," Marguerite conceded, abandoning her earlier thought. "How confident are you in persuading Count Layton to renew the contract?" "Well," Samwell feigned a pained expression, "that would depend on how much I am willing to concede to the Hightower family. Alas, I suspect Count Layton will demand a larger share." Upon hearing this, Marguerite felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "Thank you, Sam. I shall convey this matter to my father and ensure he offers you a greater share to compensate for your losses." "You are truly a kind lady." Samwell suppressed a laugh. "In truth, beyond the share, I would prefer other forms of compensation." Other forms? Indeed. As you know, the majority of my current subjects are wildlings, and the number of River Bay folk is minimal. This demographic imbalance poses significant risks, which could erupt at any moment. Moreover, as a noble of River Bay, I have greater trust in my own people. Therefore, I hope the Duke will permit me to send individuals to Highgarden to gather the displaced folk, allowing them to become my subjects. Margaery hesitated. She fully understood the importance of population within a territory. No wise lord would allow their subjects to leave, even if those subjects lacked land. Samwell's previous recruitment of dockworkers for expansion had already been a breach of protocol, though the Tarly family had overlooked it due to the small number involved. Now, he was audaciously eyeing the displaced folk. Margaery was uncertain of how many displaced individuals were in Highgarden, but she was sure it was not an insignificant number. And could they truly allow Samwell to whisk them away? Seeing Marguerite's hesitation, Samwell urged, "Miss Marguerite, those landless folk are unable to pay taxes to the Tarly family. Retaining them only tarnishes the urban landscape. The more there are, the more the beauty of Highgarden is sullied. Thus, please allow me to remedy this blemish for the Tarly family. I shall return to discuss this with my father." Margaery still did not give a direct answer. Seemingly concerned about disheartening Samwell, she quickly added, "Rest assured, even if my father does not agree to let you gather the displaced people, he will compensate you in other ways." Yet all Samwell desired was populace. Currently, he commanded merely a few hundred River Bay people, a stark contrast to the tens of thousands of wild folk. This number was woefully insufficient. As he gradually expanded deeper into the Crimson Mountains, he would inevitably subdue more wild folk, yet replenishing the River Bay population would prove challenging. While Samwell bore no disdain for the wild folk, the imbalance in numbers posed an objective problem that could easily lead to racial tensions in the future. The optimal solution would be to increase the number of River Bay inhabitants within his territory. They need not surpass the wild folk, but must constitute a significant proportion to deter any reckless behavior from the latter. Moreover, with a sufficient number of River Bay people, Samwell could promote intermarriage between the two races, fostering integration, rather than the current situation where the River Bay men were insufficient even to attract the wild maidens. Reflecting upon this, Samwell spoke again. "Miss Margaery, I know you are not like the typical noble women. You possess a kind heart. During my time at the High Hall, I heard beggars speak of your generosity, bakers mention your purchase of their warm pies, and farmers recount your friendly conversations with them. Despite your noble lineage, you have never looked down upon others. Thus, I believe you understand the harsh realities faced by those dispossessed and wandering." He continued, "I assure you, once those displaced become my subjects, as long as they are willing to work diligently, they shall never know hunger or want. May the seven gods bear witness to my words." Upon hearing this, Margaery could no longer resist meeting Samwell's gaze. Samwell immediately returned her look with the utmost sincerity and confidence. After a long moment, the beautiful young lady finally nodded earnestly, saying, "Very well. I shall do my utmost to persuade my father to accept your terms." This was the promise he had longed for. Samwell's heart soared with joy. Had he not feared being struck down, he would have embraced the young lady before him. With Margaery's words, the matter was nearly settled. Duke Mace had always been indecisive and would not risk his cherished daughter Ashard over a few lowly vagrants. "Thank you for your assistance, Miss Margaery. Your kindness shall surely be rewarded. You may declare to all that Samwell Caesar is a man who keeps his oaths." Samwell spoke earnestly. "Excellent." Margaery beamed with a sweet smile. "I trust you shall not disappoint me, my knight." Samwell gazed into the depths of the young lady's clear eyes, suddenly beset by guilt. Was it truly right to manipulate a young girl so cunningly, even exploiting her kindness? But soon, he reassured himself that he indeed had the means to ensure those displaced would lead prosperous lives, with brandy and silver mines as his proverbial golden geese. Eagle Beak would undoubtedly flourish as a prosperous domain. Thus, it cannot truly be deemed deception. However, manipulation and scheming are indeed inescapable. Yet, how can one aspire to achieve greatness without resorting to a few cunning tactics? As for Miss Margaery, she may find a way to compensate for it later. Samwell suddenly recalled that the eventual fate of this highborn rose was far from favorable. The Tyrell family was singularly intent on elevating her to the status of queen, thereby reclaiming their grip on power. Under the family's orchestration, she had wed 3 kings, all of whom met untimely ends. Consequently, Samwell felt a profound responsibility to rescue Miss Margaery from peril, and the most effective means to do so would be to marry her. It was not a matter of coveting her beauty or lineage, nor was it for the sake of acquiring the wealth and might of the Reach, but rather an earnest desire to shield the virtuous and lovely Margaery from a succession of ill-fated encounters. Naturally, Samwell was acutely aware that, given his current strength and standing, marrying Margaery was an absolute impossibility. Fortunately, he still had time. Margaery's first marriage occurred amidst the turmoil of the War of the Five Kings, leaving approximately 2.5 years until the present. In that span, transforming from a mere frontier lord without a castle to one deemed worthy of a duchess was undoubtedly a fanciful notion. Yet, Samwell felt compelled to rise to the challenge. If he could not even achieve this, how could he dare to dream of the Iron Throne? With this resolve, he felt justified in continuing to twirl Margaery in the dance hall. As the bagpipes emitted a long, sonorous note, the dance reached its conclusion. Samwell paused, taking Margaery's hand to escort her to the periphery. "Thank you, Sir Caesar. It is my honor, Miss Margaery." Just as Samwell released her delicate hand, he observed the approach of Duke Loras. The Duke first inclined his head respectfully to Samwell, then courteously invited Margaery to join him for the next dance. Margaery, of course, would not decline. Watching her being led away by Duke Loras, Samwell intended to return to his golden shrimp, but as he turned, he caught the Duke telling Margaery, "Miss Margaery, your beauty renders the stars tonight pale in comparison. I happen to have an artist with me. Might he be permitted to create a portrait of you?" Upon hearing this, Samwell abruptly halted. If it were any other man uttering such words to Margaery, it could be construed as a veiled declaration of affection. However, Duke Loras likely desired to paint Margaery's brother, not her. Samwell gazed at their retreating figures as they entered the dance floor, suddenly recalling an inconspicuous detail from the original tale. In the near future, Duke Loras would present a portrait to Lord Eddard Stark of the North, and the subject of that portrait would indeed be Margaery Tyrell. In that moment, Samwell grasped the reason behind Duke Loras's unexpected visit to the Great September and why Margaery had conveniently accompanied her mother to visit her grandfather. He sensed the looming presence of a conspiracy. The melodious strains of the harp once again filled the air. In the grand hall, pairs of elegantly attired couples twirled gracefully to the music, showcasing their most refined dance moves. Samwell lifted his plate anew, savoring the golden prawns while watching the enchanting Duke of Lannister and the exquisite Margaery, reminiscent of a pair of celestial beings, spin around the dance floor with enigmatic smiles adorning their faces. He recalled a moment from the original tale, where the Duke of Lannister held a portrait of Margaery and inquired of Lord Eddard Stark whether the maiden in the painting bore resemblance to his sister, Lyanna Stark. This Lyanna was once the betrothed of King Robert I and the very catalyst of the infamous War of the Usurper. At that time, Lyanna had already been promised to Robert, yet she was abducted by Prince Rhaegar Targaryen of the former dynasty. Upon learning of this, Robert, then the Duke of Storm's End, took up arms in furious rebellion, a direct impetus for the war. Although Robert ultimately avenged his lost love by slaying Rhaegar and toppling the Targaryen dynasty, Lyanna had perished amidst the chaos of war, leaving an unhealable wound in Robert's heart. The Duke of Lannister's inquiry to Eddard regarding Margaery's resemblance to Lyanna clearly indicated his intention to present Margaery to King Robert as a replacement for Queen Cersei Lannister. However, as subsequent events unfolded, this scheme proved futile. It is understandable. Despite Robert's lackadaisical approach to governance following his ascension to the Iron Throne, spending his days in debauchery, drinking, and hunting, he was not devoid of intellect. He would not recklessly depose a queen merely for a maiden who bore a slight resemblance to a past love. It is crucial to remember that Queen Cersei was not without her own formidable connections. The Lannister family was the wealthiest in Westeros, and her father, Tywin Lannister, was among the most powerful figures in the realm. Unless one could wield a decisive and damning secret against Cersei, such as the true lineage of her 3 children, all of whom were the offspring of her brother, Jaime Lannister, the Queen's position was not easily shaken. Regrettably, while it was likely that whispers of this secret circulated within King's Landing, no one possessed the evidence to substantiate such claims. Such matters are notoriously difficult to prove without concrete proof, and the mere fact that the children bore the golden hair of House Lannister rather than the dark locks of House Baratheon was insufficient. After all, it is only natural for offspring to inherit their mother's hair color, and in the eyes of most, the golden-haired children of the king were entirely plausible. Indeed, since the legendary clever Lannister cunningly stole the sun's radiance to dye his hair a golden hue, the golden-haired trait of House Lannister has been passed down for over 6 millennia, a veritable marvel of genetics. In contrast, House Baratheon boasts a mere 3 centuries of history. Thus, the golden mane of the lion naturally eclipses the dark hue of the stag. For this reason, King Robert has never harbored doubts about the golden-haired progeny he has sired. Duke Renly, evidently lacking evidence, resorts to this circuitous method to seek the queen's deposition. The undeniable proof of Queen Cersei's fatal secret awaits discovery in the future by Jon Arryn, the Hand of the King. Through the extensive tome, The Genealogies and Histories of the Great Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Regrettably, this pursuit also renders him a pawn in the machinations of a certain conspirator, thus formally initiating this game of power. Yet, that is a tale for another time. At this moment, Samwell observes the suave Duke Renly amidst the dance floor, speculating on the motives behind his schemes. Judging by Renly's later conduct during the War of the Five Kings, it seems he has long coveted the Iron Throne. However, as the younger brother of the king, his claim to succession falls behind Cersei's 3 children and his elder brother, Stannis Baratheon. Renly's meticulously crafted plan to depose the queen likely aims to strip those 3 children of their claim to the throne. Thus, the only remaining heir ahead of him would be his brother Stannis. In Renly's eyes, the disdain between the elder brother and Stannis is glaringly evident. Although Dragonstone has long been associated with the presumptive heir to the Iron Throne, that is merely a relic of the Targaryen dynasty, bearing little relevance to the current Baratheon reign. Dragonstone is not the ancestral seat of House Baratheon. Storm's End is. Residing in Storm's End, enjoying the servitude of the Stormlands, Renly cannot help but regard Stannis, who can only feel the sea breeze on the barren Dragonstone, with a sense of unwavering certainty regarding his brother's favoritism. Therefore, in Renly's estimation, by deposing Queen Cersei and depriving her children of their rights, he would inevitably secure his position as the foremost claimant to the Iron Throne. Samwell, setting down his knife and fork, suddenly ponders the role of House Tyrell in this intricate web. A playful smile graces his face as he recalls how, in his previous life watching the series, he noted that many characters deemed protagonists often met abrupt ends, as if the author intended to illustrate the brutal nature of power struggles and the capriciousness of fate. Yet, upon closer examination, one might discern that these deaths, though seemingly arbitrary, were traceable and perhaps even preordained. This game of power is, in truth, a contest orchestrated by a select few conspirators who remain hidden in the shadows, their actions and thoughts nearly imperceptible to the audience. The so-called protagonists are, in fact, mere puppets in the hands of the true players, manipulated by the strings of honor, hatred, love, and power. They engage in fierce battles, dramatic conflicts, and tragic deaths, performing captivating scenes upon the stage. The young, noble, and charming Lord Renly Baratheon epitomizes such a protagonist. At this moment, the one pulling the strings behind him is likely none other than Lady Olenna Tyrell, one of the foremost players in this game. Upon reflection, one might ponder how Lord Renly became aware that Miss Margaery bears a resemblance to King Robert's former lover. Samwell conjectures that the most plausible scenario involves the Knight of Flowers, Loras, casually mentioning this to Lord Renly during a bout of revelry. The ever-ambitious Renly, already coveting the Iron Throne, would then eagerly rush to Highgarden. No, not Highgarden, but the Great Tower. The cunning Lady Olenna would never allow Renly to venture to Highgarden, as that would unmistakably imply the Tyrell family's involvement, under the guise of a familial visit. Orchestrating an encounter between Margaery and Renly in the Great Tower would be far less conspicuous. Should the scheming of this discarded queen succeed, the Tyrell family could easily feign innocence, allowing Lord Renly to bear the brunt of House Lannister's wrath in the Westerlands. Conversely, if the plot were to fail, the Tyrells would have sacrificed nothing significant. Merely a casual remark from Loras and a portrait of Margaery have set the earnest Lord Renly in motion, risking everything for the Tyrell family's claim to the throne. Such intricate and subtle machinations of political strategy undoubtedly bear the hallmark of Lady Olenna. Furthermore, Samwell is convinced that should Margaery ascend to the position of queen, Lady Olenna would promptly abandon Lord Renly. Whether to use him as a scapegoat to quell the Lannisters' ire or to eliminate any obstacles to the inheritance of future Tyrell bloodline princes and princesses, the tragic fate of Lord Renly seems all but predestined. It is lamentable that this young Duke of Storm's End remains oblivious to the truth, foolishly laboring for others' gain. It appears the blacksmith of King's Landing was quite accurate in his assessment of the Baratheon brothers. The eldest, Robert, is true steel, resilient under fire. The second, Stannis, is wrought iron, too brittle and prone to break, while the youngest, Renly, resembles polished brass, appealing in appearance, yet lacking in intrinsic value. As the dance concluded, the men and women within the ballroom ceased their movements and began to disperse. Lord Renly, however, took Miss Margaery to a nearby chamber. Observing his intended bride being led away, Samwell remained unperturbed. Had it been anyone else, he might have harbored concerns about potential indiscretions amidst the artistry. But Lord Renly, This fellow not only resembles brass, but is also a homosexual. When he claims to be off to paint, he truly engages in painting. Samwell chuckled to himself, bending down to retrieve some prawns, only to be taken aback upon discovering the plate was utterly empty. How outrageous. They have consumed everything. Should we request more from Lord Leighton? Yet, might that be excessive? Sir Caesar, the all-seeing, found himself in a state of distress. Every grand feast must eventually draw to a close. As the night deepened, Sir Baelor bade farewell to the last guest, and, weary in body, made his way to Lord Leighton's chamber. Father. Lord Leighton stood by the window, lost in thought as he gazed upon the sea, shimmering with reflections of starlight and flames. In that moment, the elder of the old town had shed his usual warmth and friendliness reserved for outsiders, revealing a visage burdened with worry. Baelor was not surprised. He had learned at a young age that his father wore a mask of laughter, one that he donned only in the presence of strangers. Gradually, he too had mastered this skill, albeit lacking its essence. Compared to his father's effortless grace, his own appeared somewhat forced. The moniker of Laughing Baelor seemed to mock him. Is something amiss? Lord Leighton inquired as he returned to his desk. Baelor stepped forward to pour a glass of wine for his father before serving himself, saying, Ginny just approached me. Before he could finish, the old lord interjected with a soft grunt. She wishes to marry Lord Blaine? Baelor nodded, unperturbed that his father could foresee this matter. No. Lord Leighton responded without hesitation. Father, are you concerned that Duke Blaine would be reluctant to wed Ginny? The Hightower family is a prominent noble house in Westeros. You could gauge the Duke's sentiments. Lord Leighton shook his head, stating, regardless of Duke Blaine's disposition, I shall never consent. Baelor paused, hesitating before asking, Father, are you worried about the rumors surrounding Duke Blaine and his attendants? No. I do not care whether Blaine is enamored with men or women. I will not allow Ginny to marry him. This left Baelor perplexed. Why not? Lord Leighton took a sip of wine and countered, What do you believe Duke Blaine's purpose is in Old Town? Is it truly to admire the towering spire? Baelor, caressing his wine glass, fell into contemplation. Observing his son's silence, Lord Leighton prompted, And what of your sister? Why has she chosen this moment to return to see me? Baelor frowned. Are you suggesting that sister and Duke Blaine's simultaneous appearance at the spire is not mere coincidence? Lord Leighton poured himself another glass of wine, asserting, I do not believe in coincidences. After a moment of thought, Baelor suddenly recalled, during the feast, Duke Blaine abruptly requested to paint Miss Margaery's portrait. Could that be the reason? Is he intending to court the Tyrell family? What need have they to come here for courting? They could go directly to Highgarden. At this, Baelor fell silent. Lord Leighton, observing his son's sluggish comprehension, struggled to conceal his disappointment but patiently remarked, Whatever schemes they may be concocting, we shall not involve ourselves, nor shall we entangle ourselves too deeply with Duke Blaine. You informed Ginny that you would assist her in finding an exemplary husband, but that Lannister was not a suitable choice. Baelor, however, was somewhat reluctant. After taking a sip of wine, he urged once more, Father, are you not being overly suspicious? Perhaps it is merely a coincidence. I believe that Duke Lannister stands out as one of the finest among the younger generation of the Seven Kingdoms. If Ginny were to marry him, it would greatly benefit our family. What is our family motto? Count Leighton suddenly interjected, interrupting. Baelor was entirely unprepared for his father's inquiry. Count Leighton patiently repeated, What is the motto of House Hightower? Baelor regained his composure and replied without hesitation, We illuminate the path ahead. Indeed, we illuminate the path ahead, Count Leighton remarked. But then added, Yet I did not send you forth to lead the way. Baelor struggled to follow the old Count's line of thought. Count Leighton sighed and explained, The first time I laid eyes on Baelor Blackwood, I discerned boundless ambition in his gaze. He is a man intent on pushing to the forefront, and we must keep our distance lest we become stained by his blood in the future. Baelor fell silent, seemingly for the first time grasping the profound implications of his family's motto. However, as he reflected on the illustrious history of House Hightower, he could not help but sorrowfully concede that perhaps this was indeed the true essence of their creed. Seeing his son's contemplation, Count Leighton offered no consolation but continued to sip his wine, patiently awaiting Baelor to digest the political wisdom of House Hightower. This was the true secret to the longevity of their ancient lineage. After a considerable pause, Baelor finally came to, his expression markedly complex. He took a large gulp of wine and inquired, Was your refusal to allow me to marry Princess Elia of Dorne based on similar considerations? Indeed. Count Leighton nodded, reflecting, looking back at Elia's fate. Do you not feel grateful for your father's decision? Baelor contested, But had Elia married me, she would not have met such a tragic end in King's Landing. Leighton shook his head, his tone imbued with a sense of weariness. you still do not comprehend. Some matters have long been inscribed by the gods upon the tablets of fate. They are destined and unavoidable. As mortals, the best we can do is discern, through the faint whispers that brush past our ears, who those wretched souls inscribed on fate's tablets may be, and then keep our distance from them. Of course, the wisdom of mortals is ultimately limited. We cannot guarantee that we will always discern correctly. Thus, we must refrain from approaching anyone who might become a harbinger of misfortune. We may illuminate their paths, but we must remember to conceal ourselves in the shadows. Baelor sighed, as if coming to terms with many past events. When Duke Tywin sought your approval for his second son, was your outright refusal for this very reason? Indeed, Leighton confirmed. And what of my sister Allery? Did you not marry her off to Duke Mace? Upon hearing this, Count Leighton displayed an unmistakable smirk. Do you truly believe that an inflatable fish possesses the qualities of a leader? Bell coughed awkwardly a few times, yet remained obstinate. But Duke Tywin's second son, Tyrion, is merely a dwarf. Surely, Duke Mace's superior? Count Leighton chuckled softly and replied, what of a dwarf? The founder of the Citadel, Paramore Hightower, was also a physically deformed cripple. Transforming the world does not solely rely on a robust physique. An astute mind is equally potent. And that dwarf from Casterly Rock is indeed the only one among Tywin's 3 offspring who genuinely embodies the spirit of the lion. My son, remember, some individuals are far greater than they appear. Bell, wishing to cease the argument with his father, set down his goblet and bade good night as he prepared to leave. Just as he rose, he heard his father add, and then there's Samwell Tarly. We may engage in normal trade with him, but do not grow too close. Bell paused momentarily, incredulous, and queried, you cannot possibly think that Samwell Tarly could become a leader? Count Leighton countered, if I were to grant you 200 soldiers and 6 months' time, could you establish a foothold in the Red Mountains and subdue tens of thousands of wildlings? Bell found himself at a loss for words, and after a long pause, let out a sigh and turned to exit. However, upon reaching the door, he turned back, bearing a look of reluctance. But father, if we remain hidden in the shadows, do you not fear we shall be forgotten? Count Leighton scoffed lightly and remarked, do you recall your Uncle Jane? He was a Hightower unwilling to fade into obscurity, which is why he ventured to King's Landing. You are surely aware of what transpired thereafter. The captain of the King's Guard, the most steadfast shield before the king. One of the finest knights in the history of the 7 Kingdoms, White Bull Jane. Quite the illustrious reputation. I never envisioned that the bloodline of the Hightowers could spawn such a renowned knight. Yet, what was the result? Did he not perish in the Hall of Pleasure? Count Leighton reclined in his chair, allowing his visage to be shrouded in darkness, his tone growing weary and profound. To be forgotten is far preferable to being destroyed. The Citadel, renowned throughout the 7 Kingdoms, is situated alongside the banks of the Honeywine River, encompassing a vast architectural complex. While it lacks the towering grandeur of the Great September or the divine magnificence of the Starry September, it stands as the most culturally rich locale in Old Town and indeed across the entirety of Westeros. The entrance of the Citadel faces the direction of Whispering Bay, flanked by 2 towering green sphinx statues, one male and one female, with lion bodies, eagle wings, and serpent tails. Both statues are depicted with closed eyes, as if pondering a riddle that has eluded resolution for millennia. Samwell Tarly, under the guidance of Bell Hightower, entered the Citadel. Upon crossing the threshold, he encountered a bustling little marketplace, where numerous vendors displayed stalls laden with books, maps, and various intellectual wares. A considerable crowd had gathered nearby, queuing to seek assistance from the bachelor's aides in drafting their manuscripts. As Samwell continued onward, he beheld a small island adorned with a magnificent fishwood tree, its dense foliage nearly consuming the entire landmass. Countless crows perched upon its branches, creating a scene reminiscent of a profoundly religious oil painting. Crossing a weathered wooden bridge, a tower enveloped in moss and vines emerged before the two. Bale halted his steps and remarked, Sir Caesar, my sister Maroya resides above. Her chamber is on the left-hand side of the 4th floor, just after the staircase. I have matters to attend to and shall not accompany you further. Very well. After watching Bale depart, Samwell ascended the staircase alone. Upon reaching the door of the room Bale had mentioned, he raised his hand and gently knocked. After a brief pause, a low, melodious female voice beckoned from within, enter. Samwell pushed the door open. The scent inside was peculiar, reminiscent of aged raw meat mingled with disinfectant. He was taken aback. Anyone entering a room filled with various taxidermy specimens for the first time would likely react similarly. Lizards, giant serpents, brown bears, cheetahs, and numerous bizarre creatures, whose names even Samwell could not recall, were artfully preserved and displayed on shelves. Finally, Samwell understood why Bale had sought an excuse to leave him alone. It was evident that he wished to avoid entering this chamber. Ahem, esteemed Miss Maroya, I know who you are, Maroya interjected swiftly, as if pressed for time. This morning, a servant informed me of your impending visit. Her words flowed rapidly, and her hands remained busy, deftly employing a sharp knife to dissect the abdomen of a palm-sized spider. Dark green liquid coated her hands, presenting a bizarre and unsettling sight. Samwell steadied himself and forced a smile. In that case, might Miss Maroya direct me to the silver mine? There, just over there, Maroya interrupted once more, elevating her sharp, slender chin to indicate a small table in front of her. The book with the white cover is what you seek. Everything you require is within. Peruse it at your leisure, and feel free to ask me if you have any questions. Samwell approached the table, retrieved the book, and flipped through its pages to confirm its contents. Thank you, Miss Maroya. I shall take my leave now. If any uncertainties arise, I will. Very well, Maroya interrupted again, seemingly eager to expedite his departure. Is it so difficult to allow me to finish a single sentence? Samwell silently mused, turning on his heel to make a hasty exit. This place was not conducive to prolonged stay. It threatened to unravel his sanity. Upon stepping outside, he felt the sun's warmth once more and exhaled a sigh of relief. Madwoman Maroya was indeed living up to her reputation. As he walked away, Samwell perused the book she had provided him. The book indeed discusses knowledge related to the mining and refining of silver, albeit laden with numerous esoteric terminologies and perplexing symbols. Samwell, having not been involved in this field in his previous life and having long since returned his high school chemistry knowledge to his teacher, found the reading particularly arduous. Just as he began to feel a headache approaching, a sudden commotion reached his ears from the front. Raising his head, he noticed a crowd gathered at the gates of the academy, seemingly engrossed in some spectacle. Driven by curiosity, Samwell approached. Upon hearing the ruckus, he realized that the academy was expelling a scholar. He squeezed his way forward and finally beheld the unfortunate soul being cast out. It was a tall, slender old man, slightly hunched, with prominent blue eyes encircled by wrinkles, and a faint smile perpetually gracing his lips, even in the face of his impending misfortune. Corbin, do you have anything to say? Upon hearing this name, Samwell was taken aback. He distinctly remembered a character from the series bearing this name, who too was expelled from the academy and subsequently became a confidant of Queen Cersei. Corbin, upon hearing the question from the steward, raised his head slightly, his gaze appearing somewhat bewildered, as if uncertain of what to say. Another man, adorned with a doctoral ring, expressed a hint of compassion and comforted Corbin. You are no longer obliged to uphold the vows of a scholar, nor are you a servant of Westeros. You may reclaim your original surname. Surname? Corbin finally spoke, a sardonic smile creeping onto his lips. I have resided in the academy for over 40 years. Who would still remember my surname? Even I have forgotten it. But you possess profound knowledge, which is sufficient to ensure a life of comfort. However, do refrain from engaging in those unethical experiments again, for the laws of the realm shall not spare you. With that, the steward and the doctor turned to retrace their steps back to the academy, leaving Corbin in a state of bewilderment. The onlookers, finding the excitement dissipated, began to disperse. Only Samwell approached Corbin and said, Scholar Corbin, I am no longer a scholar. Corbin replied, in my heart, the term scholar is not a title, but a respectful designation for those of vast knowledge. Corbin's expression shifted slightly as he regarded Samwell earnestly and said, Young lord, I appreciate your kindness. How may I be of service to you? Samwell's smile blossomed even brighter. I have discovered a silver mine in my territory and am in need of a scholar to assist in its extraction and refinement. Might I inquire if you would be willing to help me? Do not the scholars of your domain possess knowledge of metallurgy? My castle is yet unfinished, and thus the academy has not dispatched a scholar to assist. Corbin furrowed his brow. May I ask, where lies your territory? With a gentle smile, Samwell replied, Allow me to introduce myself. I am Sir Samwell Caesar, a knight of the Duke of Mace, and I have established a domain on Eagle's Beak in the Crimson Mountains, with over 10,000 subjects under my care. Crimson Mountains? Cobain's brow furrowed even deeper, only easing slightly upon hearing that there were over 10,000 subjects. Though he remained hesitant, Samwell recalled from the original text that this scientific maverick had been expelled from the academy for conducting live experiments. Thus, he proposed, Master Cobain, should you agree to become my advisor, I can provide unwavering support for your research, provided, of course, that it does not contravene the laws of the realm. Unwavering support? Cobain felt a flicker of interest, but then he remembered the silver mine that had been mentioned earlier, and finally nodded. Very well. Esteemed Sir Caesar, I am willing to serve as your private advisor. As they strolled along the cobblestone path by the Mead River, Samwell felt quite elated. After all, the recently acquired private advisor was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, albeit somewhat lacking in moral scruples, which had led to his expulsion from the academy. Were it not for this flaw, it might not have been Samwell who reaped the benefits. Henceforth, he resolved to keep an eye on him and ensure he refrained from further live experiments. Master Cobain, this is the book on silver mining and smelting that Master Maroya entrusted to me. You may peruse it, Samwell offered, extending the book. However, Cobain did not accept it. Responding proudly, "My lord, I once possessed a necklace adorned with 3 rings crafted from white steel. I am already well versed in the extraction and refinement of silver." Samwell understood that the necklace Cobain referred to was also known as the Bachelor's necklace, composed of interlinked metal rings, each representing a scholar's mastery in a particular field. Recognized by the Academy, the more rings of the same metal, the deeper the expertise in that domain. White steel signified mastery in metallurgy. In high spirits, Samwell tucked away the troublesome book and cheerfully inquired, "Which type of metal constituted the majority of rings on your former necklace?" "Silver represents medicine," Cobain replied, but then sighed, adding, "In truth, I should have earned more Valyrian steel rings. However, no one in the current academy can validate my achievements in the arcane arts." Valyrian steel symbolizes mastery in mysticism. Samwell felt a stirring in his heart. Is it due to the disappearance of magic? Magic has never vanished. Cobain shook his head, and then a proud smile returned to his face as he continued, "My lord, do you know? Every individual must vigil in a sealed room on the eve of their oath to become a scholar. There is no light, only a glass candle. Thus, unless one can ignite the glass candle, one must endure a long night in darkness. For over a century, this glass candle has remained unlit, except by me." Samwell raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "You have ignited the glass candle?" "Indeed, though it was merely a fleeting brilliance," Cobain replied with a sardonic smile. "Yet, those gray-robed sheep never acknowledge this. They claim I merely experienced an illusion." Upon hearing Cobain refer to the other scholars as gray-robed sheep, Samwell could not help but burst into laughter. However, he harbored no doubts regarding the self-aggrandizement of this individual. After all, this was someone capable of creating biochemical knights, undoubtedly well-versed in the arcane arts. Yet, at present, he found himself in a lull of magical potency, where sorcery and mere tricks bore little distinction. It was not until the arrival of the Red Comet that the tides of magic surged, transforming the world into a realm of the extraordinary. Dragons could be hatched, wraiths appeared, and even the deceased could be resurrected. In the course of their idle chatter, the two unwittingly arrived beneath the towering spire. At that moment, a figure suddenly dashed out from the side, startling Samwell. Just as he assumed a defensive posture, he heard the figure exclaim, "Sam, I finally found you." Upon closer inspection, Samwell recognized the figure as Horace Redwyn, the eldest son of the Redwyn family from Qingting Island. "Horace, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Is there something amiss?" Horace, breathless, approached Samwell, his freckled square face glistening with beads of sweat, and his orange hair thoroughly drenched, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Horace opened his mouth to speak, but quickly closed it again, taking several deep breaths, straightening his collar in an apparent attempt to salvage his dignity. "Ah, yes, Sir Caesar. During your last visit to Qingting Island, you unfortunately missed my father. To express his apologies, he specifically sent me to fetch you." "Thank you for the kindness of the Redwyn family," Samwell replied with a slight smile, "but I do not intend to return to Qingting Island." Horace stood there, momentarily stunned. "I am truly sorry, Horace, for making you come all this way for nothing. But, weren't you supposed to discuss the sales of the new wine with my father? And the supply of goods? Oh, that is no longer necessary. The Hightower family has already agreed to assist me in selling the new wine, and the Tyrell family will also be involved." "What?" Horace was struck like lightning, his expression one of utter disbelief. As he saw Samwell prepare to leave, he quickly reached out to grasp his arm, his tone involuntarily tinged with a hint of pleading. "Moreover, we have a caravan heading to Essos, which could transport your wine across the narrow sea." Samwell paused and replied, "Very well, since Count Paxter is so gracious, I shall make another trip to Qingting Island." "Splendid," Horace exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy. He then eagerly inquired, "When shall we depart?" "In the afternoon. My ship is ready to set sail at any moment. Tomorrow, I have some matters to attend to first." "Agreed. We shall set off first thing in the morning." With confirmation in hand, Horace finally relaxed. However, his enthusiasm towards Samwell remained undiminished as he continued to boast about the vast caravans of Qingting Island and the unparalleled sales of their wine throughout Westeros. Upon returning to the towering spire, Samwell sought out Baelor Hightower to inform him that he had met with Maroya and obtained the methods for mining and refining silver. Of course, he refrained from mentioning that he had enlisted a scholar recently expelled from the Citadel, lest it complicate matters further. Subsequently, the two individuals finalized specific details regarding the consignment of brandy and the supply of goods. In these matters, Samwell distinctly sensed the goodwill of the Hightower family. Initially, he quoted a supply price of 10 silver bucks per gallon for the brandy, a figure that held substantial profit margins, intended as a bargaining point for the Hightowers. To his astonishment, Baelor accepted this price outright. Furthermore, the prices Baelor offered for grain and other essential supplies were exceptionally favorable, leaving even the self-proclaimed shrewd merchant Samwell feeling somewhat bashful. Baelor appeared to perceive Samwell's sentiments and, with a smile, remarked, "Sir Caesar, do not forget the Hightower's ancestral tongue. For a knight such as yourself, who is bold enough to expand territories, we are willing to offer some modest assistance to illuminate your path ahead." Samwell, in high spirits, sincerely expressed, "The Hightower truly is a magnificent family. I am grateful for your generosity. Should you require my services in the future, please do not hesitate to command me." After signing the contract with the Hightower family, Samwell promptly sought out the Tyrell family. He refrained from mentioning the gathering of the displaced, trusting that Margaery would persuade Duke Mace upon her return. With these tasks accomplished, Samwell deemed his mission to the Old Town a resounding success. Although somewhat hasty, he was not inclined to linger any longer. Having left Eagle's Beak over half a month ago, he was eager to return and witness the progress of his castle's construction. Thus, the following morning, after bidding farewell to Count Leighton, Samwell departed the Old Town aboard a merchant vessel of the Redwine family. On a bright and pleasant afternoon, Samwell once again arrived at Green Pavilion Island. Merely a few days had elapsed since his last visit, yet the treatment he received had undergone a dramatic transformation. Previously, the Redwine family had sent but a single servant to greet him at the docks, leaving him to languish in the reception room for an entire afternoon without even laying eyes on Count Paxton. The reception had been exceedingly cold. However, this time, not only was he escorted by Horace, the eldest son of the Redwine family, but a designated area of the dock had been cleared for his arrival, with a multitude of Redwine family members present to welcome him. At the forefront stood Miss Desmola Redwine, the daughter of Count Paxton. This level of hospitality elevated Samwell's status to that of a great lord. As he approached the dock, Desmola stepped forward with a playful smile, exclaiming, "Sir Caesar, it is a pleasure to see you. You are far more handsome now than you were in your youth." The Countess' daughter was tall and voluptuous, with fair, taut skin. Her features may not have been classically beautiful, but they were undeniably radiant. The only slight blemish was a few freckles on her cheeks, which did not detract from her allure. Rather, they added a touch of charm. Samwell quickened his pace toward Desmola, and as he intended to bow, he was taken aback to see her extend her smooth, porcelain-like right hand toward him. He paused momentarily, yet he bent down to gently lift Miss Desmola's delicate hand, bestowing a soft kiss upon her fingertips, and remarked, "Miss Desmola, you have grown even more exquisite than before." Desmola retracted her small hand and turned gracefully to gesture for him to enter, saying, "Please, young sir. My father has been awaiting you in the castle for quite some time." With that, Samuel ascended into the opulent carriage of the Redwine family, heading towards the island. Before long, the carriage arrived at the castle's exterior. Upon disembarking, Samuel was approached by a young maid bearing a silver tray. After he partook of the bread and salt upon the tray, an elderly gentleman, attired as a butler, respectfully announced, "Sir Caesar, the master is awaiting you in the drawing room." He then led the way ahead. Upon entering the drawing room, Samuel beheld a gaunt middle-aged man leaning against the window, cradling a silver goblet. His hair was sparse, his skin coarse, and he appeared somewhat aged, clad in a white linen shirt emblazoned with the Redwine family's purple grape crest. Exuding an aura of commanding presence without uttering a word, Samuel recognized him as the Lord of Green Pavilion Island, Count Paxton Redwine. After many years, the Count bore an uncanny resemblance to Samuel's memories of him. "Sir Caesar," Count Paxton remarked with a slight smile and a nod, gesturing towards the wine jug on the table. "There's no need for formality." Thus, Samuel relaxed in response. He poured himself a glass of wine and approached the window, standing shoulder to shoulder with Count Paxton. Throughout this exchange, the Count observed him keenly. Noticing Samuel's serene demeanor under his scrutinizing gaze, Count Paxton inquired, "Sometimes I truly wonder, are you still the Samwell Tarly I once knew?" Samuel's expression momentarily stiffened, yet he responded with a smile, "I am now Samwell Caesar, my lord." Count Paxton smiled faintly, choosing not to dwell on the topic, and turned his gaze towards the window. From this vantage point, He could see a flower-filled courtyard where Miss Desmoulins, who had just gone to the dock to greet Samwell, was leisurely enjoying tea with several sisters. Among them was a young man, whose golden hair revealed he was not of the Redwyne family. However, due to the distance, Samwell could not discern the young man's features. Count Paxton sipped his wine lightly and mused. Do you recall the time your father brought you to Green Pavilion Island, intending for you to become my attendant and to betroth you to my daughter? How long ago was that? 7 years? Or perhaps 6 years? I believe it was 6 years ago. Samwell, uncertain of the exact timeline, casually offered a number, while internally speculating on Count Paxton's motivations for recalling this matter. For the original owner of his identity, this incident had been one of the most embarrassing moments of his childhood, and Samwell did not perceive Count Paxton's mention of it as an attempt to humiliate him. The esteemed Lord of Chinting Island is not so dull. It has been quite some time, remarked Count Pixter, gesturing towards the group of people in the courtyard. Do you recognize the man enjoying tea with Desmoulins? I do not, replied Samwell candidly. He is the son of Ser Davos Lannister, Devon Lannister. Ah, a member of the proud Lion family, Samwell mused. No wonder his hair is such ostentatious gold. Previously at the docks, he had indeed seen the banner of the Roaring Lion, mistaking it for an ordinary merchant ship from Casterly Rock, unaware that a member of House Lannister was aboard. Yet, he could not recall which Ser Davos Lannister it was. He suspected the character was merely a minor figure in the original tale. However, he did recall some details about his son, Devon Lannister. Samwell remembered this man as a formidable character, having commanded the forces of the Westerlands in the siege of River Run. Moreover, after the death of Duke Tywin, this individual had been appointed by the Queen Regent Cersei as the protector of the Westerlands. Although many of Cersei's decisions were perplexing, this appointment seemed to be more about sparring with her uncle Kevin, yet it undeniably demonstrated Devon's prominence within House Lannister. Samwell found himself pondering what brought him to Chinting Island. Yet, the subsequent words of Count Pixter elucidated Samwell's confusion. At last, Samwell grasped the implications of Count Pixter's remarks. However, feigning ignorance, he cheerfully responded, Then I must congratulate you. I have heard that Sir Devon is an exceptional knight. Count Pixter cast a blank glance at him, stating, No need, for I intend to refuse them. What a pity. Samwell feigned great regret. Do you know why I intend to reject House Lannister? You must have your reasons, Samwell presumed. Certainly not believing that Count Pixter's refusal stemmed from a desire to marry his daughter to him, despite the insinuations that had been subtly directed his way. In truth, Samwell had already deduced the reasons for Count Pixter's refusal. On one hand, although Devon was indeed remarkable, he was merely a cadet branch of House Lannister, which Count Pixter likely regarded with disdain. More crucially, Lady Olenna was secretly maneuvering through the dim-witted Lord Mace to promote Margaery to the throne. Should this plan succeed, even with Lord Mace absorbing the wrath of House Lannister, the relationship between House Tyrell and the Westerlands would undoubtedly deteriorate. The closely allied House Redwyne would certainly be caught in the crossfire. Thus, Count Pixter would naturally refuse to marry his daughter into a family likely to become adversarial towards the Riverlands. With this clarity, Samwell would not naively think that Count Pixter's refusal was for his own sake. However, he remained perplexed as to why Count Pixter had sought to steer his thoughts in that direction. Would the Earl of Paxton truly wish to marry his daughter to himself? Or might he simply be using this as bait to dangle before his own eyes? Observing that Samwell had been evasive, the Earl candidly inquired, All right, Samwell, stop pretending. Do you wish to wed my daughter? In his heart, Samwell internally retorted, Not at all. Although Desdemona was indeed quite exquisite and of noble lineage, marrying her would undoubtedly be an elevation beyond his station. Yet, Samwell harbored skepticism regarding the Earl's seemingly benevolent intentions. Any favor comes at a hidden cost, and one must ponder whether it would deplete one's resources or even require a lifetime of servitude in return. On the surface, Samwell maintained an appearance of astonished politeness, asserting, No one could resist the allure of Miss Desdemona. I merely fear that I am unworthy of your daughter. You are indeed unworthy at present. How could my daughter marry into such a barren land as Eagle's Beak? However, what if I could assist you in reclaiming your original surname? The castle of the Tarly family is certainly fitting for my daughter. At last, Samwell comprehended the Earl's intentions, acknowledging the cleverness of the scheme. Yet, he replied, But, my lord, I have already taken the name Caesar, and the inheritance of Cornglen no longer pertains to me. How could it not? As long as the blood of the Tarly family flows within you, you shall always possess a claim to Cornglen. Do not fret over the stance of Landau Tarly. As long as you marry my daughter, I can resolve all other matters. Even aware that this was a trap, Samwell's heart raced with temptation. It seemed that with a mere nod, beauty, wealth, and territory would be within his grasp. However, Samwell recognized the perilous nature of this offer. Should he acquiesce? The techniques of brandy production, the untapped silver mine, and the strategically significant yet desolate territory of Eagle's Beak would likely fall into the hands of the Redwyne family. He himself would merely become a pawn in their machinations for the claim to Cornglen. Nevertheless, Samwell did not believe the Redwyne family would succeed in that endeavor. Despite the Earl's smooth words about resolving all issues should Samwell marry his daughter, it was mere nonsense. To restore the Tarly name, Samwell would need Landau's consent. While it appeared that with the support of the Redwyne family, Samwell might more easily sway his father to accept him as the heir, the reality was quite the opposite. Randyll Tarly was not easily deceived. In the original narrative, he had arranged a marriage for his younger son, Dickon, to the eldest daughter of the Mutton family of Springwell, a family that had fallen into disfavor due to their misalignment during the War of the Five Kings. Randyll intended for his son to wed the daughter of Earl William Mouton, a scheme transparently aimed at seizing control of the coveted town of Jewel Spring. Such a formidable lord would undoubtedly seek to annex others, never permitting outsiders to encroach upon his dominion. Hence, if Samwell were to marry Daisy Maylaw, Randyll would be even less inclined to accept him as his heir. Otherwise, the future governance of Cornerstone could rest with either the Tully family or the more powerful Redwyne family, a precarious uncertainty. My apologies, my lord, but I vowed before my father never to return to Cornerstone, Samwell retorted, evading the conversation with his oath. Upon hearing this, Earl Paxton's expression remained unchanged, seemingly indifferent. That is of no concern, the Lord of Greenhaven remarked nonchalantly. Your children with Daisy Maylaw may still return to Cornerstone. Samwell's lips twitched. He was acutely aware that the Earl's seemingly casual statement was steeped in ominous implications. Under what circumstances would he and Daisy Maylaw's offspring inherit Cornerstone? Only if his brother, Dickon, and his line were entirely extinguished. He could not help but ponder the sinister hearts of the great nobles of Westeros. My lord, may I take some time to consider? Samwell inquired, casting a glance at Devon, who was engaging in light-hearted banter with Miss Daisy Maylaw in the courtyard. A notion suddenly struck him. Navigating the treacherous waters among these cunning and ruthless nobles required a certain shrewdness. He must employ some subtle tactics, lest he be consumed by their voracity. Very well, but I hope for a swift response, Earl Paxton stated as he drained his cup. Otherwise, I fear I may have to acquiesce to the Lannisters. I trust your word as far as I can throw it, Samwell thought, observing Devon, the Earl's rival, outside the window, and feigning a look of anxiety. Rest assured, I will provide you with an answer promptly. With that, Earl Paxton concluded their meeting and departed hastily. The steward awaiting outside escorted Samwell to the designated quarters. After a brief tidying up, Samwell emerged and headed towards the courtyard he had previously observed. Since the Earl was so keen on marrying his daughter to him, Samwell felt it his duty to fulfill the role of Daisy Maylaw's potential betrothed. If one is to act, one must commit fully. Sam. Upon entering the courtyard, he was greeted by Daisy Maylaw, who waved her arm enthusiastically. Have you finished speaking with my father? Indeed, Miss Daisy Maylaw, Samwell replied courteously. I trust my presence does not intrude upon your gathering. Not at all. Please, come and sit, she beckoned. Devon Lannister's demeanor shifted slightly upon his arrival, a shadow crossing his face. The instinctual nature of male rivalry stirred within him, heightened by Daisy Maylaw's affectionate address of Samwell, transforming his wariness into outright hostility. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and rose to inquire, Miss Desmond, may I ask who this gentleman is? Sir Devon, I present to you the eldest son of the Earl of Jiaoling, the knight of the Duke of Mace's bestowal, Samwell Caesar. Samwell, discerning the disparity in the manner in which Desmond addressed him and Sir Devon, perceived a touch of insincerity in the young lady, as if she feared he might not hold his own against Sir Devon. A knight of the frontier? Sir Devon chuckled, attempting to conceal the enmity that gleamed unmistakably in his eyes. I wonder where Sir Caesar's frontier lies. Eagle's Mouth, a barren land deep within the Crimson Mountains, Samwell replied, taking his seat at the small table with humility. Certainly not comparable to the grandeur and prosperity of Casterly Rock. Eagle's Mouth is not without its merits, Desmond remarked, as she personally poured a cup of floral tea for Samwell. I have heard that a silver mine has been discovered there. Isn't that so, Sam? Sir Devon cast a fiery glare at Desmond, who was nearly leaning into Samwell's embrace. A silver mine, indeed. However, when compared to the gold mines of Casterly Rock, it pales in significance. It truly cannot be compared, Samwell replied with a jovial smile, finishing his cup of tea. I have heard that the members of the Lannister family produce excrement of gold. Bang! Sir Devon slammed his palm onto the table, rising abruptly. his hair standing on end like an enraged lion. Samwell Caesar, do you dare to face me in the arena? Are you truly going to duel Samwell Caesar tomorrow? Stydar looked at his son in astonishment. Indeed, father, Devon replied, his anger still simmering. That wretch has spoken disrespectfully of our Lannister family. I must teach him a lesson. Quite right, Devon affirmed. Stydar sighed, shaking his head. I was just preparing to discuss this matter with you. We have been on Chinting Island for several days. Yet Earl Pakester has consistently refused to provide a definitive answer. It has become clear to me that he does not wish to marry his daughter to you. Why? Devon exclaimed, his eyes widening, his voice rising sharply. Am I not worthy of his daughter? Or does he have a more suitable suitor? He suddenly paused. And the next moment, the young Lannister leapt up from his seat, his booming voice shaking the windows. It is that knight from the River Bay, isn't it? He wishes to marry that damned frontier knight's daughter, does he not? Stydar nodded helplessly. I suspect that is indeed the case. Why? Devon stormed about the room, practically itching to draw his sword against someone. What do I lack compared to him? I will not accept this. Tomorrow, I shall triumph over him in the arena. Let Earl Pakester and Miss Desmond witness who the true knight is. And even if you win, what then? Stydar retorted sharply. Do you think Miss Desmond is merely a laurel crown, that the victor shall claim her? Upon hearing the news, Defun's form stiffened momentarily, yet his wrath remained unabated as he stood there, panting heavily. Stifler sighed in resignation and offered words of comfort. Well, the crux of the matter does not lie with you, but rather, it seems the Earl of Paxton had devised plans long ago. I took the liberty of inquiring about Samwell Caesar and found his background rather peculiar. As the eldest son of the Tully family, he inexplicably renounced his claim to inheritance to venture into the treacherous Crimson Mountains to establish a territory. Astonishingly, he has indeed succeeded, reportedly having founded a nascent domain and subdued over 10,000 wildlings. I surmise that the Tyrell family must have some designs for him, which explains the Earl's desire to wed his daughter to him. Defun, his face ashen, muttered, Are we to simply concede? Indeed. Tomorrow, we shall bid farewell to the Earl of Paxton, and you ought to cancel your duel with Samwell as well. It would be a futile endeavor, Stifler replied. No. Regardless of the circumstances, I must engage him in combat. Observing the obstinate Defun, Stifler furrowed his brow in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his usually composed and astute son would so thoroughly lose his composure over a woman. Was this truly love at first sight? Or were young hearts so easily ensnared by the illusions of romance? Just as Stifler prepared to offer further counsel, a knock at the door interrupted him. Who is it? Samwell Caesar, here to pay a visit to Sir Stifler. At the sound of this voice, Defun whirled around, his eyes ablaze with fury, fists clenched so tightly they crackled. Stifler quickly rose and admonished his son, Sit down. Control your temper. After uttering this, he approached the door and opened it. Sir Caesar, what brings you here at such a late hour? Samwell smiled faintly. I wish to discuss a few matters with you, if it is convenient. Stifler regarded the young knight with a penetrating gaze before stepping aside. Please, come in. As Samwell entered the room, he was immediately met with the sight of Defun, whose eyes were wide with fury. He smiled slightly and took a seat opposite Defun, greeting him. Good evening. Sir Defun. Defun remained silent, his glare fixated on Samwell, seemingly attempting to pierce him with his eyes. Sir Caesar, if you have something to say, please do so directly, Stifler interjected, closing the door and positioning himself before his son, as if to shield him from his own tempestuous emotions. It is this. I am aware of the two of you's purpose for your visit to Chinting Island. However, to speak candidly, the Earl of Paxton has already decided to betroth Miss Desmira to me. Upon hearing this, Defun nearly leaped to his feet, but was restrained by his father. Stifler cast a grim look at Samwell and coldly remarked, So you have come to flaunt your triumph over us? Samwell shook his head. No, you misunderstand. I merely wish to spare you the effort. Therefore, perhaps it would be prudent to cancel tomorrow's duel. What? Are you afraid? Defun could no longer contain himself and shouted. It is not fear. It is simply a matter of recognizing its futility. Regardless of the outcome, Miss Desmond shall marry me. I shall make you regret your insolence. Samwell sighed, expressing a hint of resignation. Is it truly wise, Sir Devon, to offend me, and more importantly, to offend Count Pakester, merely for the sake of pride? Allow me to propose this. I will offer 10 golden dragons if you agree to cancel tomorrow's duel. Upon hearing this, the Stiver father and son burst into hearty laughter. Once their mirth subsided, Devon retorted scornfully, 10 golden dragons? Do you take us for beggars? Stiver added, It has always been our Lannister family that employs golden dragons to sway others. It is a novelty to witness someone attempting to bribe us. Samwell shrugged. Everything has its price, Sir Stiver. Pray, name your sum. Stiver shook his head. Some things cannot be quantified in golden dragons, such as honor. Sir Caesar, if I were to offer you 100 golden dragons to deliberately lose the duel tomorrow, would you acquiesce? Before Samwell could respond, Devon interjected, Father, you need not expend your coin. I shall vanquish him through my own merit. However, Stiver raised a hand to silence his son, for he discerned a flicker of temptation in Samwell's gaze. It is not entirely out of the question. In the next moment, Samwell declared, regardless of victory or defeat, I shall wed Miss Desmoulins. What difference does it make if I concede for once? Devon mocked, You dishonorable wretch. You are unworthy of knighthood. Samwell shrugged in resignation. You fail to comprehend. My frontier demands funds, and sometimes one must compromise. So, Sir Stiver, are you indeed prepared to offer 100 golden dragons? Yet Stiver seemed to grasp something profound, exclaiming, I shall offer you 1,000 golden dragons. Father. Devon believed his father had lost his senses. But before he could voice his concerns, Stiver continued, 1,000 golden dragons to ensure you relinquish your pursuit of Miss Desmoulins. Impossible. Samwell shook his head. Do you think a mere sum can make me forsake Miss Desmoulins? 3,000 golden dragons. Stiver raised the stakes. Did you not just assert that everything has its price? How about this sum for your abdication from the Union? Impossible. Samwell shook his head once more. My devotion to Miss Desmoulins is unwavering. Despite the rejection, Stiver detected a glimmer of hesitation in Samwell's eyes. Thus, a confident smile spread across his face as he upped the ante. 5,000 golden dragons. This is intolerable. Do not insult my feelings for Miss Desmoulins. 7,000 golden dragons. The indecision was evident on Samwell's countenance. 10,000 golden dragons. Stiver approached Samwell. This amount could hire an army for your endeavors. 30,000 golden dragons. After a fierce internal struggle, Samwell finally spoke. Offer me 30,000 golden dragons, and I shall immediately abandon my pursuit of Miss Desmoulins. Impossible. Stiver shook his head, yet a triumphant smile graced his lips. Even if Miss Desmoulins were made of gold, she is not worth 30,000 golden dragons. Let us each take a step back, shall we? 20,000 golden dragons. 1,000 golden dragons. If I were to concede further, how about 15,000? 1,000 golden dragons. Samwell, perceiving the unwavering stance of Stannis, understood that no further concessions could be extracted. He feigned a struggle for effect before nodding and declaring, agreed. Devon stood there, momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend how a noble duel had unexpectedly transformed into a transaction. Moreover, it seemed he might still have the chance to wed the esteemed Miss Daenerys, despite the sting of relinquishing 1,000 golden dragons to Samwell. A smile involuntarily crept across Devon's elongated visage. The following morning dawned bright and fair. The dueling grounds of Green Pavilion Island were thronged with spectators eager to witness the spectacle. Within the arena, Count Redwine's eldest son, Horace, lowered his voice to question, Sam, my father has arranged for a proxy night on your behalf. Why must you insist on entering the fray yourself? Samwell, struggling to don his armor with the assistance of his attendants, replied, I fight for the honor of Miss Daenerys, thus I must take the field personally. Indeed, with others contributing 1,000 golden dragons, he was duty-bound to see this performance through to its conclusion. This is what one might call professionalism. Horace's lips twitched in frustration as he earnestly advised, the chivalric spirit should not be invoked at this juncture. That Devon is a paragon among the younger generation of House Lannister, and I would not dare to face him myself. Do not presume that just because you have gained some strength over the years, you can challenge him. You will surely meet with a dismal fate. How can one know without attempting? Samwell retorted with an air of confidence. Your own disgrace is inconsequential, Horace remarked, observing the purple grape insignia emblazoned on Samwell's armor. However, I do not wish for House Redwine to share in your humiliation. Indeed, the exquisite plate armor adorning Samwell had been borrowed from House Redwine. Though he possessed a chainmail suit, it was deemed too shabby for such an occasion, and House Redwine would not permit him to appear in it. Quite shameful. That will not happen, Samwell asserted, striking the armor with a resounding clang. Today, I shall secure victory for Miss Daenerys. Otherwise, I shall not be worthy of her hand. Horace quickly covered Samwell's mouth, inwardly screaming that he was, in fact, unworthy of marrying his sister. Yet, their father had insisted that his sister marry this man, the heir of Green Pavilion Island, who had already assumed the role of brother-in-law. Longed to knock this troublesome suitor unconscious and allow the prepared proxy night to teach that Devon Lannister a lesson. But Samwell paid no heed to the warnings. Once fully clad in armor, he strode boldly towards his steed. Horace, resigned, could only sigh as he returned to the sidelines. With a clang, The sound of a gong reverberated, marking the official entry of the day's two principal protagonists upon their steeds. The cheers from the stands erupted into a fervent applause. After the two competitors completed a full circuit around the arena, they took their respective positions. The attendants swiftly rushed in to hand the lances to their knights. Although the jousting lances were crafted from wood, they were still quite hefty, measuring nearly 20 feet in length when including the shaft, making it no simple feat to balance them atop a galloping steed. Fortunately, Samwell had experienced a substantial increase in strength. Otherwise, even this initial maneuver would have proven difficult, resulting in a rather embarrassing outcome. Ding! With the resounding clang of the gong, both knights simultaneously lowered their visors and spurred their horses into a gallop. As they closed the distance between them, their speed intensified. The crowd held its breath in anticipation, the roar of excitement silencing as they awaited the impending clash. Bang! The wooden tips of their lances shattered with a deafening crack, sending splinters flying, and Samwell was unceremoniously knocked from his mount. Gasps erupted from the audience, quickly followed by a fervent cheer that erupted like a tidal wave. Devon lifted his visor and waved to the crowd, reveling in the victory that had been orchestrated beforehand, having evaded any contact from Samwell's lance. "Sam, are you all right?" "Why, I am the victor," Devon raged internally, yet in the next moment, he found solace in the knowledge that the other would graciously concede. Miss Desmira would ultimately remain his. Thus, he resumed his self-satisfied demeanor. Meanwhile, Samwell felt a sharp sting in his chest and a searing pain in his backside, as if it might split in two from the fall. However, upon recalling that this tumble had cost a fortune of 10,000 gold dragons, the physical discomfort lessened considerably. In fact, he fancied he could endure 2 more falls if someone were willing to pay. "I am fine, Miss Desmira." Samwell struggled to his feet. "I apologize for disappointing you." "Not at all. Strength is never the sole measure of a knight," Desmira replied with a sweet smile, offering words of comfort. Horace approached with a scowl. "I told you to let the proxy knight compete." Yet Samwell retorted with righteous fervor, "I can accept defeat, but I will not accept cowardice." Horace was rendered speechless, while Desmira's eyes sparkled with admiration. Samwell suddenly perceived that the Countess's daughter had quite the talent for theatrics. Onlookers would surely believe they were childhood sweethearts. However, he could not forget the disdain she had shown him 6 years prior when he had accompanied his father to seek her hand from Count Pexter. Had she truly developed feelings for him after years apart? Such a plot would not even be deemed worthy of a third-rate romance novel. Upon returning to the sidelines and shedding his armor, a scholar from Qingting Island approached Samwell to conduct a medical examination. Once it was confirmed he had sustained no injuries, he proceeded to meet Count Pexter. "I apologize, my lord, for disappointing you. Do not be disheartened. Every young person must endure failure to truly understand themselves," remarked the Earl of Paxton with a hint of detachment. "If you desire, you may still claim my daughter's hand in marriage." "I apologize, my lord, but I am no longer worthy of marrying Miss Desmira," Samwell replied, his visage ashen, as if he had completely lost faith in the future. The Earl furrowed his brow, yet maintained his composure, saying, "Who my daughter marries is not a matter to be decided by a ludicrous tournament of arms. As for who is worthy of her hand, that is for me to determine." Samwell, however, continued to shake his head. "My lord, Sir Devon and I had an agreement before the contest. The loser must withdraw from the competition. Perhaps you find this arrangement absurd, but to me, it is an unbreakable vow." With that, he bowed once more to the Earl and, in a state of despair, began to leave. "Stop," the Earl called out, halting him. Samwell paused, weariness evident in his voice. "My lord, do you have any further instructions?" The Earl, observing Samwell's feeble demeanor, swallowed back the scolding words that surged within him. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I would like to purchase your method of brewing. Name your price." The Earl scrutinized Samwell for a moment, ultimately conceding, "Very well." At the dock, Samwell and his companions were preparing to embark. Not a single member of the Redwyne family had come to bid them farewell, and the once tender Miss Desmira had vanished without a trace. Instead, the father and son from the Lannister family appeared. "Rest assured, Sir Caesar, the Lannisters will repay their debts. We will not tarnish our family's 1,000-year reputation for a mere 10,000 gold dragons. A letter I just penned has already been dispatched by Raven to Casterly Rock. Soon, a ship laden with gold will depart from Lannisport, heading to your domain." "I have no doubt in the Lannister family's integrity," Samwell replied with a smile. "However, I must clarify that the previous agreement only stated I would withdraw from the competition. If, after my departure, the Earl still refuses to allow Miss Desmira to marry Sir Devon, that will no longer concern me." "You need not worry about that," Devon snarled. "If I cannot wed Miss Desmira, I shall swim back to Casterly Rock. May the gods protect you from drowning in the sunset sea." Sir Caesar sincerely prayed for Devon for a brief moment before turning to board the ship. The island of Eagle's Mouth has undergone a remarkable transformation. Since the first shipment of grain and supplies from Sunhouse City arrived here over a month ago, the greatest crisis in the territory has been entirely alleviated. Moreover, with an ample supply of food secured, Steward Gavin promptly began recruiting wildlings to aid in the construction of the territory, offering food, lodging, and work credits as compensation. Under such tantalizing temptations, an increasing number of wild men gathered at Eagle's Beak Island. The captive camp, now renamed the labor camp, surged from an initial 1,000 to nearly 4,000 souls. The development of the territory swiftly accelerated. The defensive structures at the valley entrance were completed, with 3 layers of wooden fences and 4 interlinked towers transforming this place into a veritable bastion. Neatly arranged wooden cabins emerged in the valley, alongside the Lord's castle, which, through the diligent efforts of the wild laborers, had its foundation laid. Additionally, Gavin summoned over 300 female wild men to partake in the production of brandy. The processes of harvesting, washing, fermenting, distilling, and storing mountain grapes were set in motion, thanks to the ample labor force. Vast plots of land were cleared by the wild men near the valley entrance to cultivate mountain grapes, laying the groundwork for future large-scale brewing. Although dusk was approaching, Eagle's Beak Island remained a scene of bustling activity. He possessed dark hair, flecked with strands of gray, and his gray-green eyes seemed to penetrate the depths of one's soul. A meticulously groomed goatee accentuated his refined demeanor. A deep gray silk cloak was fastened with a brooch shaped like a mockingbird. Those versed in heraldry would recognize this as the personal emblem of the kingdom's treasurer, Lord Peter Baelish. "My lord, do you truly intend to wait here for Sir Sealam's return?" inquired a young man clad in armor, approaching Baelish from behind. "Indeed," came the reply. "But he is merely a pioneering knight who has yet to construct a castle. Your journey from King's Landing is already a considerable concession. Why must you await his return? As for the matter of minting silver coins, I am quite capable of managing it myself," he continued. "Do you believe Sir Samwell Sealam unworthy of my brief wait? Is that not the case? Balon, do not underestimate anyone, particularly the youth. Our Baelish family's domain is but a rocky little peninsula, and we lack silver mines." Peter's voice resonated, deep and slightly hoarse, imbued with an undeniable charm that compelled trust. "He pales in comparison to you." Balon scratched his head, saying, "While I have gathered that Sir Sealam is indeed skilled in battle, he evidently lacks the acumen for governing a territory. Do not be fooled by the current lively atmosphere. Significant troubles are sure to arise." "Oh, what troubles might that be?" "First and foremost, he is far too lenient with those wild men. Not only does he accept them as subjects and provide for their needs, but he also grants them what he calls labor credits. I have calculated that should he manage to see the completion of this castle, he will be faced with an enormous debt that could very well lead to his ruin. I have not even accounted for the over 200 craftsmen, whom he supposedly hired at tenfold the price from the Highland City. Truly, I believe even that silver mine would be insufficient to save him. Moreover, within the territory, there are tens of thousands of wild men, while the Riverbend people number only a few hundred. This imbalance conceals a perilous danger that you must surely comprehend. Unrest will inevitably ensue. Furthermore, he is even cultivating mountain grapes, seemingly preparing to brew wine. Does he truly believe that the wine produced from these tart grapes can fetch a handsome price?" Peter listened quietly and then smiled faintly, saying, "Do you know? Humans are quite akin to sheep, preferring to gather in flocks, grazing on the same patch of grass, treading the same path, and all sporting identical white wool. However, occasionally, there are those sheep that are somewhat different. They are black, often ostracized by the flock and scorned by the white sheep due to their differing wool. It is these very black sheep that may lead the flock toward a new path." Balon appeared somewhat unconvinced, replying, "My lord, do you consider Samuel Caesar to be such a black sheep? What of his mistakes?" Peter shook his head and replied thoughtfully, "Adhering strictly to convention guarantees one will not err, yet to deviate from the norm is destined to accompany mistakes and failures." Balon was momentarily taken aback. Peter continued, "Moreover, how do you know that his methods for governing the territory are indeed erroneous? In the eyes of the white sheep, whatever the black sheep does is wrong, until it leads the flock to discover a new, fertile pasture." Balon nodded contemplatively, though traces of doubt lingered on his brow. He sensed that Lord Barry's reference to the black sheep might carry deeper implications, yet he hesitated to inquire further. Besides, it felt somewhat awkward to commend someone as a black sheep. At that moment, a sudden uproar of cheers erupted from the dock. Turning towards the sound, Balon beheld a ship slowly approaching the territory. "Our black sheep has returned," Peter remarked, gazing at the vessel against the backdrop of the setting sun, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. He then turned and descended the earthen hill, making his way toward the dock, with Bylon hastening to follow. Upon reaching the dock, Samwell, unable to contain his excitement, leaped onto the gangway before the ship had completely docked. After 2 months of wandering along the western coast of Riverbend, he had finally returned to his domain. Gazing at the somewhat unfamiliar surroundings, Samwell could hardly conceal his astonishment. Had there truly been such significant changes? "My lord, you have finally returned." "Haha, Gavin, you have worked hard," Samwell exclaimed, warmly embracing his steward. This gesture of affection moved Gavin, who could not help but shed tears of joy. Subsequently, Samwell waved to the subjects gathered at the dock, expressing gratitude for their heartfelt welcome. "My lord, welcome back." The crowd responded with fervent cheers. At that moment, Gavin suddenly recollected something and hurriedly whispered in Samwell's ear, "My lord, Treasurer Peter Barrys has been waiting for you for 5 days." "Peter Barrys?" Samwell exclaimed in surprise. He was certainly familiar with that resounding name. In the realm of Game of Thrones, a premier player emerges, a man of insatiable ambition, a master of intrigue who believes that chaos is a ladder. Has he truly ventured into his own territory? While overseeing the minting of currency is indeed the duty of the master of coin, it seems rather unnecessary for Peter to travel all the way from King's Landing for merely a silver mine. Unless, of course, his visit to Dragonstone is motivated by more than just the allure of silver. Samwell instinctively grew wary. At that moment, Peter, escorted by his guards, made his way through the crowd to stand before Samwell, wearing an impeccable smile. "At last, I have the pleasure of meeting you, Sir Caesar." "It is an honor to see you, Lord Baelish." As twilight descended, bonfires illuminated the sandy shores, the aroma of grilled meats wafting through the air, mingling with the sounds of laughter and merriment. In celebration of their lord's return, Dragonstone hosted a grand bonfire feast. Naturally, in such an open setting, formalities were cast aside. Everyone indulged in food and drink while listening to the tales of the guards who had accompanied their lord on his journey. Samwell strolled alongside Peter Baelish along the beach, engaged in conversation. "This place resembles my own domain, both being coastal and strewn with rocks," Peter remarked, a glimmer of reminiscence crossing his face. "However, the Shivering Sea is not nearly as gentle as the summer seas." "I have yet to witness the Shivering Sea. I am quite eager to do so," Samwell replied. "You may find yourself regretting it after you do." Peter laughed heartily. Deep within the Shivering Sea, it is said that countless ice giants dwell, dancing ceaselessly, conjuring fierce storms capable of engulfing any ship. "I recall reading about ice dragons in a book," Samwell countered. "Perhaps they both exist," Peter shrugged, abruptly shifting the topic. "Sam, do you know why I made the journey to Dragonstone personally?" A sense of tension gripped Samwell's heart. He sensed the true drama was about to unfold. The most cunning schemer of Westeros would not traverse to this remote locale solely for the sight of a silver mine. He surely harbored ulterior motives. However, Samwell remained relatively composed. After all, he was aware of the true nature and principles of this seemingly charming master of coin. Peter sought to incite upheaval across Westeros, providing an opportunity for a lowborn noble like Samwell to ascend. Furthermore, as a high-level player in this game of power, Peter excelled at concealing his intentions, often undertaking actions that appeared to serve no benefit to him, thus diverting suspicion away from himself. This allowed him to comfortably lurk in the shadows, manipulating the central figures on the stage with deceit and cunning, inciting their conflicts. "To be honest, Lord Baelish, I too am quite surprised that you chose to come in person," Samwell admitted candidly. Peter paused, turning to Samwell. "I wish to meet you in person, Sir Caesar." "Meet me?" Samwell echoed. "Indeed. I see in you the reflection of my younger self. Although your lineage surpasses mine, you remain uncherished by your father, and everything in Horn Hill is detached from your essence. Thus, like my youth, you find yourself nearly destitute and scorned by all. Yet, akin to me, you refuse to yield to fate. I obtained the position of tax collector in Seagull Town from Duke John, and within 3 years, I increased its revenue tenfold. You, in turn, have acquired a charter from Duke Mace, carving out a territory deep within the Crimson Mountains, winning the fealty of thousands of wildlings. So, despite not yet having built a castle, I believe one day you shall astonish all of Westeros." Indeed, Peter's words were profoundly stirring, his rhythmic intonation capable of igniting fervor within anyone. Moreover, as a man of considerable stature, few young souls could withstand such commendation. Alas, this mimic of a songbird encountered Samwell, for no matter how melodious his voice, to Samwell's ears it was merely the whisper of a devil. What consequences might arise from heeding Petyr Baelish's counsel? One need only observe the fate of Eddard Stark, the Warden of the North, to comprehend. You overestimate me, Lord Baelish, Samwell remarked, feigning humility despite his palpable excitement. My eyes have never misjudged a person, Petyr replied with a grin. Furthermore, I have always been inclined to lend my assistance to the kingdom's promising youth to expedite their growth. You are truly a magnanimous elder, Samwell flattered. While inwardly pondering the nature of this so-called assistance, Petyr stepped closer, placing a hand on Samwell's shoulder, his voice lowered. At this juncture, Samwell, you might ponder whether the Iron Throne would subsidize the lords of new territories. Could such fortune exist? However, Petyr's subsequent words clarified his ambiguity and sent a shiver down Samwell's spine. This silver mine is, in truth, dispensable to the kingdom, yet it is of utmost importance to you. Hence, I have come personally, and I shall leave a trustworthy individual at the Eyrie to assist in overseeing the minting of the silver stags. At this revelation, Samwell could no longer feign ignorance regarding Petyr's insinuation. The man audaciously implied he could manipulate the accounts by secretly hoarding a portion of the silver stags. The corresponding taxes owed to the crown would significantly diminish. Observing the astonishment etched upon Samwell's face, Petyr discerned that his meaning had been grasped, and he continued with a smile. I recognize this may not be a commendable endeavor, but trust me, this course of action will not only safeguard the kingdom's interests, but will indeed enhance them. Our esteemed king is certainly not a paragon of frugality. Thus, rather than allow this sum to be squandered after submission, it would be far more prudent to retain it for the expansion of the kingdom. What a splendidly grandiloquent rationale. Samwell lowered his head, as if ensnared in a fierce internal struggle. Yet, in truth, he was contemplating the true intentions of Petyr Baelish. The man was undoubtedly not motivated by genuine concern for the realm. Rather, he would revel in the chaos that could ensue. Petyr likely discerned the underlying reason for Lady Olenna's dispatch of him to Eagle's Nest, prompting him to stoke the flames of conflict. The more prosperous Eagle's Nest became, the greater the likelihood that the Riverlands would strike against Dorne. Should war erupt, it would furnish a schemer like Petyr with an opportunity to profit from the turmoil. Although Samwell had uncovered Petyr's ulterior motives, he found himself devoid of any justifiable grounds for refusal. Retaining a portion of the silver stags could only serve his interests. While Petyr's intentions were undoubtedly nefarious, the benefits were undeniably tangible. As for whether this course of action might hasten the onset of war between the Riverlands and Dorne, he felt no compulsion to worry. After all, he knew that it would not be long before the situation in King's Landing deteriorated, and King Robert would meet his demise. At that juncture, Westeros would descend into a free-for-all, with little attention paid to a mere frontier in the shadow of the Red Mountains. Of course, for the sake of prudence, Samwell was acutely aware that he could not hoard this concealed wealth for himself. What if Littlefinger were to later wield this matter as leverage against him? Thus, after a considerable inner struggle, Samwell finally spoke. My Lord Baelish, you make a compelling point. Moreover, I am willing to offer you a portion of the silver stags, for a person of your stature, devoted to the nation, surely has need of funds. Petyr regarded Samwell with a penetrating gaze and a satisfied smile, as though his very aim was to acquire this advantage. Agreed. At Starfall, at the docks outside the city, several merchant ships were moored, busily loading and unloading cargo. One ship bore a pale purple banner emblazoned with a crossed sword and a shooting star. This was the sigil of House Dayne, the lords of Starfall. Captain, there is a gentleman seeking you. The captain, Gilmore, emerged from the cabin, reeking of alcohol, and impatiently bellowed. Which gentleman? I don't know, he didn't say. He didn't say? Can't you see for yourself, you damn fool? But he bears no family crest. How can I recognize him? Gilmore scowled, muttering several curses under his breath. Yet he staggered down the gangplank. There, he encountered the gentleman described by the crew, a slender, middle-aged man, handsome and elegant, with a small patch of beard adorning his chin. Though this individual bore no family crest, the astute Gilmore was willing to wager his entire fortune, convinced that he was indeed a nobleman. Approaching with a beaming smile, Gilmore inquired, My lord, what might you require? Paterberry casually tossed a silver stag, and before Gilmore could express his gratitude, he asked, Is your ship bound for Starfall? Indeed. My lord, are you also traveling to Starfall? No, I am headed to Eagle's Beak. Eagle's Beak? Gilmore queried, scratching his bald head in confusion. I apologize, my lord, but I do not believe I have heard of that place. It is located just south of the mouth of the Torrential River, separated from Starfall by a bay. You will pass it on your way to Starfall, though you must slightly alter your course. If possible, I would like to board your vessel. The fare is of no concern. Gilmore appeared to recall something, yet hesitantly remarked, But my lord, I remember that area as a desolate mountainous region with nothing of note. Are you certain you wish to go there? Your information is outdated. Pyter flashed his characteristic smile. That region now boasts a territory. A territory? Upon hearing it was a domain established by the River Lords, Gilmore's expression shifted slightly. The long-standing enmity between Dorne and the River Lords was ingrained in him. Although he frequently docked at Riverlord ports due to his business, the animosity he harbored as a Dornishman could never be erased. That place is barren, filled only with stones. Has the River Lords lost their senses, seeking to cultivate it? Who claims it is barren? There lies a silver mine. A silver mine? A gleam of gold shimmered in Gilmore's eyes. Indeed, it is said that the territory has now taken shape, with its population exceeding 10,000. 10,000? Gilmore's demeanor grew serious. That was indeed substantial. When did this begin? How have I heard nothing of it? It seems it was just over 4 months ago. In merely 4 months, they have amassed over 10,000? Although I am no expert in colonization, I understand how remarkable that pace is. Indeed, it is led by a promising young knight, and I am on my way to visit him. May I board your ship? Gilmore composed himself, quickly nodding with a smile. Of course, my lord. I, too, wish to see the place. Very well. When does your ship set sail? Precisely at noon, my lord. Excellent. I shall venture into the city for a brief moment and return shortly. Very well, my lord. As Gilmore observed Pyter's distant silhouette, he suddenly smacked his forehead, muttering to himself, I forgot to inquire the name of that lord. Ah well, I shall ask upon his return. I wonder from which family he hails. With that thought, Gilmore meandered back onto his ship. As noon approached, Gilmore leaned over the ship's railing, gazing towards the direction of Sunhouse City, yet he did not see the nobleman reappear. Assuming the gentleman had merely been delayed, he resolved to wait a little longer. However, Gilmore was unaware that the nobleman he had been eagerly waiting for had already embarked on a merchant vessel bound for Bravos. Its sails unfurled and journey commenced. As the sun gradually descended towards the horizon, Gilmore's patience was utterly exhausted. In a fit of frustration, he shattered the wine bottle in his hand upon the deck and bellowed, no more waiting. Let us set sail. Once underway, Gilmore, while steering the ship, could not help but ponder the idea of visiting Eagle's Nest along the way. Amidst the crimson peaks of towering mountains stood a grand and majestic castle. The pale purple banners fluttering atop its battlements bore the emblem of an intersecting sword and a falling star. If one were to debate the oldest family on the continent of Westeros, there might be some contention, but when it comes to the most ancient lineage in Dorne, it undoubtedly belongs to House Dayne of Starfall. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, during the Dawn Age, the first Dayne followed the fallen star to this very place, establishing his castle at the mouth of the Torrentine River. His descendants ruled the mountainous regions of western Dorne under the title of the Kings of the Torrentine until they united with House Martell of the Reach to conquer all of Dorne. Sir Ulysses Ashford, the acting lord of Starfall, furrowed his brow, pondering, which domain does the family of Caesar belong to? I have never heard of them before. Gilmore, standing cautiously in the hall, replied, My lord, I have inquired and found that this Sir Caesar is actually the eldest son of House Tarly of Hornhill, who was later knighted by Duke Mace as a pioneer knight and went to Eagle's Nest to establish his own domain. Ulysses tightened his frown further, questioning. If he is the eldest son of House Tarly, why would he forsake his claim to inheritance to venture out and explore? Noticing Gilmore's hesitance, Ulysses realized the latter was also in the dark regarding the matter. Very well, you may leave, he commanded. Yes, my lord. After Gilmore departed, Ulysses leaned back in his chair, lost in contemplation. While it was true that House Dayne's territory encompassed the mountainous regions along the Torrentine, more accurately, their influence was confined to the eastern side of the river. The tribes residing on the western bank largely did not consider themselves subjects of House Dayne. Moreover, the fact that the people of the Reach had constructed a castle among the Crimson Mountains, particularly near the mouth of the Torrentine, caused Ulysses considerable unease. After all, it was not far from Starfall. Samwell had also been a renowned king of the Torrentine in the annals of House Dayne's history, known as the Starfire King, who had conquered vast territories in the southern Reach, including Old Town. Now, with another Samwell emerging from the Reach, what would he do? After a moment of deep reflection, Ulysses summoned a servant and commanded, send a few trustworthy ship captains to visit Eagle's Nest to gather intelligence on the situation there and report back to me. Yes, my lord. Todd walked into the lord's dwelling at Eagle's Beak, greeting Samwell with a respectful nod. My lord, you summoned me? Indeed, Samwell replied, lifting his gaze from a pile of documents. I require you to journey to the High Court and gather as many refugees as possible to bring back to Eagle's Beak. Refugees? Todd furrowed his brow, cautioning, My lord, even they are subjects of House Targaryen. You cannot. Before he could finish, Samwell tossed a parchment scroll towards him. Todd stood momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by Samwell's ability to persuade Duke Mace to endorse such an order. It was utterly astonishing. He found himself at a loss for words. However, he recognized the Duke's signature and trusted that Samwell would not dare forge such a document unless he wished to abandon his position in the bay. Consequently, he prudently sealed his lips. You will take 50 individuals to the High Court and inform the refugees that I shall provide for their sustenance and shelter, as long as they are willing to work. You are familiar with the labor credit system. You can explain it to them upon arrival. Furthermore, every refugee who successfully reaches Eagle's Beak will receive a bounty of 10 copper coins. Remember, I want all who are willing to come, regardless of age or gender. And the more, the better. Yes, my lord. Todd was tempted to question whether they could truly sustain such a large influx, but the words caught in his throat. He realized he was increasingly perplexed by this young knight of a lord. Samwell's methods in warfare, wealth accumulation, and governance seemed utterly unconventional. Yet he had succeeded time and again. This new territory was flourishing at an astonishing rate. Todd felt unqualified to counsel such a remarkable lord. In his eyes, while Samwell might not be the wisest, he was undoubtedly the most extraordinary. As Todd left the lord's dwelling, contemplating which individuals to take to the High Court, he was suddenly startled by a commotion emanating from the docks. Another merchant vessel? He instinctively frowned. Although ships carrying supplies had consistently frequented Eagle's Beak, and the existence of a new dock was no secret, the recent surge in merchant arrivals seemed excessive. However, considering the geographical advantages of Eagle's Beak, it indeed possessed the potential to become an excellent harbor. Without further deliberation, Todd turned and made his way outside. Shortly after his departure, Samwell emerged from the lord's dwelling. He gazed at the lively docks, his eyes narrowing gradually. Unlike the oblivious Todd, Samwell had grown acutely aware of the peculiar influx of merchant vessels. It was excessive. Even with the news of a new territory at Eagle's Beak circulating, such a sudden arrival of ships was unexpected. Moreover, he noted that these vessels predominantly hailed from Dorne. This revelation led Samwell to realize that his territory had likely attracted the attention of the lords of Dorne. Although he had anticipated this day arriving, he did not expect it to come so swiftly. No. Samwell quickly came to the realization that these Dornish merchant ships seemed to have increased in number shortly after Peter Baelish had departed. Given the man's penchant for chaos, it was highly probable that he had conveyed this information to the Dornish. With this thought in mind, Samwell strode purposefully towards the dock. Along the way, people greeted him with bows and salutations. Samwell nodded in acknowledgement and soon encountered a merchant captain named Don at the quay. Your esteemed lordship, thank you for allowing us to dock here. No need for thanks. This is a free port, welcoming all friendly visitors. Upon noticing the flag atop the mast, Samwell inquired, Are you from Starfall? Indeed, my lord. Has Starfall received any significant figures in the past month? Significant figures? Don replied, a look of confusion crossing his face. Which kind of figures do you mean? Figures from King's Landing. King's Landing? Don pondered for a moment before shaking his head. My lord, I have not heard of any lord from King's Landing visiting Starfall recently. Samwell nodded, not particularly surprised. After all, given Peter's caution, it was unlikely that he would personally visit Starfall. Such an action would reveal his intentions too overtly. How did you come to learn that a dock has been constructed at Eagle's Nest? The news has spread throughout Starfall's dock, and Highgarden and Brightwater Keep are likely aware as well. Everyone is discussing the possibility of resupplying here in the future. But your dock is somewhat rudimentary. The pier is not long enough, the berths are insufficient, and there are no warehouses. Additionally, I regret to inform you that food and fresh water are lacking. Do not worry, Samwell said with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Your suggestions are quite valid. However, my territory has only recently begun its development and requires time to improve. By the way, who currently governs Starfall? He recalled that the bloodline of House Dayne had dwindled drastically, especially the main lineage, with many ailing, deceased, or having thrown themselves into the sea, leaving only an underage boy to inherit the headship. It is Lord Uric Sand. Uric Sand, Sand being the common surname for bastards in Dorne, was likely a bastard of House Dayne temporarily managing Starfall. However, Samwell could not recall this name from memory, relegating him to the ranks of the insignificant. He then inquired, I believe the Earl of Starfall is Edric Dayne, correct? Where is he now? Lord Edric has gone to Old Town, where he is said to have become the squire to Lord Beric Dondarrion. Upon hearing the name Beric Dondarrion, Samwell's memory was finally jogged, recalling a great deal. This fellow is none other than the King of Lightning, endowed with 7 lives. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call him a pitiful creature, burdened with the divine mission unable to perish until his duty is fulfilled. It is worth recalling that this king of lightning wed the aunt of Edric Dayne, which led him to take the young and vulnerable Count of Starfall to Blackport for guidance. Samwell pondered for a moment before suddenly chuckling. Would you be so kind as to deliver a letter back to Starfall, informing Sir Uric that I intend to pay him a visit? Dawn nodded eagerly. Of course, my lord. Mother, the changes here are remarkable, Natalie exclaimed, entwining her arm with her mother Nara's. Her lively violet eyes surveyed their surroundings, and she could not help but express her awe. Indeed, it was quite impressive. The pair strolled along the smooth stone path of Eagle's Beak, observing the bustling wild folk passing by, as well as the orderly wooden houses, towers, and the castle rising majestically before them. It felt as though they had entered a vibrant city. It was hard to imagine that just a few months prior, this place was but a desolate valley devoid of life. Natalie yearned to glimpse the castle, which had already laid its foundation and erected walls approximately 3 feet high. But her mother guided her instead to the orphanage. The yard was modest, simply enclosed by a fence containing a dozen wooden houses. In the courtyard, several hundred children gathered, ranging from 11 or 12 years old to mere toddlers of 3 or 4. They donned tattered animal skin clothing, swaying as they sang. The father, strong and steadfast, judges falsehood and upholds justice, determining the length and breadth of fortune, kindly cherishing little children. The mother brings forth the blessings of life, guarding and watching over every woman. Her smile ultimately quelling strife, tenderly nurturing little children. The warrior stands before the foe. Nara recognized this as the Song of the Seven Gods. She was not surprised, considering that the Lord was a Knight of the Seven, surely disseminating their faith throughout his domain, which was entirely reasonable. Moreover, the fact that he did not employ coercive measures to compel all his subjects to convert to the faith of the Seven was a testament to his benevolence. Surrounding the children were several elderly individuals. Some joined in the singing, others squinted in the sunlight, and a few engaged in simple crafts. Yet, smiles adorned their faces, suggesting contentment with their lives here. Once the Song of the Seven concluded, the children seamlessly transitioned to another tune. Mother, that lord truly has no shame. He even had someone compose a song for him, Natalie whispered into her mother's ear. Nara felt a chuckle rising but defended the lord. However, he is not entirely boastful. These elderly and children are well cared for. Natalie pouted slightly beneath her veil, choosing not to argue. After observing for a while, the mother and daughter departed the orphanage, heading towards the lord's cottage. Lord Caesar. Ha, Lady Nara. I have been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Samwell rose enthusiastically to extend a warm welcome. He cast a glance at the young girl beside Nala, who appeared to be a miniature version of her mother, and inquired, "Is this your daughter?" "Indeed. This is my daughter, Natalie." Natalie curtsied gracefully to Samwell before retreating shyly behind her mother, her curious violet eyes observing the young nobleman before her. Samwell offered the little girl a gentle smile, and then turned to Nala, asking, "Madam Nala, have you found the spectre grass I requested?" Nala nodded, handing over a leather pouch. "We have gathered a total of 54 specimens." Samwell promptly accepted the pouch, opened it, and confirmed it contained the same kind of spectre grass that enhances mental attributes, which he had previously consumed. Satisfied, he nodded and handed Nala the corresponding silver deer without counting. Nala accepted the silver deer with gratitude, and then said, "Lord Caesar, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Please, go ahead. I would like the elders and children of the Crow tribe to remain in your orphanage. What would such an arrangement require from us?" Samwell smiled. "The orphanage is intended for my subjects, so as long as you become my subjects, it will suffice." Nala pondered for a moment, shaking her head with difficulty. "I apologize, my lord. It is not that we are unwilling to submit, but the Crow tribe has always served the old gods. However, we can offer wealth, spectre grass, leather, or jerky." Samwell interjected. "Submitting to me does not preclude your continued service to the old gods. You should know that I have never forced my subjects to convert to the 7 gods. You may continue your previous way of life, only needing to pay taxes periodically." Nala's gaze remained conflicted. Observing her struggle, Samwell continued, "If you truly do not wish to submit, there is another way." "What way?" Samwell pointed to the little girl cowering behind her mother. "Allow your daughter to stay on Eagle's Beak Island. In that case, I can safely welcome the elders and children of the Crow tribe into the orphanage. Rest assured, I will treat her as my own sister." Upon hearing this, Natalie widened her eyes in alarm, clutching her mother's sleeve tightly like a frightened fawn. Nala hesitated before replying, "My lord, I need to consider this before giving you an answer." "Of course," Samwell nodded. "I will depart for Starfall City in 3 days. A response before then would suffice." As he mentioned Starfall City, Samwell fixed his gaze intently on Nala's eyes, sensing a subtle but well-concealed ripple of emotion. It appeared that Nala was indeed Ashera Dayne, and her claim of amnesia was likely a mere fabrication. Yet, this raised a question. If Ashera had not lost her memory, why did she not return to Starfall City? Was the wilderness truly more comfortable than the castle? Very well, I shall provide you with a response as soon as possible. Nala appeared nonchalant as she turned to leave the cottage with her daughter. Upon stepping outside, Natalie clung to her mother's arm, exclaiming, "Mother, I do not wish to stay here. I want to be with you always." "Silly child, how could you possibly follow me everywhere?" Nala's eyes shimmered with a hint of melancholy as she gestured towards the castle under construction ahead. "Have you not always dreamed of residing in a grand castle? It is not feasible to accompany me. Then I shall live in the castle with you," Natalie insisted. "Listen to me, Natalie." Nala's expression grew serious. "We have been cared for by the Yuyo tribe for over a decade. It is time for us to give back. Moreover, remaining on Eagle's Beak Island is far better than trailing after me through the forest. I refuse. I want to follow you everywhere." Natalie's voice quivered with impending tears, yet her tone remained resolute. "Natalie, you are not like me. You do not belong to this woodland. You are meant to soar in a broader world. I once heard the whispers of the divine beneath the heart tree. It seems that a different path awaits you." Natalie threw herself into her mother's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Nala tenderly stroked her daughter's hair, her gaze drifting northeastward. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the vast bay, catching sight of the castle adorned with purple banners. A whirlwind of complex emotions filled Nala's heart, rendering her momentarily speechless. Silently, she whispered within, "I can never return, but I hope you can." The torrential river surged forth from the Crimson Mountains, flowing southward for thousands of miles before finally merging with the summer sea. The once tumultuous waters, upon reaching the ocean, transformed, adopting a serene demeanor. On the sapphire surface of the sea, a ship was sailing upstream. Natalie stood at the bow, gazing towards the distant, hazy outline of the castle, her violet eyes reflecting both curiosity and trepidation. At that moment, she was not wearing a veil, revealing her exquisitely beautiful visage. Her animal hide attire had been replaced by a flowing blue dress, the sun illuminating her long, graceful legs, which shimmered like jade. K2 stood behind Samwell, seemingly fulfilling the duties of a servant, poised for his master's command, yet his eyes were continually drawn to the girl's legs. The Na'vi wild youth had never encountered such a stunning maiden, and he found himself unwittingly entranced. Perhaps sensing K2's lingering gaze, Natalie turned and shot him an admonishing look, huffing, "What are you staring at, you little brat?" K2 hastily averted his gaze, his face flushing bright red. After a moment, he muttered defiantly, "I am 14, not a little brat." Unfortunately, Natalie paid him no mind. With her hands propping up her smooth chin, she asked with a tone of yearning, "Sir, do you think the Dayne family will host a ball in your honor?" Samwell glanced at the girl beside him and chuckled. "What? Are you eager to attend the ball?" "I am merely curious," she replied. "Even if there were a ball, it would be exclusively for the daughters of nobility." K2 could not resist interjecting, seemingly attempting to dispel some of Natalie's inappropriate fantasies regarding her status. Natalie turned back and shot K2 a glare, but ultimately felt dejected. Indeed, she was merely a wildling. What right did she have to attend a noble's ball? Samwell gazed at the approaching Starfall City, lost in his own thoughts. Having no time to console the self-pitying maiden, his visit to the Dayne family was also in response to the machinations of Peter Baelish. He understood that such provocations were an inescapable scheme. With the rising power of Eagle's Beak Island, it would inevitably provoke the Lords of Dorne, particularly the Lord of Starfall City, arousing their suspicion and vigilance. War could very well erupt. However, Samwell did not wish to entirely allay the Dornishman's fears. He only sought to buy himself some time. During his previous journey to the old town of Chingting Island, he had managed to secure substantial funds and supplies. And now the development of his territory was on a fast track. Given another 4 or 5 months, his castle would be nearly complete. At that point, he could officially become a Lord of the River Bay, and Eagle's Beak Island would be incorporated into the realm of the River Bay. Should the Dornishmen strike during this time, it would be tantamount to declaring war on the River Bay. The Duke of Mace would certainly not turn a blind eye to it. Therefore, during his stay in Starfall City, he must ensure, through persuasion, deception, or misdirection, that the acting lord would not entertain thoughts of invading Eagle's Beak Island in the near future. Samwell believed this goal was not insurmountable. After all, the acting lord of Starfall City was merely a Shad, not a Dayne, and he likely lacked the prestige and motivation to incite an external conflict. If he could safely navigate the next few months, the Dornishmen might very well relent and refrain from launching an attack. After all, while Dorne excelled in defensive counterattacks, They were no match for the River Bay when removed from the protective embrace of the Red Mountains and the familiar desert climate. The River Bay boasted unparalleled resources and military strength among the Seven Kingdoms. Once this perilous period had passed, Samwell could confidently develop his territory, engage in trade, and gradually conquer the wildlings within the Red Mountains. As for whether to align with Lady Olenna's plans to invade Dorne through the Torrentine River in the future, that could be deliberated in due course. Samwell believed that even if a conflict with Dorne were to arise, it should be timed appropriately. For instance, after King Robert's death, or perhaps later, following the demise of Lord Eddard Stark of the North, when King's Landing would be in disarray, ensuring that no other factions would concern themselves with him. Moreover, this would allow him to draw the attention of the River Bay entirely to Dorne, thus preventing the Tyrell family from hastily choosing sides at the onset of the War of the Five Kings, allowing his betrothed to avoid marrying that fellow Loras. Indeed, a perfect plan. Samwell quietly applauded his own cleverness. However, he was acutely aware that the unfolding of events could not entirely align with his expectations. Even the most cunning schemers in the realm of power would not dare to claim they could manipulate everyone to follow their script. He certainly felt no such audacity. Moreover, he had a lingering suspicion that Peter Baelish's machinations would not be limited to this. Given his intent to incite a war between the Riverlands and Dorne, it seemed implausible that he would stop at this juncture. Unlike him, Peter possessed a foresight regarding the impending turmoil. In Peter's view, if he could not swiftly instigate a conflict between Starfall and the Eyrie, the Dornish would inevitably retreat once Castle Samwell was completed, and the opportunity for war might be lost indefinitely. Thus, Samwell pondered that this treacherous Littlefinger likely had further schemes up his sleeve. Lord Caesar, the captain called from the cockpit, interrupting Samwell's reverie. We are preparing to dock. The ship sailed beneath the statue of the Titan, traversing the bustling Long Canal, ultimately coming to rest at the square dock. Peter Baelish disembarked without lingering in the vibrant marketplace, making his way directly to the Isle of Tears. This financial minister of the Iron Throne appeared remarkably familiar with the free cities across the narrow sea, navigating his path with ease toward a windowless abode in Starfall. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the dock, Samwell strolled through the marketplace before entering a wooden cabin. Inside, he found Natalie standing motionless by the window. Opposite her, a young artist, splattered with various dyes, was diligently painting on a canvas. Are you almost finished? Samwell inquired. Almost done. Please wait just a moment, the artist replied. Samwell approached the young painter and scrutinized the work. It's decent enough, he mused. Though lacking in spirit, it bore a reasonable resemblance. For a random artist plucked from the marketplace, such results were commendable, and expectations should not be overly lofty. Once the artist completed the final touches, Samwell tossed a silver stag in payment. Is it ready? Let me see. Natalie, stretching her stiff back, hurried over to view the painting. Unlike Samwell, she was not so critical. It was likely her first encounter with an oil painting, especially one of her own likeness, and her eyes were captivated. However, before she could fully appreciate it, Samwell reached out and took the painting away. Oh, I haven't finished looking, she protested. If you wish to see yourself, look in a mirror. This painting serves a purpose for me. Realizing the implication, Natalie's expression shifted to one of wariness. Matters of adults are not for children to question, Samwell remarked casually as he turned to leave. Natalie huffed softly but quickly followed suit. Upon exiting, Samwell gestured for 2 guards, then turned to Natalie, saying, They will accompany you in the marketplace while I attend to some matters. I shall return shortly. Where are you going? She asked. Natalie suddenly became flustered. I want to go with you. Samwell gestured toward the imposing castle in the distance and replied, I am going to pay a visit to the Dayne family. You should wait here. Why not take me along? Natalie suddenly felt wronged. Next time, I will take you, Samwell said, stepping forward without looking back, waving his hand. Definitely next time. Sir Uric, thank you for your hospitality, Samwell said as he partook of bread and salt. Approaching to pay his respects. Welcome to Starfall, Sir Caesar, Uric said with a smile that failed to reach his eyes, seemingly unwilling to conceal his disdain for Samwell. Samwell paid little mind to Uric's demeanor. After all, Riverbend and Dorne had been long-standing adversaries for a millennium, and the fact that this temporary lord of Starfall maintained a semblance of civility was already quite courteous. The 2 men entered the castle and took their seats in the reception hall. A maidservant brought coffee and pastries before quietly departing. Sir Caesar, what brings you to Starfall this time? Samwell inquired, taking a sip of coffee and smiling amiably. Truth be told, I simply wish to meet my neighbor. I trust you are aware that I am developing a new territory on Eagle's Beak. Uric rudely interrupted. Then you best expedite the construction of your castle. Until then, Eagle's Beak cannot truly be considered your domain. It will be soon, very soon, Samwell replied, seemingly oblivious to Urik's provocation. In approximately 2 years, my castle will be complete. Urik quietly noted this timeline. It was a reasonable pace, not too slow. Samwell then began to lament, alas. If it weren't for those lazy savages, it would undoubtedly be progressing faster. Moreover, the land on Eagle's Beak is so barren that crops cannot grow. I am forced to import everything, which is exceedingly costly. Urik, uninterested in Samwell's complaints, interjected, I have heard that a silver mine has been discovered on Eagle's Beak. Indeed, Samwell replied, but relying solely on that silver mine to sustain so many people is quite challenging. With a frown, he continued, I have no choice but to begin brewing wine for sale. Sir Urik, would you care to purchase a batch of my wine to sample? Urik had previously heard rumors from captains who went to gather information, so he inquired with curiosity, what type of wine do you produce? It is a wine made from wild grapes. I call it brandy. I happen to have brought some with me today for you to try. With that, Samwell signaled to his attendant, K2, to fetch the brandy and poured a glass for Urik. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air, instantly capturing Urik's attention. He raised the glass and downed it in one gulp. Dorne's palate favored bold flavors, so he typically enjoyed adding spicy herbs to his drinks. Thus, tasting the distilled spirit of brandy utterly enchanted him. Seizing the opportunity to promote his product, Samwell suggested, if you find this wine promising in Dorne, we might consider a partnership. I shall supply the product, and you shall handle the sales. Urik's eyes darted thoughtfully, and he cautiously asked, at what price do you offer your supply? 10 silver stags per gallon, Samwell replied. Herein lies the unified supply pricing for the Tiller, Hyder, and Redwyne families. Have you indeed enlisted the aid of these 3 families for sales? Yes. However, in Dorne, you remain my primary collaborator, and perhaps will be my last. Urik caressed his wine goblet, lost in contemplation. He observed that Samwell consistently spoke of collaboration with him, rather than with the Dayne family. This implied that the profits from the brandy sales would entirely enrich his own coffers. Although it seemed somewhat unseemly for the acting lord of Starfall City to partner with a Bayman, particularly one who had established a domain near the turbulent river's estuary, Urik found himself nonetheless intrigued. The profits from brandy sales were undeniably substantial. Moreover, Urik was acutely aware that, with the true lord of Starfall City, Count Edric Dayne, approaching adulthood, his tenure as acting lord would not endure much longer. Given this, why not seize a fortune before relinquishing power? As for the threat posed by Eagle's Beak Isle, the castle would not be completed for another 2 years. By then, it would be Count Edric's concern. With this thought, Urik dispelled his earlier feigned hostility, and a genuine smile graced his face. Very well, Sir Caesar, I am willing to collaborate with you. Samwell felt a wave of relief, recognizing that the crisis over the territory had been momentarily averted. He cheerfully entered into a consignment agreement with Urik and discussed the particulars of the wine supply. Then he shifted the conversation, saying, by the way, Sir Urik, on my way here, I happened upon a portrait at the dock market. The subject, with chestnut hair and violet eyes, bore a resemblance to a certain lady of the Dayne family. I wonder if you might recognize her. With that, Samwell gestured for K2 to unveil Natalie's portrait. Urik glanced at the painting and chuckled. This portrait appears to be quite dated. It likely depicts Miss Ashera Dayne in her youth. Has she married since then? Urik cast a sidelong glance at Samwell, seemingly discerning his thoughts, and shook his head. I'm afraid, Sir Caesar, that Miss Ashera tragically perished at sea over a decade ago. A look of disappointment washed over Samwell's face. Urik remarked, Sir Caesar, the last remaining maiden of the main branch of the Dayne family has also wed and moved to Blackport. Should you be interested, I could introduce you to several ladies from the collateral branches. That will not be necessary. Samwell laughed lightly, redirecting the conversation to another topic. His doubts regarding the identity of the mysterious matriarch of the Crow tribe dissipated entirely. The moon hung low over the mirror-like surface of the sea, as the gently rocking vessel resembled a cradle for each soul aboard, lulling them into slumber. In the inky blackness of the night sky, something seemed to be beckoning to his spirit. He ran upwards. At the outset, it was a leisurely stroll, gradually accelerating into a swift run, soaring ever higher, as the cool sea breeze whistled past his ears, seemingly whispering secrets. Yet no matter how fervently he ran, he could not bridge the distance to the heavens above. Suddenly, Samwell halted, gazing down to behold the ocean reflecting the entire starry sky, along with a tiny ship that appeared as small as an ant. I am flying. Samwell finally grasped this realization. He dove sharply downward, skimming swiftly across the water's surface. The steep ridges abruptly surged into view, their crimson rocks resembling bloodied claws. quickening his heartbeat and overwhelming his senses. With a rush, he plunged into the forest. Countless vibrant scents assailed him, from squirrels nestled in tree hollows to snakes hiding in the underbrush, and a vigilant tiger rising in a cave, evoking in him a sudden instinct to hunt. Fortunately, Samwell managed to suppress this impulse and pressed onward. The forest and hills stretched endlessly into the distance, fading at the limits of his sight and scent. This unprecedented, wondrous experience enveloped Samwell, rendering him utterly entranced. The mountain winds stirred restlessly, and the trees began to thin. A colossal fish unexpectedly loomed before him, its lush foliage casting an oppressive shadow that sparked a flicker of fear within him. In the next moment, the massive, ancient face carved into the fish suddenly opened its eyes. Boom! Samwell felt as if struck by lightning, jolting awake from his slumber. Gasping for breath, he realized he was drenched in cold sweat. What a vivid dream! Calming himself, he found his drowsiness had vanished. Rising to drink some water, he opened the cabin door and stepped onto the deck. The night was profound, the only sound the gentle lapping of the waves. Samwell wandered aimlessly on the deck, pondering the dream that had just unfolded. Turning a corner, he was startled to discover another person ahead. Natalie, the young woman, was leaning over the ship's railing, gazing up at the crescent moon, the soft starlight illuminating her face and accentuating her exquisite features. "Can't sleep either?" Samwell approached her and inquired. Upon seeing Samwell, Natalie turned away, huffing softly, dismissing him. "Oh, still upset about yesterday, are we?" Natalie huffed again, still not inclined to engage with the insufferable man beside her. "Do you know why I didn't take you to the Dayne family's castle?" This time, Natalie fell silent, seemingly curious about his answer, though the proud young lady was unwilling to ask outright. "Because you are far too beautiful," Samwell replied with a grin. He understood the art of charming a woman. "Indeed." Natalie paused, swiftly turning to glance at Samwell before immediately looking away again. "You're lying." "As a knight, I never utter falsehoods," Samwell lied without a flicker of shame. A rosy hue blossomed on Natalie's delicate face as she shyly turned away, quietly inquiring, "Why is it that such beauty is barred from entering the castle? Why did you and your mother always wear veils? It is indeed rather discourteous." Samwell shook his head. "Besides, what right do you have to don a veil in the presence of the lords of the Dayne family? Do you truly consider yourself a princess?" Natalie, feeling a twinge of grievance, lowered her gaze, yet she recognized the truth in his words and ceased to argue. Nevertheless, a sudden sweetness surged within her. "He fears I might be taken by the Dayne family. Could it be that? No, it's impossible. He is a noble lord, while I am but a wildling. Such a union is unattainable. Yet, perhaps not. Rumor has it that there once was a lord from Highgarden who fell in love with a wild woman." The young girl's heart brimmed with a delightful blend of joy, shyness, and worry. Unbeknownst to Samwell, his offhand remarks had sparked a vivid and dramatic romance within her imagination. "By the way, have you ever ventured to that place the Crow tribe speaks of?" Samwell suddenly pointed towards the shore and asked. "Huh." Natalie, still lost in her own fabricated tale, was momentarily oblivious. "Aren't you always in pursuit of the old god's footsteps? Do you recall that forested area? Is there not a colossal fishbeam tree there? Is it not adorned with faces, possibly carved by your kin?" After gazing in the direction Samwell indicated for a while, Natalie hesitantly shook her head. "I don't remember visiting there, nor do I know if there is a fishbeam tree. However, the Crimson Mountains are not solely revered by our Crow tribe. It's likely that the faces were carved by wildlings from other tribes." Samwell felt a pang of disappointment. "Why do you suddenly inquire about this?" Natalie asked with curiosity. Samwell exhaled deeply. "I just had a dream in which I seemed to soar through the skies, and I happened upon that very place, where I encountered a fishbeam tree." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression crossed Natalie's face. Samwell noticed and asked, "What's the matter?" "I, too, once had a dream akin to that when I was a child." And then, but Natalie abruptly fell silent. Yet, it seemed Samwell grasped something profound. He suddenly recalled that Bran Stark from the original tale had experienced a similar dream, wherein he transformed into a dire wolf. To enter the consciousness of an animal, wasn't that the ability of a skin changer? Samwell experienced a revelation. Could it be that his own consciousness had briefly inhabited a bird? But why had he suddenly acquired such a capability? He remembered that only the descendants of the first men possessed such powers, and it appeared they must also be adherents of the old gods. A thought struck Samwell. He had consumed a considerable amount of ghost grass lately, and his spiritual attributes had risen to 175. Could it be due to this? It appears that his prior conjectures were indeed accurate. The attribute of spirit is intricately linked to the realm of the mysterious. Although he presently lacks the proficiency to manipulate consciousness to inhabit animals, As his spiritual attribute continues to develop, he should inevitably evolve into a true shapeshifter. Furthermore, Samwell also discerned the hesitation in Natalie's demeanor moments ago. This led him to suspect that this young girl beside him might also possess the abilities of a shapeshifter. Contemplating this, he turned his head and met Natalie's gaze, only to witness a flicker of panic in her violet eyes. I am tired. I shall return to sleep. Good night." Before she could finish her sentence, Natalie hastily fled, meeting at Eagle Beak Isle, Lord's cabin. "Please, take your seats." Samwell was the first to sit at the round table, subsequently inviting everyone to gather around. However, the others hesitated, as they were still unaccustomed to sharing a table with their lord. Only Cayman boldly took the first seat to Samwell's left. With a leader in place, the remaining individuals followed suit and seated themselves. This meeting was convened by Samwell, bringing together the village chiefs from his 14 subordinate villages, along with the steward Gavin, the craftsman leader Vito, the blacksmith leader Buso, and scholar Coben, totaling 18 individuals. These individuals represented the primary administrative body of his domain. Originally, Todd Fawwa would have been included, yet he was absent, having gone to the high court to gather the displaced. After pouring the tea, although there was no official place for her, Natalie did not leave. Instead, she stood behind Samwell, embodying the role of a dutiful maid. Samwell made no effort to dismiss her, merely clearing his throat to redirect the attention of the assembly from the vivacious young lady. "Although the castle is yet to be completed, and I am not officially recognized as a lord, this is merely a matter of time. Therefore, to better manage the territory, I have decided to formally accept you all as my vassals." Upon hearing this, the assembly promptly rose to their feet. Some bowed in respect, others vociferously pledged their loyalty, while a few, overwhelmed with excitement, stood there grinning foolishly. Although the title of vassal had yet to touch the threshold of nobility, this did not prevent them from feeling a sense of pride, as if with this designation, they had ascended to the ranks of the esteemed. Samwell waved his hand, signaling for them to sit. "There is no need for such solemnity. Please, take your seats. In this meeting, I wish to discuss with you the obligations of vassals to their lord. Firstly, and most importantly, you bear the responsibility to uphold my authority and support every decision I make. Secondly, you are tasked with advising me, assisting in the governance of our people and the management of our lands. Such meetings will become customary, convening once a month, during which you shall report your progress to me, and I shall provide directives in return. Ultimately, when I issue the call to arms, you must respond to the summons, either by joining my ranks or providing logistical support for the army. Should I fall into captivity, you are obliged to devise a means to gather the ransom for my release." Upon finishing his address, Samwell was met with immediate affirmations from the assembly. "Very well," he said, raising his hands to quell their displays of loyalty. He then turned to his steward, Gavin. "Now, you shall present the current state of the territory." "Yes, my lord," Gavin replied, rising to bow before Samwell before taking his seat once more. "Currently, the territory is home to over 12,300 inhabitants, including 184 soldiers and an additional 100 newly enlisted recruits. Furthermore, we possess 35 dairy cows, 27 draft horses, 54 pigs, over 40 goats, and more than 100 chickens and ducks, including the food supplies just received from Yangwu City. Our stores consist of 130,000 pounds of flour, 700,000 pounds of oats, 500,000 pounds of legumes, in addition to 50,000 pounds of jerky and over 3,000 pounds of salt." As Samwell listened, he mentally calculated the provisions. Although the quantities appeared substantial, distributing them among over 12,000 people proved to be a different matter. The soldiers, who required hearty meals daily, were a significant factor, while the laborers, engaged in arduous tasks, also demanded considerable sustenance. To expedite the construction of the castle and to foster loyalty among the populace, Samwell had never skimped on food, resulting in an astonishing daily consumption across the territory. The current reserves would suffice for just over a month. This predicament of not achieving self-sufficiency in food was indeed a disadvantage. It was no wonder that such a strategically important location had remained unexploited, an insatiable pit of resources. Fortunately, he had secured food supply contracts with Yangwu City, Qingting Island, and Old Town, alleviating immediate concerns over starvation. However, these contracts only offered a 3-month grace period, and for continuous supply thereafter, Samwell would need to procure funds. This represented a considerable sum. Fortunately, during his recent endeavors on Qingting Island, Samwell had managed to procure a substantial amount of gold dragons from the Lannister family, averting immediate panic. Yet, such fortunes were not a regular occurrence. For the territory to thrive sustainably, it would have to rely on the lucrative pursuits of brandy, and silver mining. At this moment, Gavin began to elaborate on the brandy production. We have organized 300 female wildlings to forage for wild mountain grapes in the nearby forests. Moreover, we have cleared 900 acres near the valley to plant mountain grapes, with the first harvest expected in 6 months. Hearing this, Samwell interjected. Double the area dedicated to grape cultivation to 1,800 acres. Additionally, once this batch is planted, you are to clear a similarly sized parcel for crop rotation and fallow cultivation. Do not fret about the marketability of our wine. Once produced, it will not remain unsold. Furthermore, should there be any surplus, it can be preserved for future use. Very well, my lord, Gavin promptly acquiesced and continued, currently, due to limitations in raw materials. The production of brandy cannot be increased. We can only produce 12 gallons a day. Upon hearing this figure, Samwell frowned, feeling somewhat helpless. Relying solely on the harvesting of wild mountain grapes indeed restricts our output. We must await the maturation of the cultivated grapes in 6 months to expand our production capacity. The subsequent steps of brandy brewing and distillation are shrouded in secrecy. Thus, Gavin refrained from elaborating further. Samwell then turned to Scholar Cobain, saying, Cobain, please provide an update on the silver mining operations. Yes, my lord, Cobain nodded, delivering his report in an even tone. The mining and refining of silver have entered a stable phase, yielding approximately 140 ounces of silver daily. With additional manpower, we can further enhance our output. Samwell estimated, based on the weight of the silver stags, that this translates to about 350 silver stags produced each day. Of course, there will be losses during the minting process, so the actual yield will be somewhat lower. Moreover, we must also account for the royal tax. Due to the nefarious financial minister, the amount remitted to the crown will not be substantial. Nevertheless, this represents a significantly lucrative income. The output from this silver mine alone can ensure the sustenance of the over 10,000 inhabitants within our territory. Indeed, mining is a profitable venture. And this is merely a silver mine. Imagine if it were a gold mine. No wonder the Lannister family is so affluent. They are willing to expend vast sums to eliminate matrimonial rivals. Damn those wealthy lords. Jealousy distorted Samwell's features, making him feel that his previous price proposal had been too modest. Upon hearing the silver production figures, smiles blossomed on the faces of the attendees around the round table. This was yet another purpose of Samwell's assembly, to instill confidence and assure them of the territory's promising future. After discussing the silver mine, the chief craftsman, Vito, spoke about the progress of the castle's construction. With ample manpower and the implementation of a labor points system, workers have emerged in droves, resulting in remarkably swift progress. The foundation has been laid, and the outer walls now stand 3 feet high. At this rate, in approximately 4 months, the main structure of the castle will be completed. By then, Samwell will be able to petition Duke Mace for formal recognition as a Lord, Baron of Eagle's Beak, Samwell Caesar. The thought of this brought an involuntary smile to Samwell's face. Following Vito, it was the turn of the blacksmith, Buso. Due to the absence of iron mines in the territory, Samwell had not tasked his blacksmiths with forging steel weapons. After all, it is far more convenient to purchase weapons directly rather than expend time and effort procuring iron or from external sources. Thus, he assigned tasks to the blacksmiths primarily to assist Bachelor Cobain in forging silver deer. Moreover, although Eagle Beak lacked iron mines, animal hides were certainly abundant. Consequently, the soldiers no longer procured leather armor from outside, but commissioned the blacksmiths to craft it. Samwell requested Busso to custom-make a war hammer for him. With the continuous enhancement of his strength attribute, Samwell felt that an ordinary steel sword could no longer harness his potential. The warhammer was the optimal choice. My lord, the warhammer you commissioned has been completed, and you may test it shortly, Busso announced, a hint of anxiety creeping into his tone. It was not that he doubted his craftsmanship, but rather that the warhammer, forged to the lord's specifications, was exceedingly heavy. Despite his numerous attempts to dissuade the lord, he could not alter his wishes, leading Busso to worry that the impetuous young knight would embarrass himself. Excellent. Samwell responded with delight, praising Busso and affirming that he would soon try the feel of it. Subsequently, the 14 village leaders took turns introducing the circumstances of their respective villages. In truth, they had little to report. Most of the wild men had been drawn to Eagle Beak Isle, either as laborers, brewers, miners, or a scant few as soldiers under the Lord's command. The elderly, weak, women, and children had all been admitted to the welfare institution, rendering the villages beyond the valley nearly deserted. It was likely that in due time, such positions as village leaders would become obsolete. The village leaders recognized this predicament and, seizing the opportunity to report, subtly probed the Lord's sentiments, clearly reluctant to relinquish their authority or their status as vassals. Samwell, perceptive as ever, seized the moment to announce that the 14 village leaders would be reassigned to Eagle Beak to continue their administrative roles, while the former villages would no longer have individual leaders. Instead, a singular circuit patrol officer and a tax officer would oversee the 14 villages collectively. Having assuaged their concerns, Samwell encouraged open dialogue, inviting suggestions and questions. The assembly fell into an unexpected silence, as they were unaccustomed to such a democratic meeting, preferring the traditional mode of receiving orders from their lord. After a prolonged pause, Gavin broke the silence, inquiring, "My lord, since these wild men are neither farming nor hunting but laboring for you, how will they pay taxes in the future?" Samwell smiled faintly, for he had anticipated this question. However, as they were still within the promised 3-month tax exemption period, he had refrained from addressing it. No matter, do they not all possess labor credits? They can use those to pay taxes. Using labor credits for taxes? Gavin was momentarily taken aback. Indeed. Did I not promise that 1 labor credit could be exchanged for a copper coin? Thus, labor credits are equivalent to currency. After the tax exemption period concludes, they shall pay taxes using their labor credits. Understood. Gavin soon understood, nodding in agreement. The young steward evidently failed to grasp the true intricacy of the system designed by his lord. Samwell, of course, chose not to elaborate further. With Gavin leading the way, the others became less reserved, contributing their thoughts and inquiries in turn. The meeting lasted for 2 hours before concluding. Following the assembly, Samwell accompanied Busso to the blacksmith's workshop, eager to test his new weapon. "My lord, here it is." Busso unveiled the weapon concealed beneath a black cloth, hesitating momentarily to caution, "Please be careful. It weighs a hefty 70 pounds. Indeed, 70 pounds. Dorne, located at the southernmost tip of Westeros, is perhaps the only region among the 7 kingdoms weary of this prolonged summer. The relentless heat exacerbated Dorne's aridity and barrenness, making fresh water as precious as gold. Any well capable of yielding water was heavily guarded by the lords. Situated at the eastern edge of Dorne, Sunspear, caressed by the saline sea breeze and nourished by the Greenblood River, is a rare city untroubled by drought. It is also the residence of House Martell, the ruling family of Dorne. Demon Sand passed through the heavily guarded triple gates, navigating the winding walls until he reached the old palace, reminiscent of a sailing ship. "I have business with Her Highness the Princess. Please, lead the way." The guard, evidently familiar with the bastard from God's grace, nodded at Demon and turned to guide him. Though Dorne had submitted to the Iron Throne, unlike the dukes of the other 6 kingdoms, House Martell continued to adhere to the traditions of the Royner, referring to themselves as Prince and Princess. The princess mentioned by Demon was none other than Arianne Martell, the eldest daughter of the current Prince of Dorne. He was aware that this was Arianne's favorite scent. Stepping into the spacious palace, Demon immediately spotted the enchanting figure seated upon the meal carpet. "Your Highness." Demon suppressed his inner desire and restlessness, approaching to pay his respects. Arianne was engrossed in a weathered tome, a glass of red wine and a game of Syvass set beside her. Upon hearing his voice, she set aside the book, stretching languidly on the carpet like a noble and graceful cat. She possessed olive-toned skin, large black eyes, and dark curls. Clad in a delicate lavender silk gown that draped over her beautiful and voluptuous form, revealing more than it concealed. Her features may not have been classically beautiful, but they possessed an unusual allure, ensnaring any man's gaze with but a single glance. "Demon, what brings you here?" Arianne's voice was languid and magnetic, as if it could penetrate the ears of her audience and scratch at their hearts. "I have received significant news, and I rushed here to inform you at once." Demon gazed at the princess with rapt fascination. "What news?" Arianne inquired casually, propping her chin on one hand. Edric Dayne and Illyria Dayne tragically met their demise during an outing for hunting when they were beset by a wild boar. Initially, Illyria Alien was taken aback. Yet soon enough, the significance of the names dawned upon her. They represented the last 2 scions of the esteemed Dayne family of Starfall City. With a sudden jolt, Alien sprang to her feet, inadvertently knocking over a wine glass beside her, its crimson contents staining the opulent carpet. Unperturbed, she fixed her gaze intently upon Damon, inquiring, "Are you certain?" "Absolutely," Damon affirmed with a vigorous nod. "The news comes from my cousin in Black Harbor. He would not jest about such matters. Moreover, he mentioned in his letter that, despite the lack of evidence, he suspects this was not merely a hunting accident, but rather a meticulously orchestrated assassination." "Of course, it was an assassination," Alien exclaimed, her eyes widening. What a coincidence it would be for the Dayne family's main line to be extinguished just so. She began to pace restlessly on the carpet, her ankle bells jingling sharply, stirring Daemon's already agitated thoughts. He lowered his voice, unable to contain himself. "Your Highness, I suspect that this may have been orchestrated by Uruk-Sad." "Uruk-Sad? You mean the acting lord of Starfall City?" "Indeed. Does he possess the audacity and capability for such a deed?" Alien seemed skeptical. Even if Edric and Illyria were deceased, it would not be a mere bastard who would inherit Starfall City. The collateral branches of the Dayne family had not been eradicated. Yet, what if Uruk-Sad could achieve an unprecedented feat, convincing all that he was worthy of bearing the Dayne name? After all, he is the illegitimate son of the old Earl de Voorhees. Should his status be legitimized, Starfall City would be his. An unprecedented feat? Alien scoffed, appearing somewhat dismissive. Is he truly capable of conquering Eagle's Beak? Before she could finish her sentence, a recent rumor struck her mind, and she turned abruptly. "Do you think he would attempt to assault Eagle's Beak?" "Absolutely," Daemon asserted with conviction. "I would wager by the blazing sun, the long spear, and the 7 gods that Uruk-Sad will surely muster the forces of Starfall City to assault Eagle's Beak." Alien observed the flickering fire in the eyes of this illegitimate son of the City of Divine Grace and discreetly nodded in agreement. Indeed, as a fellow Shad, Daemon likely empathized with Uruk-Sad's plight. If the main line of the Elian family were to perish, Daemon would undoubtedly risk everything for the chance to inherit the City of Divine Grace. While the glory of conquering Eagle's Beak may not be monumental, it would certainly be a worthy gamble for Uruk-Sad. Furthermore, she had heard whispers that a silver mine had been unearthed in Eagle's Beak. This place truly seemed to be a land of fortune. If successfully captured, her father might very well petition the king for a decree to legitimize Uruk-Sad's status as a reward for his valor. I do not believe Uruk-Sad would dare to send assassins after Edric and Illyria. Such actions, if revealed, would lead to his utter ruin. However, on another matter, you are indeed correct. Uruk is undoubtedly preparing to assault Eagle's Beak. Indeed, Your Highness, Daemon eagerly inquired, should we partake in this battle? The reason he brought this news forth with such urgency was not only to catch a glimpse of the princess who captivated his every thought, but also because he understood that Princess Arianne was a woman of restless spirit. She would certainly not let this opportunity for war slip by. Moreover, he had long grown weary of bearing the stigma of being an illegitimate child. Of course, Arianne affirmed with a nod. Let us seek the prince's counsel and request he dispatch a contingent to accompany us to Starfall. Yet, Arianne slowly shook her head and replied, No, let us refrain from informing father for now. We shall journey to Starfall on our own. Eagle's Beak is but a trifling target. The forces of Starfall are ample enough to conquer it. Daemon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. As you wish, Your Highness. Arianne turned to exit the Grand Hall, concealing from Daemon the fact that she had not seen her father in a considerable time. The ruler of Dorne preferred the solitude of the Water Gardens, and apart from her brother, Prince Oberyn, few could gain easy access to him. Indeed, even his own daughter, Princess Arianne, was not granted such privilege. It is worth noting that House Martell adheres to the traditions of the Rhoynar, wherein female heirs possess equal rights of succession alongside their male counterparts. Thus, as the eldest daughter of the prince, Arianne was destined to be Dorne's future sovereign. However, Arianne had once clandestinely discovered a letter her father penned to her brother Quentyn, in which he assured Quentyn of his future rule over Dorne. This revelation led Arianne to believe that her father intended to strip her of her birthright. For this, she had wept, despaired, and harbored resentment. Yet, true to the Martell family motto of unwavering resilience, she ultimately chose strength. She believed she could alter her father's mind. She merely required a chance to prove herself, an opportunity to demonstrate that she possessed the capability to rule Dorne, much like the legendary warrior Queen Nymeria of old. In the dimly lit, cavernous crypt of Starfall, only the voices of the priests echoed in prayer. Members of House Dayne and their vassals had gathered to mourn their young lord and his aunt. As the priests concluded their invocations, 8 knights stepped forward to place the coffins of Edric and Allery into the stone recesses, allowing them to rest alongside the ancestors of House Dayne. With that, the funeral was declared complete. The priests departed first, followed by the Count of Dorne, who had personally returned with the bodies of his wife and nephew. Unable to face the assembled guests, he left the crypt shrouded in shame. Other attendees began to disperse as well. Yet the members of House Dayne and a few sand snakes remained, their expressions solemn, yet seemingly anticipating something. The Count of Starfall has perished, leaving no heir. And more troubling still, the main lineage of the Dayne family has been entirely extinguished. This situation presents a grave dilemma. Who shall inherit the title of Count of Starfall? While the primary branch of the Dayne family may be devoid of successors, the collateral branches remain vibrant and flourishing. thus ensuring the absence of a potential heir is not a concern. However, the issue lies in the tangled web of succession rights among the collateral lines, which even the most erudite heraldic scholars would struggle to unravel. Furthermore, within the primary branch of the Dayne family, numerous shards are lurking with keen interest, particularly Uric Shard. This man is the uncle of the late Count Edric and has served as the acting Lord of Starfall for over a decade, possessing significant prestige. What he lacks is merely a surname. At this very moment, within the shadowy confines of the crypt, a current of intrigue is beginning to foment. Finally, an elder of considerable age tremulously steps forward, addressing the assembly. Now that we are all gathered, let us deliberate on who shall inherit the title of Count of Starfall. I oppose. A resounding voice suddenly interrupts. The assembly turns in astonishment, both surprised and yet unsurprised to find that the speaker is none other than Uric Shard, the most esteemed illegitimate son of Starfall. Unfazed by the attention of the crowd, Uric calmly strides to the forefront, his composed and solemn gaze sweeping across the assembly, taking in the expressions of each individual. Before he speaks with clarity, I believe the pressing matter at hand is not to discuss who shall inherit the title. A voice chimes in. Sir Uric, what do you consider the urgent priority then? Of course, it is to avenge Count Edric and Miss Illyria, Uric declares with unwavering conviction. His deep, resonant voice reverberates throughout the crypt. Avenge? But they suffered an unfortunate accident during a hunt. If you are referring to that wild boar, it is likely already in pieces courtesy of Count Barry. One individual jested, but the ill-timed humor was met with a collective glare from the assembly. Uric disdainfully curled his lip and retorted, Do you truly believe this was merely an accident? Is it not? Certainly not. Uric asserted emphatically. This was a cowardly assassination targeting children and women, devoid of honor. His declaration elicited a spectrum of reactions, with murmurs of speculation rippling through the crowd. After a moment, someone inquires, Sir Uric, do you know who the perpetrator is? I certainly do. Who? Uric inhaled deeply and articulated each word with intention. Lord Samwell Caesar of Eaglebeak Isle. What evidence do you possess? Uric gestured to a nearby attendant, who promptly exited the crypt. Shortly thereafter, he returned, dragging in a man, bloodied and barely able to stand. Who is he? Someone asked. Uric delivered a kick to the man who lay incapacitated on the ground. Introduce yourself to everyone. Why yes, the man, jolted as if struck by electricity, hurriedly stammered. I am Gil, a subordinate of Lord Caesar. What business does Samwell Caesar have in Starfall City? Gil longed to confess that he was merely delivering wine. But the memories of the torment he had endured and the terrifying threats from that dreadful man compelled him to tremble as he replied. Lord Caesar sent me to monitor the activities of the Dayne family. At this revelation, the crowd erupted in commotion. Yet, a calm voice emerged, questioning. Even if that is the case, it does not prove that Samwell Caesar is the true mastermind behind the assassination of Count Edric and Miss Illyria. Uric immediately pinpointed the source of the inquiry. Sir Gello Dayne from Highgarden City, known as the Dark Star. The Dayne family of Highgarden City is a branch of the Dayne family in Starfall City and is the most powerful among the collateral lines. Although the succession rights of the collateral branches are a tangled mess, ultimately, it is strength that dictates the outcome. Thus, this firstborn from Highgarden City is indeed the most likely candidate to inherit the title of Count of Starfall City, provided that Uric Shad does not change his surname. Now, the Dark Star Jello had evidently sensed Uric's ambitions, prompting him to intervene. Uric appeared well prepared for such inquiries and replied nonchalantly, You are likely aware that just last month, Sir Caesar visited Starfall City. Moreover, he showcased a portrait to me. As he spoke, Uric turned to the butler, Slya. Slya nodded, affirming the occurrence. Indeed, I was present at the time, and Sir Caesar did retrieve a portrait to inquire about the identity of the person depicted. However, that portrait was of Miss Ashera. What relevance does it hold? I initially thought it was Miss Ashera, but upon reflection, it is likely that he was actually referring to Miss Illyria. The butler furrowed his brow but soon nodded in agreement. It is possible. The two young ladies do bear some resemblance. Precisely, Uric declared decisively. Samwell Caesar was confirming Miss Illyria's appearance to assign a task to an assassin. What sort of evidence is that? Jello scoffed. Yet it suffices to establish a substantial suspicion against him. Uric retorted coldly. Moreover, he is expanding territory on Eaglebeak Isle, which poses a tangible threat to Starfall City. Eventually, he will undoubtedly become an enemy of the Dayne family. Sir Jello, why do you persist in defending him? I merely wish to avoid tarnishing a knight's reputation without just cause, Jello argued earnestly. Yet, he recognized the futility of his defense, for no matter how one viewed it, Samwell Caesar was indeed an adversary of the Dayne family, and it now appeared that he bore a significant degree of suspicion. In the wake of the tragic assassination of two prominent members of the Dayne family, advocating for such a person is undoubtedly likely to provoke public outrage. I would never wrongfully accuse an innocent knight. However, in order for Count Edric and Miss Illyria to find peace, we must capture Samwell Caesar and bring him to justice. With that, Ulrich abruptly unsheathed his long sword, exclaiming, "Who wishes to join me?" No sooner had he spoken than several stepped forward. "I shall. So shall I." Witnessing the knights rise to the occasion, Ulrich could hardly conceal his excitement and fervor. He realized that his moment had finally arrived. At the mouth of Eagle Beak Isle, Natalie, like a fledgling returning to its nest, dashed into her mother's embrace. "Why did you take so long to arrive?" Nala gently stroked her daughter's long hair, smiling. "I was only gone for a month. Is that such a long time?" "Indeed it is." Natalie pouted for a moment before becoming aware of their surroundings and reluctantly stepped away from her mother's warm embrace. "Did you fare well in my absence?" "Quite well," Natalie replied, taking her mother's hand as they strolled into the valley. "I even visited Starfall City with Lord Caesar." "You went to Starfall City?" Nala's expression shifted slightly. "Yes," Natalie replied, oblivious to her mother's unease, adding with a hint of disappointment, "But Lord Caesar didn't take me to the Dayne family castle. He merely allowed me to wander the marketplace." Nala exhaled a sigh of relief, though a flicker of unspoken disappointment crossed her features. The two chatted and laughed as they ventured deeper into the valley, where Nala noticed significant changes. "Wait, why does it seem that there are many more riverbend folk?" "Oh, those are the refugees Lord Caesar gathered. They just arrived last week. There are at least 3,000 of them." Nala nodded, continuing onward. She first visited the welfare home to check on the elderly and children of the Raven tribe before meeting Samwell, trading the latest collection of spectral herbs with him. "Lord Caesar, we have a few tribesmen who are favored by the old gods, granting us heightened perception compared to ordinary folk." Samwell, finding Natalie's words somewhat vague, probed. "Is Natalie among those favored by the old gods?" Nala hesitated briefly but ultimately nodded, affirming, "Yes." Samwell then began to grasp what the blessing of the old gods entailed. Noticing Nala's reluctance to elaborate, he refrained from pressing further. Contemplating silverleaf and golden shrimp, he pondered what truly held significance within spectral herbs. The blessing of the old gods. An idea struck him. Could he dare to experiment with the fishbeam wood? However, such a notion was perilous. If discovered, it could incite a frenzied assault from the followers of the old gods. Thus, if he were to proceed, it must be done in utmost secrecy. Samwell momentarily suppressed his thoughts, bidding farewell to Nala before returning alone to his humble abode. He consumed all the ghost grass he had acquired, resulting in a notable enhancement of his mental attributes, which now soared to 207. Yet, he found it difficult to articulate the specific changes he experienced. Lying on his bed, he endeavored to relax his mind, attempting to recapture the sensation of embodying a bird during that fateful night in his dreams. However, the more he sought it, the more elusive it became, as a torrent of chaotic thoughts prevented him from focusing. In frustration, he decided to attempt sleep, but it was still morning, rendering slumber unattainable. In a moment of restlessness, Samwell suddenly recalled the fish-leaf tree he had encountered in his previous dream, particularly the aged visage intricately carved into its trunk. It appeared so vivid, as if it were before him. Concentrating all his mental energy on that face, he gradually felt his agitation subside. A faint whisper seemed to echo in his ear, as if attempting to communicate something, yet he could not discern the words. In a trance, it felt as though Samwell's spirit transformed into a meandering river, flowing along an unknown course toward the horizon. Upon reopening his eyes, he was astonished to discover himself soaring high above the azure sky. Wisps of clouds and gentle breezes enveloped him, while the vast, cerulean sea rushed beneath him. Unlike the previous hazy experiences, this time, Samwell vividly perceived the reality surrounding him. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had inhabited the form of an eagle. With sharp talons and a powerful beak, its plumage was a rich brown-black, save for the tail feathers adorned with white. Its wings, when fully spread, measured a remarkable 30 feet, and its keen eyes could spot prey from miles away. This was indeed a magnificent tool for reconnaissance. Elation surged within Samwell. Moreover, he discovered that he could manipulate the falcon's actions according to his will. It felt as though he had stumbled upon an exhilarating game, guiding the eagle to soar and dive, skimming the ocean's surface and plummeting between cliffs, even capturing an unfortunate mountain mouse in the process. In his playful exploration, he found himself, almost unwittingly, across the bay, where the silhouette of Starfall City came into view. Driven by curiosity, he resolved to fly closer, eager to behold the city from above. As he approached, the towering spires rose like swords thrusting into the sky, standing majestically amidst the cliffs. Gazing upon this awe-inspiring sight, Samwell's heart stirred with ambition, contemplating when he might one day construct such a grand castle. However, in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. He noticed that the atmosphere within Starfall City was decidedly unsettling. The streets were nearly deserted, and those present hurried along, their faces etched with anxiety and foreboding. What calamity had befallen the city? Samwell immediately directed his flight toward the Dayne family's castle, only to discover it transformed into a vast military encampment. Colorful banners fluttered in the wind, soldiers stood in neat formation, and knights clad in gleaming armor indicated that the Dayne family was clearly preparing for war. As for the object of the war, Samwell was filled with dread. Who else could it be but himself? He maneuvered the falcon to soar above the skies of Starfall City, continuing to observe the movements of the Dayne family while pondering the sudden impetus for their assault against him. It made no sense. He had distinctly reached an agreement with the acting lord regarding the supply of brandy, essentially gifting them funds. Could it be that they had merely feigned acceptance of his terms, only to secretly prepare an attack on Eagle's Beak? Was this individual a war fanatic? Or had he lost his sanity in pursuit of fame? Samwell could not comprehend why Uric was so resolute in his desire to confront him. Nor could he fathom why the vassals and soldiers of Starfall City were willing to follow a bastard into madness. Were they truly that wary of the River Bay people establishing a stronghold on Eagle's Beak? With a sigh, Samwell recognized that further contemplation was futile. He could only hasten back to Eagle's Beak and prepare for war. It was essential to note that Starfall City was not far from Eagle's Beak, under favorable winds. One could reach it by ship in half a day. Estimating the military preparations of the Dayne family, he surmised that within 3 days at the earliest, in a week at most, vessels from Starfall City would likely force a landing on the shores of Eagle's Beak. With this thought, Samwell withdrew his awareness and abruptly sat up in bed. Preparation for war at Eagle's Beak, the Lord's cottage. Samwell convened a meeting of his vassals once more. However, this time, the atmosphere was palpably tense. Rather than following the usual protocol of soliciting reports on their work, he addressed them directly. I bear bad news. The Dayne family from Starfall City is mobilizing their military. It appears they are preparing for battle. As soon as he uttered these words, the expressions of the gathered individuals shifted dramatically. Yet, one simpleton foolishly inquired, My lord, where does the Dayne family intend to strike? Such a foolish question was not worth Samwell's response. Fortunately, upon noticing the strange looks from the others, the man finally grasped the implication. Are they coming to attack us? It seemed so. Samwell's expression grew grave. Our territory is so close to Starfall City, and the animosity from the Dayne family is inevitable. This conflict is bound to occur. Therefore, we must prepare for war. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present exhibited a spectrum of reactions. Some were fearful, others tense, some serious. And yet there were a few inexplicably excited. It was merely the madman command that alleviated the tension. Samwell wrapped his fingers lightly on the table, drawing everyone's attention, and reassured them. No need for undue panic. I have already relayed this matter back to High Court. I trust that Duke Mace will dispatch reinforcements swiftly. At these words, the countenances of the assembly brightened considerably, save for Todvor, who furrowed his brow. He is not one of those wild men or a lower-class Gavin. He is fully aware that, under such circumstances, Duke Mace may very well refrain from sending reinforcements. After all, the castle has yet to be completed, and legally speaking, Eagle's Beak is not considered the territory of Riverbend, but rather a disputed land. In this context, Duke Mace may be reluctant to commit troops. As for Lady Alina, had Samwell initially accepted the old lady's arrangements, she would undoubtedly have persuaded the Duke to send forces. However, the situation now is uncertain. Moreover, even if the Duke were to dispatch troops, Eagle's Beak must endure until the reinforcements arrive. Naturally, regardless of his thoughts, Todd would not be foolish enough to voice such sentiments publicly, for it would jeopardize the Lord's efforts to reassure the populace. At this juncture, Samwell had already commenced preparations for war. He first instructed Gavin to organize the evacuation of the vulnerable elderly and children from the orphanage to the villages beyond the valley. Subsequently, he ordered Vito to mobilize craftsmen and laborers to urgently construct defensive fortifications. He planned to establish 2 lines of defense. The outer line would consist of trenches and fences, encompassing a significant portion of Eagle's Beak, including the vital structures and the valley's entrance. The second line of defense would be the still incomplete castle. Although unfinished, the walls had already reached nearly 5 feet in height, providing a commendable level of defense. In truth, Samwell sincerely hoped not to rely on this second line. For doing so would not only signify that his hard-won efforts over the past 6 months would be trampled by the enemy, but would also result in the only land route in and out of Eagle's Beak falling into enemy hands. In such a scenario, even if Duke Mace did send reinforcements, they would likely be easily blocked from entering the valley. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, he would not relinquish the first line of defense. Subsequently, Samwell commanded Todd to urgently summon 300 soldiers, half from the wild men and half from the Riverbend refugees. This would bring the military strength of Eagle's Beak to nearly 600. Of course, the truly reliable forces would consist of the original 200 soldiers, while an additional 100 had received 2 to 3 months of training, making them somewhat dependable. As for the 300 that Todd was tasked with urgently recruiting, one could not place too much hope in them. Regarding weapons and provisions, Eagle's Beak was not currently lacking. Samwell had previously exchanged the gold dragons obtained from House Lannister for weaponry and supplies, preparing for unforeseen circumstances. He now felt immense relief that he had not squandered those gold dragons on enhancing his own strength attributes. No matter how strong he became, he could not single-handedly confront 100 foes. Furthermore, he possessed a considerable weakness. His agility attribute was alarmingly low. Even now, Samwell had yet to discover any food or minerals that could enhance his agility. Thus, while his strength far exceeded that of an average person, his vulnerability remained glaringly evident. Moreover, regardless of one's strength, he is not impervious to harm. A blade can inflict wounds and draw blood. Thus, he must seek alternative methods. Once the preparations for the battle were adequately outlined, Samwell promptly instructed everyone to disperse and ready themselves. However, he deliberately retained Bachelor Coburn by his side. Coburn, are you capable of concocting wildfire? During his viewing of the television series, Samwell had been astounded by the terrifying potency of this remarkable alchemical substance. It is an exceedingly combustible liquid. Once ignited, wildfire cannot be extinguished until the object it has contaminated is entirely consumed by flames, and it can even burn on water. In the renowned Battle of Blackwater, the infamous Tyrion Lannister employed wildfire to annihilate Stannis' naval fleet. Coburn wore a faint smile and nodded, saying, "My lord, the tricks of those alchemists are certainly no challenge for me. However, if you intend to utilize it in the forthcoming war, there may be some complications." Samwell's initial joy at the first part of the statement faded as he furrowed his brow at the latter half. What complications? Firstly, the production of wildfire necessitates a considerable quantity of expensive materials, most of which are not available here and would need to be transported from elsewhere. This may prove too time-consuming. Indeed, and even if the materials were at hand, the creation of wildfire requires a lengthy process, making it impractical should war erupt in the near future. Samwell's demeanor shifted to one of disappointment. "Very well, I understand. My lord," Coburn continued. "If you require a flammable liquid, I can certainly prepare something for you." "Oh," Samwell perked up. "Is it comparable in effect to wildfire?" Coburn shook his head. "It cannot compare to wildfire, as it will not burn on water, and its potency is considerably less. However, it ignites easily and is not easily extinguished. More importantly, the primary materials you possess in abundance." "What materials?" "Brandy." "Brandy?" Samwell was aware that spirits with an alcohol content of 40 to 50 degrees could indeed be ignited, but they could also be extinguished quite easily, making it difficult to meet his requirements. Additionally, the distillation apparatus at his disposal could not produce a higher concentration of alcohol. Sensing Samwell's skepticism, Coburn elaborated, "Of course, it is not merely brandy. I will add a little something to enhance its flammability, making it much harder to extinguish." At this, Samwell's eyes brightened. "Prepare a sample for me to see at once." "At your service. Confidence, Lady Nala. Do you require my assistance?" Samwell inquired while sipping the wine offered to him after concluding his address to the recruits. Nala tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and softly asked, "My Lord Caesar, I have heard that the Dayne family from Starfall is about to assault Eagle's Nest?" "Indeed," Samwell nodded. "The Crow's Eye tribe is not my vassals. So if you choose to depart, I shall not impede your path." Having spoken, he turned and strode forward. Time was of the essence, and he truly had no inclination to concern himself with the people of the Crow tribe, for their numbers were few and hardly constituted a formidable support. Unexpectedly, Nala followed in Samuel's footsteps and said, "My lord, you have misunderstood. You have always shown great care for the Crow tribe, and we shall not forget this kindness. Should Eagle Beak Island face peril, we will not stand idly by." Samuel was taken aback and glanced at the woman beside him, his tone becoming solemn. "I am grateful for the assistance offered by the Crow tribe in this critical moment. I shall remember it well." "This is what we ought to do," she replied. "However, the elderly, women, and children of the tribe will retreat to the village outside the valley along with the welfare institution. I, along with 185 brave warriors from my clan, shall remain to assist you in defending your territory." "Very well," Samwell nodded, yet he noticed Nala appeared to be on the verge of saying something more. He patiently waited for a moment, but ultimately, Nala refrained from speaking further. After a respectful bow, she turned to leave. Samwell stood still, gazing at her retreating figure for a while, and surmised what she had hesitated to express. However, since Nala ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts, Samwell had no intention of pressing her. He understood well that even if Nala were to reveal her true identity now, it could not alter the course of this impending war. The illegitimate son from Starfall would not abandon his ambitions for a woman who had been deceased for over a decade. The soldiers of House Dayne would not lay down their swords for an Ashara Dayne of uncertain identity. Of course, this is not to say that Ashara's identity bore no significance. Just as Robert Baratheon ascended the Iron Throne not solely due to a hint of true dragon blood flowing through his veins, but because he triumphed in the Usurper's War. Yet, one cannot deny the utility of that trace of true dragon blood, for it considerably diminished the resistance of nobles loyal to the Targaryen dynasty, allowing them to deceive themselves into believing that Robert was indeed a Targaryen, albeit only a quarter of one by blood. Similarly, while Ashara Dayne may seem of little use at present, should Samwell emerge victorious in this war, the situation would be transformed. The vassals and subjects of House Dayne would not easily surrender to a noble from the Riverlands, but if Ashara were to stand before them, they would willingly pledge their loyalty to her. Whether or not a figure named Caesar stood behind her would be conveniently overlooked by the majority. However, all of this hinged upon one crucial condition. He must win this war. Regaining his composure, Samwell continued onward, encountering his busy subjects preparing for battle, each offering him greetings and bows. Samwell reciprocated with a smile and a nod while observing the spirits of his people, noting that they bore little semblance of panic. It made sense. These wild folk had little comprehension of the Dayne family's power, yet they were filled with awe and confidence in their lord. In their eyes, the invincible Lord Caesar would undoubtedly lead them to victory once more. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their lord's demeanor belied an inner turmoil. Samwell was acutely aware that the forces of House Dayne were not the primitive tribes he had previously bullied. The disparity in weaponry and the caliber of soldiers was starkly evident. Furthermore, they were at a numerical disadvantage. In such an overwhelmingly adverse situation, aside from praying that Bachelor Cobain's contraption would yield the anticipated results, the likelihood of Eagle's Beak holding its ground with their current strength was slim. Nevertheless, he had to maintain an appearance of composure, lest the morale of his troops falter. As he approached Bachelor Cobain's modest abode, Samwell pushed the door open and was greeted by a potent aroma of alcohol. "How are things progressing?" He endeavored to keep his tone steady. "Better than I anticipated," Cobain replied, a confident smile gracing his lips. As he spoke, he tossed a typical Dorn armor onto the ground. The scorching desert climate and relentless sun compelled the Dornish to minimize the metal they donned to avoid burns. Thus, this armor was merely leather, reinforced with steel at critical points. Cobain then produced a vial and poured its contents over the leather armor. After stepping back, he hurled a candle towards it. Boom! The armor was instantly engulfed in blue flames. Samwell's eyes widened, and he swiftly removed his outer garment, approaching the blazing armor to beat down the flames. The fire visibly diminished, yet it did not extinguish completely. However, his outerwear soon caught fire as well, forcing him to discard it. After ceasing his efforts, the flames on the armor rekindled fiercely. Samwell nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "What about water?" Without a word, Cobain lifted a basin of water prepared on the table and poured it over the armor. With a sizzle, sparks flew, and the flames subsided somewhat, but soon flared up once again. Samwell quickly piled sand on top, and indeed, the fire was extinguished. Bachelor Cobain remarked, "As long as it is covered with sand or submerged in water, the flames will be doused. This is certainly inferior to true wildfire." In truth, Samwell was already quite pleased. The brandy was merely 40 to 50 proof, easily ignitable, yet extinguishing it presented no challenge. Using it effectively on the battlefield against foes would be arduous. However, with Cobain's added innovations, while it still fell short of genuine wildfire, it exceeded Samwell's expectations. This concoction was not insurmountable, but the Dornish, encountering it for the first time, would undoubtedly be unaware of how to counter it. Moreover, these simple folk, accustomed only to low-proof spirits, would hardly connect alcohol with fire. This gap in knowledge alone could secure a decisive victory. "Excellent. Bachelor Cobain, I require you to expedite the transformation of all brandy within the territory into this substance. All of it." Cobain could not conceal his astonishment. He was well aware of the considerable quantity of brandy currently in the territory, the first batch intended for delivery to Qingting Island, Old Town, and Gaoting, representing an immense fortune accumulated over the past 3 months. All of it. Samwell gritted his teeth, though the thought of sacrificing such valuable spirits pained him. He dared not hold back in the face of a formidable adversary. Otherwise, if he were to lose, he would be left with nothing. How long will it take you to accomplish this? Cobain pondered for a moment. Approximately 3 to 4 days, I suppose. Excellent. Inform me if you require assistance. Your task is now the utmost priority. Yes, my lord. Stepping out of the small chamber, Samwell exhaled deeply. With the castrated version of wildfire crafted by Bachelor Cobain, he finally felt a surge of confidence regarding the impending battle. Of course, he also recognized that his operational plans would need to be adjusted accordingly. Gavin. Samwell hastened a few steps and called out loudly to the young steward who was busily engaged in his duties. The sun had barely risen when House Dayne boarded the ship. Looking back, he beheld a myriad of flags fluttering in the wind, as troops briskly embarked upon the hundreds of longships lined up at the dock. Even under such circumstances, the army maintained a semblance of order, avoiding a chaotic crush. The deep brown leather armor, the dark curved blades, and the muted yellow shields radiated an aura of bloodlust and menace. House inhaled deeply, the metallic scent of rust filling his nostrils, invigorating his ambition. The only source of dissatisfaction was that High-Hidden City had indeed failed to dispatch reinforcements. Moreover, swayed by the despicable Dark Star, Jello Dayne, numerous vassal knights of the Dayne family had rejected his summons. This, of course, was anticipated. As the most powerful branch of the Dayne family, the inhabitants of High-Hidden City were unlikely to share his sentiments. Perhaps they even relished the prospect of his failure, as it would grant the Danes of High-Hidden City a chance to seize control of Starfall City. Yet, how could he possibly fail? House scoffed disdainfully. Though this campaign had been hastily organized, it was far from a whimsical decision made in a moment of fervor. It was the result of meticulous consideration. He had long since gathered intelligence on Eagle Beak Isle, discovering that no more than 200 soldiers were truly fit for battle, while he had amassed nearly 2,000 elite troops. Furthermore, the opposing fortress was still under construction, rendering them particularly vulnerable. If he did not seize this opportunity to vanquish them, allowing them to solidify their position would undoubtedly create insurmountable challenges for Starfall City. My lord, the soldiers have completed boarding. Excellent. House nodded, turned to face the direction of Eagle Beak Isle, and raised his hand emphatically, proclaiming, "Let us set sail." Aye. At the sound of a command, hundreds of white sails unfurled in succession, billowing in the sea breeze like crescent moons. The sharp, knife-like bows of the ships cleaved through the waves, heading towards Eagle Beak Isle. The commotion startled countless seabirds, which circled and cried out above the fleet. Among these birds, a large falcon with pure white tail feathers swept down from above the fleet, its keen eyes seemingly reflecting a hint of human emotion. In the next instant, the falcon flapped its wings vigorously and shot upwards like an arrow into the clouds, vanishing from sight. In the blink of an eye, the falcon arrived at Eagle Beak Isle, soaring above the Lord's cottage. This spectacle quickly drew the attention of many villagers. Just then, the wooden door of the cottage swung open, and Samwell emerged. The falcon immediately dove down and landed on his shoulder. My people, the enemy is approaching. Are you prepared for battle? For Lord Caesar, we shall slay the foes. Lord Caesar is invincible. Amidst the cheers, Nara stared at Samwell and the falcon on his shoulder, her gaze somewhat vacant. Mother, Nada whispered in her ear, does Lord Caesar not also possess the favor of the old gods? Nara continued to gaze at Samwell. Indeed. Nada tilted her head in confusion. But is he not a knight of the 7 gods? I do not know. Nara gently shook her head, her tone somewhat ethereal. But since the gods have arranged it thus, there must be a reason. Just past noon, when the sun was at its zenith, House stood at the bow of the ship, already able to discern the outline of Eagle Beak Isle from afar. As the fleet advanced, the situation on the shore became increasingly clear, yet his brow furrowed slightly. Lord House, it seems the River Bay people are aware of our approach. The attendant behind him had evidently noticed the activity on Eagle Beak Isle as well. House snorted lightly. It appears there are still numerous spies from River Bay who escaped capture in Starfall City. But it matters not. What can they do by preparing in advance? In just a few days, can they possibly rebuild a castle? His words elicited hearty laughter from those behind him, clearly dismissing any notion of resistance from Eagle Beak Isle. After a moment of mirth, House's expression grew serious as the distance to the beach diminished. He commanded in a low voice, sound the horns, prepare to land. Yes, charge. Amidst the deep-sounding horns and the resounding battle cries, longships surged forward, propelled by the wind and waves towards the shore. Before the vessels had even stabilized, the warriors of Dorne leaped forth, splashing through the knee-deep seawater as they rushed to the beach. However, after a moment of fervent charge, they halted, bewildered. For the anticipated enemy was nowhere to be seen. The shore lay deserted. Of course, it was not entirely devoid of people. They were merely hiding far behind the defenses constructed of ditches and wooden palisades. What shall we do? Shall we continue the charge? The warriors of Dorne found themselves in a state of bewilderment, for the command from Shangwan merely instructed them to establish a beachhead, not to launch an assault upon the enemy's stronghold. At that moment, Uric also perceived the peculiarities on the shore. Do these riverbend folk lack the courage to confront us? He scoffed. It is well known that when faced with an adversary emerging from the sea, the optimal strategy for the defenders is to array themselves upon the beach, as those soldiers who have endured the tumultuous waves are rendered weary. Moreover, as they disembark from their vessels without any formation, it presents a moment of vulnerability for the attackers. Yet, to Uric's astonishment, the riverbend people preferred to cower behind their fortifications rather than seize the opportunity to counterattack while their foes were unsteady on the sand. What a pack of cowards! Uric suddenly felt a twinge of disinterest, as if the prospect of victory had arrived too effortlessly, robbing it of excitement. He was aboard a large ship, drawing too deep to rush upon the beach like the nimble longboats. Thus he remained docked. Indeed, the riverbend folk had not even destroyed the pier. This made Uric feel less like a conqueror and more like a visitor. "My lord, shall we press the attack?" a knight inquired as he disembarked. Uric smiled faintly and replied, "Let us not be hasty. Allow the soldiers to disembark, rest, and partake of provisions to restore their strength. As you command." Thus, the grand confrontation commenced under this somewhat peculiar atmosphere. Both parties appeared to lack urgency. One side remained concealed behind their defenses, while the other leisurely disembarked and consumed rations. To an uninformed observer, it might have seemed like a prearranged drill. However, it was evidently no mere exercise. Around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, with a command from Uric, the Dornish finally initiated their first wave of assault against the riverbend stronghold. With over 300 valiant vanguards, wielding curved blades and clad in leather armor, they charged forth, shouting resounding battle cries, thus unveiling the bloody chapter of this conflict. Kill, a Dornish warrior, leading the charge, had just slid into a deep and wide trench when he witnessed a riverbend soldier hurling a wooden barrel at him from behind a wooden barricade. A barrel? The Dornish warrior hesitated for a moment, then deftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the projectile. However, the barrel proved to be fragile, shattering upon impact with the ground, splattering its contents all over him. In a moment of panic, he feared it might be some lethal poison, but after a brief wait, he felt no ill effects. Instead, he was greeted by a potent aroma of alcohol. Simultaneously, he noticed that he was not alone. Others were subjected to the same barrel bombardment. Yet, what harm could this possibly inflict? The bizarre scene left the Dornish momentarily stunned. Naturally, they soon regained their composure,
evading the barrels aimed at them while launching their assault against the rudimentary fortifications before them. The trench was merely a tad deeper than the average person's height,
with a gentle slope that was not particularly steep. Due to the urgency of the repairs, protruding rocks were scattered across the slope, making it relatively easy to climb. One simply needed to avoid the wooden barrels. Being struck by one was not particularly grievous. Soon, several Dornish warriors emerged from the trench. However, they were met with formidable resistance. Behind the wooden barricades stood a row of soldiers wielding long rifles, comprising both the people of the riverbend and darker-skinned savages. Yet, under the unified command, they thrust their long guns forward in unison. In that moment, it felt as though a forest of steel was charging at them. The Dornish did not falter before this dense array of weaponry. They were not savages, and their combat training was far superior. While evading the long rifles, they seized the opportunity during the enemy's reloading to rush forward and scale the barricade. After several rounds of thrusts, the Dornish warriors, having familiarized themselves with the riverbend tactics, found themselves less frequently hit. In fact, several Dornish soldiers breached the wooden barricade and plunged into the ranks of the riverbend warriors. Naturally, the scattered Dornish could not significantly disrupt the formation of the riverbend. Nevertheless, the Dornish did not relent. They continued their relentless assaults. And as more and more Dornish warriors vaulted over the barricade, signs of instability began to emerge within the riverbend formation. At that moment, the riverbend warriors unexpectedly chose to retreat, decisively abandoning their first line of defense. A Dornish knight, draped in a dark yellow cloak, leapt over the barricade and felled a riverbend soldier, Yet upon witnessing the orderly withdrawal of the riverbend, he ultimately refrained from recklessly pursuing. Behind him, an increasing number of Dornish warriors surged over the barricade, fully occupying this defensive line. "My lord, shall we pursue?" the knight inquired, gazing at the two similar barricades ahead and the half-constructed castle beyond. Shaking his head, he replied, "Rest in place. You go inform Lord Ulrich of the situation here." "Yes." In the rear, Ulrich, upon hearing the frontline report, found himself somewhat perplexed. This was perhaps the most bizarre battle he had engaged in throughout his military career. From the very beginning, it had exuded an air of peculiarity. He was uncertain whether it was Sir Caesar on the opposing side who lacked military acumen and was acting foolishly, or if the enemy harbored some cunning scheme. Ulrich inclined towards the latter possibility. After all, a man who could maintain his ground in the Crimson Mountains and command the allegiance of thousands of savages hardly seemed a fool. "Where are the barrels they threw? Find one and bring it to me." Ulrich resolved to proceed with caution. "Yes." Soon, a soldier returned with a wooden barrel in tow. This was a barrel that the riverbend had abandoned behind their first line, having not yet been discarded, thus remaining intact. Ulrich scrutinized it closely and discovered it to be an ordinary oak barrel, though the iron hoops surrounding it had been deliberately damaged, causing the entire barrel to fall apart with a mere bump. With meticulous care, he removed the barrel stopper and was immediately met with a rich aroma of liquor. It was brandy. But why did the other party choose to discard all this alcohol? It is not as if it could cause fatal harm. Due to technological limitations, the nobility of Westeros possesses scant knowledge regarding high-proof spirits, let alone the fact that such beverages can ignite when the alcohol content is elevated. Therefore, Ulrich could not fathom any connection between the liquor and fire. Could it be poisonous? This was the only conceivable possibility that crossed Ulrich's mind. He was struck with a chill and hastily set down the barrel, instructing the soldiers, advised the men to refrain from touching these liquors, seal their mouths and noses, and ensure that none of it enters their bodies. Understood. Subsequently, Ulrich ordered the vanguard to regroup at the first line of defense and replaced them with a second batch of 300 warriors to assault the second line of defense held by the Bay people. The skirmish at the second line was unremarkable, nearly a replica of the previous conflict. The inexplicable barrels and hastily dug trenches posed little threat. The only real dangers were the wooden palisades and the spear formations behind them. However, due to the extensive length of the defense line and the insufficient numbers of the Bay people, it was all too easy for the Dornish to find gaps to breach. Yet again, as more and more Dornish soldiers scaled the palisade, the Bay people, sensing the tide turning against them, chose to retreat. The Dornish did not recklessly pursue. Instead, they methodically occupied the second line of defense before continuing their assault on the third. The pattern remained unchanged, with the benefit of prior experience. This time the Dornish suffered minimal casualties while seizing the third line of defense. Before them now stood only the final line, the unfinished castle. At this moment, even the most prudent Dornish warriors could not suppress their sense of triumph. When did the Bay people become so cowardly? They dare not even confront us head-on. Indeed, their ranks were impressively orderly, particularly during the retreat. The battlefield was suffused with a jovial atmosphere, as Dornish warriors bantered and laughed, as though on a leisurely outing. Ulrich, however, remained furrowed in thought as he approached the last line of defense, scrutinizing the half-finished castle. Compared to the crude wooden palisades of the previous defenses, the castle walls appeared quite formidable. The exterior was remarkably smooth, offering few footholds, making it arduous to scale without tools. Moreover, it boasted inner and outer layers, making it nearly impossible to breach without substantial siege equipment. Regrettably, the walls were still incomplete, standing only a mere 10 feet high, making a forced assault not overly daunting. If the Bay people inside remained as cowardly as before, Ulrich even entertained the notion of enjoying dinner within this unfinished stronghold. "Sir Eris, take 300 men and seize this so-called castle for me." "Yes, my lord." To battle. The cries of war resounded once more. Confronting the final line of defense at Eagle's Beak, the Dornish launched their attack anew. However, this time, the challenge would not be comparable to the previous 3 encounters. The smooth exterior of the walls offered no foothold. One could only ascend with the aid of siege apparatuses such as hooks and bamboo ladders. Moreover, the resistance of the Riverbend people was evidently more tenacious than before. Countless sharp spears rained down like a torrential storm upon the besieging forces, erupting in vivid splashes of crimson blood. Upon the parapets, the warriors of Riverbend brandished their swords, severing the bamboo ladders and ropes, while simultaneously hurling stones and logs to thwart the Dornish ascent. Yet, at this moment, The riverbend defenders had not forgotten to launch barrels filled with liquor into the ranks of the Dornish. It seemed an indispensable part of their strategy. The amber liquid quickly soaked the surface of the walls and the ground, mingling with the sanguine blood to create a horrific and glaring hue. Uric observed this spectacle with a stoic indifference, his heart untroubled. This level of combat aligned perfectly with his expectations. The prior performance of the riverbend people had been too anomalous, instilling in him a sense of suspicion. However, witnessing the escalating casualties among the Dornish soldiers brought him a sense of relief. The only lingering doubt in his mind was the continuous barrage of barrels tumbling from the battlements. He found it perplexing to comprehend the enemy's motives behind such actions. Since the onset of battle, the enemy's bizarre maneuvers had been numerous. Uric even suspected that Sir Caesar was deliberately concocting new tactics to sow doubt in his mind, hindering his full commitment. If that were indeed the case, it could only be said that the opponent had miscalculated. Uric's resolve for victory was unwavering. He not only sought to triumph, but to achieve a resounding victory. Only then could he win the favor of Prince Dolan and convince all that he was worthy of inheriting Starfall Castle. As the initial wave of assault began to wane, Uric dispatched another contingent of fresh troops, denying the defenders any respite. The cacophony of battle intensified once more. Several Dornish soldiers managed to ascend the walls, only to be fiercely repelled by the defenders. The bodies accumulating below the battlements grew ever more numerous, and the earth beneath became soft and muddy, exuding the scent of blood mingled with the rich aroma of liquor. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the radiant twilight adorned Eagle's Beak Island like a masterful oil painting. Uric, expressionless, listened to his subordinates report the casualties, already resigned to the fact that the castle was unlikely to fall today. The soldiers under Sir Caesar indeed possessed formidable prowess. Yet, that prowess seemed limited. On several occasions, the Dornish had nearly breached the castle. He believed that with a few more rounds of assaults on the morrow, the castle's defenders would inevitably crumble. Uric glanced at the sun nearing the horizon and issued the command to withdraw. However, at the moment the horn sounded, a tall figure suddenly emerged upon the battlements. He bore a colossal torch. No, it was not merely a torch. Uric instantly recognized him as Lord Samwell Caesar of Eagle's Beak. In the next moment, a scene unfolded that would be etched into the memories of Uric and all present Dornish for a lifetime. Before my eyes, the Knight of the River Bend swung his war hammer, tracing a brilliant arc of fire through the air, and then struck down upon a Dorn warrior who had ascended the castle walls. With a resounding thud, the Dorn warrior was shattered like a ripe watermelon, exploding into a gruesome spectacle of blood, shattered bones, and dismembered limbs, ignited instantaneously, blooming like fireworks and painting the horrific scene with vibrant colors. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze in time, as all gazes were transfixed upon the towering figure standing defiantly atop the walls, wielding the blazing hammer. As the sparks rained down upon the ground, igniting the outer walls and saturating the Dorn warrior's leather armor with the spilled liquid, flames erupted forth like blossoms in full bloom. Before the Dorn soldiers could comprehend the chaos, a multitude of blazing torches rained down from the battlements, instantaneously adding countless fiery blossoms to the battlefield. What was happening? Uric had yet to recover from the shock of witnessing the knight's devastating blow when he beheld the rapidly spreading flames, leaving him utterly bewildered. His fellow knights were equally dazed, unable to respond to their leader's inquiries. "Quick, bring them back. Retreat. Order a retreat," Uric shouted, grasping the messenger by his collar. Yes, my lord." Yet, it was already too late for a withdrawal. The speed at which the flames spread surpassed all expectations. In the blink of an eye, the castle's outer walls were engulfed in fire, and the Dorn warriors attempting to scale them became mere flaming figures, tumbling down amidst their anguished screams. The ground below transformed into a sea of flames, as the liquid-soaked earth ignited at the mere touch of a spark, mercilessly consuming the Dorn warriors who lingered upon it. A cacophony of agonizing screams reverberated across the battlefield. Alas, no amount of rolling or desperate attempts to extinguish the flames could save them. Even if they stripped off their burning leather armor, escape from this inferno was impossible. Moreover, the conflagration spread with alarming rapidity. The Dorn warriors at the rear, witnessing the chaos, were seized by terror, fleeing in a frenzy before their leader could issue a command. But how could one outrun the fire? During the previous battles, the land within the three defensive lines had been thoroughly soaked with the specially concocted liquid, which soon ignited into roaring flames. "My lord, run." Uric found himself paralyzed, staring at the hellish scene before him. Even as his attendant shouted frantically in his ear, he remained unresponsive. Ultimately, it took two of his personal guards to hoist him and flee in haste. Upon the castle, Samwell stood, his burning hammer in hand, expressionless as he surveyed the devastation. Behind him, a multitude of frenzied soldiers roared with excitement, their jubilant cries coalescing into a singular name. Caesar! 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 Natalie could not help but wave her petite fists, joining the jubilant cheers of the crowd. Mother! Mother! We have triumphed! We have triumphed! Lord Caesar is truly magnificent. Yet, Nala stood transfixed, her gaze fixed upon the silhouette of Samwell, resembling a statue. The inferno beyond the city and the fiery hammers wielded by the knights intertwined in a dazzling display, while the billowing smoke coiled around him. The crashing waves echoed in the background, and the fading sunlight cast its golden hues upon this scene, solidifying it into an everlasting tableau. The stars wept crimson, and the long night approached. Nala slowly began to recite an ancient prophecy passed down from Ashar. Azor Ahai shall be reborn in the land of smoke and salt. He will awaken the dragons of stone, wielding the burning sword, leading humanity to vanquish the demons lurking in darkness and ushering in an endless summer. I will not depart. We have not yet lost. The House of Dayne shall never concede defeat. Yorick shouted, his bloodshot eyes ablaze with fury. However, as he surveyed his surroundings, he found no one responding to his fervent call. Approximately 200 Dornish had managed to escape the inferno, yet they were either slumped on the ground in a daze, weeping in despair, or gazing seaward as if ready to abandon this dreadful place. None possessed the courage to meet Yorick's gaze, nor did anyone wish to follow a commander who had clearly lost his sanity. Failure? Yorick seized the collar of the man who spoke, bellowing, "You too are a knight of the seven gods. How can you so easily utter the word failure? Where is your honor, your faith, your steadfastness?" The Dornish knight, too, was incensed, shoving Yorick away and retorting, "Yorick Shard, this battle was yours to fight and yours to command. Open your eyes and see how many brave warriors of House Dayne have sacrificed their lives for your folly. Do you even dare speak of honor? I will not allow their sacrifices to be in vain." Yorick drew his sword with a swift motion, wildly brandishing it in the air as if he had succumbed to madness. "We have not lost. How could we lose? We are the descendants of the King of the Torrent. We are the knights who follow the trails of the stars. We are the inheritors of the Dawn's sword." Hey! A figure emerged from the now dimming inferno, interrupting with a mocking tone, "I say, Dawn's sword, the night is nearly upon us. Do you still intend to demonstrate your swordsmanship?" Yorick abruptly turned to face the newcomer, mustering every ounce of strength to spit out a name: Samwell Caesar. Yorick Shard, with one hand gripping a war hammer and the other beckoning Yorick with a crooked finger, challenged, "Come on, did you not claim to possess the courage for another battle? Come." No sooner had the words left his lips than Yorick, fueled by a tempest of fear, anger, and defiance, charged forward recklessly. "Fight." Samwell waited until Yorick was nearly upon him, then calmly gripped the handle of his hammer with both hands. In the next moment, he exerted tremendous force, his left foot striking the ground with a deafening explosion, sending countless fragments of stone and soil flying backward. Utilizing this recoil, Samwell's body spun sharply to the right, the flaming warhammer piercing the air and tracing a devastating arc. In a frenzy, Yorick faced the infernal hammer and made the most foolish decision. He chose to confront it head-on. The sharp knight's sword struck the massive hammer, yet Yorick felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain. With a thunderous crash, the finely crafted longsword shattered into countless fragments, blood splattering from Yorick's hands. Before he could utter a cry of anguish, the flame-imbued hammer descended upon his chest with an unstoppable force. The horrific scene that had transpired atop the city walls reoccurred in a chilling instant. Yorick's chest erupted, and he was sent sprawling like a rag doll, crashing heavily to the ground. This all transpired with such swiftness that Yorick's intact mind barely registered a final thought. "I was far too rash. I should have evaded the onslaught first." Alas, life offers no opportunity for a second chance. The bastard son of Starfall City ultimately paid the price for his ambition. After sending Yorick flying, Samwell spun around once more before coming to a halt, inwardly lamenting, "My agility is insufficient, and my follow-through is too lengthy." Had he not seen Yorick's descent into madness, he might not have dared to engage him so recklessly. Though his strength was unparalleled, his vulnerabilities were glaringly evident. It seemed he must remain vigilant against those agile, assassin-like adversaries in the future. Just as Samwell reflected upon his shortcomings, a cacophony of strange howls erupted from the opposing Dornish soldiers. A group of utterly terrified Dornish men, in a frenzy, dashed toward the longships on the beach, evidently resolved to escape this nightmarish place. However, not all Dornish fled. Nearly 100 remained, some paralyzed by fear, while others refused to abandon their comrades. The knights in the front ranks, clad in shining armor, stood resolute, unwilling to retreat in the face of honor. As Samwell approached, a Dornish youth, appearing around 16 or 17, stepped forward and said, "Sir Kisa, I am House Dayne, the servant of Lord Uric Shad, willing to surrender on behalf of all Dornish warriors present and request permission to redeem our lives with gold." Observing the youthful figure before him, Samwell pondered several thoughts. This individual bore the surname Dayne, yet served a Shad, suggesting his status within the Dayne family was likely low, a distant branch of the bloodline. Nevertheless, such an identity was advantageous to him. Samwell placed the warhammer on the ground and commanded Todd, "Go capture those fleeing Dornish." As Todd led his men to apprehend those attempting to flee by boat, he turned his gaze back to Hughes and inquired, "I can accept your surrender, but first, I must pose a question." "Please, proceed," Hughes replied. "I harbor no animosity towards the Dayne family. In fact, I facilitated a profitable venture for Uric Shard. Why then does he oppose me? And why do you follow this illegitimate offspring in defiance of me?" Hughes sighed and responded, "My Lord Caesar, you may be unaware that Count Edric, the Lord of Starfall City, tragically passed away just half a month ago." Samuel paused momentarily, as if a realization dawned upon him. Hughes continued, "Moreover, Miss Illyria has also perished. Uric has informed us that their deaths are part of your conspiracy." At this revelation, Samuel's understanding crystallized. He finally grasped the true reason behind Uric Shard's relentless animosity toward him and comprehended how an illegitimate son could marshal the forces of Starfall City against him. Yet, in the next moment, he detected a profound scent of conspiracy. Littlefinger. Samuel immediately pinpointed the culprit as the treasurer, Peter Baelish. He couldn't help but marvel at the ruthless cunning of this master conspirator of the Game of Thrones. This score would eventually be settled with him. "Edric and Illyria's deaths have nothing to do with me," Samuel declared boldly. "I swear by the Seven." Hughes hesitated for a moment before asking, "My lord, Uric claims that during your last visit to Starfall City, you displayed a portrait of Miss Illyria. You have been deceived. That was not the portrait of Miss Illyria." Samuel thought it an opportune moment to reinstate Asha Dayne in Starfall City, and thus he replied, "That was the portrait of Miss Asha Dayne." "Miss Asha Dayne. But she has been," Hughes began, but before he could finish, Samuel emerged from the crowd with a veiled woman. When Samuel found Lady Nara, he had prepared a speech. But before he could speak, Nara, "No, it should be Asha," smiled and nodded, saying, "My Lord Caesar, it seems you have long known my true identity. It appears you have not truly lost your memory." Samuel smiled faintly. "I do not wish to be adversarial with Starfall City." "You need not elaborate," Asha replied. Kneeling in a gesture of respect, "Starfall City shall no longer oppose you." "Mother? Where are you going?" Watching her mother approach the Dorns, Natalie felt a surge of panic. The young girl was unaware of the unfolding events, but sensed an ominous foreboding, as if her mother had suddenly become a stranger, destined to depart from her forever. Samuel grasped her hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. Your mother is merely returning to where she belongs." "Where she belongs? What do you mean?" Natalie's violet eyes widened in astonishment, utterly stunned by this revelation. Countless thoughts erupted and swirled in her mind, leaving her utterly speechless, frozen in place for a considerable time. Meanwhile, Ishara had approached the Dornish people, inquiring of an elder knight, "Sir Muta, do you still remember me?" "Miss Ishara, is it truly you?" The old knight could scarcely believe his eyes. But you, didn't you?" "Indeed. Years ago, I leapt into the summer sea, attempting to end my life due to certain circumstances. However, the gods evidently had other plans for me, sparing me from a watery grave. Praise the Seven." The old knight excitedly traced a seven-pointed star upon his chest. He immediately realized that Ishara's return also signified that the title of the Starfall City would no longer remain an unresolved issue, nor would it attract the covetous ambitions of opportunists. For Ishara Dayne was, without dispute, the foremost heir to the title of Count of Starfall City. Ishara offered a gentle smile and turned to greet the other knights of House Dayne, calling each of them by name. Even some of the old veterans from House Dayne were known to her, dispelling any doubts regarding her identity. In this delicate moment, Ishara's presence appeared as a beacon of hope, illuminating the lives of the Dornish people shrouded in darkness. Thus, led by several knights, the Dornish knelt before Ishara, raising their swords high above their heads, proclaiming loudly, "Honorable Miss Ishara Dayne, we pledge our loyalty to you from this day forth." Yet, in response to this display, Ishara gently shook her head, interrupting their oath. The crowd immediately grew anxious. "Miss Ishara, why do you refuse to accept our fealty? Are you not aware that the bloodline of House Dayne in Starfall City is withering, and it desperately needs your return to inherit the title? No. When I leapt from the White Stone Sword Tower, Dayne perished. The being before you now is Nala, devoted to the old gods and the chieftain of the Crow tribe, and thus I cannot return to inherit Starfall City. Before the Dornish could plead further, Ishara continued, however, my daughter may accompany you back. You have a daughter? The Dornish felt a resurgence of hope. Indeed. Ishara beckoned to her daughter. Natalie hurried over. Samwell observed the scene. Deep in thought. Mother. Natalie embraced her mother's arm, timidly standing behind her. Yet, Ishara gently pushed her daughter forward and addressed the Dornish. This is my daughter, Natalie Dayne. May I ask who Miss Natalie's father is? Of course, he is my husband, the former chieftain of the Crow tribe, Rune. The Dornish knights furrowed their brows. Though Ishara emphasized her husband to clarify that Natalie was a legitimate child of House Dayne and not of lowly Shad descent. It was undeniable that wild blood coursed through her veins. In a certain sense, she was perhaps not even as noble as some illegitimate offspring. Confronted by the silence of the crowd, Natalie appeared somewhat flustered, her petite frame trembling. At that moment, Samwell stepped forward and addressed the young squire. Hughes, your former master has fallen in battle, and now the gods grant you an opportunity for a fresh choice. You must seize it wisely. Hughes suddenly awakened to this realization, promptly kneeling before Natalie and declaring with fervor, esteemed Miss Natalie Dayne, I, Hughes Dayne, hereby pledge my loyalty to you. From this day forth, my sword shall be wielded solely in your service. Natalie, somewhat taken aback, only came to her senses when Samwell nudged her, and she responded, I accept your fealty. Hughes rose and then turned towards his companions, exclaiming, What is the matter with you? Why do you hesitate to pledge allegiance to the heir of Starfall? Have you forgotten your former oaths? The Dornishmen exchanged glances, yet, under the watchful gaze of Samwell and the soldiers of the Riverlands, they ultimately knelt one by one, swearing loyalty to Natalie. In truth, Samwell was somewhat surprised that Ashera had refused Starfall, opting instead to push her daughter forward. However, this proved beneficial for him. Ashera, being mature and seasoned, would not become an enemy of Eagle's Nest upon inheriting Starfall, yet Samwell would have found it challenging to gain any advantage, as everything would require her consultation. But Natalie was different. Facing such an inexperienced young girl, it would be a matter of conscience for Samwell not to exploit Starfall. Moreover, as Natalie hailed from a flawed lineage, she would need to rely on external forces like Samwell to suppress the dissenting factions within Starfall. Ultimately, this arrangement conveniently allowed Samwell to exert covert control over Starfall. He pondered whether Ashera had considered this or if she had thought of it, yet still chose to trust him. Splendid, Samwell exclaimed cheerfully, clapping his hands. Miss Natalie, you are now the mistress of Starfall, thus we must discuss the matter of war reparations. Natalie paused, then looked to her mother for guidance. But her mother merely smiled and replied, Such matters you must decide for yourself from now on. With a sense of helplessness, Natalie turned back to Hughes and the others. Yet, Samwell cleared his throat, causing the Dornishmen to immediately lower their heads, as if suddenly finding the ground beneath them to be of great interest. Natalie pouted and remarked, Very well, Lord Sir Caesar, what reparations do you propose? Samwell grinned broadly, revealing a set of 8 pristine white teeth, and said, Rest assured, Natalie, I shall not take advantage of you. I will only request a reasonable compensation. You see, those of my men who were injured or even perished during the war deserve your compensation, do they not? How much compensation? A light injury incurs a penalty of 10 copper coins, a serious injury demands 5 silver deer, and a death costs 3 golden dragons. Samwell swiftly recited a series of numbers, and before Natalie could ponder, he continued, Moreover, there are the houses ravaged by war. You must compensate for those, correct? Oh, and the brandy. You are well aware of its exorbitant value, now entirely destroyed in this conflict. My heart bleeds at the thought. However, I shall not impose an exorbitant price. 20 silver deer per gallon seems quite reasonable, does it not? And my castle, you have seen it, the outer walls are ablaze. And I cannot fathom the cost of repairs, especially since this severely delays the construction schedule. I believe that Starfall City should not only compensate but also dispatch craftsmen to aid in the restoration. Is that request too much to ask? Natalie found herself overwhelmed by the cacophony of unfamiliar terms and instinctively rubbed her temples, responding helplessly. All right, Sir Caesar. Just provide me with a final figure when the time comes. However, I cannot ascertain if I can afford it. And is Starfall City truly mine? Of course it is yours. You are now the primary heir to the Dayne family title. Samwell chuckled. As for whether you can afford it, fret not. I am a gracious lord, willing to accept installment payments. What do you mean by installment payments? It simply means you owe me money, and for the time being, you are unable to repay it. You may settle it gradually in the future. Is that so? I am truly grateful to you, Sir Caesar. Do not mention it. It is the duty of a gentleman. As Ashera observed this exchange, she began to doubt the wisdom of elevating her daughter to the position of Lord of Starfall City. The delicate light of dawn poured over the garden adorned with golden roses, where dew on the petals shimmered like pure crystals, transforming the elegant garden into a realm of enchantment. Several beautiful larks flitted among the treetops, soaring over vibrant blossoms, singing melodious tunes. However, this idyllic morning was abruptly shattered by a coarse voice. Damn that Samwell. Can he not cease his incessant troubles? Governor of Riverbend, protector of the South, and Duke of Highcourt, Mysterial, with his rotund belly and robust arms, brandished a letter, his chubby face flushed with ire. Previously, he took away over 100 laborers from my dock without prior notice. I let it slide. Last time he sought the homeless from Highcourt. I refrained from making it difficult for him out of consideration for my precious daughter. Yet now, he has audaciously provoked Starfall City, and he expects me to send troops for support? Does he think of me as a father? My lord, Margaery Tillier offered, bringing a silver teacup to the Duke's lips, effectively stifling his remaining grievances. Receiving the teacup, the Duke, confronted by his daughter's radiant smile, found his anger dissipating, and he reluctantly allowed himself to be seated. After sipping his tea, he turned to Lady Olenna before him. Mother, you have seen the letter, have you not? Do you believe this Samwell is nothing but a troublemaker? Lady Olenna clasped her hands within her sleeves, her gaze fixed intently upon the lark outside the pavilion. Upon hearing the words, she remarked nonchalantly, Samwell is indeed a spirited young man. However, this time he is not to blame. Not to blame. The elderly matron nodded and continued. A few days ago, I received news from Black Harbor City that Edric Dayne and Illyria Dayne tragically perished in a hunting accident. Duke Mace paused for a moment, perplexed, and inquired, Mother, how does this relate to that rascal from Eagle's Mouth? Margaery interjected at an opportune moment. Those must be the last two heirs of House Dayne, right? No wonder Starfall has gone into a frenzy. It was then that Duke Mace comprehended, exclaiming, could it be that Samwell had a hand in this? Olenna rolled her eyes, no longer wishing to engage with her foolish son. Margaery poured her father a cup of tea and softly suggested, perhaps someone is deliberately instigating this? Lady Olenna smiled at her granddaughter, seemingly finding some solace. Before turning to her son with a hint of exasperation, Lord Inflatable Fish, your vassal has written seeking aid. Do you not think it prudent to send troops? Duke Mace, undeterred by his mother's teasing tone. After all, this was not the first instance, grew increasingly irked by the thought of Samwell, who had caused him embarrassment, and retorted. His castle is not even completed. Thus, according to the laws of lordship, Eagle's Mouth does not yet constitute an official territory of the Bay. What reason do I have to wage war? Which of my vassals would risk their lives over such a disputed land? Lady Olenna uttered a name, Randyll Tarly. Landon? Duke Mace furrowed his brow. Although Samwell was his son, he had been stripped of his inheritance and cast out. Do you believe he would mobilize for Eagle's Mouth? I do not know, Lady Olenna replied, a faint smile upon her lips as she spoke leisurely, but I am quite curious to find out. Oh. Duke Mace was taken aback once more. Margaery spoke again at the right moment. Father, grandmother has always doubted that Lord Landon truly abandoned Samwell, hence her desire to test the waters. Ah, Duke Mace nodded. Very well, I shall write to Lord Landon regarding this matter. However, I will not issue any commands. Whether he chooses to send troops is entirely up to him. With that, Duke Mace approached and kissed the foreheads of his mother and daughter before hastily departing. Though he cherished them dearly, he felt a certain discomfort in their presence, especially before his mother, Lady Olenna, where he often felt like a fool. Margaery escorted her father out of the garden and then returned to the pavilion, pouring Lady Olenna a cup of floral tea. Grandmother, what if Lord Landon truly does not send troops? She inquired. Lady Olenna took a sip of her tea and replied coolly, then Samwell shall have to rely on himself. After speaking, she set down her teacup and adjusted the sapphire necklace adorning her granddaughter's neck, smiling as she teased. What is it? Are you reluctant to part with your first knight? A little, Margaery admitted. Sam is, in truth, a remarkably capable knight of exploration. Margaery pressed her smooth visage against her grandmother's wrinkled hand, gently caressing it, reflecting on the considerable investment of time and effort they had made. With Todd the Flower Knight, 100 elite soldiers, and thousands of gold dragons, it seemed that Eagle's Beak Island was on the brink of becoming a true territory of River Bay, capable of producing brandy and silver. To abandon it now would be an utter tragedy. Lady Olenna tenderly stroked her granddaughter's cheek. Yet her words were chillingly cold. A rose in the garden has succumbed to disease, regardless of its beauty or the time and energy you devoted to its care. When the time comes to eradicate it, it must be done. Otherwise, the blight will spread and ruin your entire garden. Margaery felt a twinge of reluctance, but we must at least try to heal it. This is no ordinary affliction, Lady Olenna replied, shaking her head with a sigh. You are aware that both heirs of House Dayne have perished. The timing is too convenient. Clearly, someone has discerned our intentions regarding Eagle's Beak and seeks to incite war. Though our original purpose in establishing a territory on Eagle's Beak was to confront Dorne, we cannot allow others to dictate the timing of our conflict. Otherwise, we will perpetually find ourselves on the defensive, and even our blossoms cultivated elsewhere may suffer. Eagle's Beak is already a festering wound exposed to the eyes of vultures. We might as well seize the opportunity to let the Dornish assist us in excising it. Brandy can be brewed elsewhere, and as for silver, we shall not lack for such funds. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Margaery resigned herself to the circumstances. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, Grandmother, have you discerned who is orchestrating this mischief from the shadows? There are several suspects, yet that individual is quite cautious, so I cannot be certain, Lady Olenna replied, pressing her granddaughter's tightly furrowed brow, seemingly attempting to smooth it over. You need not worry excessively. That bastard from Starfall seeks merely attention and honor. He would not dare to offend us lightly. Thus, even if Samwell loses, his life will not be in jeopardy. In due course, we can pay to have him redeemed. Soothe him and employ him elsewhere. Moreover, it is time for that lad to experience some hardship. Otherwise, I fear he will soon float away into the heavens. You may not know, but Pikes attempted to arrange for him to wed Desmara, and that fool outright refused. Margaery's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned down the eldest daughter of Greenhaven? Who does he aspire to marry instead? Who knows? Lady Olenna huffed lightly. Grandmother, what if Count Lannister truly sends troops to support Eagle's Beak and help Sam defend it? Then it would indicate that House Lannister has not genuinely forsaken that son. His expulsion from home likely serves another purpose. Until we discern his true intentions, we ought not to intervene recklessly. Let House Lannister handle the mess at Eagle's Beak, and we shall refrain from providing any further support to Samwell. Margaery nodded, comprehending her grandmother's intent. Yet she soon contemplated one final possibility, that Samwell might successfully defend Eagle's Beak without anyone's assistance. However, this outcome is utterly baffling. The army of House Dayne is not something that mere savages can compare to. No matter how formidable Samwell may be, he could not possibly be their equal. Margaery swiftly dismissed this absurd notion, quietly praying to the Seven for their protection over her knight in this dire conflict. What misfortune has befallen them? Yorick has been defeated? How could this be? How did they lose? Fire. They used fire, flames everywhere. Our brothers, alas, they were all burned to death. And the Warhammer. Oh, the Warhammer. The Lord of the Bay wielded a flaming hammer that shattered men into countless sparks. It was horrifying. They were demons risen from the depths of hell. In the Grand Hall of House Dayne, several soldiers who had narrowly escaped from Eagle's Nest recounted the tale of their defeat in a state of utter disarray. The castle steward, Alv, listened with a grim expression, attempting to piece together the truth from the chaotic and exaggerated accounts of the fleeing combatants. Yet, the truth was almost beyond belief. A battle that was thought to be foolproof had ended in failure. The elite forces of House Dayne had been vanquished by a mere knight of the frontier, one who had yet to establish a proper castle. Though Yorick lacked the prestige to mobilize all of House Dayne's forces, Alv had never envisioned they would falter in such a place as Eagle's Nest. By the Seven, this world has grown mad. The deserters continued to gesticulate wildly, sharing the horrors they had witnessed on Eagle's Nest. But Alv had lost interest. His thoughts were consumed with how to bring order to this chaos. Yorick Shad, a bastard, may perish, but Starfall cannot remain leaderless. A rightful heir must be determined, otherwise, the loyalty of the people may wane, leaving them vulnerable to enemy incursions. Yes, Alv suddenly rose, instructing the nearby guards to gather forces at the docks to prevent the men of the bay from advancing. Before he could finish his command, a servant hurried in, reporting, Lord Alv, the princess has arrived. The princess? Alv paused, momentarily perplexed. Which princess? Princess Arianne. How could she have come to Starfall? Without time for further contemplation, Alv dashed outside to greet her. Upon reaching the castle gates, he indeed found the princess and her entourage had already entered through the iron doors, refreshing themselves with water and washing their faces at the hands of their attendants. Alv quickly approached, bowing respectfully. Your Grace, welcome to Starfall. Arianne, having just finished drying her face with a silken cloth, smiled at his words. I arrived in haste and did not notify you in advance. I hope you do not mind. Of course not, your grace. The gates of Starfall shall always be open to you. And where is Sir Uric? Alv's expression shifted slightly, a look of hesitation crossing his face. Daemon Shad furrowed his brow at this. Could it be that he has already set forth to assault Eagle's Nest? Lord Uric has indeed gone to Eagle's Beak. And the embarrassment is palpable. When did he depart? Daemon pressed on, unwilling to relent. He left yesterday morning. Then it is possible he has not yet conquered Eagle's Beak. Daemon exclaimed urgently, perhaps we still have time to reach him. Alfu cleared his throat, ultimately deciding to speak candidly. Your Highness, Sir Daemon, Lord Uric has been defeated. So swiftly has victory been claimed, Daemon began, only to suddenly realize, turning sharply to Chief Alfu. What did you say? Uric has fallen? Elaine also turned to stare at Alfu, her obsidian-like eyes unwavering. Indeed, Your Highness, how could I ever deceive you? Soldiers have already fled from Eagle's Beak and are in the hall. You may interrogate them personally. That scoundrel Uric is truly a disgrace to the Dorn family. Daemon cursed vehemently. Elaine's expression remained unchanging. She removed her scarf that shielded her from the sand, allowing her silken hair to cascade freely, and stated calmly, I wish to personally interrogate those deserters. Chief Alfu, please lead the way. This way, Your Highness. The group arrived at the castle hall, where Elaine conducted her own inquiry of the somewhat dazed deserters. Ultimately, they could only arrive at the incredulous conclusion, Uric had indeed suffered defeat, and a substantial one at that. Does that Knight of the Bay wield fire magic? Daemon mused, believing this to be the sole explanation. Furthermore, the words of this illegitimate son of the City of Divine Grace could hardly conceal his terror. Elaine, however, remained composed. She instructed Alfu to take the deserters away before speaking. One must not fully trust the words of deserters in their attempts to evade punishment or to appear less incompetent. They will often exaggerate the enemy's strength. Daemon nodded but reminded her, Your Highness, it is evident that Uric has indeed been defeated. I am aware. Elaine plucked a pomegranate from a platter on the table, peeling it as she inquired. How many soldiers did Uric take to assault Eagle's Beak? Approximately 2,000. Alfu replied respectfully. And knights? 12 knights accompanied the expedition. Elaine popped several pomegranate seeds into her mouth and further asked, Surely there are more vassal knights of the Dayne family than that? Alfu cautiously glanced at the princess and responded, Yes, Your Highness. Including the branch from Gowien City, the Dayne family boasts 35 knights. Less than half. It seems that the appeal of that illegitimate son is rather limited. However, even if the Dayne family did not exert their full strength, losing to a pioneering knight who has yet to construct a castle is still astonishing. Elaine, having formulated a plan, instructed her steward, Please send word to all the knights of the Dayne family who have not yet deployed, informing them that I have arrived in Starfall City. And they must come to pay their respects immediately. Yes, Your Highness. Alpha hesitated a moment before asking, Your Highness, shall we also inform them of Uric's defeat? Let them know. Very well. After the steward departed, Daemon could not help but inquire, Your Highness, what is the purpose of summoning the Knights of House Dayne? Are you contemplating another assault on Eagle's Nest? Indeed. But are you fearful? Aeliana interjected, raising an eyebrow, faced with the captivating gaze of the beautiful Dornish princess. Daemon immediately straightened his posture and declared, Of course not. There is nothing to fear. Samwell, assisting Natalie as she leapt from the vessel, chuckled, With me around. No one in Starfall dares to bully you. Natalie nodded, yet her small hand clutched Samwell's sleeve tightly, unwilling to loosen her grip. The Dornish people on the dock regarded the sudden appearance of the Riverlanders and wildlings with curiosity and caution. Fortunately, familiar faces like House Dayne were present. Otherwise, even if no conflict erupted on the dock, someone might have rushed to Starfall to relay the news. Samwell gestured for Hughes to approach and instructed, Take some men to Starfall and inform the Dayne family that Miss Natalie has returned. Let them come to the dock to greet her. Remember, if they refuse, you are to secure the castle gates immediately and send word back to me. Understood? Yes, my lord. After Hughes departed with his men, Samwell remained at the dock, awaiting the arrival of his soldiers. Though Natalie was now the primary heir of House Dayne, Samwell was not so naive as to believe that he could conquer Starfall with merely a young girl at his side. Power, at all times, remains the ultimate foundation. Should the Dayne family refuse to yield, he was prepared for another confrontation. Following their previous defeat, the Dayne family likely could not muster significant forces to resist. Moreover, they would not have the time to rally their troops in such a short span. After approximately half an hour, Hughes finally returned, though his expression was somewhat peculiar. Lord Caesar, Miss Natalie, Princess Aeliana Martell is currently in Starfall. Who? Samwell was momentarily taken aback. Princess Aeliana Martell, Hughes cautiously glanced at Samwell before continuing. Her Highness requests that you and Miss Natalie pay her a visit. Samwell certainly had no intention of visiting any insipid princess. His mood was exceedingly foul. He had never anticipated the emergence of a Dornish princess in this place. Consequently, the once certain acquisition of Starfall seemed far less attainable. Aeliana Martell would not permit House Dayne to fall under the control of a girl evidently aligned with the Riverlanders, even if she was indeed the primary heir of Starfall. Furthermore, if one were to scrutinize Natalie's claim to inheritance, it would undoubtedly reveal flaws. What to do? Launch an assault on Starfall? Samwell believed he had not yet lost his sanity, even though the forces in Starfall City are indeed depleted at this moment. The presence of Princess Dorne assures that those within will not surrender easily, with only a few hundred men under his command. The prospect of capturing the stronghold of House Dayne before the arrival of reinforcements from Dorne seems utterly fanciful. Retreat? Samwell is loath to consider it. Although he emerged victorious in the previous battle, his lands lay in ruins, and months of hard work have gone up in flames. If he cannot secure compensation from Starfall, he would be deeply unsatisfied. Furthermore, if he were to retreat, would Starfall simply let it be? Especially with the ambitious Arianne Martell still present. She would likely rally the forces of House Dayne, as well as summon nearby lords to launch an assault on Eagle's Nest. How could he defend against such an onslaught? Therefore, rather than allowing the flames of war to spread back to his own territory, it is better to resolutely hold this harbor. It would not only block the pathway for the Dornish attack, but also provide an opportunity to call for aid from the Reach. Previously, House Tyrell may have been hesitant to send troops to defend Eagle's Nest, but now, having secured a foothold in the western Dorne, a harbor capable of continuously supplying forces, and holding the key to the west in the form of Natalie Dayne, he cannot believe that House Tyrell would remain indifferent. Having made the decision to hold firm and await reinforcements, Samwell ordered his soldiers to take control of the entire harbor, expelling all civilians and beginning the construction of fortifications in preparation for battle. After surveying the terrain of the harbor, Samwell realized that merely defending the harbor would not suffice. The low elevation and lack of strategic depth made it too vulnerable. Should they only defend the harbor, they would easily be pushed into the sea by the Dornish. Thus, he decisively extended the defensive line outward by 2 to 3 miles. This section was entirely composed of rugged mountains, with a single main road for ingress and egress. But beyond the ridge to the east lay flat sandy plains. Therefore, fortifying the position was relatively straightforward. They simply needed to block the only road leading to the harbor that lay west of the ridge. Once his men had dug trenches along the main road, erected earthen barricades, dismantled the wooden shanties at the harbor, and constructed several palisades upon the ridge, Samwell instructed Hughes to inform Princess Arianne that if she wished to meet him, she should come herself. Hughes complied and soon returned, stating, "My lord, Her Highness the Princess says she has arrived and wishes to see you." Samwell raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised by the audacity of this Dornish princess. However, since she had indeed come, he felt it was only appropriate to meet her. If an agreement could be reached, it would be best to avoid conflict altogether. Upon reaching the first line of defense, Samwell spotted a group of Dornishmen gathering on the opposite side. As he approached, 2 mounted figures emerged from the Dornish ranks, making their way towards the ridge, one of whom, judging by her attire and stature, appeared to be a woman. Observing this, Samwell took his attendant, Kartu, and proceeded to meet them. The 2 parties met in the middle, a distance of more than 10 paces apart. Princess Arianne curiously examined the Knight of the Water Bay before her, realizing he was entirely different from what she had previously heard. Indeed, she had long suspected that the rumors about Samwell Tarly were deliberately fabricated falsehoods. How could a cowardly, portly man abandoned by his father possibly carve out a territory in the treacherous Red Mountains, let alone defeat the army of House Dayne led by Uric Shad? The young man before her, however, conformed to her expectations, tall and handsome, exuding a vibrant and spirited aura. His gray eyes sparkled with confidence, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a hint of cunning. He was a man not easily dealt with, Arianne concluded immediately. Samwell was also assessing the Dornish princess before him. She was indeed as beautiful as described in the texts. Her lithe figure, partially obscured by translucent silk, hinted at her allure, while her olive-toned skin radiated health and vitality. The smile gracing her alluring visage was as fiery as the sun in Dorne. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, it possessed an inexplicable, potent charm for men. "Knight of the Water Bay, are you aware that you stand on Dornish soil?" Arianne spoke, her languid tone reminiscent of a lover's coquetry. She was a woman skilled at wielding her charm to achieve her aims. Samwell felt a surge of caution within him and replied with a smile, "If I recall correctly, It was your Dornish people who first attacked my territory. Your territory? Princess Arianne chuckled softly. I have heard that you have yet to even construct your castle. Samwell laughed in return. Your Highness, there is no need for us to engage in legalistic games. Eagle's Beak is territory I have claimed, populated by my subjects and possessions, now ravaged by Urik's Shat. Is it unreasonable for me to seek compensation upon my arrival in Starfall? Princess Arianne extended a delicate hand, gesturing towards the fortifications behind Samwell. If you have come to demand compensation, why have you occupied the dock and constructed such extensive defenses? To protect myself from you. Of course, Samwell replied bluntly, unwilling to waste further words. I have already negotiated the terms of war compensation with House Dayne, but your presence seems to pose a risk of rekindling conflict. How could I not be cautious? Negotiated war compensation? With which member of House Dayne? With none other than Miss Natalie Dayne, the daughter of House Dayne, the first heir of House Dayne. Upon hearing this, Princess Arianne erupted into laughter, her proud bosom undulating. Sir Caesar, you must be mistaken. Lady Asha Dayne took her own life over a decade ago. Samwell thought to himself, as expected, the Martells would not easily acknowledge Natalie's existence. Yet, he pressed on with his final effort. She did indeed leap into the sea, but she did not perish, and she left behind a daughter. If you do not believe me, we can summon some elders from House Dayne for verification. Perhaps we could do that. Princess Arianne suggested with a smile. Let Miss Natalie accompany me back to Sunspear, where my father can verify her identity. If it proves true, she shall naturally inherit Starfall and pledge her loyalty to my father. It seemed that our differences were rather pronounced. Samwell shrugged, for he could not possibly surrender Natalie to House Martell. Furthermore, he understood that the woman before him would not easily yield. In the original tale, Arianne had once harbored ambitious dreams of crowning a queen to ascend the Iron Throne, compelling her father to dispatch men to retrieve her, lest she cause turmoil abroad. Prince Daeron would need to resort to force to ensure her compliance. How could a simple man from the Reach hope to sway her with mere words? Thus, Samwell, weary of further discourse, declared, let us speak with steel then. You are quite confident, Sir Caesar, Arianne remarked, her gaze piercing as she fixed her eyes on Samwell's. I hope you can maintain that assurance. Thank you for your kind wishes, Samwell replied with a gentlemanly bow, and I hope you retain your beauty, for on the battlefield, swords are blind, and lovely things are as fragile as porcelain. Suddenly, Arianne's smile vanished, her voice hardening like gravel upon the mountains. Then you shall see for yourself whether the figure before you is merely a fragile vase or an unyielding martel that cannot be broken or bent. With that, Arianne turned and strode away. Demon Sand. Upon her return, Princess Arianne commanded, immediately send word to the lords of Old Town, Brightwater Keep, Sunspear, Stonehelm, and the King's Grave, informing them that the men of the Reach have trespassed upon our lands. I, Arianne Martell, in the name of the Sun's Spear, demand that they send immediate reinforcements to Starfall. On the other side, as Samwell returned to the docks, he began to rally support. You must write to Lady Olenna immediately, informing her that I have defeated the Dane forces and captured Starfall, but have encountered, Todd, unable to contain himself, interrupted. Samwell shot him a glare and asserted, what is it? Is the dock not part of Starfall? And do not pretend you are unaware of what we are about to face. Though fraught with peril, it is also a splendid opportunity to make a name for ourselves. Todd Flowers, if you wish to shed the stigma of being a bastard, you must do as I say. A flicker of struggle crossed Todd's eyes, and after a moment, the illegitimate son of House Florence sighed and nodded. I will inform Lady Olenna as you instructed. Excellent. Samwell clapped a hand on his shoulder. Do not forget to include Natalie Dayne's lineage. Trust me, Lady Olenna will not let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. Very well. Watching Todd's retreating figure, Samwell sighed. He knew that a great battle was now inevitable. Given the personality of Princess Arianne Martell, she would never rest until she has driven them into the sea. Even if he were to withdraw from the Eagle's Nest, it is likely that the ambitious Dornish princess would lead her forces in pursuit. On the side of the Reach, Lady Olenna would surely not overlook this golden opportunity to seize control of Western Dorne, and she would most likely send reinforcements. Thus, this conflict has transcended mere enmity between the Eagle's Nest and Starfall, evolving into an imminent war between the Reach and Dorne. The situation has inevitably spiraled towards chaos. Samwell suddenly realized that this must be the very scenario that Peter Baelish had been eager to witness. The turmoil serves as a ladder. Ever since a man ventured to the Eagle's Nest for a silver mine, events began to slip from Samwell's grasp. Feigning an interest in the mine's exploitation, he harbored malice, exposing the Eagle's Nest to Dornish eyes, and quietly assassinated the last scion of House Dayne. thus igniting the conflict between Starfall and the Eagle's Nest. Furthermore, Arianne's arrival, Samwell believed, was likely orchestrated by Petyr from the shadows. Otherwise, the coincidence would be too remarkable. Although he had long been wary of this notoriously cunning player in the Game of Thrones, he did not foresee that he would ultimately fall into the very trap that had been laid for him. Reflecting on that day in the Tower of the Hand, he had privately mocked Duke Lancel as Olenna's puppet, yet now he found himself ensnared by a similar fate. Even more lamentable was Samwell's realization that he had no viable options. Unless he betrayed his own stance and interests, he could only follow the path that Petyr had meticulously designed, setting the stage for this grand conflict. Is this the prowess of a top player in this game of power? A subtle smile crept upon Samwell's lips. Upon this realization, he did not succumb to despair. Petyr Baelish, after all, was not a deity capable of foreseeing every outcome. This schemer had painstakingly crafted this elaborate performance, but could ultimately not dictate the narrative's progression. He might determine how the curtain rises, but he could not control how it falls. Nor could he anticipate that one of his marionettes had begun to trace the strings back to the figure lurking behind the scenes. Petyr Baelish, Samwell muttered through gritted teeth. Just wait. One day I shall repay your attentions in kind. Horn Hill, located at the northern foothills of the Red Mountains, serves as the most crucial bastion to the south of Highgarden. Whether they be the wildlings of the Red Mountains or the more elite and formidable Dornish, any attempt to invade the core of the Reach's richest lands must contend with this fortress of war. Today, this terrifying war machine at the frontier of the Reach has finally resumed its operations. Flags of various colors flutter in the air, directing soldiers to line up for entry into the city, while the armored knights, resplendent in their gear, seem eager to engage in battle for honor. Father, why have you summoned the army? Are we to go to war? Dickon Tarly exclaimed as he rushed to the battlements. At merely 14 years of age, he possesses the stature of an adult, with a robust physique and handsome features. It is no wonder that Count Landau was resolute in his decision to support him as the heir to the stronghold of Jialing. Indeed, Randyll Tarly is known for his succinctness. Who are we to engage in battle? Upon hearing of the impending conflict, a look of excitement rather than fear illuminated Deacon's face. The Tarly family has always been steeped in martial tradition, except for one son who was stripped of his birthright. Dorn. Let us confront Dorn. Splendid. I have long found those sand-covered fellows insufferable. Deacon's face flushed with enthusiasm. Is it a war decree issued by his grace? Aside from us, which other families from the Bay are participating? The Duke has not given such orders. Count Landau, noticing a vassal knight below the castle removing his helmet in salute, returned the gesture. It is only us from the Bay that shall engage in battle. What? Dickon was taken aback. It was then that Count Landau produced a letter from his breast pocket and handed it to his son. This is a missive from Duke Mace, dated 3 days ago. Read it for yourself. Dickon quickly scanned the contents and exclaimed, It is from my brother. Lord Dorn intends to invade his territory. How outrageous. Father, please allow me to join. No, Count Landau replied without hesitation. Deacon's expression fell, while he understood that his father's decisions were typically unyielding. He could not suppress his discontent. Why can't I go? Because you have a more important task, Count Landau stated, producing another unopened letter and handing it to Dickon. Take this letter to Brightwater City and deliver it to Count Illister. Dickon expressed his reluctance. Must I personally deliver a letter to my grandfather? Can't a raven suffice? Or let mother go instead? She mentioned just days ago her longing for the lakes of her homeland, making it a perfect opportunity for her to visit. Count Landau narrowed his eyes at his son, coldly retorting, Can a raven represent the Tarly family? Or can your mother? It dawned on Dickon that this letter likely bore significant weight. Connecting it with the military actions at Jialing, he suddenly understood. Father, you do not intend for Brightwater City to send troops to support my brother, do you? Indeed, Count Landau's expression softened slightly. The reasons and conditions for mobilization are detailed in the letter. You shall personally deliver it to your grandfather and convey that the Tarly family will not forget the aid of the Florent family. Dickon then tucked the letter securely away and inquired further. Count Landau sighed softly, stating, Once the drums of war begin to sound, the timing of their cessation is no longer in the hands of certain individuals. Dickon scratched his head, grasping the meaning only partially. Are you suggesting that Lord Dorn will muster a great army to assault Eagle's Nest? Why then does Duke Mace remain indifferent? With only us and Brightwater City preparing to confront them? Have you not disowned it yet? Your brother has already become a pawn, Count Landau said, a hint of sardonic amusement gracing his lips, though it was unclear whom it was directed towards. What? Dickon was momentarily speechless. He was eager to express that it was, after all, his father who had first relinquished his brother. Yet, Such words were far too audacious for him to utter in person. At times, Dickon found himself unable to comprehend the complexities and chaos of the adult world. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, he inquired once more, "Father, if grandfather consents to send troops, may I accompany them into battle?" The Earl of Land shook his head yet again, replying no. After delivering the message, you must also make a trip to High Court. The Duke of Mace's 50th birthday celebration is approaching, and you will represent the Tully family. Oh, Dickon responded, his face reflecting reluctance, though he felt compelled to acquiesce. Very well, go seek out your mother. If she wishes to visit Brightwater, take her along. Understood, father. The sun blazed fiercely, casting oppressive heat upon the land. A lengthy procession of troops converged towards Starfall City, resembling countless ants returning to their nest from a bird's-eye view. A falcon circled above the towering castle for an extended period before finally taking flight westward, swooping down over desolate sand plains and jagged mountains towards the seaside docks. Inside a wooden cabin, Samwell awoke, rubbing his slightly aching brow as he stepped outside. Upon opening the door, he spotted Natalie, who was both curious and apprehensive, staring at the falcon perched on the roof. "Hey!" Samwell exclaimed suddenly, startling Natalie, causing her to flinch. She turned to him, her eyes wide, and reproached, "You frightened me." Samwell chuckled and asked, "What are you sneaking around for?" Natalie cast another glance at the falcon above, hesitated for a moment, then finally admitted, "So, you have a bird too." The remark struck Samwell as rather peculiar. "Indeed," he replied. "Let me share a secret." Natalie took a few steps closer. Speaking in a conspiratorial tone, "I have one as well." Samwell stifled a laugh. "Really? You have a bird too?" "Yes," Natalie nodded. "But mine is not as large as yours." "Huh." Samwell could no longer contain his laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Natalie asked, somewhat puzzled. "Do you wish to see my bird?" Sure. Samwell laughed even harder. Natalie pouted, seemingly irked, and turned away, declaring, "Humph. I'm not showing you anymore." Samwell wiped the mirth from his expression, approached her, tousled her hair playfully, and then swiftly ran off before her annoyance could escalate. At the docks, several supply ships were coming ashore. "Ucha!" Samwell called out to a young savage who had just disembarked. "Come here." Ucha quickly jogged over, bowing respectfully. "My Lord Caesar. How may I serve you? I have not returned in days. How fares Eaglebeak Isle?" "All is well. My brother-in-law is leading everyone in the reconstruction of the cabins. He estimates that within a month, the territory will return to its former state." "What of the castle?" "The Lady Victoria is overseeing its repairs. I am not entirely certain of the specifics." Samwell nodded, not wishing to press him further, and then asked, "Are our food supplies sufficient?" "Yes, they are ample. Previously, we had stored quite a considerable amount, and my brother-in-law has already dispatched someone to Yangwu City. A fresh batch of supplies should arrive shortly." "Has there been any correspondence or visitors to the territory recently?" "Not at all." "Very well, you may resume your duties." "Yes, my lord." Samwell gazed at Ucha's departing figure, letting out a quiet sigh. The anticipated support had yet to arrive, which inevitably left him feeling somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, the number of Dornishmen across the way continued to swell, and Samwell had already spotted the banners of families beyond House Dayne, clearly indicating that Arianne could muster forces far exceeding his expectations. Although they had yet to launch an assault, Samwell sensed that day was not far off. If House Barrow did not send reinforcements, he could not possibly hold this dock. Not only the dock, but Eagle's Nest would also be untenable. Arianne Martell, this ambitious woman, would not relent easily. The fiery tactics previously employed against Urixad could certainly not be utilized again, as all the brandy had been exhausted. Moreover, this tactic bore glaring weaknesses. The last time it had been so effective, it was primarily because the enemy was unprepared, and such fortune would be unlikely to repeat itself, unless he could conjure true wildfire. Yet, according to Bachelor Cobain, producing genuine wildfire not only required an extensive amount of time, but also incurred substantial costs. It is no wonder that only the royal family possessed the capacity for large-scale production in the original text. "My Lord Caesar. My Lord Caesar." A voice interrupted Samwell's contemplation. "What is it?" Samwell recognized the speaker as a newly appointed servant of Todd, seemingly named Hal. Hal jogged over to Samwell, catching his breath slightly, and said, "Lord Todd has sent me to inform you that the vanguard of the Dornish forces has arrived and may attack at any moment." Samwell's heart tightened, and he hurriedly followed Hal toward the front line. Upon reaching the ridge of the first defensive line, Samwell peered through the wooden palisade and looked down. Indeed, he observed a gathering of Dornish soldiers on the barren plain below, estimated to number around 600 or 700. This was likely just the vanguard. Lifting his gaze, he could vaguely discern additional forces approaching from the direction of Starfall. It seemed the Dornish were indeed preparing for a significant offensive. In truth, he had already seen a large contingent of troops assembling at Starfall through the eyes of a falcon, so he was not taken aback. Through the falcon's gaze, he had ascertained that the Dornish forces at Starfall likely numbered nearly 15 or 16,000. After all, the enmity between Dorne and House Barrow spanned a millennium. It was no wonder that the typically insular Dornish would be incensed at the presence of a Barrow knight on their soil. Nonetheless, the appeal of this Dornish princess did surprise Samwell. Being well versed in the narrative, he understood that Prince Daeron had no intention of passing the position to Arianne, but rather had other plans for her. However, the Dornish lords remained blissfully unaware of this. In their eyes, Arianne was still the primary heir to Prince Daeron, the future queen of Dorne. However, the fact that nearly 20,000 individuals are mobilized to seize a mere dock is indeed excessive. It is evident that the ambition of Princess Dorne extends far beyond a simple waterfront. This madwoman seems intent on seizing the opportunity to invade the River Bay. Samwell is now beset with headaches. As he observes the Dorne forces swelling in number, he finds himself with a mere 600 troops, the majority of whom are fresh recruits. Fortunately, he had the foresight to secure advantageous terrain and construct fortifications. Otherwise, he would have already fled by boat. Yet, even with the advantage of the land, the situation remains dire. His soldiers are not Spartans, capable of facing 100 foes alone. Thus, Samwell can only hope for reinforcements from River Bay. If aid does not arrive in a timely manner, he will have no choice but to retreat. However reluctant he may be, should that occur, returning to River Bay would be utterly humiliating, leaving him to serve the Tyrell family like a dog. In such a scenario, Samwell believes it would be preferable to seek refuge across the narrow sea with Daenerys. The Dornish did not immediately launch an assault. Instead, they patiently awaited the arrival of their reinforcements. As dusk approached, close to 20,000 Dornish troops had densely filled the expanse of the desolate plain, stretching beyond sight. Inducing a sense of dread, Princess Arianne seemed intent on showcasing the full might of her forces to demoralize the River Bay defenders. However, the effect was not particularly pronounced. Following a series of miraculous victories, the soldiers of Eagle's Nest had developed an almost blind trust and admiration for Samwell. They believed there was no enemy their lord could not conquer. Unbeknownst to them, the invincible Lord Caesar was also feeling a sense of trepidation. Yet, in order to maintain morale, Samwell forced himself to adopt a confident demeanor. Beneath the fading light of the sunset, a contingent of 400 to 500 Dornish soldiers advanced towards the River Bay line. The front ranks bore enormous oak shields, followed by spearmen and cutlass-wielding troops. With archers positioned at the rear, clad uniformly in leather armor, they marched in disciplined formation, exuding a spirit of determination, resembling a finely trained force. Consequently, Samwell had to suppress the derisive thoughts of farmers that had initially come to mind. Taking a deep breath, he buried all distractions and commanded with a calm and composed tone, "Sound the horn. Prepare for battle." The clash erupted suddenly. Surprisingly, it was the Dornish who initiated the attack, utilizing their archers who could strike from a distance. On the other hand, the defenders of River Bay lacked archers entirely. This was due to the relatively short establishment period of Eagle's Nest's forces, leaving them without the funds or time to train such specialized units. Fortunately, the River Bay position was situated on a ridge, which diminished the force of the Dornish arrows significantly. Combined with the barriers, the arrows posed little threat of effective harm. Nevertheless, it did indeed serve to suppress the River Bay people, making them hesitant to reveal themselves. As the Dornish advanced further, the River Bay forces began their formal counterattack. Their method of retaliation involved the hurling of long spears. Although the range of the spear's assault did not rival that of the bow, its lethality was considerably more formidable. The sight of hundreds of spears cascading down upon the Dornish formations like a torrential rain was truly awe-inspiring. Particularly, the River Bay soldiers, positioned on higher ground, propelled their spears with the aid of gravity, enhancing their momentum. Unless shielded, any Dornish struck would face grave injury or death, as the protective quality of their leather armor proved inadequate against such an onslaught. This volley of spears swiftly quelled the Dornish rain of arrows. Amidst the thunderous drumbeats, the Dornish continued their advance, but soon encountered a more daunting obstacle, a trench. The River Bay soldiers had excavated a deep and wide trench before their palisade, forcing the Dornish to slide into it and struggle forward. At that moment, the River Bay's long spears would emerge from behind the barricade, inflicting wounds upon them. Blood soon stained the earth, and the bodies of the fallen Dornish piled up within the trench. Previously, when assaulting Eagle's Beak, the River Bay had employed similar fortifications. but the effectiveness was rather limited due to the expansive area that needed defending and the insufficient number of soldiers, which allowed the Dornish to exploit vulnerabilities. However, the current scenario was markedly different. The Dornish faced rugged terrain, with the sole accessible path for their sizable forces being this narrow route, significantly narrowing the defensive range required by the river bay. In such circumstances, the defenders possessed an inherent advantage over the attackers. The battle persisted until dusk, marking the conclusion of the Dornish's initial wave of assault. After leaving behind countless corpses, they had failed to breach the first line of defense and retreated in disarray. Observing this, the river bay soldiers erupted in jubilant celebration. Yet, Samwell remained less than elated. The initial assault was clearly a probing effort, aimed merely at gauging the situation. The true test would commence the following day. Indeed, after a night of recuperation, the Dornish launched another offensive. This time, they appeared markedly better prepared. They not only brought materials to fill the trench, but also ladders to scale the palisade. Amidst the resounding drumbeats, the Dornish, resembling a swarm of ants, surged toward the ridge once more. Compared to their tentative advance the previous day, today's Dornish exhibited a frenzied determination. They charged recklessly, disregarding casualties as they filled the trench with earth and even the bodies of their comrades, subsequently propping ladders against the wooden barricade. However, even so, surmounting this barrier proved exceedingly arduous. For those attempting to climb the ladder, the inability to wield a shield rendered them vulnerable to the river bay soldiers' spear assaults. Even if a few fortunate souls managed to scale the obstacle, leaping into the midst of the river bay forces without the support of comrades was tantamount to a death sentence. Yet, despite this, the assault by the Dornish did not relent. A siege is inherently a grim affair, demanding lives as a currency, and the Dornish commanders showed no mercy. The defensive line upon the ridge transformed under the relentless onslaught of the Dornish into a veritable meat grinder. While the majority of the bloodshed was borne by the Dornish, the casualties among the Riverlanders began to mount as well. Corpses piled before the palisade, not only filling the trenches but also forming a grim mound at the fence's front. In this manner, the Dornish found themselves able to surge over the barricade and invade the Riverlander positions without the need for ladders. Fortunately, Samwell had already established a secondary defensive line further back, utilizing another elevated slope. As the first line was on the brink of collapse, he seized the opportunity during a brief lull in the Dornish assault to command his soldiers to retreat to the second line. The moment the Riverlanders withdrew, the Dornish seized the first line, their frenzied howls echoing as they vented their rage, subsequently toppling the palisade before regrouping and renewing their attack on the second line. The bloodshed persisted unabated until the sun dipped below the horizon, at which point the Dornish withdrew to their camp, allowing the Riverlanders a moment to catch their breath. However, this struggle was far from over. At dawn on the third day, the Dornish returned with renewed vigor. Blood and death could not halt their advance, nor could they shake their determination to reclaim lost territory. Recognizing the dire situation, Samwell, armed with his war hammer, reluctantly joined the fray. Yet, in such a grand conflict, individual might was of limited utility. No matter how fierce he fought, the number of foes he could fell was finite, and his stamina was not boundless. After a vigorous bout, he required rest. Nonetheless, Samwell's presence did indeed slow the Dornish advance, and it was not until the fourth day that they managed to breach the second palisade. After a brief respite, they launched yet another attack. By this time, both sides were consumed by bloodlust. On this not-so-long stretch of hillside, countless lives were sacrificed for every inch of ground. Yet, this was far from the conclusion. The resilience and ferocity of the Dornish exceeded Samwell's expectations. As their line retreated ever closer to the docks, his anxiety grew. Fortunately, the Seven seemed to favor him. For on the seventh day of this bloody battle, the reinforcements he had long awaited finally arrived. Observing the familiar banner of the swift-footed hunters sail into the harbor, even without deep ties to the original family, Samwell felt a swell of emotion. In times of crisis, one's own kin proved to be reliable. Reinforcements from the Riverlands had arrived. When the lookout on the hillside conveyed this news to Demon Sand, he was momentarily overcome by dizziness. After fighting through so many hardships and advancing so far, having depleted a significant portion of the Riverlander forces, he had not anticipated the arrival of their support. He hurried to the command camp to relay this news to Princess Arianne. How many have arrived? Princess Arianne remained remarkably composed. Despite the presence of 2,000 to 3,000 individuals, she cast a glance at the pale-faced demon and inquired, "What? Are you already frightened?" "Of course not," Demon replied loudly. Though he soon murmured, "Your Highness, I merely worry that the morale of the troops may suffer as a result. Moreover, Some of the knights coming to our aid have begun to lament the heavy casualties among their soldiers. Princess Arianne rose from her seat and stepped out of the tent, gazing towards the distant riverbank where cheers erupted. In stark contrast, the soldiers on the Dornish side appeared somewhat dejected. Daemon hurried after her, just in time to hear the princess's ironclad voice. 300 years ago, the conqueror Aegon Targaryen, with 3 mighty dragons, could not subdue Dorne. Do you think a mere few thousand men from the Riverlands can make us retreat? No, I shall not yield. Dorne shall not yield. We will fight until the very last moment, until every invader is expelled from our land. She abruptly turned, her dark eyes gleaming with determination, even a hint of madness. Daemon, go summon the knights of each house to my tent. I wish to know who dares to complain. In the not-so-spacious tent, armored Dornish knights entered one after another, making the space feel rather crowded. As twilight approached and the light dimmed, Princess Arianne instructed the soldiers to light candles. As the distinct aroma of desert lizard oil permeated the air, over 100 knights filled the tent. Arianne's gaze swept across the assembly, recalling their surnames, affiliations, and personal preferences, a skill essential for any leader. The first man to her left was a tall figure with a prominent hooked nose, silver-black hair, and pale violet eyes. Arianne recognized him as Ser Jordan, the Dark Star from the city of Highspire. The Dayne family of Highspire, being the most powerful branch of the Dayne lineage, clearly harbored ambitions to claim Starfall, especially given the decline of the main bloodline. Thus, among the reinforcements summoned, Highspire contributed the largest contingent, numbering 3,000, a veritable exodus. However, Ser Jordan's reputation seemed less than favorable, and Arianne found his gaze unsettling. Yet, she would not distance herself from him. On the contrary, she believed he was indeed a fitting candidate to inherit Starfall, far more so than the enigmatic Natalie Dayne. Therefore, she met his intense gaze with a flirtatious smile. As anticipated, Ser Jordan's breath quickened, and he straightened his posture. Ser Jordan, you also bear the name Dayne. Now that the Riverlanders stand upon the territory of House Dayne, what do you propose we do? Cast them into the sea. Jordan slammed his hand against his chest and shouted. Excellent. Now, that is the true spirit of the Dayne. Alianne spoke with profound significance. Her gaze then shifted to a nearby young knight, whose armor bore the emblem of a black vulture clutching a pink infant in its talons. This was the crest of House Blamont. Alianne recognized this young knight as Penrose Blamont, the eldest son of the Blamont family. She recalled that he had once served as her uncle's squire and had been knighted by him. Noticing the princess's gaze, Penrose quickly bowed his head in respect. He was a knight worthy of trust. Alianne nodded to herself and inquired, Sir Penrose, what is your opinion? The Blamont family will always follow the path of the sun's long spear. The young knight's face flushed, as he seemed unable to meet Alianne's eyes. Excellent. The Blamont family is as steadfast as a mountain. Alianne praised, her gaze continuing to wander. Beside the Blamont contingent stood 5 knights adorned with the golden crowned skull emblem. Yet Alianne did not recognize any of them. She could discern from their crest that they hailed from House Manwood of Kingsgrave. Kingsgrave, located at Prince's Pass, guards the northern gateway to Dorne. Its position is of utmost importance. The Martell family has always sought their allegiance. Yet none of their direct descendants had come to answer the call this time, causing a slight heaviness in Alianne's heart. Nevertheless, she spoke. The Manwood family has always been at the forefront against the forces of the waterway. If my memory serves me correctly, your family's golden crown was earned after slaying an ancient king of the waterway, was it not? Alianne nodded in satisfaction and turned her gaze to her right, where a dozen knights emblazoned with a fiery emblem of red and yellow stood out vividly. They were all from House Euler of Hellgate. Count Harmon Euler's illegitimate daughter was the lover of Alianne's uncle and bore him 4 illegitimate daughters. These sand snakes had been companions of Alianne in her childhood. Thus her gaze towards the Euler knights was particularly warm. Count Harmon Euler had also responded positively to the princess's call, sending his younger brother, Sir Ulrich Euler, to lead 2,000 family troops in support. Before Alianne could speak, Sir Ulrich stepped forward and bowed, declaring, Your Highness, the Euler family's sword shall always be wielded for you. Our loyalty shall never be in question. Alianne smiled in response. She continued to greet each family that had come to offer support, the Cogre family of Sandstone, the Fowler family of Skirich, and the Ironswood family, until her eyes fell upon the last figure standing at the entrance of the tent, a blue-eyed, golden-haired knight, causing her pupils to constrict slightly. The emblem on his chest depicted a black gate on sandy ground, the crest of House Ironswood. The Ironswood family held many titles, such as the Earl of Ironswood, the Blood Aristocrat, the Guardian of the Bone Road, and the Lord of Greenhill, but they once bore an even more illustrious title, the supreme king of Dorne. As one of the most formidable families in Dorne, the Ironwood family once posed the greatest obstacle to House Martell's conquest of the entire region. Although they have since bowed in submission to the Sun Spear, the undercurrents between the two families remain tumultuous. Elaine's uncle was once suspected of poisoning a count from Ironwood. And to quell the ire of the Ironwood family, Prince Doran sent his eldest son, Quentin Martell, to be raised as a ward by them. Though termed a ward, he essentially serves as a hostage. In her call for reinforcements, Elaine did not anticipate any assistance from the Ironwood family. Given the strained relations between them and the considerable distance from Ironwood to Starfall, providing ample justification for their non-involvement. However, to her surprise, they did send aid, though it consisted of merely a single knight and over 30 cavalrymen. This assistance felt more like an observation than genuine support. Nevertheless, Elaine greeted the knight with equal respect, expressing gratitude for their journey from Ironwood. The knight, a blue-eyed, golden-haired figure, bowed and replied, "Your Highness, there is no need for thanks. It is our duty. How is my brother faring?" Elaine suddenly inquired. "Prince Quentin is quite well. The Lord is also preparing to wed him to Lady Guinevere. Is that so? I am grateful to the Ironwood family for their care of my brother." Suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within her, Elaine solemnly asked, "Do you still wish to follow in the footsteps of House Martell?" "Of course. The Ironwood family shall forever remain the most loyal vassals of House Martell." "Excellent," Elaine responded with a smile, clapping her hands. At that moment, the tent flaps were drawn aside, and a camel was led into the encampment. Elaine unsheathed her long sword, stepping forward before the camel amid the puzzled gazes of those present. With a swift thrust, the blade pierced the creature's abdomen, leaving only the hilt exposed. Blood gushed forth, drenching Elaine, yet she did not flinch or retreat. Once the camel fell, howling in agony, she withdrew her sword, stepping back to stand resolutely, observing the onlookers. Daemon Sand was the first to react, drawing his own sword and stabbing the fallen camel. The remaining knights, witnessing this, swiftly followed suit. Once all swords were stained with blood, Elaine displayed a satisfied smile. Raising her sword high above her head, her voice strong as iron, she declared, "Before we eradicate the invading foes, should anyone dare to disrupt the morale or speak of retreat, they shall meet the same fate as this camel, perishing beneath our blades. May the 7 gods bear witness." The knights raised their bloodied swords in unison, shouting, "The 7 gods bear witness." In the harbor, Lord Balon Tarly listened intently to Samwell's account, standing motionless in the waning sunlight for a considerable time. Though he had heard many rumors over the past months regarding the son he had forsaken, each tale evoking surprise and solace, this time, his emotions transcended mere astonishment. Had it not been for the fleet's arrival at Eagle's Beak yesterday, where he witnessed the scorched earth and conversed with the veterans of that battle, Count Landau would have thought his son was deceiving him. Yet, the truth was indeed as it appeared. His son had vanquished the elite forces of House Dayne and had set foot on Dorne's soil. What an extraordinary honor this was. It reinforced Count Landau's belief that his decision to expel his eldest son had been profoundly correct. After all, how else could he have awakened the latent hunter blood within him, compelling him to become a true Tarly? Of course, he no longer bore the Tarly name. But that mattered little. In Count Landau's eyes, a Caesar capable of expanding territories far surpassed a weak and ineffectual Tarly. Moreover, the Caesar lineage, after all, was a branch that had diverged from the Tarly family. And although this blood connection might wane over time, it could never be entirely erased. "You have done exceedingly well." Count Landau finally spoke after a long pause, his tone imbued with a profound sense of nostalgia. Samwell was taken aback by these words, suddenly realizing that this was perhaps the first time he had ever received praise from his father. In searching through the memories of the original owner, he found no recollection of similar sentiments. Never had he heard such words. Whether influenced by the remnants of the original owner's emotions or not, Samwell felt a surge of excitement. However, he quickly composed himself, reminding himself not to forget the cold-blooded nature of this adoptive father. Of course, past grievances must be clearly delineated. Samwell had come to discern that House Tyrell would likely not offer him support. Lady Olenna seemed to have other schemes in mind, perhaps unwilling to engage in a conflict with Dorne at this juncture, likely preparing to abandon Eagle's Beak. Without the backing of House Tarly, he would undoubtedly suffer severe losses, potentially returning to a state of utter destitution. Thus, he resolved to repay Count Landau's kindness in providing support. Lost in thought, he heard Count Landau continue. "And that Bachelor Coburn, he is a capable individual. I did not expect the Hightower family to hold you in such high regard. Remember to make good use of him." "Bachelor Coburn is indeed a capable man," Samwell replied with a smile. However, he was not sent by House Hightower. Rather, he happened to be expelled from the citadel just as I encountered him. Is that so? A hint of sardonic amusement flickered across Count Landau's lips. What a remarkable coincidence. Samwell stood dumbfounded, suddenly realizing the timing of Bachelor Coburn's appearance was indeed too fortuitous. While it was true that in the original narrative he was expelled for conducting unethical experiments, how could it be that he was ejected just when Samwell needed a scholar? Particularly at the moment when he sought the madwoman Maroya's counsel regarding silver mining, as if the universe conspired to ensure their meeting. Leighton Hightower. Samwell gasped in shock, finally comprehending that this was likely the design of the towering old earl. He believed he had exercised considerable caution, yet he still fell prey to the schemes of various powerful figures. Do not worry too much, Count Landor reassured him. The Hightower family may not harbor malicious intentions towards you. I understand, Father, Samwell replied, concealing his thoughts and nodding in agreement. Simultaneously, he suppressed the remnants of his pride as a transmigrator, realizing he could no longer underestimate any of the prominent figures in this world. Indeed, the individual before him was a formidable leader, particularly on the battlefield. Samwell recognized this as an invaluable opportunity to learn from the renowned generals of the Riverlands. His self-developed military theories might suffice against the less civilized, and occasionally a flash of inspiration could triumph over a formidable foe. Yet he was acutely aware of his many deficiencies, especially his lack of experience in commanding thousands, if not tens of thousands, in large-scale warfare. The man before him was among the finest military commanders in the Riverlands and throughout Westeros. What is our next course of action? Do you have any suggestions? Count Landor inquired, surveying the battlefield as if he wished to personally test his son's transformed perspective. Father, I have indeed been contemplating strategies to break the deadlock, Samwell replied, striving to articulate his thoughts clearly. Princess Arianne has gathered nearly 20,000 troops to blockade us at this dock. While it is exceedingly difficult for them to breach our defenses, we find ourselves unable to strike back. The narrow mountain path ahead restricts not only the Dornish forces, but has also become a prison for us Riverlanders. Therefore, we must open a new theater of war. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Count Landor's eyes. How do you propose to establish this new battlefield? Through my observations over the past few days, I have discerned that the Dornish forces coming to our aid are strongest in numbers from Old Town, boasting as many as 3,000 elite soldiers. Are you certain? Count Landor pressed, seemingly grasping Samwell's intent. Absolutely, Samwell affirmed with a resolute nod. Count Landor's gaze intensified, as if seeking to ascertain the veracity of the information through eye contact. Samwell met his father's gaze without trepidation. He had seen the truth through the eyes of his hawk, crystal clear and indisputable. After a brief pause, Count Landor spoke again. Indeed. Samwell looked at him, somewhat astonished. The esteemed commander of the Riverlands had quickly discerned his true objective from just a hint. Samwell could only feel gratitude that Count Landor was on his side. Otherwise, an opponent capable of such foresight would be exceedingly troublesome. That is indeed a sound plan, Count Landor acknowledged, nodding approvingly. The maximum mobilization from Old Town would likely be around that number, which means the city must currently be quite vulnerable. Samwell smirked and remarked, with the bloodline of House Dayne dwindling, the branch of Old Town can scarcely remain idle. They will undoubtedly seek to mobilize and claim glory, ensuring their future inheritance of Starfall. Precisely. It appears that you have indeed made remarkable progress in recent days. The Count of Landor gazed at his son with increasing tenderness. You flatter me, father. Samwell replied modestly, before continuing, since you concur with this plan, shall we divide our forces tomorrow to launch a surprise attack on High Hidden City? However, the Count of Landor slowly shook his head. Not yet. Let us wait a few more days. Samwell was immediately perplexed. Why? When we set off, I dispatched your brother to Brightwater City to seek reinforcements. If the Florent family is inclined to send troops, they should arrive within the next few days. At this, Samwell's spirits soared. His mother was indeed the daughter of Count Elister Florent, and with such a bloodline connection, it was plausible that Brightwater City would come to their aid. It became evident to him that relying on one's kin was truly dependable. Samwell couldn't help but express his newfound understanding of why the nobility in this world placed such importance on marital alliances. These blood ties were indeed the most effective means of forging alliances. Consider the Tyrell family of Highgarden. Although their strength in the Reach did not hold absolute superiority, through their unions with the Redwyne and Hightower families, Duke Mace Tyrell had managed to secure his position as the governor of the Reach and the protector of the South. No, the Count of Landor shook his head once more, gesturing towards the mountain path ahead. That stretch all the way to the ridge is the defensive line you have lost, correct? Indeed. Now that I am here, I must reclaim them, otherwise. It is far too cramped here. Samwell paused, puzzled, but there is no need to rush, is there? Moreover, your soldiers must be weary from their journey. The Count of Landor smiled slightly. Not at all. We arrived at Eagle's Nest yesterday and rested there for a day and night. The soldiers have nearly recovered. Furthermore, Lord Dorne would not anticipate that we would launch a counterattack at this moment. At last, Samwell comprehended. It was now approaching dusk, and Lord Dorne typically prepared to withdraw to camp at this hour, making it a time of vulnerability. They certainly would not expect the Reach reinforcements to arrive and immediately launch a counterattack without any rest. The most crucial ability on the battlefield, the Count of Landor imparted solemnly to his son, is the capacity to identify and seize the opportunity of battle. In the Dorne camp, Princess Aelienne had just calmed the hearts of her men and was using the meager meat of a camel to entertain the knights. Laughter and merriment filled the tent, creating a relaxed atmosphere. The morale, which had dipped slightly upon hearing of the Reach reinforcements' arrival, had now been restored to its former glory. After all, the Dorne army still held the numerical advantage. Just as the assembly fervently discussed their strategies for the forthcoming assault and how to suppress the arrogance of the Reach forces, a messenger rushed in, flustered. Princess Aelienne furrowed her brow and asked with displeasure, "What is the matter?" "Your Highness, it is dire news. The Reach has suddenly launched a counterattack." "What?" Aelienne sprang to her feet, causing the plate of camel meat to topple to the ground. Beneath the ceaseless glow of the towering beacon, a formidable fleet descended the Honeywine River, gliding gracefully into the harbor. The ships bore banners adorned with a resplendent red-gold fox, encircled by a ring of sky-blue stones, the emblem of the Florin family, lords of Brightwater City. As the fleet docked to replenish supplies and fresh water, it prepared to continue its voyage towards the summer sea. "My Lord Elkin, the supplies and fresh water have been replenished," came the report. "Replenished, you say?" Elkin Florin, the eldest son of the Count Florin, gazed absently towards Whispering Bay. He had been entrusted by his father with the mission to support Eagle's Beak. Indeed, he was in favor of his father's decision, for the child in question was his own nephew, and the Earl of Landau had offered enticing terms. Yet, the Dornish were formidable adversaries. Moreover, it was rumored that Princess Aerienne had already arrived at the front lines, while the Tyrell family remained conspicuously silent on this side of the river. Elkin harbored a sense of unease. Could the forces from both Cargill and Brightwater truly secure victory in this conflict? With such anxieties weighing upon him, his spirits were notably low throughout the journey. Observing his lord's discontent, a servant quietly ventured, "There is a mercenary company that wishes to accompany us." "Do they seek to hitch a ride?" "Absolutely not. Refuse them." "Not quite, my lord. They express a willingness to fight for us, and their price is merely 1 gold dragon." Elkin turned at last, brow furrowed. "Which mercenary company?" "The Oak Shield Mercenary Company." He was aware that this band was quite formidable, boasting nearly 700 members. It was improbable that such a company would offer their services for merely 1 gold dragon. "Are you certain they only require 1 gold dragon?" "Indeed." "Do they understand our purpose?" "They should. I tested the waters, and their captain stated directly that they wish to join us in slaying the Dornish." "Where is he?" "Lead me to him." "Yes, my lord." As they walked, Alekin's mind began to form a hypothesis. Mercenaries were notoriously motivated by coin. It was unlikely they would pledge their loyalty to the Florin family for a single gold dragon. The only plausible explanation was that someone had already compensated them. The individual responsible for this payment was likely the lord of this place, the former lord of Old Town. The Hightower family. In truth, the Hightowers and the Florins were related by marriage. Count Leighton Hightower had wed Alekin's sister, Lady Rhea Florin. Yes, a union of elder and younger, and this was Count Leighton's 4th wife. The Hightower family had always been keen on such alliances. However, even as kin, the Hightowers had no obligation to hire such a mercenary company on behalf of the Florins, especially considering the substantial cost involved. Upon meeting the members of the mercenary company, Elkin realized his suspicions were indeed correct, for he encountered a familiar figure. "Little sister." Elkin quickened his pace, extending his arms to embrace his sister. "Humph, brother. You arrive in the Old Town without even greeting me." Leia complained angrily. "I sincerely apologize, Lady Leia." Elkin feigned solemnity, but after receiving a playful jab from his sister, he sighed and said, "It is not that I do not wish to see you. Rather, I have pressing matters that render a visit inconvenient." "What pressing matters?" Before Elkin could respond, another man approached. "Sir Bale." "Sir Elkin." Bale Hattar greeted with a smile. "I heard that the Floron family is heading to the battlefield, so I took the liberty of arranging some assistance for you." "Such generosity from the Hattar family leaves me at a loss for words," Bale said with a wave of his hand. "You need not take it too seriously, For this gift is not solely for the Floron family. It is also for Sir Caesar. Alkin raised an eyebrow, surprised. I did not realize the Hitar family had such a close relationship with Sir Caesar. Indeed, Sir Caesar is one of the Hitar family's finest partners. You must have heard of our recently launched brandy, produced on Eagle's Beak Island. Unfortunately, the war has interrupted all of this. Thus, to ensure a steady supply of brandy, the Hitar family is willing to offer you some assistance within our means. In that case, I shall graciously accept this grand gift. You are most welcome. Illuminating the path for all is the Hitar family's unwavering principle. After this, he stepped back a few paces to allow the siblings to catch up. Once their new companions joined them, the fleet set sail again, heading toward the horizon. In Highland City, Mark Mullendal strode into the study and called out, "Father, did you summon me?" Viscount Martin sat behind the desk, clutching a piece of stationery. His brow furrowed. Upon seeing his son enter, he collected his thoughts and instructed, "Take 200 soldiers and make your way to Eagle's Beak Island." Eagle's Beak Island? Mark paused momentarily, then seemed to recollect something. "I heard that Sir Caesar is engaged in conflict with Lord Dorne. You do not intend for me to support him, do you?" "Indeed," Viscount Martin nodded, his expression somewhat grim. "We have lent that lad over 200 craftsmen. We cannot afford to lose them to Lord Dorne. Moreover, he still owes us a considerable sum." Martin rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "Do you wish to bring the entire Mullendal fortune to fight alongside that boy?" "I merely worry that we may not prevail with so few men," Mark replied. "Rest assured," Viscount Martin reassured him, raising the letter in his hand. "Vito has written to say that the Tarly family's reinforcements have arrived at Eagle's Beak, led personally by Count Randyll. With him involved, this war should not pose significant issues." Mark exhaled in relief upon hearing this. The name of Randyll Tarly carried considerable weight in River Bay. "Very well, father. I shall gather the soldiers and depart as swiftly as possible." "Good." Viscount Martin nodded, ultimately feeling the need to reiterate his concerns. "If the situation turns dire, do not recklessly charge forward. Remember to protect our craftsmen and ensure their safe retreat. Understood?" "I understand, father," came the reply. At the port of Chinting Island, a fleet of 10 warships gracefully entered the Redwind Strait, heading southeast. Hobart stood at the bow of the flagship, unable to suppress his murmured words to his brother. "Horace, the Dornish lack a formidable navy. We need not carry such a multitude of ships. We should have brought more soldiers instead." Horace shook his head in response. "This is our father's directive. He informed me that we are not here to serve House Samwell. Our sole purpose is to ensure that the brewing technique does not fall into Dornish hands. Therefore, should the battle turn unfavorable, we will not engage in land combat, but will focus on evacuating the brewers from Eagle's Mouth Island onto our ships." "Very well," Hobart nodded, feeling reassured. Moments later, he queried his brother once more. "Horace, do you think that Samwell lad can triumph over the Dornish?" "He stands no chance." Horace scoffed, curling his lip in disdain. "What chance does a man who can't even land a blow in a lance tournament have of winning this war?" At the same time, at another dock, Lord Brandon Q's hand rested on his brother Sir Eamon's shoulder. "I am entrusting this matter to you. I understand. That lad owes us a considerable sum. We cannot allow him to be slaughtered by the Dornish." "I am glad you comprehend." Lord Brandon hesitated momentarily before sighing. "Furthermore, you might wish to test the waters with him. Inform him that should he agree to marry my daughter, Alice, I shall send additional support to aid him." "Understood. If that lad remains ungrateful and suffers defeat, I shall return him to be a husband to my niece." Lord Brandon's eyes widened in protest. "That is out of the question. Without Eagle's Mouth, he is hardly worthy of Alice. Does he truly believe my daughter cannot find a suitor?" As the sun rose as it always did, casting its light upon the azure sea, the dark yellow sandstone, and the blood-stained mountain paths, the River Bay warriors reclaimed the ridge following an unexpected counterattack the previous night. Along the narrow mountain path, wooden barricades were hastily constructed, and trenches were dug overnight, awaiting the next Dornish assault. In stark contrast, the Dornish forces, having labored for days, saw their efforts evaporate in an instant, leaving morale severely shaken. The news of reinforcements arriving at River Bay led many Dornish soldiers to believe that capturing the current dock was becoming an increasingly distant hope. Fortunately, Princess Aelian had recently unified the army's higher echelons and sworn an oath, preventing anyone from daring to suggest a retreat. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware that if no decisive actions were taken soon, the army's morale would continue to plummet, and the dock before them would likely become an impregnable fortress. Prolonging this stalemate evidently boded ill for the Dornish. After all, they are the aggressors, suffering greater losses. Furthermore, the Riverlands is inherently more prosperous than Dorne. If a protracted war of attrition ensues, Dorne will inevitably be overwhelmed. A swift resolution is imperative. Princess Ariane's gaze swept slowly across the faces of the knights before her, finally resting upon Sir Gerald Dane of Highgarden. Sir Gerald, I entrust you with leading the first assault today. At once, your highness. Gerald replied without hesitation. Sir Uric, you shall oversee the second wave of attack. Yes, your highness. Sir Penrose, you are responsible for the third wave. Yes, your highness. With the order of attack arranged, the knights prepared to depart, but to their astonishment, Princess Ariane spoke again, her words startling. Gentlemen, you shall attack in this sequence, day and night, until we have utterly driven the Riverlanders from our territory. Day and night. Someone exclaimed incredulously. Your highness, must we continue our assault even at night? This is my final decision. Princess Ariane interjected firmly, not allowing the speaker to finish. Have you so soon forgotten our previous vows? At this moment, Gerald stepped forward, declaring loudly, I support your highness's decision. Soon. The knights of House Euler echoed their agreement. We stand with your highness. Following them were the knights of House Blamont. As more and more knights rallied to Princess Ariane's side, the remaining dissenters fell silent, hesitant to voice further objections. Excellent. Princess Ariane unsheathed her bloodied sword with a flourish. Commanding like a queen, my knights, let your valor be proven with the blood of our enemies. Let your glorious victory shine forth your honor. For Princess Ariane, Gerald Dane was the first to draw his sword, shouting hoarsely. The others joined in unison. For Princess Ariane. For Princess Ariane. The war drums resounded as the Dornish launched another assault, this time with even greater ferocity. However, the Riverlanders, bolstered by reinforcements and under the command of the renowned Lord Blunt, managed to face the onslaught with newfound composure. The brutal clash continued from day to dusk, and even after nightfall, the Dornish persisted, brandishing torches as they pressed on. Samwell stood behind the barricade, watching the Dornish soldiers surge forward in the flickering light, unable to suppress his admiration for their fervor. These Dornish truly are mad, he mused. A cornered beast is the most ferocious. Lord Blunt dismissed this notion with disdain. Samwell, however, did not share his father's confidence. Night battles often bring unforeseen calamities. He recalled the near-fatal encounter with the savage at Eagle's Nest during the first skirmish. Is the commander across from us Arian Martell? Lord Blunt inquired. Indeed. He was taken aback that such a fiercely tempered daughter could emerge from the typically patient Martell lineage. Count Landor's lips curled into an enigmatic smile, as if the gods delighted in mocking humanity in such a manner. Samwell could not resist casting a glance at his father, sensing that Count Landor's words bore deeper meaning. If no one intervened to halt that girl, Dorne would already be on the verge of defeat. The Count's tone exuded unwavering confidence. Father, we are being pressed by the Dornish, Samwell remarked, lacking the same conviction. Even with the impending reinforcements from Brightwater Keep, our forces pale in comparison to those of Dorne. When has sheer numbers ever guaranteed victory? Count Landor scoffed at the notion. Noticing his son's lingering uncertainty, he elaborated. She has forsaken the most potent tactics of the Dornish, opting instead for a method in which she is least proficient. It is truly a path to self-destruction. With that, Count Landor turned and departed. As Samwell pondered his father's words, realization dawned upon him. Indeed, a frontal assault was the very tactic the Dornish least excelled in. Their true strength lay in harassment and guerrilla warfare. When the conqueror Aegon Targaryen, riding his dragons, subdued the Six Kingdoms, it was only in Dorne that he met with failure. Was it because the Dornish were formidable enough to withstand dragons? Certainly not. The dragon's flames had nearly reduced all of Dorne's cities to ashes, yet the Dornish never engaged the dragons head-on. Instead, they concealed themselves within the vast deserts, mountains, and forests, launching relentless ambushes. After 9 years of tenacious struggle, they ultimately compelled the Targaryen family to withdraw. This encapsulates the true terror of the Dornish. They resemble venomous serpents in the desert, stealthy and perilous, striking with lethal precision when their foes are most complacent. However, now, under the command of Princess Ariane, they charged forth like a pack of rabid dogs. With this in mind, Samwell felt a wave of relief wash over him, turning to follow in his father's footsteps, resolved to return and rest. In the ensuing days, the Dornish assaults proved remarkably effective, successfully breaching over a dozen defenses of the Riverlanders, seemingly drawing closer to driving them from the summer sea. During this time, additional Riverlander reinforcements began to arrive in droves. The Florent, Redwine, Mullen, and Quit families. Samwell gazed at the nearly overflowing ships in the harbor, his heart swelling with excitement. This must be what they call the fortunate receiving the aid of many. Sir Caesar thought triumphantly, feigning ignorance that these were, in fact, his creditors. With reinforcements in place, Samwell prepared to execute his audacious plan for a surprise attack on Highgarden. This strategy garnered unanimous approval from the leaders who had come to support, largely because they observed that Count Landor himself endorsed the scheme, and thus decided to follow the esteemed leader into daring action. Ultimately, it was decided that Count Landor, Lord Alconflorent, and Samwell Caesar would lead an elite force of 4,000 men to carry out this plan, while the remainder would remain to defend the docks, drawing the attention of the Dornish. In order to maintain secrecy, the division of forces was scheduled for the dead of night. To avert any suspicion from the patrons regarding the sudden decline in the number of dock workers, Samwell specifically summoned a contingent of wildling laborers from Eagle's Nest to bolster their ranks. At last, when all preparations were complete, on a night shrouded in dim starlight, a troop of transport vessels, escorted by the fleet from Green Hill Island, set sail from the docks, navigating upstream against the turbulent river. King's Landing, the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, is perched on the eastern coast of Westeros, overlooking the Blackwater Bay. 3 centuries prior, Aegon Targaryen had landed here, accompanied by 3 mighty dragons, embarking on a path of conquest. Following the conclusion of the War of Conquest, Aegon was crowned in Old Town as the King of the Undulls, the Royner, and the first men, sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. Rather than selecting the most prosperous city of Westeros as his capital, he established a new city at the mouth of the Blackwater River where he had landed, aptly named King's Landing, meaning the place where the king descends. 300 years have elapsed. The once humble fishing village at the river mouth has burgeoned into the largest city in Westeros, boasting a population of 500,000. Following the War of Usurpation, the Targaryen dynasty fell, yet House Baratheon continued to designate King's Landing as the capital of their dominion over the Seven Kingdoms. This relatively young city remains vibrant, yet it now teeters under the immense strain of a population that exceeds the limits of its era. In the southeastern corner of the city, atop Aegon's Hill, stands the majestic Red Keep, a castle hewn from pale red stone. Resembling a slumbering dragon quietly coiled among the rocky terrain, silently observing all that unfolds. The Master of Whisperers, Peter Baelish, rode through the towering bronze gates of the Red Keep, his cloak adorned with a mockingbird emblem shimmering in the sunlight. Today, he appeared to be in high spirits, nodding with a smile to every guard and servant he encountered along his path. Upon entering the council chamber, Peter discovered that the Hand of the King, Lord Jon Arryn, had already arrived. The Hand, also known as the Prime Minister, serves as the king's chief advisor and executor of orders, overseeing the daily affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. This venerable Hand, now in his 70s, bore the marks of age. His once resplendent golden hair had turned to a silvery white, and his broad, sturdy shoulders had gradually sagged under the weight of administrative burdens. Only his blue eyes remained sharp as ever. Upon noticing Peter, Lord Jon acknowledged the financial minister, whom he had personally elevated to his current position, with a nod before returning to the documents before him. Peter inclined his head in a respectful greeting and took his seat, fully aware that the old lord preferred not to be disturbed during moments of contemplation. Thus, he sat quietly, allowing his gaze to wander aimlessly throughout the chamber. The council chamber was lavishly adorned, with intricately patterned carpets covering the floor and exquisite paintings from across the realm adorning the walls. On either side of the door stood a pair of Valyrian Sphinx statues, their piercing eyes seemingly locking onto the bored financial minister. As they awaited, the remaining cabinet ministers gradually entered the council chamber. The Minister of Naval Affairs, Stannis Baratheon, the Master of Whisperers, Varys, and the Grand Maester, Pycelle, took their places. Finally, the Hand of the King, Duke Jon Arryn, raised his head and inquired, "Is everyone present?" The Master of Whisperers, known as the Spider, Varys, smiled slyly and responded, "Aside from the vacationing Lord Renly, the Master of Laws, and Ser Barristan, who accompanies His Majesty on the hunt, all are accounted for." In truth, Varys omitted one individual, King Robert Baratheon, whose absence from court meetings had become a norm. His presence would have been more surprising than the sun rising in the west. This valiant king, after claiming the throne, had, like a child who snatches a toy only to lose interest, cast aside his responsibilities, indulging instead in wine, hunting, and carnal pleasures, leaving matters of state to his foster father, the Hand of the King, Duke Jon Arryn. It seemed that the old duke had become not merely the Hand of the King, but also the king's mind, eyes, and ears, while the king himself was relegated to a mouth for drinking and a member for dalliance. "Very well, let us commence." Duke Jon Arryn gently rapped the table and declared, "Let us first discuss the dispute between the Rivellins and Dorne. You are all aware of the situation, yes? Any opinions?" After a brief silence, the Master of Whispers, Varys, spoke in his syrupy tone. Lord Peter Baelish, known as Littlefinger, regarded Varys with a knowing glance, inwardly cursing the eunuch, then smiled faintly and said, I merely inspected the silver mine discovered at the Eyrie and arranged matters concerning the Silver Stag Mint. I am not informed about this dispute at all. Varys feigned surprise, raising a hand to cover his mouth. Who would have thought a mere silver mine would necessitate your personal attention, my lord? It is, after all, the duty of the master of coin, and given the kingdom's current financial strain, I felt compelled to see it for myself when a new silver mine was discovered. Varys appeared poised to elaborate further, but Duke Jon Arryn cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. All right, Peter, what are your thoughts on the knight who is pioneering the Eyrie? Peter nodded towards the old duke, stating, Ser Cadman is an exceptional knight, but he is also one who does not suffer losses lightly. Duke Jon Arryn silently nodded, as if grasping the underlying meaning. He then turned to Varys and inquired, What is your perspective, Lord Varys? Varys shifted his ample frame, responding with a playful tone. My lord, I have gathered a wealth of new information. This dispute has transcended the confines of the Eyrie and Starfall. Nearly all the lords of Western Dorne have mobilized their forces. As for the Riverlands, the Tullis, the Florents, the Redwine family, the Manderleys, and the Tyrells have all taken up arms. Quite the spectacle indeed. Duke Jon Arryn's brow furrowed. Has House Martell or House Tyrell issued war decrees? Not quite, Varys replied. Varys shook his polished bald head. However, Princess Aerion Martell is currently in Starfall, issuing summons to the nearby Lords of Dorne. As for House Tyrell, they have remained conspicuously silent. Upon hearing this, the previously silent Master of Whisperers, Stannis Baratheon, Duke of Dragonstone, interjected. House Tyrell is silent? Then how do we account for the numerous Lords of the Reach joining the conflict? This king's younger brother may not be tall, but he possesses a robust physique. His skin hardened like iron from years of sun exposure. Though still under 35, his hair is nearly gone, leaving only a thin crown of dark strands. His tone is dry and harsh, speaking to everyone as if interrogating a criminal. Fortunately, Varys is well accustomed to Stannis' temperament and understands he is not targeting him. He chuckled. Indeed, House Tyrell has not stirred. As for why those Lords of the Reach would send troops to aid Dragonstone, I cannot say. Peter Baelish interjected with a mocking tone. Did your little birds not inform you of the reasons behind the Lord's mobilization? My little birds possess only eyes, ears, and mouths. They relay what they see and hear. The motives hidden beneath the surface require our own analysis and conjecture. To think your little birds are so dim-witted. Enough, Lord Jon declared, striking the table to interrupt the banter between Peter and Varys. He sighed and turned to the maester at the end of the long table, Lord Pycelle, and inquired, Lord Pycelle, what is your opinion? Pycelle remained silent. Lord Pycelle? Lord Pycelle? After several calls, Jon finally roused Pycelle from his stupor. The elderly scholar blinked vacantly, surveying the faces of his colleagues, as if just remembering where he was. My apologies, my lords, Pycelle said, appearing quite frail. At my age, fatigue comes easily, and I inadvertently dozed off. I truly apologize. Jon sighed, reluctant to chastise him. After all, Pycelle is older than he and has served the Iron Throne for nearly 50 years, witnessing the reigns of 4 kings, a tenure unmatched by any present. Lord Pycelle, we are discussing the dispute between the Reach and Dorne. Do you have any thoughts on the matter? Jon patiently asked again. Dorne and the Reach, Pycelle mused, stroking his snowy beard. After a prolonged deliberation, he finally spoke. These two houses have been at odds for millennia, with no respite in sight. It is quite exasperating. As vassals of the Iron Throne, cannot they resolve their differences amicably? Must they resort to bloodshed, causing innocent soldiers and farmers to perish needlessly? When King Aegon V reigned, he sought to unite these families through marriage to ease tensions, but alas, it was not to be. The aging maester rambled on, his words drifting into irrelevance, and the assembled company began to exhibit signs of impatience. Upon hearing Pycelle mention the former king, Duke Stannis could no longer contain himself and interjected. I believe the Iron Throne should dispatch envoys southward to resolve this dispute. Finally, a suggestion for resolution had emerged. Pycelle promptly closed his mouth, his eyes drooping as if he had fallen asleep once more. Duke Jon glanced at the Duke of Dragonstone, who sat to his right like a cold stone, and suddenly felt that despite the man's notoriously irritable temperament, he appeared rather endearing compared to the other slippery individuals present. I concur, Duke Jon affirmed, unwilling to squander further time on the matter. I agree. So do I. The others echoed their agreement. Very well, Duke Jon nodded with satisfaction before inquiring. Who do you believe would be the most suitable envoy? The chamber fell silent once again. After a moment, Littlefinger Peter remarked, "To ensure a calm negotiation between the Rivellins and Dorne, the envoy must possess sufficient stature. Ideally, His Majesty should make the journey himself." At this, the others shook their heads in silent disapproval. The king himself could hardly be bothered to attend council meetings. How could they expect him to mediate the conflict between the Rivellins and Dorne? Duke John cleared his throat, stating, "The king is, after all, quite occupied." At this point, the old duke's face flushed slightly, yet he continued, "Perhaps it would be best to send someone else." Peter shrugged and suggested, "If His Majesty cannot go personally."
It would be preferable to send a member of the royal family. Upon hearing this, Duke Stannis Baratheon decisively declared, "I can undertake the journey."
Duke John pondered for a moment before smiling at Stannis. "If Lord Stannis is willing to go, I certainly have no objections. However, the kingdom's naval affairs require your oversight. It may not be wise to depart hastily." Stannis, upon hearing this, straightened up and curtly retorted, "In that case, I shall return to my naval duties. You may continue your deliberations." With that, he strode out of the council chamber. The others watched his retreating figure, momentarily at a loss for words. Duke John sighed, aware that his reasons for rejection were indeed flimsy, yet he felt powerless. With Stannis's notoriously foul temper, it was unlikely he could mediate a dispute without exacerbating tensions. Moreover, during the War of Usurpation, the forces of the Riverlands had besieged Storm's End for over a year, nearly starving Stannis within its walls. Sending him could potentially reignite old grievances and lead to further discord. Cough. "Do you have any other candidates?" Duke John felt a familiar ache in his head and pressed his hand to his brow in a futile attempt to ease it. Peter smiled slightly and proposed, "Perhaps we could send Lord Renly, as he is currently vacationing by the Sunset Sea, which is conveniently nearby." Duke John furrowed his brow once more, seemingly disapproving of the impetuous young Lord Lancel, and shook his head, stating, "Let us not trouble Duke Lancel, as he is currently on vacation." Peter, undeterred, proposed another individual. "What of Prince Joffrey?" Without a moment's hesitation, Duke John dismissed the suggestion. "His Highness Joffrey is far too young." Peter shrugged. "Then it must be Her Majesty the Queen." "I concur with Her Majesty," exclaimed Grand Maester Pycelle, as if resurrected. Unfortunately, his words did not elicit agreement from the others. That troublesome woman wreaked havoc in the Red Keep daily. Could one truly expect her to mediate disputes? Seven gods. The old man sadly realized that within the royal family ruling the Seven Kingdoms, there was not a single reliable mediator to be found. In truth, it was not just the royal family. Among the esteemed lords of the small council, who could he trust? Varys knew far too much, yet accomplished far too little. Pycelle feigned death daily and maintained overly close ties with House Lannister. Varys Anselmi was rigid and stubborn, steadfast in his vows as a knight, yet indifferent to all else. As for Peter Baelish, by rights, he was a vassal and one whom Jon had personally elevated. He ought to be a trusted confidant. Yet, every time Jon gazed into those greenish-gray eyes, for reasons unknown, he felt an insurmountable distrust toward him. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped the old duke, exhausting him further in the wake of the burdensome affairs of the realm. At times, he found himself yearning to abandon it all, to retreat with his wife and children to Aerie and relish his twilight years. Yet, each time, he loathed himself for such weakness. High as honor. This phrase from House Aaron's motto was etched deep within his very being. When he took up arms in rebellion alongside two foster sons, Robert Baratheon sought vengeance for his stolen wife, and Eddard Stark desired retribution for his kin, while Jon Arryn simply wished for a less mad king to rule the Seven Kingdoms. Alas, though the new king, Robert Baratheon, was not truly mad, he could hardly be deemed wise. Thus, it fell to Jon to rectify the situation. Heavy though the burden may be, it was the honor he must uphold. For this, he would sacrifice everything, even his life. "Very well, I shall go myself," Duke Jon resolved, feeling a sudden alleviation of his headache, as Hand of the King. It was his duty to act on the king's behalf. "After I depart, I trust the affairs of King's Landing shall be in your capable hands, my lords." The assembly promptly bowed in agreement. Peter Baelish bent especially low, as if fearful that others might glimpse his expression at that moment. Once the council meeting concluded, Peter exited the chamber, feeling the sunlight outside particularly brilliant. "Lord Baelish," came the soft, oily voice of the spider, Varys, from behind him. Peter swiftly retracted the smile from his face and turned to inquire, "What is it, Lord Varys?" Varys took several strides to match Peter's pace before suddenly stating, "It seems you are quite eager for Lord Jon to personally visit Dorne." "How could that be?" Peter promptly refuted. "Lord Jon is of advanced age and his health is rather frail. Such a lengthy journey is indeed a cause for concern." Moreover, we both know that the affairs of the kingdom rely entirely on Lord Jon's stewardship. Should he depart, the small council would surely descend into chaos. Oh, the very thought is a headache. Varys chuckled lightly, yet without mercy, he exposed the ruse. Do not presume I am unaware of your machinations. You intentionally present all unsuitable candidates before Lord Jon, clearly compelling him to mediate in person. Peter feigned deep offense. Lord Varys, your words truly pierce my heart. I am genuinely concerned for the stability of the realm, yet you continuously wrongfully accuse me. Varys chuckled again, leaning in slightly, lowering his voice. Lord Peter, a little bird has informed me that 2 months ago, in Bravos across the narrow sea, your presence was observed. What business did you have there? Your little bird must have mistaken someone else. It appears they are not only foolish but also blind, Peter retorted, maintaining a stoic expression as he glanced at Varys. Speaking of the other side of the narrow sea, I have heard whispers of your close association with a certain governor named Illyrio. Their eyes locked, and in that instant, it felt as though they exchanged a myriad of thoughts. In the next moment, Varys covered his mouth with his hand, revealing a saccharine smile. It seems we are both truly laboring for the good of this realm. Indeed, Peter responded, donning his signature sly smile. There are few loyal subjects like us. Ha ha, Lord Peter, your words are as melodious as my family's mockingbird, Varys remarked. Lord Varys, the scent that clings to you is as delightful as that of the women from the pleasure houses, Peter retorted.